The young man, Mingming, merely intended to catch a flying shoe with style, but ended up being hospitalized and infuriating a supreme system trying to control him, causing it to self-destruct. The shoe descending from the sky was just 0.01 centimeters from Ye Tian's handsome face. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a nearby beauty casting him an admiring glance. In a quarter of a second, he was certain he could catch the shoe with one hand. At this critical moment, a resounding voice echoed through the sky. Master of the Tan Leg clan, Yang Tan Leg, at your service. With a loud smack, a clear shoe print was left on Ye Tian's face as he lay on the ambulance rushing to the hospital. This damned martial arts tournament was causing trouble even for an innocent bystander like him. The intense headache made him spit out a mouthful of blood. As he drifted in and out of consciousness, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding multiverse creator system detected host. Please choose to bind. Once bound, the host must complete tasks as instructed by the system. Failure to comply will result in elimination. Being an exemplary young man from Zuan, Ye Tian, with his resilient willpower, retorted without hesitation. Bind my foot. Stop bothering me. As a seasoned Eternal Diamond player, he saw through such ploys long ago and even scoffed at the mere $6 initial top-up. Ding, please choose to bind. Bind my foot. Ding, please choose to bind. Get lost. Bind yourself. The system kept repeating its prompt, causing it to glitch like a program error. Enraged, Ye Tian shouted, Ding, ding, ding. Why don't you and Ding talk explode together? As soon as he finished speaking, after 2 breaths of silence, a boom resounded in his mind. The system had indeed exploded. Ye Tian's eyes rolled back as he slipped into unconsciousness again. When he awoke in the evening, his mind was flooded with new memories. It turned out that the sinister system had tried to control several hosts, activating basic functions before targeting Ye Tian, who seemed less clever, aiming to turn him into another puppet for its own gain. Little did it know it would encounter someone so resistant, ultimately driving it to self-destruct. Now, Ye Tian had inherited the system capable of traversing the multiverse. It possessed hundreds of basic functions like creation, empowerment, calculation, replication, recording, and summoning. Unlike his predecessors, Ye Tian didn't need to be parasitic. He could choose to nurture a host or develop independently. Ah, you're awake, the young nurse exclaimed as she ran out to report. In no time, a vigorous old man dashed into the ward, tears in his tiger-like eyes as he tightly gripped Ye Tian's hand. Young man, it's my fault. I've put your life in danger. Ye Tian's gaze sharpened. 2,000, or I'll call the police to handle this. After securing the compensation and completing his discharge procedures, Ye Tian began fully utilizing the system's functions. He extracted energy from nature to gain points and collected people's beliefs. Then he spent 5 days and nights in an internet cafe cubicle, recording tens of thousands of films, hundreds of thousands of songs, millions of books, and various literary works, only stopping in exhaustion after watching the final train film starring a Japanese teacher. Ye Tian opened the system interface he had meticulously designed, revealing an abundance of information comparable to a search engine. In this era of big data, such information might seem ordinary, but if one were to travel back to ancient times or to a city similar to Blue Star's entertainment metropolis, it would undoubtedly be a highly practical advantage. Prepared and ready, Ye Tian took a deep breath, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. It's decided. My first world to traverse. His voice carried a hint of youthful exuberance as he lightly tapped the cover of a novel. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Ye Tian's figure vanished. The novel fell to the ground with a thud, its cover boldly displaying the title. The Urban Allrounder, the National Goddess's Sweet Deal. This world boasted a complete entertainment system, global dynamics, and historical progression. In the bustling city of Mo Hai, towering office buildings reached the sky, filled with ceaselessly busy figures. The latest census showed a global population of 9.6 billion, with each person struggling under the pressure of employment and work. Against this backdrop, the entertainment industry thrived like never before, becoming the primary means of stress relief for ordinary people. Yet today, one of the industry's giants, the Li Group, faced a severe blow. A top hacker exposed the company's various misdeeds to the public, pushing it to the brink of collapse. This incident was like a bombshell, causing a massive stir throughout the entertainment circle and becoming a hot topic of discussion everywhere. In a penthouse apartment in Mo Hai's Tangshan area, the 600-square-meter luxurious space was shrouded in darkness. The cold night wind howled through broken windows, adding a touch of desolation to the tragic scene. Liquan, once a charming gentleman, was now kneeling on the floor, his once dapper suit in disarray. His forehead was bloodied, his eyes vacant, and his lips trembled as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Didn't you say if I kowtowed, you'd spare them? Beside him lay 2 lifeless bodies, his parents resting quietly in a pool of blood. The man standing before Liquan wore a cruel smile. Your kowtow wasn't loud enough? That's your mistake. You caused your parents tragedy. His tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. I just wanted them to live. They didn't offend you. Liquan's nails dug deep into the flesh of his palms, his voice filled with despair and anger. They're dead now. What good is talking? The man's cold words pierced Liquan's heart like a sharp blade. Liquan let out a bitter laugh. Our Li family lost, but we didn't lose to you, Lin Fan. We lost to the woman standing by your side. As he finished speaking, his body could no longer hold up, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Lin Fan shook his head disdainfully. Huh? What's the difference? With such poor skills at courting women, why compete with me? A silver needle appeared in his hand from nowhere. If it weren't for the fact that your sister is one of my mistresses, you'd already be dead. With a soft whoosh, the silver needle, infused with a faint spiritual power, was precisely inserted into a certain acupoint on Liquan's body. Lin Fan looked coldly at the unconscious Liquan. Letting you live as a eunuch and an idiot should be good enough. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's lips as he walked away, unfazed, through the blood of Liquan's parents on the ground. The night breeze was cool, yet it chilled to the bone. In the dead of night, Liquan awoke from unconsciousness, his eyes devoid of their usual vitality. He staggered to his feet, ignoring the bodies of his parents lying in a pool of blood, and walked straight to the liquor cabinet to grab a bottle of red wine. He stumbled to the balcony, climbed onto the railing, and looked down at the neon-lit streets below. Lin Fan, Liquan shouted, taking a swig of the wine and bursting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan. His voice was slurred with madness, but the hatred in his heart was etched deep like a brand. His parents were brutally murdered, his fiancée betrayed him, his sister was deceived, and the once glorious Li corporation was now in ruins. Even more terrifying, Liquan could feel his consciousness gradually blurring, a lingering effect of Lin Fan's sinister powers. Once a leading figure among the younger generation of the four great families in Mo High City, Liquan had now fallen to having nothing left. He chuckled bitterly to himself, muttering, "What a mess of a life I've led. There's no point in living as a fool." Just as he was about to leap, a strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, emotional threshold met. Would you like to bind with the Ye Tian villain system? Liquan was startled and instinctively asked, Ye Tian villain system? Ding, speech detected from host. Binding requirements met. Binding system, 100-inch. Before Liquan could react, the system, embodied by Ye Tian, completed the binding. Unlike previous systems, Ye Tian had altered the binding mechanism to consider any response from the host as consent. In an instant, a flood of information surged into Liquan's mind, dispelling the mental influence left by Lin Fan. His eyes gradually regained clarity, and he whispered in disbelief. In this world, such a thing exists? Eagerly, Liquan opened the system's exchange page, meticulously browsing through various options. Entertainment category. Songs. Blue and White Porcelain, 500 points. Glorious Days, 500 points. Summer of Kikujiro, 500 points. Literature. The Three-Body Problem, 5,000 points. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, 3,000 points. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, 3,000 points. Film and TV scripts. Iron Man 1, 4,000 points. Naruto Complete Series, 10,000 points. Kind Ant, 1,000 points. Skills category. Not yet available. Current host points, 0. Liquan spent over half an hour carefully reviewing the system's interface. Each work capable of sparking an entertainment revolution in this world stirred his emotions. His hand, gripping the wine bottle, trembled slightly with excitement, and the death wish in his eyes vanished, replaced by a deep-seated hatred and rekindled determination. Lin Fan, Liquan growled through gritted teeth. It's not over between us. How do I earn points in the system? Liquan asked urgently, his eyes gleaming with a desire for the system's items. Ye Tian responded with a mechanical system voice that echoed in Liquan's mind. Points can be earned by seizing the protagonist's destiny. This is one of the ways I gain benefits in this world. Only when the rules of the novel world loosen can I exploit the loopholes to extract a significant amount of essence. The rules of this world revolve around the protagonist, Lin Fan. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Fan's basic information flooded into Liquan's consciousness. He let out a long sigh, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. So, he's the protagonist, and I'm the antagonist. But so what? I have the system, and that's enough. Liquan quickly adjusted his emotions, his voice low and determined. I will make you pay with blood for my parents' vengeance, Lin Fan. In Liquan's mind, Ye Tian nodded slightly, satisfied with his choice. He knew that Liquan was a major antagonist in the early stages of the book, battling with the protagonist for over 100 chapters. Whether in intelligence or vision, Liquan was an excellent choice. Ye Tian thought to himself, to deal with this world's child of fortune and create loopholes in the world rules, Liquan is an excellent chess piece. Whether it's his hatred for the protagonist or his fiancée, taken by the protagonist the main female lead, Kiliot all provides ample room for manipulation. In fact, Before arriving in the novel world of urban omnipotent expert and the national goddess's sweet life, Ye Tian had done his homework. He chose this world for two main reasons. Firstly, it's a world that leans towards entertainment with a focus on harem themes, lacking high levels of martial prowess, so he doesn't worry about being discovered by powerful experts. Secondly, through the omniscient perspective of the novel, Ye Tian knew that this world still had a remnant lineage of ancient martial arts. Learning ancient martial arts was one of his main goals for coming to this world. Once he mastered it, he would have more confidence when traveling to other worlds with high combat power. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Mo High City, two extraordinarily beautiful women were conversing in a bedroom. Chili, wearing pajamas and looking stunning even without makeup, gently comforted a 15 or 16-year-old girl curled up under the covers. Shia, don't be sad. What uncle did was indeed too ruthless, and I had no choice but to stand by Lin Fan. Li Shia pursed her lips, tears falling. I know. I don't blame you, Sister Chili. When I cut ties with my father, I was no longer part of the Li family. It's just that thinking about my brother and them, who always loved me, possibly ending up on the streets, makes me so sad. A gentle voice came from outside, breaking the silence in the room. Your parents and brother have flown to the United States overnight. They've already acquired plenty of property and assets there, enough for them to enjoy the rest of their lives. Li Shia looked up at the sound, a glimmer of light in her eyes. Brother Lin Fan, she exclaimed softly, is what you're saying true? Lin Fan gave a confident smile. When have I ever lied to you? He instinctively reached out to ruffle Li Shia's hair, but hesitated when he noticed the person next to him who hadn't been completely won over yet, awkwardly withdrawing his hand. Chili stood by, her emotions mixed as she listened to Lin Fan. Her father had long been friends with the Li family, which was the reason for her engagement to Liquan. Today, the downfall of the Li family was partly due to her publicly exposing their wrongdoings. But she knew well that the Li family deserved their fate for the dirty deeds they'd done within their circle. Just then, Li Shia's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, hesitated for a moment, and then answered. Hello, brother. Her sweet voice filled the air, causing Lin Fan, who had been discreetly admiring Chili's figure, to suddenly tense up. Li Shia's brother, Liquan? Wasn't he supposed to have been rendered senseless by his poisoned needle? How could he be calling? An ominous feeling crept into Lin Fan's heart. A brief silence followed on the other end of the call. Li Shia felt a mix of confusion and anxiety, having defied her family to follow Lin Fan and having fallen out with them. This was the first time her family had reached out to her. Brother, are you there? Li Shia asked softly. She wasn't afraid of her brother, who had always been kind to her, but the atmosphere felt strangely off. Lin Fan had been hoping it wasn't Liquan on the line and was about to relax when he heard a voice emerge from the phone. Shia, Mom and Dad are dead. Liquan's voice was filled with unmistakable sorrow as he looked at the bodies of their parents, his heart aching. The words hit the three in the room like a sledgehammer. Li Shia and Chili widened their eyes in disbelief, while Lin Fan was shocked that Liquan hadn't turned into a fool. How is that possible? Li Shia struggled to maintain her composure. I just saw them on the news yesterday. Brother, are you lying to me? I've never lied to you, Liquan sighed. Shia, come home. Mom and Dad will be buried tomorrow. The phone slipped from Li Shia's trembling hand, crashing to the ground and shattering the screen. She stood frozen, memories of her time with her parents flashing through her mind. Her father's decisive voice still echoed. If you leave with that man, we'll sever our father-daughter relationship completely. Her mother's pleading face appeared before her. Shia, do you know how many women that man has? And you're still so young. And she had replied so firmly. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I want to pursue my love, and you won't understand. In a short time, what seemed like a minor argument had torn a once harmonious family apart, now separated by life and death. Li Shia stumbled to her feet from the bed, her lost and devastated state causing Lin Fan to frown deeply. Shia, calm down. Lin Fan tried to soothe her. We don't even know if it was really your brother who called. Get out. Li Shia suddenly erupted. You think I can't recognize my brother's voice? You liar. Why did you say my parents went abroad? They're dead. It's your fault they died. If it weren't for you driving them to bankruptcy. Li Shia was in tears, overwhelmed with regret. She couldn't help but recall her decision to leave with Lin Fan, a choice that now seemed so wrong. Lin Fan had founded Tianyu Entertainment, gradually pushing her parents to the brink of ruin, ultimately leading to their bankruptcy. Her parents' deaths were undoubtedly connected to this financial catastrophe. Driven by inner pain and anger, Li Shia rushed out of the room, leaving Lin Fan standing alone, his eyes filled with complex emotions. His mind raced to comprehend the situation. Could it be that Liquan's mind had returned to normal? Had his acupuncture treatment failed? More shockingly, were Li Shia's parents really dead? Chili was still in the room, covering her mouth with her hands, disbelief written all over her face. Seeing her expression, Lin Fan's thoughts became even more chaotic. He hastily said, I'm not sure. I'll go investigate, and quickly left the room. Outside the estate, Lin Fan saw a car speeding away, carrying Li Xia out of sight. Watching her leave, his face darkened instantly. The spiritual power emanating from him was so strong that it caused tiny cracks in the ground. Lin Fan originally thought he could easily stop Li Xia, but she drove off directly. At this moment, he had only one thought in mind. He must not let Li Xia and Liquan meet. Otherwise, the truth about him murdering Li Xia's parents would surely come to light. Even Chili might discover this terrible secret. A dangerous glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he watched the direction where the car disappeared. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and quickly dialed a contact. "Hey Lin, it's been a while since you called. You're impressive, Lin. Your Tianyu entertainment completely crushed the Li family." A rough voice came from the other end of the line as soon as the call connected. "Wang Biao, I need a favor from you." Lin Fan's tone was commanding, immediately causing the tattooed, bearded man on the other end to tone down his demeanor. "Lin, just say the word. In this city, I might not handle things openly, but in the shadows, I'm the king." Wang Biao replied confidently. "I need you to kill someone for me," Lin Fan said coldly. The bald man on the other end frowned. Killing wasn't new to him, but it depended on who the target was. "Who is it?" Wang Biao inquired, mindful that the caller was a man with extraordinary medical skills and personal combat ability. Li family's eldest son, Liquan. Lin Fan had confirmed that Liquan had returned to normal, posing a ticking time bomb for him. As long as Liquan lived, knowing the truth, he would bring endless trouble to Lin Fan. Now, this threat had to be eliminated. Hiss. Wang Biao took a sharp breath. "Lin, if we really do this, the consequences will be hard to manage." He was hesitant. Although Liquan had lost his power, he was once the leader among the 4 great young masters of Mo High, and many still owed him favors. "I'll handle the fallout. You just make sure this person is dead, and I promise you a pay-you-on pill. As for dealing with the body, he has connections in the military district," Lin Fan said calmly. "A pay-you-on pill?" Wang Biao's voice involuntarily rose at the mention of the reward. "Yes," Lin Fan replied succinctly, his tone filled with determination. Lin Fan said decisively. "All right." Wang Biao's voice was filled with enthusiasm. "Lin, your business is my business. Don't worry, I'll call you in an hour, and I'll make sure he's dealt with." Lin Fan nodded and added, "Leave it to you, and clean up the body after he's dead." Seeing Wang Biao agree so readily, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. After all, Wang Biao, being an ancient martial artist, possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Even the lowest level of a Huang-rank ancient martial artist had the power comparable to a fierce beast. Such talent was rare, even among millions. It was precisely because of Wang Biao's value that Lin Fan included him in his circle. Just like when he chose women, they had to be perfect. Anything less was only worthy of being a lover. As night fell, the top floor of the luxurious building was silent. Liquan sat alone by the broken window, staring blankly into the distance. Downstairs, his parents' bodies had already been taken away by the coroner, and the once grand house was now engulfed in darkness. Liquan muttered to himself, his voice filled with pain and anger. "Lin Fan devised a perfect plan to eliminate me, the fiancé of Chili, to win her over. He accused my family of exploiting several top actresses and enlisted a world-class hacker, Dark Rose, to steal a large amount of assets from our funds, creating the appearance of tax evasion. The whole world thinks our family is corrupt, and in their eyes, Lin Fan is the hero who rid the world of evil. Even Chili was deceived by him and testified on his behalf." Ye Tian listened quietly, unfazed. He had already understood the full scope of this world through the novel. To him, the protagonist Lin Fan defeating a villain and gaining 2 members for his harem was just another typical plot development. Just then, the system prompt suddenly chimed in. Ding Li Xia's favorability towards Lin Fan decreased by 20, rewarding the host with 2,000 points. Ding Chili's impression of Lin Fan decreased by 2, rewarding the host with 2,000 points. The protagonist's fortune decreased by 200 points. This series of system prompts instantly brought Liquan back to his senses. He realized that the previous phone call had brought him a generous reward in points. Eagerly, Liquan pulled up the system interface to browse the items available for exchange. Ye Tian watched Liquan's every move silently. In just a few hours in this world, he had deeply felt the immense benefits Liquan brought him. By being bound to Liquan, the villain who was supposed to commit suicide by jumping off a building was spared, disrupting the world's established order. More importantly, after Li Xia learned of her parents' death through Liquan, a rift formed between this heroine and Lin Fan. In this situation, the world's flaws became increasingly apparent. Although the world's rules would quickly repair these flaws, Ye Tian had already extracted a significant portion of the world's essence in that brief moment. According to the point calculation method, the world's essence Ye Tian extracted was equivalent to 40,000 points. As a dutiful system, he allocated a tenth of it to Liquan, the host. After browsing for a while, Liquan finally said to Ye Tian, "The system, exchange for a handgun." Ye Tian pondered briefly, then made a decisive gesture. The system interface immediately displayed two striking words. Unavailable. Liquan's brow twitched, feeling a bit disappointed by the system's response. Just as he was about to ask a question, Ye Tian stepped in to explain. Ding, the weapon store is not yet open. Please spend 1,000 points to unlock it, chimed the system's prompt. Cursing the system's greed under his breath, Liquan decided to go ahead with it. Fine, unlock it, he thought, reasoning that weapons might come in handy someday. Following Liquan's decision, Ye Tian made a grand gesture, and the mechanical voice announced, Ding, congratulations to the host, the weapon store is now open. With anticipation, Liquan opened the weapon store, only to find the items rather amusing. Brick, 5 points. Kitchen knife, 10 points. Dagger, 12 points. Baseball bat, 15 points. When he reached the last item, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. A diamond-studded empty bottle for 99 points. None of these were the firearms Liquan had imagined, like pistols, machine guns, or barrettes, let alone tanks, battleships, or planet-destroying cannons. Is this all there is, system? Liquan asked, unwilling to accept it. Ye Tian could only express his helplessness. As a low-level system in its early stages, he was far from the ability to create things out of thin air. In fact, the items in the store were all temporary copies. The brick came from the walls of a luxury apartment, and the kitchen knife was a duplicate from the kitchen. If it weren't inappropriate, he might have even copied a toilet plunger. The weapon store is continuously updating, Ye Tian responded officially. This wasn't just an excuse, it was true for him. As long as new weapons appeared around Liquan, he could copy them and add them to the store for sale. Reassured by this response, Liquan felt a bit more at ease, though he still lamented the 1,000 points. Just as he was about to stop, Ye Tian quickly reminded him. Ding's system recommends a beginner's point usage plan. A prominent option box suddenly appeared on the system interface, labeled 90 off. There was only one option, storage space, 1,000 points per cubic meter. This option immediately caught Liquan's attention. He realized it could indeed be quite useful. Without hesitation, Liquan spent 1,000 points. Ye Tian generously granted Liquan a cubic meter of space. Instantly, Liquan felt a connection between his mind and some mysterious space. He picked up a sharp shard of glass and silently commanded, store. Buzz, the space trembled slightly, responding to his command. In an instant, Liquan was surprised to find the broken glass in his hand had vanished into thin air. With a thought, the glass reappeared in his palm. After a moment of silence, he opened the system's weapon store and exchanged 12 points for an ordinary dagger. Liquan examined the unremarkable weapon closely, skillfully twirling the handle between his fingers. Suddenly, with a mere thought, the dagger disappeared, stored in his inventory space. Although the dagger's damage was limited, a concealed weapon could often provide an unexpected advantage at a critical moment. As Liquan pondered, he heard the faint sound of a door opening. He tilted his head slightly, recognizing it was his sister, Liquan, returning home. Soon, the room lit up, and a trembling female voice called out, "Brother? You're back." Liquan turned to see his sister, a head shorter than him, standing at the door. Just as he was about to speak, Liquan exclaimed, "Brother, what happened to you?" Her eyes fell on the scars covering Liquan's body and the blurred flesh on his forehead, her heart aching with concern. Liquan calmly explained, "I begged for mercy for Mom and Dad, but he still didn't spare them." His words pierced Liquia's heart like a sharp blade. Liquia's gaze swept over the glaring bloodstains on the floor, and intense hatred ignited in her eyes. She had originally thought their parents had committed suicide due to the unbearable pressure of debt, but now she realized it was murder. "You don't want to know, Xia," Liquan said, unable to bear his sister's near collapse. However, Liquan seemed to have guessed something. She suddenly looked up, meeting Liquan's eyes. Was it Lin Fan? Liquan paused for a moment, then decided not to hide the truth any longer. It was him. He killed Mom and Dad, and wanted to turn me into an idiot to completely cover up his crime. This revelation exploded like a bomb in Liquia's world. Simultaneously, the rules of the world seemed to unravel, and primal forces surged like a flood. Nearby, Ye Tian keenly sensed the change and began to voraciously devour this power. Liquan had intended to conceal the truth, fearing his sister would become Lin Fan's next target. But now, he couldn't hide the truth about their parents' deaths from her. He believed that with the system's power, he could protect his sister. "I'm going to find him," Liquan said, trembling as she tried to move forward, only to stumble and fall. Liquan sighed, bending down to pick her up, gently comforting her. "I'll handle our parents' revenge. You need to rest." Amidst this upheaval, Ye Tian gained a massive amount of primal energy from the world's rule restoration, accumulating over 500,000 points. Smacking his lips, he remarked with a sense of dissatisfaction, TSK, still not enough." With 500,000 points in hand, Ye Tian finally had the resources to transform his life. Eagerly, he began upgrading his skills. His combat abilities soared from LV1 to LV10 max, and his danger awareness quickly followed suit, reaching its peak. The ultimate enhancement of these two crucial skills consumed 200,000 points, leaving him with 300,000 points, which he chose to hold on to for future needs. As a system, he understood the importance of saving resources for unforeseen circumstances. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding skill store has been updated. Liquan had just calmed his sister, Li Xia, to sleep when the sound caught his attention. He opened the skill store to find two new skills. Grandmaster Combat, 10,000 points. Grandmaster Danger Awareness, 10,000 points. Although the selection was limited, these two skills immediately caught Liquan's eye. Ever since he witnessed Lin Fan's extraordinary martial arts, his desire for power had grown stronger by the day. These skills could transform him from an ordinary person into a formidable force. System, redeem both skills. Liquan ordered without hesitation. Ding, redemption successful, points deducted. As the system's voice faded, Liquan felt a surge of energy throughout his body, as if countless streams had broken through a dam, rushing forth. Blocked meridians were cleared, and a vast amount of inherited knowledge flooded his mind. Liquan clenched his fist. Although his physical strength hadn't noticeably increased, he realized that with this Grandmaster-level combat skill, he could handle situations 100 times better than before. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Liquan glanced at the surveillance screen on the wall, his gaze sharpening instantly. So, they've come, Lin Fan's lackey, he muttered to himself. Standing outside was a burly man with a full beard, Wang Biao. This man had once vowed to follow him to the death, but had defected as soon as Lin Fan arrived in Mo High City. If it weren't for Wang Biao's repeated betrayals, Lin Fan wouldn't have escaped so easily. Liquan opened the door and met Wang Biao's eyes. Did Lin Fan send you to take my life? His tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. Wang Biao didn't deny it, sighing symbolically. Young Masterly, I'm sorry, but Lin Fan is not someone you can afford to offend. Before he finished speaking, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he reached for Liquan's heart. In Wang Biao's mind, killing Liquan was as easy as reaching into his pocket, given his status as an ancient martial artist. However, he underestimated the situation. As soon as Wang Biao made his move, Liquan's danger awareness system went into overdrive. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid the deadly strike, then followed up with a powerful elbow to Wang Biao's side. Though the blow came from an ordinary man's hand, it embodied the essence of Grandmaster-level combat. Wang Biao staggered back, struggling to regain his balance. But then, a sharper pain followed, and he looked down. A dagger was somehow lodged in his side. Wang Biao stared in disbelief at the wound. Blood flowed continuously, and the veins on his body bulged as he roared. You're asking for it. A thick, earthy yellow spiritual power instantly wrapped around Wang Biao's entire arm. He charged at Liquan like a raging bull. Liquan felt a chill in his heart and silently called out to the system. Exchange for another dagger. The system's voice promptly responded. Ding, 12 points deducted. Host has 1976 points remaining. Before Wang Biao's attack could reach him, a wave of energy, reminiscent of a roaring bull, blew Liquan's hair into disarray. Liquan knew that even an attack from a yellow-rank ancient martial artist was not something he could withstand heated. With the aid of his master-level martial arts skills, Liquan keenly detected the flaws in Wang Biao's attack. He swiftly sidestepped to Wang Biao's side, and a dagger materialized in his hand. With a thud, the dagger's blade plunged deeply into Wang Biao's abdomen. With eyes like a hawk, Liquan unhesitatingly used all his strength to slash fiercely. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Then the air was filled with a dense, bloody scent. Wang Biao looked down incredulously at his abdomen, his eyes wide like an ox's, before collapsing to the ground. The system's prompt sounded timely. Ding, the host has eliminated Lin Fan's subordinate, causing Lin Fan to lose an arm, rewarding the host with 15,000 points and a bronze lottery card. Liquan quickly summoned Wang Biao's body into his storage space, leaving no evidence. This series of actions, calm, decisive, and full of wisdom, made Ye Tian, who witnessed it all, clearly feel Liquan's transformation. At this moment, if Liquan opened the system panel, he would find an ancient martial arts shop had appeared. Among its contents was a scroll titled Wild Bull Secret Technique, which was the ancient martial arts manual Wang Biao had practiced. Liquan thought to himself, I have a bronze lottery card and a silver lottery card. I wonder what these cards will yield. He was filled with curiosity about the system's rewards. He decided to use the bronze lottery card first. With a silent incantation, Liquan crushed a green card. With a boom, amidst a burst of light, a medal appeared before him. The system introduced Gentleman's Medal. The wearer exudes an aura of righteousness and gentlemanly grace, both inside and out. Character is something cultivated over years, and changing it is not easy. The appearance of this medal was unexpected for him. Since the bronze lottery card yielded such a valuable item, Liquan was even more eager to see what the silver lottery card would bring. He immediately took out the silver lottery card and crushed it without hesitation. With a boom, accompanied by a burst of light, a towering figure, 2 meters tall, appeared before Liquan, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The system introduced summoned character Wild Bull, a common villager summoned from a prehistoric time, who has perfected the Wild Bull secret technique, reaching the great perfection of the mysterious rank. Note: as long as he is fed and sheltered, Wild Bull will be absolutely loyal to the host. While Ye Tian explained, he transmitted the hierarchy of ancient martial arts realms into Liquan's mind. Liquan suddenly realized that figures like Wang Biao and Lin Fan were ancient martial artists, and that Wang Biao's strength was only in the early stages of the yellow rank. Looking at the Wild Bull before him, who exuded more than 10 times the pressure Wang Biao did, Liquan realized that no matter how skilled he was, he probably couldn't leave a scratch on the Wild Bull. He couldn't help but think that if the Wild Bull had been by his side earlier, perhaps his parents could have been spared from Lin Fan's deadly grasp. The unexpected creation of a formidable bull by Ye Tian turned into an astonishing entity. Initially, he only intended to perfect the bull's secret technique, but to his surprise, he succeeded. Using Wang Biao's corpse as a vessel, he molded a towering figure over 2 meters tall through the relentless impact of the perfected technique. Finally, Ye Tian made some adjustments to its appearance and filled it with basic knowledge, thus giving birth to an entirely new summoned character. Gazing at his masterpiece, Ye Tian couldn't help but feel amazed. He suddenly realized that if he obtained the Sunflower Manual in the future, he could potentially create an invincible Eastern warrior. With the Bixia Sword Manual, he could bring Yu Buqiu into life as well. As the system, he seemed to possess many unknown abilities waiting to be explored. Late at night, the silence was shattered by a piercing ringtone. The broken phone vibrated violently on the cold floor, flashing the name Lin Fan on the screen. A slender finger picked up the phone and answered the call. "Hello, Wang Biao, how's it going? Have you dealt with Liquan?" Lin Fan's voice came through the receiver. "And Li Xia, just use spiritual power to turn her into an idiot. I still need that woman." On the other end, Lin Fan waited for a response, but only silence greeted him. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly, a chilling voice came through the phone. "Lin Fan, my sister and I are both alive and well, much to your disappointment." Immediately after, a woman's hysterical voice rang out. "Lin Fan, you scum, murderer. I will definitely get my revenge." "Just wait." The call was abruptly cut off. Listening to the busy signal, Lin Fan's expression grew darker. The phone in his hand slowly cracked and twisted under immense pressure, mirroring his menacing expression. Meanwhile, Liquan hung up the phone and gently comforted Li Xia, who was crying in his arms. "Why aren't you asleep at this hour?" Liquan asked softly. "I miss Mom and Dad." Li Xia sobbed. "Brother, don't leave me. You're the only family I have left." "I won't leave. I'll protect you," Liquan reassured her, gently stroking her back. "Now, go to sleep. Brother, stay with me." Li Xia clung tightly to her brother's sleeve. The next day, the news of the Li Group chairman and his wife's passing spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the world. The entertainment industry was in an uproar, with many sensing an impending upheaval in the entertainment circle. A light rain drizzled outside, and the atmosphere inside the hall was somber. Guests dressed in black suits bowed their heads in silent mourning before the two portraits. Standing beside his parents' portraits, Liquan watched as people approached to offer white chrysanthemums, his heart filled with unspeakable sorrow. Beside him, Li Xia had already been reduced to tears. A gentle fragrance wafted by, and Liquan looked up. A woman in a black dress, with skin as fair as jade, approached the portraits and respectfully bowed. Just as she was about to lay down the white chrysanthemum in her hand, a hand firmly grasped her wrist. "My parents' funeral doesn't require the presence of Miss Chili," Liquan said coldly. Chili shuddered and looked up into Liquan's icy gaze. She opened her mouth but could only whisper, "I'm sorry, I never expected your parents to commit suicide because of this." "Suicide?" Liquan stared intently into Chili's eyes, unflinchingly stating, "I'm afraid only Mr. Lin Fan, who is always by Miss Chili's side, understands the true cause of my parents' death." The funeral scene fell into an eerie silence. The guests exchanged glances, each instantly capturing the startling information from Liquan's words. Their eyes sparkled with surprise, confusion, and curiosity. Chili furrowed her brow and looked at Liquan with confusion. "Liquan, what do you mean by that?" Liquan gently released Chili's wrist and, with a complex expression, said, "It's nothing." He glanced around, seemingly searching for something, and then asked, "Why haven't I seen Mr. Lin Fan today? Isn't he always by your side?" Recalling Lin Fan's previous words, Chili replied, "He's not feeling well." Her tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Whether he's truly unwell, who knows? Liquan took a document from his suit's inner pocket and handed it to Chili. His voice was low and firm. "Please inform Mr. Lin Fan that I, Liquan, am officially suing Lin Fan, a director of Tianyu Entertainment, for the murder of my parents." This statement was like a bomb, exploding instantly at the funeral. Everyone was shocked, whispering and discussing the explosive news, Undoubtedly a heavy blow. Chili stared in disbelief at the document in her hand, her voice trembling. Liquan, what are you talking about? Only now did she notice that today's Liquan was different from before. His eyes shone with determination and disappointment, and he exuded an aura of righteousness. Liquan took a deep breath, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but ultimately only resolve remained. Just listen carefully. One more thing, next month, I will voluntarily annul our engagement. There will be nothing between us anymore. As he spoke, Liquan's eyes reddened, as if completely disillusioned with someone he once loved deeply. His expression and tone were so sincere that it was moving. Chili was stunned, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar Liquan, unsure of how to react. Her heart was filled with complex emotions, even momentarily believing that she had caused Liquan's current state. If she hadn't delivered the final blow to the Li group, leading to his parents' suicide, perhaps Liquan wouldn't have become like this. But soon, Chili remembered Liquan's actions in the entertainment industry, how he had mistreated so many women. Now, finding himself in this situation didn't seem deserving of sympathy. She clutched the document tightly and said calmly, I will tell Lin Fan, and I hope Mr. Li will find peace. As the funeral concluded, the guests gradually departed. The rain outside intensified, with droplets pounding the ground, creating a dull sound. Liquan composed himself, took Li Shia's hand, and softly said to those behind him, Let's go. It's time to head to the company. A burly bodyguard named Nyo followed closely behind Liquan, splashing through puddles. Meanwhile, inside the manor, Lin Fan took the document from Chili's hand. Chili looked Lin Fan straight in the eyes and asked without hesitation, Lin Fan, be honest. Is uncle and aunt's death really related to you? At the funeral, Liquan, wearing the gentleman's badge, deeply touched Chili's emotions with every word. Although she knew Liquan's character was flawed, this time, she didn't think he would speak so flippantly about such a serious matter. Chili stood in the garden of the manor, her expression complex as she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan gently took her hand, his tone holding a subtle hint of control. Chili, don't you understand Liquan? He's like a child now, full of slander but unable to provide evidence. He clearly still has feelings for you, wanting to get rid of me and have your heart to himself. Chili gently pulled her hand away from Lin Fan's grasp, memories of Liquan's disappointed look at the funeral flashing through her mind. Her heart suddenly felt chaotic, eager to escape the suffocating scene. I have work at the company. I need to go, she said hurriedly, turning to leave. Lin Fan watched Chili depart, the gentleness on his face quickly replaced by a shadowy demeanor. He clenched his fists, muttering to himself, Liquan, you still don't understand my power. The documents in his hand crumbled in his anger. Lin Fan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm himself, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. It seems it's time to use the assassin organization my master left me. Liquan, you won't survive the night. Meanwhile, Liquan sat in his car, focused on the system interface. He asked, System, how many points do I need to exchange for information on all the parasites and corporate spies in the Li group? The system replied, finally asking me, are you? The complete set of information costs 4,000 points. Liquan hesitated for a moment, considering the company's current predicament, a look of determination crossing his eyes. Exchange. A USB drive appeared out of thin air in his hand. Liquan quickly plugged it into his computer, carefully reviewing the files. His eyes grew brighter, marveling. The system's products are indeed top-notch. This information is so comprehensive, I can hand it directly to the police. Looking at the detailed files, Liquan didn't hesitate to call the police. He recalled the villain's guide to countering the protagonist the system had gifted him last night, secretly pleased with this clever move. When Liquan arrived at the company, the police were escorting bewildered employees out of the building. Several senior executives, being led past him, urgently called out, Liquan, what's going on? Find a way to get us out, or explain to the police that we haven't committed any crimes. Liquan shook his head with a cold smile. I'm the one who called the police. Everything you've embezzled from the company over the years, I'll make sure you return it all. My legal team will pursue this to the end. His words left everyone present in shock. The other employees, emerging from the building, exchanged bewildered glances, stunned into silence by Liquan's actions. One of the handcuffed executives shouted angrily, Are you insane, Liquan? Do you think this will save the company? Removing key personnel like us will only lead to its downfall. Even if your father turned a blind eye, who are you to call the police? However, to Liquan, these angry outbursts were nothing more than impotent rage. They never expected that the once timid Liquan would make such a bold move today. Liquan stood there, his gaze resolute, as if he had transformed overnight into a completely new person. At the headquarters of the Li Group, in the CEO's office, Liquan sat at the expansive desk, his eyes scanning the towering piles of documents. Despite being mentally prepared, the alarming data still made him furrow his brow. Since the company's negative news had spread online like wildfire, the stock price of the Li Group had plummeted to rock bottom. Every sector film, music, literature had been hit with unprecedented impact. If not for insufficient evidence, the authorities might have already moved to shut down the Li Group. Even so, public hostility towards the company had reached staggering levels. Liquan took a deep breath and tapped his fingers lightly on the keyboard, opening the system interface. The screen displayed a list of song titles, film scripts, and literary works, each capable of taking the cultural and entertainment world by storm. However, in the current climate of disgrace surrounding the Li Group, even the most outstanding works struggled to garner attention. This harsh reality reminded Liquan of the culprit responsible for the company's dire predicament: Dark Rose, the world-class hacker. If she hadn't exposed all the company's dirt, fabricating a series of baseless scandals, the Li Group wouldn't be facing such a precarious situation overnight. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed. Ding, system character data has been updated. Liquan's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the character data store. The screen listed dozens of names and the points required. Dark Rose 2000, Lin Fan 8000, Chili 3000. Many of the names were unfamiliar to Liquan. System, by spending the corresponding points, can I access all their information? Liquan wondered silently. Ding, host's answer is correct. The system's response filled Liquan with delight. His gaze lingered on Lin Fan's name for a moment before settling on Dark Rose. System, redeem Dark Rose's information. Liquan commanded without hesitation. To him, Dark Rose was like a thorn lodged in the company's throat, one that must be removed to restore peace. Ding, points deducted. Host has 8,000 points remaining. The system's voice announced, followed by Dark Rose's information appearing on the screen. Name, Heimei. Age, 18. Measurements. Background. At 8 years old, her family was lost in a fire, and she was rescued by a boy. After he left, Heimei became an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. She later displayed remarkable talent in computing and used her hacking skills to relentlessly pursue the truth about the fire and her savior. However, she accidentally leaked the secrets of a foreign assassin organization called the Ghost Tooth and is currently being hunted. Current status: being pursued, seeking help from Lin Fan. A slight smirk appeared on Liquan's lips, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He couldn't allow Lin Fan to contact Dark Rose. Ideally, those pursuing her would succeed in eliminating her. With this in mind, Liquan picked up his phone and dialed the legal team's number. Hello, Mr. Li. Came a respectful voice from the other end. How's the preparation for the lawsuit accusing Lin Fan of murdering my parents? Liquan asked bluntly. Well, Mr. Li, we still have too little evidence at hand. The head of the legal team responded, his voice tinged with hesitation. Liquan wasn't surprised by the lawyer's response. He decisively instructed, then gather the evidence, get the police involved, and have Lin Fan brought to the station for questioning. The lawyer on the other end of the line sounded puzzled. What? We can indeed use some existing evidence to have the police bring in Lin Fan, but we're accusing him of murder. How can we expect the defendant to provide useful information? Just do it, Liquan replied curtly and hung up the phone. Putting down his phone, Liquan leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. He never really expected to bring Lin Fan down with the lawsuit, as the evidence was scarce. Besides, Lin Fan clearly had connections in the military. The main goal of the lawsuit was to distract Lin Fan. Without Lin Fan's help, Dark Rose is likely in trouble, Liquan mused, wondering what reward the system would give him. Suddenly, the system's notification interrupted his thoughts. Ding. System task issued. Make one of the female leads, Dark Rose, fall in love with the host. Time limit, 5 days. Success will be rewarded with a golden lottery ticket. Failure will result in system detachment. Liquan was taken aback by the task. The penalty for failure was severe. He couldn't accept the system detaching. Without it, he wouldn't know how to continue running the Li Group, let alone deal with Lin Fan. But this task was indeed challenging. Ye Tian shook his head, thinking, as a villain, doesn't he know that winning over the protagonist woman is key to destabilizing them? Do I have to teach him? It seems necessary to find a transmigrator or reborn person as the next host. Finally, Liquan stood up from his chair. He instructed Neo to escort Li Xia home, and then drove to where Dark Rose was located. Since he had to complete the system's task, Dark Rose couldn't be in danger. At the same time, he decided to learn more about her. System, was it Lin Fan who saved Dark Rose during that fire years ago? Liquan asked. Yes, Ye Tian replied directly, as Liquan had already purchased all the information on Dark Rose. Does Dark Rose know that Lin Fan is her savior? No, because some evidence from that time is hard to find. She and Lin Fan are just friends. What evidence? Liquan keenly picked up on the crucial information. In response to Liquan's persistent questions, Ye Tian conjured a light screen before him. The screen displayed events from 10 years ago involving the He family. In the scene, a house was engulfed in flames. A girl was pulling her barely conscious mother, with a worried boy next to her. The mother handed a necklace to the boy, which contained a photo of the family of 3. Take Mei Mei away, the mother said with difficulty. The girl cried out, while the boy gritted his teeth and carried her away. The girl struggled desperately, but a red-hot steel pipe struck the boy's back. The girl fell silent, staring blankly as the boy carried her out of the inferno. Liquan watched the brief footage while waiting at a red light. Who would have thought Lin Fan had such qualities? Liquan couldn't help but remark. The fire was caused by Lin Fan's mentor misfiring during an assassination attempt, but no one knows, Ye Tian revealed. Liquan was momentarily stunned, thinking the system truly was omniscient. The missing evidence must be that necklace, right? Liquan quickly identified the key detail. And the scar, Ye Tian added, showing the scene where the steel pipe hit Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan recently acquired a pill that rejuvenated his body, leaving no scars. Having witnessed the system's omniscient explanation, Liquan was left in awe. Without these two crucial pieces of evidence, it was no wonder Dark Rose never considered Lin Fan her savior. Liquan stared at the system interface, calculating in his mind. Just then, as if reading his thoughts, the system posed a question. Would the host like to spend 2,000 points to acquire two pieces of evidence? Yes. Liquan replied without hesitation. He barely had time to think before the system predicted his decision. In fact, from the beginning, Ye Tian had been subtly guiding him to think in this direction. As someone who understood the entire plot of the novel, Ye Tian knew how to magnify the flaws in this fictional world. The system's notification chimed. Ding, points deducted. Host has 6,000 points remaining. Liquan instinctively touched the necklace around his neck, and then the scar slowly appearing on his back. A slight smile curled his lips as he realized that his identity as the life-saving benefactor of He Mei 10 years ago was now more authentic than Lin Fan's. He couldn't help but imagine the regretful expression He Mei would have when she found out he had messed up her childhood savior's company. However, this was just the beginning. Liquan hadn't forgotten the system's task, to make He Mei fall in love with him within 5 days. Even with the identity of a life-saving benefactor, he still needed to carefully plan each step. The scene shifted to a high-end apartment building. A distinguished-looking woman lounged lazily on the sofa, her long legs crossed, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and a lollipop dangled from her lips. Glancing at the time, she picked up the phone on the coffee table and dialed. Hello? Brother Lin, weren't you supposed to come rescue me? Why does your location show you're at the police station? She said playfully, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, her eyes glinting with mischief. She wore a pink headset around her neck. On the other end, Lin Fan was facing a police officer and a group of lawyers. He took a deep breath and replied, There's something I need to handle here. I'll be a bit late. Hurry up then. I'm just a weak woman here dealing with those guys, she said coyly. Got it. I'll be there soon. Lin Fan's tone was full of affection, a hint of possessiveness in his eyes. After hanging up, Lin Fan turned to the officer opposite him. If there's anything else you need to ask, please do it quickly. 5 minutes later, the officer closed his notebook and nodded to Lin Fan. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. You're free to go. Lin Fan smiled faintly, as if praising the officer's dedication. I'll remember you. You're so diligent. I'll let your chief know. However, just as Lin Fan was about to leave the police station, a few officers stopped him. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid we need a bit more of your time. What is it? Lin Fan's expression turned cold. This repeated delay was testing his patience, and if they didn't have a valid reason, he wouldn't let it slide easily. The officer explained, We've just interrogated a group involved in money laundering under a certain company's name. Many of them mentioned you and Tianyu Company in their statements. We now have reason and necessity to ask you to come with us to explain. Money laundering? Mention me. Lin Fan laughed in disbelief, a cold gleam in his eyes. Take me there. I want to see who these people are. Following the officers to the interrogation area, Lin Fan saw a large group of people gathered, all apprehended in the same sweep. What initially piqued his interest soon turned his expression rigid. These people were the commercial spies he had planted in the Li group. Chairman Lin, you're finally here. Get us out of here. A few middle-aged men cried, reaching out to him, only to be pushed away disdainfully by Lin Fan. Inside, Lin Fan's emotions churned, realizing the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Do you have any evidence? Are you just detaining them like this? Lin Fan's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, but more so, confusion. Although he harbored disdain for those being detained, they were, after all, people he had sent, his people, and he felt compelled to protect them. A police officer silently turned the computer screen towards Lin Fan. Displayed on the screen were records of criminal events, each detailed to a specific day and time, each one striking Lin Fan's heart like a sledgehammer. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. This evidence was irrefutable proof of these individuals' crimes. If he were to defend these criminals publicly, it would be a completely different matter. He took a deep breath, his voice slightly hoarse. Who provided this information? One of the detained subordinates spoke up anxiously. Mr. Lin, it was Liquan. He somehow got hold of this evidence and reported us all. Mr. Lin, please save us. If Liquan's lawyers have their way, we'll spend the rest of our lives in prison. Liquan. The name struck Lin Fan's mind like a bolt of lightning. He was filled with incredulity. How could this be? Even his father couldn't have collected such evidence. How did Liquan manage it? Had Liquan been pretending all along? Was his scheming so deep? The police officer's voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. Mr. Lin, you are now suspected of orchestrating money laundering, tax evasion, and embezzling large sums from a company. We need to detain you temporarily. Realizing the situation was indeed troublesome, Lin Fan had no choice but to use his connections. Let me make a call, he said, with a hint of tension in his voice. Meanwhile, in an apartment building, a woman stretched and glanced at the computer screen displaying Lin Fan's location. Still at the police station? A trace of worry appeared on her delicate face. This woman was He Mei, and she picked up her phone, which showed 7 or 8 red dots heading unmistakably in her direction. I have to rely on myself, He Mei murmured to herself. She quickly packed her laptop into her bag, put on a bracelet, grabbed her phone, and walked out the door. However, fate played a cruel joke at that moment. Bang! A heavy blow came her way, and He Mei lost consciousness before she could react. When He Mei opened her eyes again, she found herself in a constantly shaking vehicle. Her mouth was tightly bound with a bandage, and her hands and feet were securely tied. Several burly white men in the compartment glanced at her coldly, but no one spoke. From the continuous shaking, it was clear the vehicle was still moving, its destination unknown. He Mei was horrified to discover that her phone, computer, and even her internet-connected bracelet were gone. Her heart sank to the bottom. He Mei regretted it deeply. She had relied too much on the internet. If she had just looked through the peephole before leaving, she wouldn't be in this situation. Now, she could only pin her hopes on Lin Fan. No one else would know about her predicament. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted, and He Mei felt the entire body tilt forward. The car stopped. Amidst He Mei's apprehension, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted without warning. The driver was killed instantly. In the chaos, the 4 strong men in the compartment exchanged glances, quickly grabbed their guns, and jumped out of the vehicle. The gunfire outside intensified. He Mei curled up completely, her heart pounding like a drum. Was Lin Fan here to rescue her? Or had these men encountered an even more ruthless group? As time passed, the gunfire outside gradually ceased. Silence fell. None of the kidnappers returned to the compartment. Just as He Mei was filled with anxiety, a reassuring voice came from outside the vehicle. Come out. It's safe now. He Mei looked up to see a man in a tailored suit standing by the car door. His eyes exuded gentleness and calm, and his refined face, coupled with his warm demeanor, instantly elevated He Mei's first impression. However, there was something familiar about this man's face, though He Mei couldn't immediately recall where she had seen him before. She stared at this stranger, who was both familiar and unfamiliar, filled with questions and unease. The atmosphere in the car was tense. He Mei stared incredulously at the man beside her, Liquan. Her voice trembled as she asked, "You killed all 5 of them by yourself?" Liquan gave a brief reply. Yes. Most of his attention was focused on the system prompt in his mind. Ding, the system chimed. Host has saved He Mei instead of the protagonist Lin Fan, awarding the host 3,000 points. Current points, 7,000. Protagonist Lin Fan's luck points decreased by 100. Liquan glanced at the guns in the storage space, feeling a pang of regret. System, can I return these guns I just bought? The system responded coldly. System products are non-returnable. Liquan sighed inwardly, sensing the system's indifference. As he pondered, the system suddenly announced an update. Ding system update to version 2.0. Version 2.0 Big Villain System. Update includes recycling. The host can exchange any valuable items for points. Note, ancient martial arts manuals have high recycling value. This feature made Liquan's eyes light up with a flash of joy. He Mei interrupted his thoughts. Who are you? And why did you save me? Her gaze was filled with suspicion and amazement. Liquan feigned indifference. I didn't save you. I just had a grudge against those people. Saving you was incidental. Suddenly, Liquan coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He Mei exclaimed, "What's wrong with you?" She then noticed the large bloodstain on the back of Liquan's driver's seat. You're injured. You need to go to the hospital. Liquan shook his head, enduring the pain as he parked the car in the garage. This is a gunshot wound. Go to the hospital. His complexion turned visibly paler. All right, you can leave now, Liquan said, struggling to maintain his composure. He Mei kept her eyes fixed on the wound on his back. What about you? What are you going to do about this injury? I'll handle it myself. I'm used to it. Liquan's words carried a sense of loneliness, which was even more poignant under the gentleman badge's influence. Suddenly, Liquan collapsed, and the key card fell conveniently near He Mei. She hesitated but ultimately decided to stay and help the stranger who had saved her life. In his unconscious state, Liquan communicated quietly with the system. System, I didn't blow my cover, did I? The system confidently replied. The host can trust the system's master-level acting skills. Liquan felt reassured. I believe you. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, System, can everything be recycled in your new update? The system explained, The system will evaluate the item's value. If it's worth less than 1 point, it won't be exchanged. As soon as Ye Tian finished speaking, a vague outline of Liquan's intentions formed in his mind. He glanced down at his storage space, which was packed with 6 corpses, and couldn't help but smile wryly. It's like they've turned me into an incinerator. Just then, a system prompt sounded. After evaluation, the total value is 6 points. Would you like to recycle and convert to points? Ye Tian didn't hesitate and chose to recycle. Although the points were pitifully few, his main goal was to free up space in his storage. He mused that if he wanted, he could infuse these bodies with energy to create 6 powerful men with the strength of a bull, making it a profitable venture. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had used his connections to handle matters at the police station and arrived at Mei's apartment. As he opened the door to find the place empty, a sense of unease crept over him. He immediately called Mei, but there was no answer. Could something have happened? The thought flashed through Lin Fan's mind, followed by a wave of inexplicable irritation, as if he had lost something that rightfully belonged to him. He tried contacting Mei again, but to no avail. The signs indicated that she might have fallen into the hands of the Ghost Fang killer. Frustrated, Lin Fan clenched his fists. If it hadn't been for those meddlesome people delaying him, he would have been here much sooner. Thinking about the source of all this trouble, he mentally noted down another grievance against Liquan. He pulled out a series of numbers from his phone, a contact for an assassin organization left by his master. Originally intended for a hit on Liquan, he now had to use it early. Lin Fan was confident that this organization had information on Ghost Fang and could help him find Mei. Elsewhere, Liquan slowly opened his eyes to find his upper body wrapped in bandages. His gaze fell on the sofa not far away, where Mei was focused on typing on his computer. Liquan wasn't worried, as the system had already hidden all confidential information on the device. You're awake. Mei noticed Liquan stirring, and a complex look flashed in her eyes. You're Liquan, the current director of the Li Group? Liquan slowly got up, displaying just the right amount of surprise. You know, my personal information is confidential. Did you find out just from this computer? You must be good with computers. I was just messing around. Mei instinctively denied, though her emotions were mixed. She recalled how, just days ago, she had intentionally sabotaged the Li Group to help Lin Fan, leading to its collapse. Yet today, she was saved by the very person she had wronged. This brief encounter had drastically changed her perception of Liquan, making her feel like she was the one who had done wrong. All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave now, Liquan said as he began dressing. Mei hesitated. Can I stay here for a couple of days? I checked just now and found that more Ghost Fang killers have arrived in Mo High City. I'm afraid I'll be caught as soon as I step out. Liquan silently praised the system's ability, which even world-class hackers couldn't bypass with its false information. He then asked, can you cook, clean, and play games? I can. Mei's eyes lit up. I'm really good at games. Then start by cooking. There are ingredients in the fridge. Mei's face fell. A few minutes later, Mei emerged from the kitchen, clutching a finger she had cut with the kitchen knife, looking pained. How about we just have instant noodles? She suggested sheepishly, applying a band-aid. Liquan paused, his gaze shifting to the packets of instant noodles in the corner. Ding! The system notification sounded, and Liquan immediately opened the skill store. Host, given the current situation, I suggest you redeem the master-level culinary skill. Ye Tian's voice chimed in at the right moment. Liquan glanced at it. Master-level culinary skill, 5,000 points. Not cheap, but he still had 7,006 points. After a moment's hesitation, he made up his mind. System, redeem. However, just after completing the redemption, the system prompted again. It is recommended that the host also redeem a recipe, otherwise the master-level culinary skill cannot be activated. Liquan was stunned, recalling the experience of spending 1,000 points to open the weapon store yesterday. I got tricked again. He sighed helplessly and eventually chose a divine fried rice recipe, spending 2,000 points. Seeing Liquan heading to the kitchen, Mei showed a curious expression. Soon, the sounds of cooking came from the kitchen, and a tempting aroma wafted out. Unable to resist, Mei followed the scent to the kitchen door. Liquan's hands were busy, his movements flowing smoothly like water. Hot oil crackled at the bottom of the pan as he poured in the beaten eggs. The rich aroma of eggs filled the air as he added a plate of rice. Liquan skillfully flipped the pan, separating the grains of rice, while the thin strands of egg wrapped perfectly around each grain, resembling a delicate work of art. Standing at the door, Mei couldn't help but swallow as she watched and smelled. What kind of divine culinary skill is this? She marveled to herself. Liquan's movements didn't pause for a second. He picked up the soy sauce and deftly poured it into the pan. The color of each grain of rice underwent an amazing transformation, like a moving painting. Finally, he sprinkled in the prepared chopped scallions and covered the pan. The fragrance of the scallions and eggs melded perfectly in the warm pan. All right, let's eat, Liquan announced, lifting the lid as the rich aroma filled the entire kitchen. The two of them moved to the living room, and Mei eagerly took a bite of the rice. Instantly, the soft rice blossomed in her mouth, and the lively egg strands seemed to come alive. She closed her eyes, envisioning an endless field of rice paddies with little chicks joyfully running around. This sensation felt like a newborn baby cradled in its mother's embrace, basking in the morning sun, utterly enchanting. After just one bite of the fried rice, Hei Mei's eyes welled up with tears as she remembered her mother, who passed away 10 years ago. Is this really just fried rice? She wondered, holding her bowl, amazed that it was the most delicious food she had ever tasted. Liquan's eyes also reddened as he ate the fried rice, thinking of his own mother. Even though he made it himself, as a diner, he was still awestruck by the taste of this divine fried rice. In the end, the two finished the large pot of fried rice amidst slight sobbing. Watching this scene, Ye Tian rubbed his forehead helplessly. As my host, being so unpresentable is quite embarrassing. Having shared this delicious meal, the relationship between Hei Mei and Liquan shifted from strangers to acquaintances. Your cooking is truly amazing, Hei Mei sincerely praised. A sense of inexplicable satisfaction surged in Hei Mei's heart with her decision to stay. She looked at Liquan, who had composed himself and regained his usual aloof demeanor. Wash the dishes, Liquan said casually, his tone carrying a barely perceptible gentleness. Okay, Hei Mei agreed happily, not seeing it as a chore at all. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes lit up. Are we having fried rice for a midnight snack? Liquan inwardly chuckled, realizing that to win over a woman, one must first win over her stomach. He was thankful that the system had granted him master-level culinary skills, which proved to be quite useful. As night descended, the bustling nightscape of Mo High City remained dazzlingly bright. On the rooftop of a tall building, the wind howled with a hint of chill. Lin Fan gazed at the figure that almost blended into the night, his eyes narrowing slightly. Are you Shuetong? The contingency my master left for me. Lin Fan asked in a deep voice. The old servant greets the young master. The figure immediately knelt on one knee, his voice as raspy as old tree bark. Tell me about our assassin organization. What's its scale now? Lin Fan went straight to the point. Shuetong remained kneeling, his tone filled with respect. Yes, young master. When the master left years ago, he left behind a wealth of ancient martial arts knowledge. With this, I've developed our assassination organization to top-tier status in the United States. We have over 1,000 ordinary assassins, 69 ancient martial artist assassins, and 5 of us, including myself, have reached the threshold of the Earth level. Lin Fan nodded to himself, quite satisfied with these results. In this era where magic was waning, Earth-level ancient martial artists were exceedingly rare. 5 experts nearing the Earth level could rival some small countries. No wonder his master left this organization as a contingency for him. However, Lin Fan quickly realized that using this assassin organization against Liquan might be overkill. But now that Wang Biao had failed, this assassin organization became his only option. Do you know about the Ghost Fong assassination group? Lin Fan asked, thinking of the missing Hei Mei. Shuetong hesitated for a moment. Young master, our assassination organization is called Ghost Fong. Lin Fan suddenly understood. Oh? The assassin organization my master left me is Ghost Fong. It was my mistake not to inform the young master immediately. Shuetong lowered his head, his tone apologetic. It's not your fault. It's not too late to know now. Lin Fan quickly returned to the main topic. Did you capture a woman named Hei Mei in Mo High City today? Hei Mei? The Dark Rose, Shuetong recalled. Yes, young master, that did happen. Let her go. She's my woman, Lin Fan ordered. Shuetong hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said, Young master, the Dark Rose was taken from us not long ago. By whom? Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness, annoyed at the day's misfortunes. We don't know. The person killed 5 of our Ghost Fong members, and we've been searching for them, Shuetong answered truthfully. Useless, Lin Fan snapped. Shuetong kept his head down, not daring to speak. Lin Fan's aura surged around him as he commanded sharply. Mobilize everyone in Mo High City. You must find Hei Mei. Whoever took the Dark Rose, regardless of their purpose, find them and kill them. Yes. Shuetong immediately responded, realizing the importance the young master placed on this matter. Lin Fan turned away, calming himself slightly, and added, There's one more thing. This old servant will do whatever it takes. Shuetong answered without hesitation, not even questioning who needed to be killed. In his mind, there weren't many people in the world that Ghost Fong couldn't assassinate. Lin Fan coldly said, The target is Liquan, an ordinary man living at the top of Tangshan. I want him dead tonight. Tangshan, penthouse. A day had passed, and most of the damage to the house had been repaired. In her boudoir, Li Xia sat with her long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a pink and white gown. Her delicate complexion made her look like a fairy tale princess. However, this princess was hugging a pillow, her eyes red from crying, still lost in the grief of her parents' passing. Why isn't brother back yet? Li Xia pouted, glancing at the towering figure standing like a fortress at the door. After a few seconds of silence, the burly man answered clumsily, I don't know. Idiot. I really don't understand why my brother made you my bodyguard, Li Xia fumed. Throughout the day, she had exchanged barely 5 sentences with this big guy named Maniu, who was as taciturn as a clam. Faced with her complaints, Maniu simply bowed his head, falling silent once more. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. It's brother. Li Xia's eyes lit up, and she sighed in relief, glad to be rid of this silent company. Miss, it's not the young master outside. Maniu's expression turned serious as he stared at the surveillance monitor. Li Xia looked at the monitor too, seeing a figure in a black cloak standing outside. Ding dong. The cloaked figure rang the doorbell again, but there was still no movement inside. As if sensing something, the figure slowly raised its head, blood-red eyes staring directly at the camera. Li Xia saw the face clearly and couldn't help but scream. Those eyes were so red they seemed to bleed, and the face was as pale and wrinkled as crumpled rice paper, like a ghost drenched in blood. Oh, so you've seen me. Ha ha ha. The creature outside chuckled sinisterly, hearing Li Xia's scream with its keen hearing. In that case, I guess I'll have to be impolite. With that, the blood-eyed figure extended a withered hand and struck the metal door heavily. Crash. Instantly, the entire door was pierced through. Crack, crack, crack. A series of strange noises followed as the door was torn open by his bare hands. With his advanced cultivation, his spiritual energy enveloped his body, rendering the door no obstacle at all. Blood-Eye scanned the room, grinning as he saw Maniu and Li Xia. Two people. He then remembered the photo given to him by Lin Fan, frowning slightly. Where is Liquan? Who are you? What do you want? Li Xia's voice trembled as she witnessed Blood-Eye tear open the alloy door with his bare hands, clearly terrified. Little girl, it seems your brother isn't home. Blood-Eye's cold eyes swept the surroundings, confirming there was no fourth person in the room. In that case, I'll have to take you to the young master first. Blood-Eye hadn't forgotten the second target Lin Fan had given him Li Xia. The young master had said that this woman belonged to him. With a twisted smile on his face, Blood-Eye transformed into a black and red shadow, rushing straight towards Li Xia. As for Maniu standing beside her, he completely ignored him. In his eyes, an ordinary bodyguard, even with a gun, posed almost no threat. However, Blood-Eye quickly paid for his contempt. Boom! A thick, earth-colored spiritual energy swept through the entire living room. The burly man took a step forward, his fist as heavy as a mountain barreling straight towards Xuedong's face. As the fist rapidly enlarged in his vision, Xuedong's pupils contracted in shock, and he thought to himself, an ancient martial artist. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard, and though he desperately tried to dodge the fatal blow, it was too late. With a resounding boom, the entire floor shook. Windows of several floors below shattered in the neon night, and glass shards sparkled like stars. Xuedong was embedded into the wall opposite Man Nyo and Li Xia, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of organs, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the hulking figure he'd ignored all along. How could he be at the peak of the Xian stage, in the realm of extreme power? Impossible. Each word dripped with shock, and his body trembled with intense pain. Man Nyo spoke with a deep, unwavering voice. As long as I'm here, you won't harm Mississippi. His words carried absolute loyalty. Li Xia stood behind, utterly speechless with shock. She never imagined the bodyguard Liquan had assigned to her possessed such extraordinary strength. Xuedong struggled to speak, his voice still hoarse but missing its previous eerie laughter. I never thought someone of your caliber would willingly be a bodyguard for an ordinary person. As he spoke, debris fell from the wall. He coughed up more blood, gritted his teeth, and pulled himself out of the wall. We, the ghost teeth, will remember this humiliation. With these harsh words, Xuedong cast a deep look at Man Nyo before leaving, injured. Man Nyo did not pursue him. His speed was not great, and distancing himself from Li Xia would compromise her safety. This intense confrontation went unnoticed by Liquan. However, Ye Tian, as the system, was fully aware through Man Nyo. He had no doubts about Man Nyo's strength, and the outcome was as he predicted. Xuedong fled in disgrace. Ye Tian thought to himself, I didn't expect the ghost teeth to appear in the mortal world so soon. His thoughts ventured beyond the simple combat outcome. In the original novel, Lin Fan only discovered the assassin organization Ghost Teeth when he found the space barrier. Their early appearance was undoubtedly due to Liquan's existence. So eager to eliminate my host, but I haven't agreed to that, Ye Tian muttered, while checking his accumulated points. In the process of exploiting this world's loopholes, he had amassed 1.2 million points in just one day. This substantial amount should allow him to manifest in this world for a considerable time. Meanwhile, in a dark alley hidden behind the city's glitz and glamour, Xuedong sat cross-legged, enduring the pain from his bruises, and began healing his injuries. He was severely wounded and couldn't fathom that someone seemingly ordinary would have such a powerful protector. He's at the peak of the Xian stage, just like me. But he's also in the realm of extreme power. Xuedong calculated in his mind. The realms of extreme power, extreme speed, and extreme control describe an ancient martial artist's mastery of their current stage. That burly giant clearly mastered some power-centric ancient martial arts to its peak. Xuedong thought regretfully, realizing he underestimated the opponent, leading to his unexpected defeat. To complete the young master's task, I'll need to call in 2 top-tier assassins from Ghost Teeth. He planned. Having witnessed Lin Fan's temperament, he dared not report back in his current state. However, just as the saying goes, what you fear often comes upon you. As Xuedong was contemplating avoiding Lin Fan, he glanced up to see the sinister-looking man appear at the entrance of the alley. His heart raced, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Why, young master? Xuedong forced himself to endure the pain, struggling to kneel on one knee, his voice noticeably trembling. Lin Fan looked at him coldly, his voice carrying an invisible pressure. Didn't complete the task. Xuedong kept his head down, not daring to meet Lin Fan's eyes. It's this old servant's incompetence. I didn't expect there to be a master at the peak of the Xian level there. He was. Enough. Lin Fan interrupted Xuedong's explanation with a shout. The air seemed to freeze, and silence spread between them. After a moment, Lin Fan took a deep breath, seemingly calming his emotions. Put aside dealing with Liquan for now. I have a new task for your entire Ghost Fang assassins. A glimmer of hope flashed in Xuedong's eyes, and he hurriedly said, Please, young master, tell me. He silently rejoiced, knowing that Bull was indeed a tough opponent, and now with a new task, he could prove his worth again. Lin Fan's voice was cold and firm. I want your Ghost Fang to assassinate Jun, the one from the Mo High City Military District. Jun. Xuedong frowned instinctively, cautiously asking, Isn't he the master's registered disciple and also your senior brother? Humph. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, a fierce look in his eyes. That guy is filled with greed, always coveting the treasure vault left to me by the master. If he isn't dealt with, he will become a threat. He stared at Xuedong, his tone carrying a threat. Do you have a problem with killing him? Xuedong lowered his head, his voice gradually becoming firm. No problem. He quickly weighed his options, realizing that compared to Liquan, who was protected by Bull at the peak of the Xian level, the biggest obstacle on Jun's side was just ordinary soldiers, making it seem like a more manageable task. Lin Fan patted Xuedong's shoulder, his tone commanding. All right, you have 3 days. In 3 days, I want to see Jun's head. If you fail, make sure none of your Ghost Fang members appear before me. I understand, Xuedong replied with a bitter smile, sighing inwardly. He hadn't expected that their top-tier Ghost Fang assassin organization, having just emerged, would be so despised by the young master Lin Fan. Now leave. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling for Xuedong to go. Yais. Xuedong endured his pain and stumbled out of the empty alley. Once the surroundings fell completely silent, Lin Fan took out a small mirror, looking at his reflection, and muttered to himself, The protagonist of this world seems to be a rather heartless person. Before the words were fully spoken, Lin Fan's appearance and build began to change slowly. His muscle lines reshaped, his facial features shifted, and eventually, the person in the mirror turned into Ye Tian. It turned out that the Lin Fan, who had given Xuedong the task, was actually Ye Tian. With his precise control over human cells, Ye Tian could easily change his appearance to become someone else. Coupled with his master-level acting skills, he could even engage in a true versus false Monkey King showdown with the real Lin Fan if he wished. However, Ye Tian was well aware that the worlds will might not allow such a thing to happen. His presence in this world for just an hour had already cost him 600,000 points to resist the world's rejection. Yet, Ye Tian considered this investment worthwhile. His ancient martial arts shop had gained a new manual of Black Blood secret technique. He copied it from Xuedong, and it was clearly more advanced than Wang Biao's Bull secret technique. While the Bull secret technique could only reach the peak of the Xian level, the Black Blood secret technique allowed practitioners to advance to the pinnacle of the Earth level. With this acquisition, Ye Tian no longer had to worry about Liquan being overpowered by Lin Fan. Of course, this Black Blood secret technique alone wasn't worth the 600,000 points. What truly made Ye Tian feel the trip was worthwhile was the task he had just assigned to Xuedong. Have him kill Jun. The words exploded in Ye Tian's mind like a thunderclap. Jun, a name that held a crucial place in Lin Fan's life. As Lin Fan's fellow disciple, the bond between them was as deep as that of brothers. Yet, Jun's significance extended far beyond that. As the head of the military district in Mo High City, Jun was like an unbreakable shield for Lin Fan in the open world. No matter which influential figures Lin Fan offended, which villains he eradicated, or what mistakes he made, Jun always went all out to protect him. In the world of the novel, Jun seemed to exist just to clean up after Lin Fan, safeguarding his audacity. Ye Tian was well aware of this powerful backing Lin Fan had, which was precisely why he had previously instructed Xuetong. If Guoye was Lin Fan's underground force, then Jun was his overt power. These two forces should have created a synergy greater than the sum of their parts in Lin Fan's hands. But Ye Tian's maneuver turned them into opposing forces, canceling each other out. When Lin Fan's two strong arms collided, the benefits Ye Tian could reap would far exceed the 600,000 points. This was his true intention behind risking exposure. Compared to dealing with Liquan, Ye Tian's tactics against Lin Fan were undoubtedly more seasoned and lethal. Ye Tian reverted to the system and returned to Liquan's mind, just as Liquan learned from Li Shi's call about Shui Tong's intrusion. Lin Fan, you really don't give up, do you? Liquan thought to himself, instantly realizing that the assassin was sent by Lin Fan. At the same time, he was grateful that Man Yo was by Li Shi's side in time. However, Liquan quickly realized that relying on just Man Yo was far from enough. It wasn't a question of doubting Man Yo's strength, but rather the concern that Lin Fan might send more than one ancient martial artist next time. Even hiring an entire team of bodyguards might not truly ensure Li Shi's safety. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in timely. Ding Bodyguard Marketplace is now open. Host may check it out. Liquan immediately opened the system panel and found the Bodyguard Marketplace. What he saw were 6 strikingly similar options. Man Air Nyo to Man Lu Nyo, each costing 1,000 points per month, all possessing the Xian level Grand Perfection, Extreme Power Stage. What Liquan didn't know was that these 6 bodyguards were created by Ye Tian from corpses he had reclaimed for 1 point each. If Ye Tian hadn't been reluctant to spend a large amount of points on deducing the Black Blood Manual at this time, these 6 might have even reached the D-level Grand Perfection. Liquan was already accustomed to the system occasionally unlocking new features. His primary concern was the strength of these bodyguards. The Xian level Grand Perfection was undoubtedly an impressive realm. If he could hire these 6 bodyguards, along with Man Yo, Li Shi's safety would be well secured. However, looking at the cost of these bodyguards, Liquan frowned over the issue of points. Points, he still had too few. Whether it was dealing with Lin Fan, revitalizing his company, or protecting his sister, all required a significant amount of points. Yet, he only had a meager 6 points on him. With the looming threat from Lin Fan, Liquan's craving for points intensified. This desire was precisely the attitude a competent system host should have, as it was the only way to avoid becoming a stagnant fish. Inside the manor, Lin Fan waited alone for a long time, his expression growing increasingly grim as time passed. Blood Eyes, being a top assassin from the Ghost Teeth organization, was taking an unexpectedly long time to deal with someone as ordinary as Liquan. This made Lin Fan question the competence of the assassin organization. He wanted to inquire about Blood Eye's progress, but awkwardly realized he had no way to contact her, leaving him with no choice but to wait. As night deepened, Lin Fan finally lost his patience. Filled with anger, he left the manor, determined to check on Liquan himself. Soon, he found himself on the rooftop of a tall building, clearly seeing the shattered glass outside Liquan's residence, indicating that a martial artist's spiritual power had been at play there. Lin Fan frowned, pondering where Blood Eyes could be. Even if the mission failed and she didn't dare to face him, she should have sent some message. What Lin Fan didn't know was that Ye Tian, who had previously impersonated him, had severely reprimanded Blood Eyes, causing all the assassins in Ghost Teeth to avoid appearing before him recklessly. With a mind full of questions, Lin Fan returned to the manor. If it weren't for being accused by Liquan of murdering his parents, he would have long since visited with his silver needles. Now, with all eyes on him, he dared not act rashly. Lin Fan calculated his next move, realizing that the urgent task was to find Black Rose and have her help cover his tracks so he could act freely. The next morning, in a quiet, luxurious room, Black Rose woke up early to clean, eagerly anticipating Liquan's fried rice. Suddenly, she swept up a necklace from the floor. A sense of familiarity compelled her to pick it up. The necklace bore indelible burn marks, and at its center was a heart-shaped locket that could be opened. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Black Rose opened the locket to find an old, yellowed photograph inside. Seeing the family of 3 in the photo, she was struck as if by lightning, tears streaming down her face. "What are you doing with my stuff?" Liquan approached, holding a plate of freshly made fried rice, and snatched the necklace away. "That's mine. My necklace. Give it back." Black Rose, overwhelmed with emotion, cried as tears continued to fall from her reddened eyes. "I've kept this with me for 10 years. How could it be yours?" Liquan's words left Black Rose stunned. In an instant, she recalled the fire from years ago and the little boy who got injured saving her. She remembered the distinct scar she saw on Liquan's back while bandaging him the day before. "You're that boy?" Black Rose asked, her voice trembling as if she had found the answer she had been seeking for a decade. "What?" Liquan looked puzzled, completely unaware of what Black Rose was talking about. Hei Mei pointed at the necklace. Her eyes locked onto Liquan's, and exclaimed excitedly, "The little girl in that photo is me. Did you save a girl 10 years ago?" A complex mix of surprise, joy, and disbelief flashed across Liquan's face. Seeing this, tears welled up in Hei Mei's eyes, her delicate features disheveled with emotion. She choked up, Yes, it's me. She had never imagined she would reunite with her childhood savior in such a way. A system notification chimed. Ding, the host has replaced Lin Fan as Hei Mei's savior, earning 2,000 points. Protagonist Lin Fan loses 200 luck points, leaving him with 7,300 points. Liquan handed the necklace to Hei Mei, his tone filled with relief. If you're that girl, then this necklace rightfully belongs to you. Hei Mei accepted the necklace, her clear eyes still brimming with tears as she gazed at the man before her. With the confirmation of her savior's identity, Hei Mei's relationship with Liquan grew noticeably closer. For the past 10 years, Hei Mei had been tirelessly working towards two goals: uncovering the cause of the fire from back then and finding the boy who risked himself to save her. Now, one of those goals had been achieved. In Hei Mei's heart, Liquan had become her only family in this world. Hei Mei eagerly shared the good news with Liquan. Brotherly, I reached out to Brother Lin through email. He said the ghost tooth assassins won't bother me anymore. Liquan smiled slightly. It seems Brother Lin is quite impressive. If I have the chance, I'd like to meet him. Hearing this, a hint of unease flashed across Hei Mei's expression. She was well aware of the animosity between Liquan and Lin Fan, an enmity that seemed irreconcilable. As a friend to both, Hei Mei found herself caught in a difficult position. She dared not reveal her identity as Dark Rose to Liquan, fearing that once she did, he would leave her. This concealment weighed heavily on her conscience. Hei Mei forced a smile. Brother Lin said he'd like to meet you too, but unfortunately, he's busy. Liquan sighed without suspicion. That's a shame. This trust only deepened Hei Mei's guilt. Brotherly, I have to go out this afternoon. Without the ghost tooth people around, it should be quite safe, Hei Mei said. Liquan nodded, not asking further questions. In the afternoon, Hei Mei arrived at a well-furnished house. Standing before her was a young man in poor spirits, Lin Fan. Xiao Mei, I finally found you, Lin Fan exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Hei Mei. However, she stepped back slightly and asked coldly, Lin Fan, why did you want to meet me? This unfamiliar attitude froze Lin Fan's smile. He guessed she might be upset because he hadn't been able to save her in time the previous day. Lin Fan picked up a document from the desk and explained, Xiao Mei, I do have something to ask of you. I want your help to investigate how the Li Group obtained this information. The documents on the desk were about commercial espionage. Lin Fan had been brooding over this, and even had Qing Jun help suppress the news in the media. If it wasn't resolved soon, once Qing Jun couldn't hold it down anymore, Tianyu Entertainment's fate might not be much better than the Li Group's. Hei Mei frowned. You want to investigate the Li Group? Lin Fan nodded. Yes, why? Can't we coexist peacefully with the Li Group? Hei Mei asked tentatively. Lin Fan looked up, as if his bottom line had been touched. Hei Mei, why would you think that? Hei Mei pressed on. Does Tianyu Entertainment have to completely swallow the Li Group? Is there no possibility of reconciliation? Lin Fan noticed something was off about Hei Mei today. He gently took her hand and spoke softly. Isn't this what we've always planned? When Tianyu becomes the biggest company in the entertainment industry, you'll be a founding hero. Hei Mei took a deep breath and pulled her hand away from Lin Fan. If that's the case, I'm sorry, Lin Fan. I can't help you investigate the Li Group anymore. Lin Fan's demeanor suddenly changed, his gaze as sharp as a knife as he stared at Hei Mei. He reiterated his stance with an undeniable tone. Disappointment flashed in Hei Mei's eyes as she finally saw Lin Fan's true colors. This conversation made her realize that hurting Liquan for Lin Fan was not worth it. Facing Hei Mei's unwavering stance, Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. The inexplicable irritation over the past few days had made him irritable, and he was beginning to regret the hostility he had shown Hei Mei. However, Hei Mei was not the kind of girl who waited around for comfort. From now on, I'll ensure the cybersecurity of the Li Group in secret. For the sake of our friendship, I won't take any action against Tianyu Company, Hei Mei said coldly, putting on her headphones and turning to leave. Lin Fan watched helplessly as Hei Mei's figure disappeared, unable to contain his anger any longer. He swung his fist into the air, a thunderous sound echoing through the floor. What on earth is going on? Lin Fan roared, feeling a frustration with no outlet. First, Li Shi's betrayal, then Wang Biao's disappearance, the company's spy being exposed, Gui Ye's sudden silence, and now even Hei Mei's coldness towards him. Lin Fan vaguely sensed an invisible hand orchestrating everything from the shadows, a large net closing in on him, yet he had no idea who was behind it. At that moment, the broken screen phone on the floor suddenly vibrated, displaying the caller. Chung Jun. Lin Fan forced himself to calm down and answered the call. Hello, Brother Jun. Xiao Fan. Great news, fantastic news. Chung Jun's deep voice came through the line. What good news? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. The location of the master's treasure has been found. Really? Lin Fan was first shocked, then joy spread across his face. Where? We'll discuss it in person. Meanwhile, Hei Mei returned to the familiar house with her laptop bag. Liquan had already left, leaving a note on the table. Got some business to attend to. This place is yours now. Let's catch up when we have time. Looking at the empty house, Hei Mei felt a twinge of sadness, but she quickly sighed, understanding Liquan's situation. With the Li group facing turbulent times, Liquan naturally had no time to accompany her. Back to living alone, Hei Mei opened her laptop, intending to browse the internet for a bit of relaxation. A news notification caught her attention. Li Group's press conference, current director Liquan in attendance. Opening the news, she found a live broadcast of the conference. Over 2 million people were watching, and the number was still climbing. On stage, facing hundreds of reporters, Liquan maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Seeing this, Hei Mei fell into deep thought. While the live chat was unusually active, didn't expect it, Liquan looks quite handsome in person. Humph, looks good on the outside. But who knows what awful things he's done behind the scenes. Sigh, he's actually quite pitiful, having to step up at such a young age when the sky is falling, and with both parents gone. Front row, snacks and drinks ready. Mr. Li faced the reporter's sharp questions with a calm demeanor. When asked about the dark revelations exposed by Dark Rose, he simply smiled faintly and said, "I believe the truth will come to light eventually." This ambiguous response neither confirmed nor denied the allegations, clearly intended to avoid excessive media interpretation. However, when a reporter directly questioned whether Mr. Li's parents had committed suicide due to the company's bankruptcy, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Li Quan's expression turned serious. Under the scrutiny of millions of viewers, he slowly shook his head and said in a low, firm voice, "They didn't commit suicide, they were murdered." This statement was like a bomb, instantly igniting the scene. Reporters eagerly pressed for the identity of the murderer, but Liquan calmly stated that he had already pursued a legal case against the person but refused to disclose further details, calling it a family matter. While everyone was still reeling from the shocking news, Liquan abruptly shifted the topic to announce an unexpected message. "Actually, the reason I called this press conference is to tell you that my personal film, which took 5 years to direct, will officially be released at the end of this month." This sudden change in topic caused a stir at the scene. The live chat exploded with comments. Some mocked Liquan for promoting a movie during a company crisis. Others speculated it was a publicity stunt, and some outright stated they would not support a heartless company's work. Having achieved the desired effect, Liquan left the press conference without further delay. Upon returning to the company, he found the internet abuzz with the two explosive pieces of news: his parents' death and the upcoming film release. At that moment, Liquan's phone rang, displaying the name Chili. He answered, and a woman's slightly hesitant voice came through. "Our engagement will be cancelled next month, right?" "Yes," Liquan replied succinctly. "Then, your movie is releasing at the end of this month?" Chili's tone carried a clear sense of confusion. Liquan calmly explained, "This is a commitment we made. Although it didn't result in anything, I will still fulfill it." It turned out that 5 years ago, the then 18-year-old Liquan and Chili were engaged due to family connections. Dissatisfied with the arrangement, Chili approached Liquan to call off the engagement. To save face, Liquan proposed an agreement. In 5 years, each would present their best film work, and whoever's work was superior would decide whether to dissolve the engagement. After a long silence on the other end, Chili finally spoke. "My film will also be released at the end of the month. If you keep your promise, I will win, and the engagement should be cancelled by me." Still as competitive as ever. Liquan chuckled softly, said no more, and hung up the phone. Liquan opened the system panel and focused on the points section. 3,000 points, an unexpected gain from the rift between Hei Mei and Lin Fan. He quickly entered the entertainment mall, where a series of familiar movie titles appeared. Forrest Gump, 20,000 points. The Truman Show, 20,000 points. Your Name, 18,000 points. Each available to watch for just 1 point. Liquan couldn't help but marvel at these masterpieces of the entertainment explosion era, each worth tens of thousands of points. He had already watched 6 movies, each leaving him in awe. At that moment, Liquan realized that Chili was destined to lose in this 5-year pact. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. "System, use my 3,000 points to exchange for Chili's personal information." With the system's prompt, Chili's information appeared before him. Name, Chili. Age, 23. Background, secretly admired the host before age 18. Confessed her feelings at 18 but was rejected by the host. Out of love and hate, she refused engagement and has been cold to the host for 5 years, discovering his various despicable behaviors, leading to complete disappointment. Recently saved by Lin Fan, who acted as her fake boyfriend to show off in front of the host, their relationship gradually becoming closer. Liquan was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. "Chili confessed to me? How come I have no memory of it?" Ye Tian, rarely teasing, remarked. "Why else would they say the host is a jerk?" Before he finished speaking, a scene unfolded before Liquan's eyes. In the image, on a violet field, Chili in a purple dress held a gift box, standing before a one-metal castle model. She was barefaced, pure as a lily, occasionally pacing with a shy smile on her face. Chili mustered the courage and sent a carefully crafted message on her phone. "Liquan, I like you. If you like me too, can you come to the castle we built? After sending the message, she shyly covered her face, even her neck turning pink. Soon, her phone vibrated with a reply. Get lost, don't appear in front of me again. Chili was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She couldn't understand why Liquan would respond like that, and how her carefully prepared confession ended this way. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she slowly crouched down, sobbing uncontrollably. I sent such a harsh reply. Liquan stared incredulously at the response on the screen. To resolve his confusion, Ye Tian switched the image. On the soccer field, Liquan was sweating profusely. Outside the field, a woman with a seductive face held his clothes, gazing at him with infatuation. At that moment, Liquan's phone, placed aside, vibrated. Seeing this, Liquan suddenly understood. I knew it, he murmured, finally comprehending the truth of that time. The woman who picked up the phone from the ground curled her lips into a cold smile. She quickly composed a malicious message and sent it to Chili. After sending it, she immediately deleted the message without a trace. Liquan witnessed this scene and suddenly realized what was happening. He chuckled softly, but his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He knew that fox-faced woman all too well. Xiao Mei, someone who had climbed the ranks by selling her body, had now become a top-tier celebrity, only slightly less famous than Chili. If it weren't for her meddling, things would have turned out differently between Chili and me, Liquan thought to himself, filled with regret. He pondered that if he had noticed Chili's growing distance earlier and had pursued the truth, they might not have ended up in their current situation. Just then, Ye Tian's voice interrupted Liquan's thoughts. Host, that's a mistaken notion. This is the will of destiny. Even without Xiao Mei, there would be Li Mei, Yang Mei, or Wu Mei to obstruct you. It's as they say, you can't fight fate. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Liquan felt somewhat comforted, though he still couldn't completely shake his annoyance. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Liquan's mind. Ding, the assassin store is now open. If the host has any needs, you can place an order. The first order is free. There's even a free one. Liquan was intrigued by the voice and immediately opened the assassin store. What greeted him was a list of assassin levels and their corresponding point prices. Level 0 assassin, 50 points per mission, first order free. Level 1 assassin, 100 points per mission. Level 2 assassin, 200 points per mission. Level 9 assassin, 20,000 points per mission. Liquan scanned the options and instantly grasped the system's implication. He tentatively asked, System, are you suggesting I hire an assassin from the store to kill Xiao Mei? The system immediately responded. Ding, the host should not slander the system. After a moment of hesitation, Liquan decided to take advantage of the free first order from the assassin store. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing online. Liquan's statements at the press conference had gone viral after a few hours, becoming the center of public debate. Countless netizens were eagerly following the developments. Did Liquan really kill his parents? Who was the real murderer? What was the deal with Liquan's upcoming film? Suddenly, the Li Corporation was once again thrust into the spotlight. In a dimly lit room, Hei Mei's slender fingers danced over the keyboard. On her computer screen, lines of code scrolled like a cascading waterfall. Soon, a dozen surveillance feeds from the entire building at Thompson appeared on the screen. Did Li Gu really kill his parents? Who could the murderer be? Hei Mei murmured to herself. In the past, she would never have bothered investigating such matters. But now, Liquan was her benefactor and friend, and she was determined to uncover the truth. Hei Mei meticulously examined the surveillance footage from the previous night. Before 7 p.m., there was nothing unusual in any of the areas. But around 7:30 p.m., several camera feeds suddenly went dark. Then, one by one, the camera feeds continued to be disrupted. This was not a simple network failure. Someone had sabotaged the cameras from the outside. Judging by the order in which the cameras were disabled, the intruder was clearly moving step by step toward the top floor Liquan's home. Throughout the entire process, the intruder left no trace on any of the cameras, demonstrating an extremely skilled hand. Since the cameras provided no clues, Hei Mei turned to the facial recognition system's records. In the hands of a world-class hacker like her, even a standard facial recognition lock could be transformed into a subtle micro-surveillance tool. In the records from around 7:30 p.m., Hei Mei discovered a crucial lead. Although the image was not very clear, a figure was faintly visible. The appearance of this person coincided precisely with the times the cameras on the floors went offline. Carefully scrutinizing the man's face, Hei Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. The person in the footage was none other than Lin Fan. Ding, the system notification chimed in Liquan's ear, interrupting his conversation with the supermarket owner. Hei Mei's perception of Lin Fan has dropped to 0. She's completely disappointed. The host has gained 8,000 points. Lin Fan's protagonist luck has decreased by 500, leaving him with 7,100. Liquan was momentarily taken aback and thought to himself, System, what happened with Hei Mei? Ye Tian's mechanical system voice responded. The female lead, Hei Mei, has discovered that Lin Fan was responsible for the murder of the host's parents. This news slightly surprised Liquan. He recalled the scene at that time. All the cameras had been destroyed by Lin Fan, leaving no evidence. Even his legal team was helpless against Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, in a short time, He Mei had uncovered the truth. This is self-strategy, Liquan thought to himself, his gaze sweeping over the 8,000 new points on the system panel. Remembering the tragic night of his parents, his expression turned grim. The supermarket owner's voice brought Liquan back to reality. Young man, are you really going to buy my entire supermarket? Yes, Liquan replied, taking a deep breath, his tone firm. He quickly wrote a check and handed it to the owner. You can leave now. The owner held the check, looking at Liquan in disbelief. Liquan surveyed the supermarket, calculating in his mind. System, if I were to convert everything in this supermarket into points, how much would it be worth? Ding, the total value of all items in the supermarket is 300 points. Ye Tian provided the cold, hard valuation. Liquan was taken aback. This was a medium-sized supermarket with items worth over 5 million, yet it was only valued at 300 points. Recycle it, he decided, unwilling to miss the opportunity despite the meager points. In the blink of an eye, the entire supermarket, along with its shelves, vanished. Ding, 300 points have been credited to the host's account, bringing the total to 8,300 points. Liquan quickly reviewed his points and bank balance. He realized that using money to buy items and convert them into points wasn't sustainable, at least not with his current assets. However, the additional 8,000 points sparked a new idea. System, exchange for master-level hacking skills. Ding, exchange successful. 5,000 points deducted, leaving the host with 3,300 points. Liquan chose this ability to address the situation with He Mei. He hadn't forgotten the task given by the system. Today's separation from He Mei was just to change the way they interacted. He couldn't afford to waste a single day in building their relationship over the next 5 days. Back home, Licia, who hadn't seen him all day, immediately clung to Liquan, unwilling to leave his side. Although the Mighty Bull and Superman were impressive, they couldn't compare to her brother in her eyes. Liquan gently stroked his sister's hair, while his thoughts drifted towards the new plan he was about to embark on. For Licia, her brother Liquan has always been her most trusted support. After managing to send his sister away, Liquan returned to his bedroom with a sigh and gently closed the door. He sat in front of his computer, took a deep breath, and pressed the power button. As the screen lit up, it was as if a whole new world unfolded before him. Liquan's fingers danced across the keyboard, his mastery-level hacking skills flowing through his mind like a stream. This skill came from LV9 hacking techniques copied from He Mei by Ye Tian, and after further refinement, it surpassed He Mei's level. Within minutes, windows began popping up on Liquan's desktop, each containing crucial information he wanted to uncover. The truth behind the company's alleged tax evasion was crystal clear. Tianyu Group was the real culprit. They not only framed the Li family, but also pinned the blame on them. As for the media reports accusing him of taking advantage of multiple top actresses, Liquan effortlessly found evidence to refute these claims. He even discovered detailed chat logs of the actresses negotiating with Tianyu on how to slander the Li family. Staring at his hands in awe, Liquan realized that the predicament facing the Li group was trivial. If he wanted to, he could expose Tianyu's scandals one by one, revealing to the entire internet that the Li family was the slandered victim and Tianyu was the true source of wrongdoing. Despite having this power, Liquan restrained his impulse. This was his trump card, reserved as a final gift for Lin Fan, leaving no room for the opponent to recover. After calming down, Liquan tracked down He Mei's secret Dark Rose email account through traces she left on the Li family secure network. He composed a message and sent it directly. Hello, are you Dark Rose? Liquan made no attempt to hide his ID or identity. Meanwhile, He Mei, who was deeply investigating Lin Fan, was already fuming. All afternoon, she had thoroughly examined Lin Fan, Tianyu Group, and the network of connections behind him due to Liquan's parents' situation. The investigation results shocked her. Lin Fan had only secured his position on Tianyu's board by threatening the families of major shareholders. He Mei uncovered substantial evidence that those shareholders who opposed Lin Fan and their families had been brutally murdered by his underground forces, with the military covering up his crimes. In just a few months, Lin Fan's hands were already stained with blood in Mo High City. He Mei was terrified, unable to imagine how many other crimes Lin Fan had committed before this. She regretted ever considering Lin Fan a friend, realizing she had unwittingly aided a villain. Just then, her email chimed with a new message that caught her attention. Not just anyone could find her Dark Rose email. When she saw the message's content and the sender, her mind went blank. Is it Liquan? Does he already know I'm Dark Rose? He Mei's heart raced with panic. However, moments later, she realized that Liquan's message was directed at the Dark Rose email account, not her He Mei account. This meant Liquan had found Dark Rose, but he still didn't know that she, He Mei, was Dark Rose. He Mei let out a long breath, her eyes fixed intently on the information on the screen. Her fingers hesitated over the keyboard for a moment before she finally typed a reply. How did you find me? Liquan's response was swift and to the point, I heard you're a world-class hacker. Can you help me look into something? Hei Mei frowned slightly, filled with doubt. She replied under her alias, Dark Rose. Don't you resent what I did to the Li family? And yet you want my help. Liquan's answer was unexpected. If you find it, I won't hold your actions against the Li family. The simple words carried a sincerity that brought a wave of joy to Hei Mei. She realized that Liquan's willingness to forgive Dark Rose meant she no longer had to struggle with concealing her identity. Without hesitation, Hei Mei replied, What do you need me to investigate? Sitting in front of the computer, Liquan couldn't help but shake his head. He thought to himself that a woman in love indeed has clouded judgment. If it were a stranger, Hei Mei wouldn't care so much about his forgiveness. But Liquan didn't point this out. Instead, he continued with the topic. Can you find out what caused the fire in Xingfu Community, Emohai City, on the night of May 7th, too? Upon seeing this message, Hei Mei was taken aback. That date and location were precisely when and where the fire 10 years ago had claimed her parents' lives. She suppressed her inner turmoil and replied, Why investigate this? It doesn't seem to concern you. Liquan explained, A friend of mine lost her parents in that fire. I want to help her uncover the truth. Hei Mei was stunned. So, Liquan was doing this for her. To help investigate the fire, he was even willing to reconcile with Dark Rose. Impulsively, she asked, Why are you so good to your friend? As soon as she sent it, she regretted it. She was speaking as Dark Rose, and such a question was inappropriate. Before she could retract the message, Liquan's reply came. I like her. Reading this, Hei Mei's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed, and a smile crept onto her lips. Liquan's unique confession made her heart race. However, regarding the fire that had haunted her for years, Hei Mei was at a loss. She could only reply, I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I'm afraid I can't find out. She was prepared for Liquan's resentment, but his concern still brought her relief. Unexpectedly, Liquan showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, he sent a folder with a note. Here are some things I've gathered that might help with the investigation. I'll wait for your update. With that, Liquan logged off. Hei Mei immediately opened the folder and carefully examined the contents. Her attention was drawn to one piece of information. Target, Mo Duanjiang. Strength, Earth level mastery. Current residence, Xingfu Community, Emohai City. Task receiver, Ghost Fong's top assassin, Lin Tianhong. May 7th, task submitted. Task completed. Ghost Fong assassin Lin Tianhong. Hei Mei murmured, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. The name stirred a ripple in her memory, as if opening a door to the truth. Hei Mei stood by the window, her hands clenched tightly, eyes flickering with a complex light. Her thoughts surged like a tide, weaving the scattered clues into a startling picture. The fire was the beginning of everything. Hei Mei recalled how she discovered the fire was linked to the Ghost Fong organization, how she risked her life to investigate its inner workings, and how she had been hunted ever since. Her gaze fell on the documents in her hand, where the name Lin Tianhong was prominently written. She knew this name all too well. It wasn't something she found online. Lin Fan had told her himself Lin Tianhong was his mentor, the top assassin in the Ghost Fong organization. Hei Mei frowned, recalling how Lin Fan always appeared just in time to save her whenever she encountered Ghost Fong assassins. She once thought it was mere luck, but now it seemed too coincidental. Lin Fan, what are you hiding? Hei Mei murmured, her voice filled with doubt and disappointment. Her mind raced, connecting all the dots. The source of the fire, Lin Fan's connection to Ghost Fong. The reason for his timely appearances, the answer was almost within reach. Hei Mei trembled, a mix of anger, relief, and regret swirling within her. She lamented how she had trusted Lin Fan so easily and become his friend. Meanwhile, in another room, Liquan was idly scrolling through the system page. Suddenly, a notification broke the silence. Lin Fan's protagonist aura has decreased by 1,000, now at 6,100 points. A smile curved on Liquan's lips. It's working. He asked the system about the significance of the protagonist aura and learned it represented the level of protection Lin Fan received from the world's will, akin to the strength of a protagonist's halo. Liquan mused. So, if I deplete Lin Fan's protagonist aura completely, that's when I can kill him. Thinking of his parents lying in a pool of blood, Liquan's resolve to kill Lin Fan remained undiminished. He decided to use a lottery card, and soon, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn a magnificent castle. Liquan looked at the system's description. It was a castle located in the suburbs of Xianglin in the Magic Sea City, holding many memories and regrets with Chile. With emotions churning inside, Liquan grabbed his car keys, deciding to see it for himself. The Xianglin suburbs were peaceful and serene, a stark contrast to the bustling city center. When Liquan arrived at his destination, he paused for a long time at the sight before him. A fairy tale-like castle stood there, surrounded by a sea of violets within its meticulous walls. A gentle breeze stirred the flowers, sending a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Walking along the path through the flowers to the castle's entrance, Liquan remarked, It's completed, just as she said it would be. Pushing open the door, the castle's interior was warm and exquisite. The walls were adorned with photos capturing moments from childhood to youth. Liquan couldn't help but smile as he looked at these pictures. Until he saw the photo of them at 18, the boy and girl holding hands, the girl shyly glancing at the boy. Liquan murmured, "At that time, I didn't realize you liked me." The photo stopped there. Liquan went upstairs and found several diaries, old and new, on a table. The system told him they were his long-lost diaries, documenting his most genuine feelings for his childhood friend Chili. Liquan lingered in the castle for hours, filled with melancholy. Upon returning home, the system immediately notified him. "Ding, level 0 Assassin 001 has completed the mission," Liquan softly said. "So, the assassin's task is done." The term assassin mission isn't meant literally. Liquan's intention isn't for a level 0 assassin to take Qiumei's life, but rather to offer her a chance for self-redemption and to start anew. Liquan's statements at today's press conference were like a bombshell, quickly dominating the trending topics. That evening, curious onlookers flocked to the scene, keenly observing the developments. At this moment, a lengthy post by top actress Qiumei on social media struck like a powerful blow, capturing the entire internet's attention. "I am guilty." This brief and powerful opening line was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's hearts. In her over 500-word confession, Qiumei candidly admitted to various wrongdoings she committed between the ages of 17 and 23. From stealing classmates' living expenses to altering Liquan's phone messages to sabotage his relationship with Qi Li, and even maliciously slandering Liquan out of unrequited love, each crime was shocking. This confession shattered the worldview of Qiumei's fans. Could their beloved idol truly have such a hidden side? As more onlookers read the full post, they couldn't help but gasp and express their shock. "Wow, this is crazy. How can someone be this terrible? And you're given a chance to be a good person? Better talk to the police. It's never too late to change, but excuse me while I make a call to the authorities." Incredible. This story is going to be talked about for at least a month. Qiumei's post set the comments section ablaze. In this age of information overload, even a small incident could create massive waves. In less than an hour, the post had been shared over 100,000 times, generating an astounding amount of traffic. The trending list quickly changed, with topics about Qiumei's post emerging like mushrooms after rain. Meanwhile, in a private dressing room, a large movie poster hung on the wall. In front of the vanity, Qi Li sat elegantly in an off-shoulder gown. Her full bust was modestly covered by the dress, and her defined collarbones highlighted her balanced figure. Above her fair neck was a perfectly oval face, with subtly tinted lips that were captivating. Her eyes, reminiscent of deep forest deer, held an indescribable hint of regret. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the dressing room. "Chili, Chili," her manager burst in, unable to hide the joy on his face. Chili glanced sideways, curiosity flashing in her beautiful eyes. "What is it? Why so happy?" "It's Qiumei." The manager was barely able to contain his excitement. "Qiumei, who has always been suppressing you, is finished." He eagerly handed the phone to Chili. "Look, she publicly confessed to her crimes. It's unbelievable. Qiumei is finished?" Chili took the manager's phone with confusion. Qiumei's 500-word crime confession immediately appeared before her. "I am guilty. At 17. At 18, I altered Liquan's phone messages, causing a misunderstanding with Qi Li and their eventual breakup. At 19, after failing to pursue Liquan, I slandered him, leading to ongoing online harassment." After reading just the first half of the post, Qi Li was stunned. At 18, she had altered Liquan's phone messages, leading to their breakup. Reading this, Qi Li felt a sharp pain in her heart, as the shadows of the past once again loomed over her. So, had she misunderstood Liquan back then? Qi Li's fingers swiped quickly across her phone screen, her expression shifting with each message she read. After reaching the last one, she let out a soft sigh, her brow slightly furrowed. The 20-year-old version of herself might have been moved by this truth, but she was no longer that impulsive young girl. "All right, let's get ready for the promotion of our movie. Time is tight, so put the phone down." Chili decisively handed the phone back to her manager, her face instantly turning serious. Despite this, her heart was already stirring with waves of emotion. "Has the theme song for our movie been composed yet?" Chili asked her manager, a hint of urgency in her voice. The manager shook his head helplessly. "Chili, your standards are too high. You've rejected so many songs, and it's hard to find anything of good quality on short notice. Reach out to the top composers in the industry, and I can also post a song request on my Weibo. We've prepared for this movie for so long. The theme song can't be subpar," Chili insisted. "Got it." The manager nodded earnestly, despite feeling exhausted by the task. Meanwhile, Liquan's Weibo account was bustling with activity. Due to the influence of Qiumei's revelations, tens of thousands of people flooded the comments daily. "Who would have thought? Li, you had some sort of past with the goddess Chili. Wow, if what Qiumei says is true, I might have to see you in a new light, Li. You even turned down a vixen like Qiumei? Maybe there's something up with your preferences? Hey, aren't you going to say something? This is a perfect chance to clear your name." The comments ranged from teasing to outright malicious attacks. Liquan's eyes scanned over the usernames, his fingers lightly touching the keyboard. Utilizing his master-level hacking skills, he published the search histories of those users directly to their social media feeds. Did you really think you could get away with messing with me online? Liquan sneered. This action had an immediate effect, silencing the comment section. Most people scrambled to deal with their suddenly public search history. However, Liquan had set a onady lock period, forcing them to watch their reputations crumble. The next day, as expected, Xiaomei ended up in jail, and the topic's heat rapidly cooled down. However, just when people thought the storm was subsiding, an even bigger scandal emerged. The world's top hacker, Dark Rose, went to the police station and confessed to defaming the Li Group. Not only that, but she also accused Lin Fan, a director at Tianyu Entertainment, of murder. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire entertainment industry. Is this week some kind of mega earthquake in the entertainment world? First, the Li Group got exposed. Then Liquan's parents were killed, followed by the Xiaomei incident. And now this. Wow, Dark Rose confessed? We really misjudged the Li Group. I'm sorry, I apologize for badmouthing the Li Group before. This twist is crazier than a novel. Waking up in the morning, Liquan browsed the news while brushing his teeth. He was utterly taken aback by the developments. Dark Rose had turned herself in and dragged Lin Fan down with her, clearing the Li Group's name. Though her actions could restore the Li Group's reputation, she wouldn't escape a prison sentence. What a foolish girl, thinking this would be enough to take down Lin Fan. Liquan mused with a frown. He still has over 6,000 protagonist luck points. Going to the police was just a wasted effort, and only alerted him. Sure enough, amidst the online uproar, Tianyu Entertainment made a statement. Their declaration was powerful and filled with righteousness. Distorting facts is utterly ridiculous. Can anyone just step forward, spout some baseless claims, and have them taken as truth? Our company directors have always been open and welcome the police to investigate anytime. If there's no evidence, we hope the authorities will severely punish those who slander our company and directors. This assertive statement quickly calmed the heated online discussions. Many netizens who were previously engaged in fierce debates fell silent. Liquan saw the post, furrowed his brows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Do they really think they've erased all the evidence? He wondered. But then he reconsidered. With a hacker like Mei, uncovering dirt on Tianyu Entertainment should be a breeze. At that moment, Ye Tian's voice suddenly echoed in Liquan's mind. Host, I have bad news for you. Liquan's heart tightened, sensing something ominous. What news? Lin Fan now has the leverage to negotiate with the countries of this world, so he doesn't need to hide his past crimes, as all nations will help cover them up. Impossible. Liquan was utterly shocked. Ye Tian then suggested, would the host like to spend 8,000 points to purchase Lin Fan's personal information for more details? Liquan decided almost instantly. Purchase. The mention of Lin Fan having negotiating power with nations instilled a sense of urgency in him. Ding, purchase successful. Points deducted. The host now has 15,300 points. Subsequently, Lin Fan's personal information appeared before Liquan. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 23. Level, early Earth stage, capable of fighting above his level. Experience, at 7, taken as a disciple by Lin Tianhong, who taught him the immortal needle technique. At 14, Lin Tianhong reached the pinnacle of the heaven stage, broke through the spatial barrier, and ascended to a higher realm. Lin Tianhong left behind two things. 1. Ghost Fong Organization, the world's largest ancient martial artist assassin organization. 2. Treasure Vault Key, a key to the ancient martial treasure vault containing martial arts manuals and spiritual elixirs collected by Lin Tianhong after defeating various ancient martial families. Current status. Lin Fan has discovered the vault's location and now possesses the ancient martial treasures, giving him the leverage to negotiate with nations. After reading this information, Liquan found the situation tricky. Indeed, a protagonist is always a protagonist. No matter how unfavorable things get, they still encounter a great opportunity to turn the tables. He turned to the system and asked, if Lin Fan fully absorbs the benefits from the vault, won't I be at his mercy? Your understanding is correct, Ye Tian affirmed. Then I must go to the vault and stop Lin Fan? Liquan asked hesitantly. There's no need for that, Ye Tian advised. The ancient martial vault is now the focus of the world's top figures, and the likelihood of you dealing with Lin Fan there is extremely slim. You might consider a different approach. Ye Tian highlighted the protagonist's fortune section on Lin Fan's personal panel, saying, sometimes, the most effective way to deal with a protagonist is to weaken their fortune. Protagonist's fortune? Hearing this term, which the system had mentioned several times, Liquan began to take it seriously and fell into deep thought. The host must understand that a regular person with the luck of a main character is much more troublesome than a master at the pinnacle of the heavenly level. So, it seems that the time Lin Fan spends digesting the inheritance from the treasure trove is actually my opportunity. As Liquan listened to Ye Tian's guidance, a gleam of understanding flashed in his eyes. He finally grasped the key to weakening the protagonist's luck, eliminate his underlings, and take his woman. At this moment, Lin Fan was focused on absorbing the treasure trove's inheritance, inadvertently providing him and Chile with a perfect opportunity to be alone. Just then, Liquan's phone vibrated. He glanced down to see a notification from Chile's social media update. She had posted a message seeking a theme song for a movie, and the location was in the Bund area of Mo High City. Meanwhile, inside a large studio in the Bund area of Mo High City, Chile had just finished recording the last line of a promotional script. She flashed a professional smile at the camera, but inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief. Here, Chile, have some water, it's a wrap. Her manager hurried over, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water and handing it to her. Chile took the bottle and sipped it lightly. Although the promotional video was successfully completed, the theme song issue remained unresolved. She tiredly rubbed her temples, as a few potential songs flashed through her mind, none of which seemed satisfactory. Sensing her concern, her manager quickly reassured her. Oh, don't worry. Chile, Lin has already contacted me. He said he has a theme song suitable for our movie, and his person should be arriving soon. Lin Fan is helping us find a theme song? Chile's brow furrowed slightly. Although Lin Fan had once saved her, his strong sense of purpose always made her uncomfortable. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the studio. A man in a simple trench coat appeared in view. His clean, tousled hair lightly covered his forehead, and his eyes were as deep and calm as the stars. Chile immediately recognized him. It wasn't someone sent by Lin Fan, but Liquan. Seeing Liquan, Chile's moonlit eyes instinctively avoided his gaze. After reading Xiao Mei's explosive post yesterday, she had been unable to sleep all night. She had once detested and rejected Liquan because he had heartlessly turned her down and led a scandalous private life. But now, Xiao Mei's revelation made her realize she had misunderstood Liquan all along. Now, she didn't know how to face him. Liquan straightforwardly stated his intention. I saw your online post seeking a theme song for your movie, so here I am. A hint of confusion appeared on Chile's delicate face. This movie was the very project they had pledged to work on together 5 years ago. Why was he offering help now? The manager skeptically asked. Does Mr. Li understand music? Liquan responded to the manager's doubt with a gentle smile. Not really. But because of someone, I've come to understand a bit. As he spoke, his calm gaze fell on Chile, stirring a complex emotion within her. At that moment, a disdainful voice came from behind. Huh? Is the Li family out of money? The chairman is reduced to writing songs for a living. Hearing the voice, the manager immediately turned around and greeted warmly. Wu Yang, I can't believe Mr. Lin sent you. Liquan glanced sideways, understanding the situation. Lin Fan was too occupied with the treasure trove matter to come himself, so he sent a company artist to make his presence felt. He responded coolly. Compared to your boss making money through killing, mine is indeed a bit lacking. The gentleman's badge in Liquan's words exuded a carefree charm. Liquan's words clearly stung Wu Liang, who retorted, talking about things without evidence is ridiculous. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Chile finally intervened. Enough. Stop arguing. Since you're both here to provide a theme song for the movie, let me hear your songs. Wu Liang shook his head at her words. No, 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 Miss Chile. Your movie is a love story, and the boss asked me to sing the song to you personally. He turned to Liquan. Why don't you just give your lyrics to her and leave? Liquan stated plainly, I need to sing my song myself. Faced with the insistence of both men, Chile frowned slightly. Let's head to the recording studio. Who wants to go first? Inside the recording studio, Wu Liang confidently said, You go first. I'm afraid that after I sing, you might be too embarrassed to perform. He had brought a song today that Lin Fan had commissioned from several top composers in the capital, confident it could make it to the top 100 of today's music charts. As a top singer, Wu Liang completely dismissed Liquan's singing ability. Liquan didn't hesitate. I'll go first then. Chile curiously looked at Liquan and asked, What's the name of the song? Liquan calmly replied, This song is called Later. In Liquan's mind, 2 mechanical system sounds echoed, and his eyes suddenly deepened. Entering the well-equipped recording studio, Liquan picked up a guitar and sat on the recording chair. He skillfully adjusted the strings, his fingers gently caressing the body of the guitar, as if becoming one with it. Standing nearby, Chile inadvertently noticed Liquan's transformation. His aura seemed to change instantly, as if he had returned to his rightful stage. The sound of the guitar intertwined with the melody, weaving a melancholic prelude. Chile couldn't help but look up, her gaze fixed on Liquan. Liquan parted his lips, his deep and melancholic voice flowing gently. Later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately, you had already disappeared into the crowd. As his voice emerged, the entire studio fell silent, everyone immersed in the moving melody. Later, I finally understood through tears that some people, once missed, are gone forever. These lyrics struck a chord in Chile's heart, leaving her standing still as memories surged like a tide. Liquan continued to sing. White gardenia petals fell on your blue pleated skirt. You softly said you loved me, I bowed my head and smelled a fragrance. Each note seemed to recount their past. Are you also quietly regretting and feeling sad? If only we weren't so stubborn back then, it wouldn't be so regrettable now. Liquan's voice was filled with deep emotion, as if narrating their story. As the 5-minute song ended, Chili's eyes were already red, tears welling up. She realized that this song was clearly written by Liquan for her. Those precious memories, those missed moments, were all condensed into this song. I'm done singing. Do you need to go next? Liquan put down the guitar and turned to Wu Liang, who was not far away. Wu Liang opened his mouth, but was speechless. As a singer, he knew he couldn't compare to Liquan in terms of singing and songwriting. Liquan, don't get too cocky. Wu Liang threw out a harsh remark and left the recording studio dejectedly. The empty studio was left with only Liquan and Chili. Chili tried to calm her emotions and change the topic. This song. Is it suitable as the theme song for your movie? Aren't you afraid my movie will surpass yours if you give me this song? Liquan responded calmly. I just don't want you to lose too badly. This sentence instantly shattered all of Chili's emotions. Her delicate face puffed up, revealing a rare haughty side. Humph, such big talk. Although I admit your song is great, movies are a different matter. Even veteran directors have lost to me several times in this field. Confidence is good. Liquan replied indifferently, adding, I have things to do, so I'll be leaving. Chili wanted to ask him to stay but couldn't find a suitable reason. She watched Liquan's departing figure, a complex emotion stirring within her. Maybe I was too harsh on him before. Chili sat alone in the recording studio, a hint of sadness flickering in her beautiful eyes. She sighed softly, packed her things, and left the photography team behind. Meanwhile, Liquan briskly walked into the police station, his brow furrowed. The situation with He Mei had escalated, and he had no choice but to deal with the mess. Although He Mei's method of attacking Tianyu Company online wasn't particularly clever, who could have predicted that Lin Fan would happen to discover the location of the treasure trove? Now, with support from various countries, he feared no public pressure. As Liquan arrived at the station, He Mei was being unceremoniously escorted out by 2 officers. She gritted her teeth, pointing angrily at them. You're all in cahoots, birds of a feather. A black McLaren quietly pulled up beside He Mei, the window rolling down slowly. Liquan's voice came through. Get in the car, shouting won't accomplish anything. Li brotherly. He Mei was momentarily speechless upon seeing him. The atmosphere in the car was tense. He Mei sat in the passenger seat, nervously twisting the hem of her black dress, staring straight ahead in silence. Liquan sighed, his voice filled with resignation. I didn't expect you to be Dark Rose. He Mei quickly explained. I didn't want to hide it from you. I was afraid you'd hate me if you knew I was Dark Rose. Liquan replied softly. If anyone else were Dark Rose, I'd never forgive them. But since it's you, I'll just punish you by making you do housework for a month. Just housework. He Mei's eyes widened in surprise at his leniency. She mustered the courage to ask softly. How about I do housework for you for a lifetime? He Mei's face flushed, and she occasionally stole glances at Liquan, her mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, Ye Tian's voice echoed in Liquan's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. The heroine He Mei has fallen for you, and you have been rewarded with a golden lottery card. The sudden news startled Liquan, nearly causing him to lose grip on the steering wheel. He had completed the task of winning over He Mei. It was completely unexpected. However, before Liquan could rejoice, Ye Tian warned, friendly reminder, host, don't get too carried away. You are currently being ambushed by a large group. What? Liquan's heart skipped a beat, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. The sky was overcast, flanked by unfinished buildings, a desolate scene. Continuing a little further, a row of triangular barriers appeared across the road, beyond which stood a large group of armed white soldiers. Damn it! Liquan immediately turned the car around, only to find his escape route blocked as well. Are these people here for me? Liquan pondered with a frown. At Liquan's request, Ye Tian explained. Recently, Lin Fan, who managed to enter the treasure trove alone, stated that any country that delivers the heads of you and He Mei would receive 2 entries into the treasure trove. A cold glint flashed in Liquan's eyes. So that's it. Even after securing the treasure trove, he still wants me dead. And to kill He Mei too. It seems her actions today crossed his line. Surveying the area, Liquan roughly estimated there were over 500 heavily armed soldiers. Facing such firepower, even a formidable force might struggle to escape. As Liquan fell into deep thought, Ye Tian reminded him. The host seems to have forgotten. You still have a golden lottery card. Right, the golden lottery card. Liquan's face lit up. System, use the lottery card. His heart raced, hoping for a miracle. Ding, successfully used. Congratulations to the host. You have summoned a character, Ye Tian announced. This is an invincible presence in this world. Combat power. Introducing Ye Tian, an invincible powerhouse in this world. His combat prowess is unmatched. Note that the host can summon him once a day, though whether or not he appears depends on his mood. as both the host and Ye Tian hold equal status. Liquan suddenly saw a character panel appear before him, and the astonishing information made him gasp. It felt as if he had drawn a legendary golden card, bursting with luck. In the desolate, unfinished building area, over 500 fully armed American soldiers stood ready. Their eyes were fixed on the McLaren that had wandered into their encirclement like a lost lamb, gleaming with a mocking light. A black officer quickly approached the white-haired old general adorned with military insignia and whispered, "General, we need to speed up our actions. If the Xia military finds out, we're in big trouble." The white-bearded old general chuckled dismissively. "Cheng's army is our inside man. What's the rush?" He paused, frowning slightly. "What puzzles me is why Lin Fan would allocate 2 slots for 2 young people with no background." At that moment, the McLaren parked in the middle of the road slowly opened its door. A young man elegantly stepped out, dressed in a well-tailored suit that perfectly outlined his tall and strong physique. His handsome face was unparalleled, and his dark red eyes seemed to hide a bloodthirsty demon. A playful smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth, exuding a dangerous charm. The distant general and officer exchanged glances. This man was not their target. "General, this man is with the target. What should we do with him?" The officer looked over for guidance. The old general furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, then casually waved his hand. "Kill him. Since he's not the target, there's no need to preserve his body." "Yes, sir." The order was quickly relayed. In an instant, dozens of soldiers behind the vehicle had raised their AKs, aiming at Ye Tian. In such a situation, most would have stopped in their tracks, terrified and paralyzed. However, Ye Tian seemed oblivious, maintaining a leisurely stride, as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Facing Ye Tian, over 30 American soldiers inexplicably felt their hearts pounding violently. As Ye Tian approached, they experienced an illusion. This man seemed like a grim reaper cloaked in human skin. Inside the McLaren, Hei Mei watched Ye Tian's back with anxiety and asked, "Liquan, who is he? Can he really handle those soldiers?" She was baffled by Ye Tian's sudden appearance in the car and was still full of questions. Liquan swallowed hard, his gaze also fixed on Ye Tian. "He should be able to open fire." The commander's shout jolted the 30-plus soldiers. Only then did they realize they were drenched in cold sweat. Regaining their composure, they dared not hesitate and immediately pulled the trigger on Ye Tian. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets poured down like raindrops, weaving into an impenetrable net in the air, instantly engulfing Ye Tian. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Liquan and Black Rose, who were watching from the sidelines, widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The nearby American soldiers, who had initially shaken their heads dismissively, thinking they were dealing with some formidable opponents, quickly had their expressions freeze. "Wait, the bullets didn't hit him," a sharp-eyed soldier suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, all eyes focused on the mysterious man. In their stunned gaze, countless bullets hovered just centimeters from the man's body, as if they had collided with an invisible barrier. An ordinary soldier shouted in terror, "My God, is this some kind of superpower?" The pupils of the white-haired general contracted sharply. As a martial artist not inferior to Lin Fan, he immediately recognized the strength of the opponent. A yellow-rank martial artist can enhance their body with energy, a black rank can cover their surface with it, but an earth rank can project energy outside their body. The ease with which this young man stopped the bullets clearly indicated he was at least an earth rank martial artist. The general's mind was on high alert, puzzled as to why Lin Fan had never mentioned that these 2 ordinary people had an earth rank martial artist protecting them. Ye Tian coldly surveyed the nearly 1,000 floating AK bullets before him, his dark red eyes narrowing slightly as he murmured to himself, "Let's see what it's like to play the Grim Reaper." Suddenly, the air was filled with a sound like snapping strings. In an instant, crimson streaks intertwined in the sky, and each bullet transformed into a harbinger of death, piercing accurately into the heads of the surrounding 500 American soldiers. Thud, 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 thud. On the silent highway, blood spread like an ink-wash painting under the gloomy sky. In just a single breath, all the American soldiers fell lifeless to the ground, and the world was shrouded in an eerie silence. Ye Tian spared the white-haired general, coldly stating, "Lin Fan knew I was here and still sent you to your deaths. Quite the strategy." With that, he walked past the frozen general without a backward glance, disappearing down the road. General Patton's lips trembled as he stared in disbelief at the carnage before him. The 500 elite soldiers he had brought were utterly annihilated in an instant. His life was spared, likely out of sheer disdain. After a long while, the overwhelming stench of blood finally snapped Patton back to reality. He took a deep breath, recalling the words of the man who seemed like the Grim Reaper as he left. Lin Fan. Patton's eyes burned with fury. He finally understood that this was all Lin Fan's trap. Lin Fan had never mentioned the existence of this deadly figure, setting them up for slaughter. At this moment, Patton's hatred for Lin Fan surpassed even that for Ye Tian, who had personally slaughtered his soldiers. Human nature tends to fill in the gaps. As for Patton's reaction, Ye Tian chuckled to himself. He had deliberately spared Patton, so he would go after Lin Fan. The parting words were pure fabrication, but the goal was achieved. System, where did Senior Ye Tian go? After leaving the bloody scene, Liquan's heart was still pounding, unable to calm down. Return to the system, Ye Tian replied casually. This world's consciousness was hostile to his foreign presence, constantly draining immense points to counteract the world's rejection. From now on, unless it's a matter of life and death for Liquan, Ye Tian had no intention of coming out. This decision was clear to Liquan, but a question quickly arose in his mind. System, that senior, if we categorize him according to ancient martial arts levels, what would his strength be? Liquan asked, recalling the casual but deadly display by Ye Tian, which still left him in awe. That level of power was completely beyond his comprehension. Ye Tian continued to embellish the image of a master. The opponent unlocked a small portion of his power earlier and used the full potential of the Earth tier when obliterating the American soldiers. Liquan was even more astonished by these words. Earth tier perfection? Just a casual unlock of power to reach such a level? He marveled inwardly, feeling increasingly lucky to have drawn Ye Tian with that golden lottery card. Ye Tian was secretly pleased with himself. After obtaining the black blood secret technique of the blood eye, he had directly evolved it to a perfect state and integrated it into himself. Consequently, some physical traits had changed, such as his blood-red eyes. Although Earth tier perfection was still a major stage away from the highest level of ancient martial arts in this world, the power displayed was already overwhelming. Knowing the original storyline, Ye Tian understood that the strongest ancient martial artist in the world at the moment, Lin Fan, was only at the early Earth tier. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Fan was leisurely seated in his villa, swirling a glass of red wine and humming a tune, seemingly in a good mood. Although Black Rose had betrayed him and Ghost Fong was nowhere to be found, he had discovered the treasure trove left by his master. This alone filled him with joy. However, the subsequent bad news had worn down his patience. Lin Fan glanced sideways at the trembling young man in front of him, Wu Liang, and asked with a thin-lipped smile, "Did you mess up the song I sent to Qi Li?" A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Wu Liang, causing him to sweat profusely as he desperately defended himself. Director Lin, it was really Liquan's fault. He used his acquaintance with Miss Qi Li to make her accept his song. Is that so? Lin Fan put down the wine glass, slowly rose from his chair, and approached Wu Liang. I'm a doctor, and I can tell when someone is lying. Wu Liang was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Lin Fan's demeanor changed completely. He smiled and patted Wu Liang on the shoulder. All right, just kidding. How could you lie? If it's messed up, it's messed up. It's no big deal. This sudden change relieved Wu Liang immensely, and he quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Chairman, for your forgiveness. Thank you, Director Lin. Thank you. However, Lin Fan's next words sent a chill down Wu Liang's spine. I have a new task for you. As expected, the new task Lin Fan mentioned left Wu Liang in disbelief. I have a pill. Find a way to make Qi Li take it, Lin Fan said, placing a transparent pill in Wu Liang's hand. What kind of pill is this? Wu Liang's voice carried a hint of fear. Lin Fan didn't answer directly, only saying lightly, by 8 p.m. tonight, make sure she takes it. He patted Wu Liang's shoulder again, his tone carrying an undeniable threat. This time, don't mess it up. Okay, okay. Wu Liang nodded woodenly, sensing the underlying threat in Lin Fan's calm words. Lin Fan stood in his office, his gaze fixed on the flawless photograph of Qi Li on the wall, his eyes filled with affection. He recalled the first time he entered the treasure vault and found the Huan pill, perfect for dual cultivation, thinking to himself, Qi Li, this is a sign from above. Suddenly, he remembered Liquan, whom he failed to kill. Lin Fan let out a cold chuckle, thinking, with those Americans involved, Liquan shouldn't escape this time. But why did the Ghost Fong group suddenly lose contact? Otherwise, we wouldn't need the Americans' help. Lost in thought, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Lin Fan glanced at the caller. It was Chung Jun. Brother Lin, what's up? Lin Fan answered, his tone calm. On the other end, Chung Jun's voice was anxious. Brother Fan, is there something wrong with the information you gave me? Lin Fan could imagine Chung Jun wiping sweat from his forehead, full of worry. What information? Lin Fan feigned ignorance. Chung Jun's voice rose slightly. Didn't you use 2 spots to enter the treasure vault to buy the heads of Liquan and Dark Rose? The Americans went in, with a force of 500, and they attacked Liquan right here in Mo High City. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. Oh? Are the bodies intact? He silently admired the Americans' efficiency, eager to get Liquan's intact body. After all, it had been a while since he practiced the puppet technique taught by his master. Intact? Chung Jun suppressed his anger. Intact, yes, but 500 bodies, except for a hole in the head, look just like living people. Lin Fan was about to say that's good, when something struck him, and he froze. What did you say? 500 bodies. Yes. Chung Jun emphasized. Those 500 American soldiers were completely wiped out. If my people hadn't discovered it first, this would have been all over the internet. They died besieging Liquan. Brother Fan, did you leave something out in the information you provided? Impossible, Lin Fan denied firmly. How could Liquan have the strength to wipe out 500 armed soldiers? Qing Jun explained, full of concern. But that's the truth. Of those 500 American soldiers, only their general survived. Not long ago, that general, representing the U.S. military, accused us of setting them up. They even said they would no longer negotiate over the treasure vault, but seize it by force. They demand we pay for this scheme. Ridiculous. Lin Fan's mind churned, feeling he had been played. He took a deep breath and asked, what do we do now? Chung Jun still centered his actions around Lin Fan, especially after Lin Fan obtained the treasure vault. Investigate. Lin Fan's tone was icy. Get to the bottom of this. See if Liquan really had the power to wipe out 500 soldiers, or if the Americans are up to something. Until we know the truth, ignore the Americans. Okay, Chung Jun replied. After hanging up, Lin Fan hurled his phone at the wall. With a loud crash, it shattered into pieces. To wipe out 500 soldiers, Liquan, you've hidden well. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. He was no fool. He knew the Americans had no reason to play tricks. The situation was likely genuinely serious. But at this moment, he could neither deny nor admit anything, as that would reveal his stance. The only option was to delay until he fully absorbed the treasure vault's legacy, to delay until he reached the heavenly stage. When Liquan returned home with Heimei, he was met with an angry glare from Li Xia. Her brows were furrowed, lips slightly pursed, and her small face was full of displeasure. Brother, who is she? Li Xia immediately showed strong hostility upon seeing Heimei. Liquan raised an eyebrow and casually replied, the housekeeper. Heimei was taken aback by his words, recalling how Liquan had previously said he would punish her by making her a housekeeper for life. She had thought it was his unique way of confessing, which had made her heart race all the way home. But now, could he have meant it literally? Housekeeper. Li Xia looked Heimei up and down with suspicion. She's so beautiful, she could easily be a top model. Liquan impatiently flicked Li Xia's forehead. All right, stop acting like a jealous concubine. I'm your brother, not your boyfriend. Do you need to use that tone? Li Xia was momentarily speechless, her cheeks puffed out in frustration, unable to retort. She suddenly grabbed her phone and threw it on the sofa. Chili just messaged me, wanting to invite you. See for yourself. With that, she picked up a plush toy and stormed back to her room. Chili. A hint of surprise flashed through Liquan's eyes. He picked up Li Xia's phone and looked through her chat with Chili. It turned out Chili had proactively contacted Li Xia, inviting them to tonight's concert. Li Xia's response was unfriendly, which was no surprise. Since her fallout with Lin Fan, Li Xia had considered anyone siding with Lin Fan, including Chili, as an enemy. Liquan recalled how just a week ago, without the system's support, he had been running around tirelessly for this concert, acting like a complete sycophant. Back then, he saw this concert as the sacred platform for Chili, the film queen, to ascend to the throne of music diva. Looking back now, it seemed like a dark chapter in his life. With the system now in place, Liquan's interest in Chili's concert had significantly waned. However, knowing that Lin Fan had already accessed the treasure trove and was rapidly advancing, Liquan understood that progressing with Chili had to be prioritized. Therefore, he needed to seize this opportunity to connect with her. As night fell, after having dinner with Heimei and Li Xia, Liquan switched to a white Pagani and headed alone to Chili's concert. The concert was at the Central Stadium in Mohi City. As the nation's recognized goddess of entertainment, Chili's appeal was astounding. Even with 100,000 seats, the stadium was sold out well in advance. As the show approached, millions of online viewers were already waiting eagerly in various livestream rooms. Already a film queen, and after tonight, her aura will shine even brighter. At a bustling city intersection, Liquan gazed at the red light ahead, unable to help but reflect. Ye Tian remained silent. Liquan calculated in his mind, following the trajectory of the original storyline. Tonight is the night when Lin Fan plans to confess his love to Qi Li and make their relationship official. Yet, Ye Tian feels a sense of unease, aware that Qi Li is still torn because of Liquan's presence, and fears that Lin Fan and Qi Li may not reach a resolution. However, the will of heaven won't allow this gap to exist and will surely guide Lin Fan to take action. Ye Tian senses that something unexpected might happen tonight. Liquan enters the concert venue, greeted by a sea of people. Although the performance hasn't started, the place is already bustling, a testament to Qi Li's immense popularity. He navigates through the crowded seats, heading straight to the backstage area. In contrast to the noisy audience section, the backstage is much quieter. Suddenly, Liquan notices a familiar figure sneaking around backstage. Wu Liang, are you here to sing too? Liquan casually asks. Wu Liang, startled by the sudden greeting, turns to see Liquan and freezes in place. He wipes the sweat from his forehead and forces a smile. Chi Li needs someone to sing along for a song, so I came. Liquan frowned slightly, finding it odd. Wu Liang explaining himself is out of character. Why are you sweating so much? Wu Liang quickly defends himself. It's a big concert. I'm nervous. Although the explanation seems reasonable, Liquan senses something unusual about Wu Liang. Just as he's about to question further, a gentle female voice interrupts. You're here. Chi Li's voice makes Liquan turn around. Tonight, Chi Li is wearing a light purple gown, her hair elegantly styled, giving her a more sophisticated look. Her eyes, though minimally adorned, shine like stars. Her lips, lightly glossed, exude a subtle allure. Her graceful neck and delicate collarbones are partially visible, and her figure, wrapped in the gown, is flawless. Didn't sure you come? Chi Li asks, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. It seems she still resents me. Liquan replies bluntly, since you're siding with Lin Fan. Chi Li hastily explains, my relationship with Lin Fan isn't what you think. She instinctively wants to clarify, perhaps due to Chiu Mei's confession proving Liquan's innocence, or because of Liquan's heartfelt performance of later today. Chi Li's attitude towards Liquan has subtly changed. Is that so? Liquan responds with a hint of self-mockery. You don't owe me any explanation. Chi Li opens her mouth, but doesn't know what to say. At that moment, the manager reminds her. Chi Li, it's time. Chi Li nods and looks at Liquan again. You can go to the rest area in the back. It's quieter there. Liquan silently nods. Just then, Wu Liang rushes over. Chi Li, have you had water? The first set is half an hour long. It's tough on your voice. Chi Li looks at Wu Liang in confusion, but nods. I've already had some. Wu Liang breathes a sigh of relief, displaying a sincere smile. That's good. Protecting your voice is the priority. Even though today's concert is grand, don't hurt your voice. Thank you. Chi Li politely nods in gratitude to Wu Liang. At 7:30, as Chi Li steps onto the stage, the entire concert venue erupts in excitement. Major streaming platforms broadcast her presence clearly to the audience. On stage, Chi Li's voice, accompanied by the graceful movements of several dancers, begins to resonate, calming the previously restless atmosphere. In the backstage rest area, Liquan watches Chi Li's performance on a screen. As time passes, over 20 minutes go by, and the concert's atmosphere is completely ignited. Yet, with his keen insight, Liquan frowns. He clearly notices that, for some reason, Chi Li's condition is rapidly declining. After a song ended, Chi Li leaned against the piano on stage, her face glistening with tiny beads of sweat. The perspiration had even smudged her carefully applied makeup, revealing a delicate yet slightly pale face. Struggling to maintain a steady tone, she addressed the audience. All right, dear friends, that's it for the first part. In the next one, I have more new songs prepared for you. The audience erupted into a buzz of confusion. Someone murmured, wasn't the first part supposed to be 30 minutes? It's only been a little over 20. Unable to provide an explanation, Chi Li forced herself to ignore the discomfort in her body and quickly made her way to the back of the stage. Out of the audience's sight, Chi Li could no longer hold herself up and nearly stumbled. Her female manager rushed forward, catching her with a look of panic. Chi Li, what's wrong? Breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed with an unknown intensity, Chi Li managed to say, take me to the dressing room. Suppressing her doubts, the manager supported the unsteady Chi Li toward her private room. Along the way, many backstage crew members noticed the unusual situation and cast curious glances. Once inside the dressing room, the manager carefully settled Chi Li onto the sofa. Seeing Chi Li clutching her arms and biting her lip in pain, she anxiously said, I'll get a doctor right away. At that moment, a gentle male voice interrupted. No need for a doctor. I'm here. A man entered the room. It was Lin Fan, the director. The manager, relieved, exclaimed, Director Lin Fan. Thank goodness you're here just in time. Please, see what's wrong with Chi Li. Lin Fan frowned slightly and said softly, this might be a bit complicated. Please leave. I need to focus on the acupuncture, and I can't concentrate with someone nearby. The manager nodded repeatedly, not perceiving anything unusual in Lin Fan's request. Before she left, Lin Fan instructed, no matter what you hear inside, don't come in, and don't let anyone else in either. The manager nodded solemnly in agreement. After she left, Lin Fan, with a smile, gracefully sat next to Chi Li. He picked up a cup of tea from the table, took a sip, and asked, how are you feeling? A flash of anger crossed Chi Li's eyes as she accused, did you have Wu Liang drug me? Despite her entertainment industry experience, her keen insight and intelligence had alerted her to something amiss during her performance. Wu Liang's words only confirmed her suspicions, and Lin Fan's timely arrival solidified his role as the mastermind. Lin Fan didn't deny it. Instead, he candidly admitted, I know it was wrong, but we're running out of time. His eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Chi Li, do you know that above our world, there's another world, one far more fascinating? The Huan pill I gave you can fully develop your special body. After tonight, our powers will increase significantly, and reaching the upper realm is just a matter of time. Then we can fight for justice there, living as immortal lovers. Isn't that wonderful? Chili clutched the edge of the sofa tightly, her breathing increasingly erratic, yet her eyes remained clear. She gritted her teeth and said, Lin Fan, I'm so disappointed in you. Lin Fan was unfazed, instead laughing wildly. Ha ha, that's all right. When you can't resist the drug's effects anymore, and come to me, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Lin Fan leisurely sipped his bitter tea, filled with confidence. He was certain that with the techniques from the medical immortal's secret tome, he could make Chili completely fall for him. After all, this tactic had never failed with other women, each of whom ended up pining for him. In the backstage rest area, Liquan wore a grim expression as he grabbed Wu Liang by the throat. Noticing something unusual with Chili on stage, he quickly connected the dots to Wu Liang's earlier strange behavior and tracked him down. Under Liquan's forceful questioning, Wu Liang fearfully confessed everything. Lin Fan. Liquan was shocked upon learning the truth, surprised that Lin Fan had resorted to such despicable means against Chili. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding, system task issued. Save Chili. Success will earn a silver lottery card. Failure will result in Chili losing her chastity. Description: Chili is in danger, and only the host can save her. Friendly reminder: Chili is currently in her private dressing room. Without hesitation, Liquan sprinted towards his destination. Along the way, he contacted the system. System, can Senior Yi from earlier today come out again? Liquan knew that Lin Fan's strength at the early Earth stage was far beyond his ability to handle, even if the strongest fighter were by his side. Only if Senior Yi reappeared was there hope. Otherwise, he would merely be walking into a trap. Ye Tian had anticipated this. With the protagonist being the pinnacle of power, no one else could intervene effectively without him stepping in. However, Ye Tian was unwilling to act without compensation and demanded a fee for his appearance, especially since it was his second time that day. Ding summoned individual Ye Tian is willing to assist the host, but he requires the host to personally kill Lin Fan within a week. Kill Lin Fan? Why does Senior Yi have this request? Liquan was puzzled. Ding, upon the protagonist's death, he can absorb the world's fortune. Is that so? Liquan mused. Then Senior Yi should have the strength to kill Lin Fan himself, right? Ding, not being a native of this world, he cannot kill this world's protagonist. I see. Liquan realized, nodding solemnly. In that case, I accept Senior Ye's request. Anyway, it's either him or Lin Fan, and the 7 days will push me to improve. Ding, main task generated. Task: kill Lin Fan. Deadline: 7 days. After a brief exchange, Liquan arrived outside Chili's dressing room. In the hallway, Chili's manager was pacing anxiously, occasionally clenching her hands, hoping Chili would recover soon. Outside, there were over 100,000 live audience members and millions more online viewers following the concert. Any mishap could severely impact Chili. As the manager's mind raced, a figure darted past her towards Chili's dressing room. Liquan. Hey, Director Lin is giving Chili acupuncture. Don't disturb them. The manager hurried to stop him, but it was too late. Liquan's hand was already on the door handle. It's over. If Chili's treatment is interrupted because of this, I'll never forgive myself, the beautiful manager thought regretfully. Under her terrified gaze, the door opened, revealing the scene inside. Chili lay weakly on the sofa, her long hair disheveled, her elegant dress torn halfway, exposing large patches of her fair, pink-tinted skin to the air. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who had already removed his shirt, was unbuckling his belt. At that moment, Liquan and the manager's eyes met Lin Fan's, freezing him in place. As the female agent pushed open the door, a shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. She widened her eyes in disbelief and shouted, "What are you doing?" Her heart was a mix of relief and fear, knowing that if Liquan hadn't opened the door in time, Lin Fan's plot might have succeeded. Facing the accusation, Lin Fan remained unfazed, his eyes coldly scanning Liquan and the female agent. "You've come in on your own? In that case, I'll need you to keep this secret forever." Before the words finished, 2 silver needles rapidly enlarged in their pupils. Feeling a surge of danger, Liquan mentally cried out, "System, if Senior Yi doesn't intervene now, I'm done for." At the critical moment, a dark red aura appeared, freezing the silver needles midair. Lin Fan's pupils contracted as he saw a man with a slightly sinister appearance emerge from the shadows. "So, you're the one who's been protecting Liquan from the shadows." Lin Fan's voice was heavy, sensing an overwhelming pressure. "Senior, what has Liquan offered you? I, Lin Fan, can double it. If you follow me, I can even grant you a spot in the higher realms." Lin Fan attempted to recruit him, but his protagonist aura was ineffective against Ye Tian. Ye Tian sneered, "I'm not interested in being anyone's bodyguard, but I am very interested in beating you up." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already flashed in front of Lin Fan, his iron grip tightly clutching Lin Fan's neck. How is this possible, so fast? Lin Fan was terrified, his entire body covered in spiritual energy, yet he couldn't break free. Ye Tian showed no mercy. lifting him high. As Lin Fan's face turned from red to a sickly blue, struggling in vain. Ye Tian inwardly sneered, not willing to give the protagonist any chance. Even though he knew he probably couldn't kill Lin Fan, it didn't stop him from trying. As Ye Tian's grip tightened, Lin Fan's face shifted from flushed red to a purplish blue. The cracking sound of bones echoed, and the young man who prided himself as the protagonist was engulfed in a life-and-death crisis. Bastard! Lin Fan's furious roar echoed backstage. Just as Ye Tian was choking him and his life hung by a thread, a muffled sound erupted from within him. A surge of even stronger spiritual power flooded through his body like a tidal wave, allowing him to break through at this critical moment, leaping from the early to the mid-tier of the Earth rank. This explosive power slowly pried Ye Tian's hand away. Lin Fan lifted his head with a sinister grin, madness flickering in his eyes. You're strong, but you don't know that my true power is always one level higher than my current realm. Now, at the Earth rank, I am invincible. Before his words even faded, the ground beneath Lin Fan's feet crumbled into dust, collapsing layer by layer. He launched himself like a human cannonball, enveloped in immense power, charging straight at Ye Tian. I'll kill you. Lin Fan's roar was filled with murderous intent. However, facing Lin Fan's aggressive assault, Ye Tian merely raised his hand calmly. Boom. A heavy slap came down from above, shaking the entire backstage area of the concert. In an instant, the enraged Lin Fan was flattened like a squashed frog, sprawling on the ground. Ye Tian slowly crouched down, grabbed Lin Fan by the hair, and lifted his face. Never heard of the extreme Earth rank? Surpassing levels? You think you're capable? With that, he retrieved a sharp knife from the system space. Enough with the chatter. Just as Ye Tian was about to deliver the fatal blow to Lin Fan, a strange wave suddenly enveloped Lin Fan. Ye Tian's attack was blocked, the first time he'd been truly stopped. A white bead flew out from Lin Fan's body, completely encasing him and rapidly healing his injuries. Within seconds, Lin Fan recovered, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. I'll remember you. No matter who you are, I'll definitely kill you. Ye Tian appeared indifferent, responding nonchalantly. All right, see you around. This attitude only fueled Lin Fan's rage, but he dared not linger any longer and left with a heart full of hatred. Afterward, Ye Tian approached Liquan, who was still in shock, and patted him on the shoulder. Kid, remember the conditions of my help. With that, he vanished. This encounter led to a complete overhaul of Ye Tian's system store. He was surprised to discover that this protagonist had cultivated over 20 ancient martial arts manuals, including 3 that could be deduced to the heaven rank. He also copied templates for the set of silver needles, the divine bead, and the Hahuan pill, allowing him to mass-produce them as long as he had enough points. In the waiting room, now resembling a Syrian-style renovation, Liquan helplessly watched Chili, who was nuzzling against him with closed eyes. Ye Tian deducted 100 points from Liquan to remove the drug's effects from Chili's body. Chili awoke with a soft moan, and upon realizing her situation, hurriedly covered herself with a pillow, curling up in a corner of the sofa. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously thanked Liquan. Thank you for saving me. Despite being affected by the drug earlier, Chili had a vague memory of the events. She understood that it was Liquan who had rescued her from danger and, instead of taking advantage of her vulnerability, helped eliminate the drug's effects. This gesture greatly improved her impression of Liquan, and she looked at him with newfound goodwill. Ding! The system's cold voice echoed in Liquan's mind, informing him that the sensory value of the female lead, Chili, towards Lin Fan had plummeted to 0. He couldn't help but let out a wry smile, realizing that Lin Fan had really gone too far this time. Not only did he lose the female lead's favor, but even his protagonist's luck was halved, leaving only a pitiful 3,100 points. Liquan silently accepted the system's reward of 20,000 points and a silver lottery card, feeling a mix of emotions. He turned to Chili, his tone flat with a hint of detachment. No need to thank me. After all, we do know each other. This remark made Chili's grateful smile appear somewhat forced. She tucked her messy hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate profile, and looked at Liquan, saying softly, Liquan, you seem a bit different from before. Upon hearing this, Liquan replied expressionlessly, maybe it's my parents' passing that made me see some people more clearly. His words left Chili in silence. After a moment, she spoke gently. I was a bit harsh and neglectful towards you before, I'm sorry. If possible, can we be friends again? Liquan shook his head, his tone resolute. There's no need to say that. The day we canceled our engagement, there was no need for further contact. His response left Chili feeling a sense of blockage. Just then, her manager arrived hurriedly with several medical staff. Seeing Chili sitting quietly in the corner of the sofa, the manager asked excitedly, Chili, are you feeling better? Chili smiled and nodded. Much better. The manager quickly had the doctors conduct a checkup. A few minutes later, the doctors nodded to each other and gave their diagnosis. Miss Chili doesn't have any injuries, but there are still residual effects from the medication. With a day or two of rest, she should fully recover. The manager breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly remembered something and asked urgently, "What about the concert? Can Chile still perform?" One of the doctors shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Given her current physical condition, performing on stage could lead to fainting from exhaustion." This news put the manager in a difficult position. There were 100,000 live audience members and millions of online viewers waiting. If Chile didn't perform, not only would they have to refund the tickets, but it would also severely impact her career. Chile clearly understood the gravity of the situation as well. She tried to stand, but fell back onto the sofa due to her weakness. The manager quickly draped a coat over her and advised, "Chile, don't hurt yourself. If the concert doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Don't ruin your health." However, a rare determination appeared on Chile's beautiful yet pale face. "No. I've been preparing for this concert for a year. I promised to give the fans the best concert. I can't go back on my word." The manager's voice was filled with urgency and concern as his eyes were fixed on Chile. "In your current state, you can barely stand on stage, let alone sing." The atmosphere in the dressing room was tense, and Liquan silently observed everything. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected a change in the host's emotions, issuing a new task: reclaim the concert. Success will reward you with a random movie. Failure comes with no penalty. The system continued. "You've done everything to organize this concert for Chile, taking on countless tasks. This concert was your creation, so why let someone else take the spotlight? Stand on your stage and claim your title as the king of music." Liquan was taken aback by these words, while Ye Tian, the system, shook his head silently. He knew Liquan's character well. He wanted to help Chile save the concert, but couldn't bring himself to do it due to his pride. Ye Tian had no choice but to present it as a task, cleverly avoiding the phrase, "help Chile save the concert," and approaching it from a different angle, which suited Liquan perfectly. Chile finally realized she couldn't continue. Her eyes slightly reddened. She softly said, "Let everyone know, the concert is cancelled." The manager nodded immediately and hurried off to make arrangements. As people gradually left the dressing room, Chile instinctively looked towards Liquan's spot, only to find it empty. In the concert group chat, Chile's manager sent a message. "Everyone, could the director's team inform the audience outside that tonight's concert is over?" The message caused an uproar in the group chat. What happened? There's still so much time left. Why end it suddenly? Yeah, the crowd is just getting bigger. How can we cancel at this crucial moment? Did something happen to Chile? Amidst the flood of questions, Chile finally responded in the chat. There was an unexpected situation. Canceling was unavoidable. Although everyone was reluctant, they had no choice but to accept the group leader's decision. At that moment, the camera crew suddenly chimed in. "Chile, we just caught someone going on stage from the backstage. Is that part of the plan?" Chile frowned and immediately turned to the TV on the dressing room wall. The screen displayed a 360 view of the stage. The audience was already in an uproar, and a man walked on stage, gradually drawing everyone's attention. Despite the dim lighting, Chile recognized the figure instantly. "Liquan?" she exclaimed. On stage, a spotlight illuminated Liquan. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, he calmly picked up the microphone, his voice clear across the venue. "Welcome, everyone, to my concert." This seemingly gentle statement stirred a huge commotion among the audience. "Isn't this Chile's concert? Who are you? What do you mean your concert? Yeah, where did you come from? Get off the stage and let Chile perform. What is this concert doing? Dude, we don't know you." The entire venue descended into chaos, with many in the audience even shouting for refunds. In the dressing room, seeing this unfold, Chile sighed softly. She knew that without her presence, the audience wouldn't accept it. However, faced with the tide of doubt and anger, Liquan remained composed at the center of the stage. He smiled confidently and said, "Now let me sing a song for you, Blue and White Porcelain." As Liquan's voice resonated, the entire stage transformed instantly. Soft, dazzling lights created a dreamlike atmosphere, while ethereal background music flowed gently, turning the once noisy concert into a serene world. The audience instinctively quieted down, their eyes fixed on Liquan at the center of the stage. Liquan gently picked up the microphone, and his masterful voice began to unfold. The porcelain outlines the blue and white. The brushwork shifts from thick to thin. His voice seemed to be imbued with an ancient charm, further enhanced by his captivating presence. The audience felt as if they were transported to the misty landscapes of Jiangnan, entranced by the beautiful lyrics and flawless singing. The entire concert hall was silent, except for the music. The glaze colors a lady's portrait. The charm is kept secret. Liquan's voice was as elegant and captivating as a refined gentleman, with every word perfectly placed. The audience had long forgotten their earlier anger, fully immersed in the enchanting performance. The live broadcast of the concert attracted countless viewers across major platforms, with comments flooding in. "This song is incredible. I have a feeling this song will be a hit. This man's voice is amazing. Liquan's talent silenced all doubters. Minutes later, as blue and white porcelain concluded, the audience was still craving more, with some even clamoring for an encore. Liquan gently announced, "Next, I'll perform another song for you, the brightest star in the night sky." Though some still wondered about the absence of Chile, no one questioned Liquan's talent anymore. A timely system notification chimed in. "Ding, the brightest star in the night sky has been redeemed for the host, deducting 500 points." This low cost was due to Liquan's previous acquisition of a 90 discount card from the entertainment mall by breaking a silver lottery card. The background music and lighting effects were arranged by Ye Tian after deducting 2,000 points from Liquan. Meanwhile, the sound and lighting technicians backstage were feeling uneasy, as if they needed to call in a priest. Amidst the anticipation, the background music for the second song began to play, and Liquan prepared to showcase his talent once again. This is a different type of music. As the music reaches its peak, Liquan grips the microphone tightly, his clear voice delivering the lyrics without any embellishment. "The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear the loneliness and sighs of those who gaze up at you?" The soft neon lights envelop the stage, and Liquan seems to transform into a dazzling star, drawing everyone's attention. In the dressing room, Chile watches the dazzling man on stage through the TV screen, her eyes filled with surprise, admiration, and an indescribable fascination. She recalls the moments when Liquan intervened to protect her from Lin Fan's advances and when he encouraged her not to give up on the concert. She can't help but think to herself, "He is truly exceptional, far more suited for that stage than I am." Liquan's deep voice blends perfectly with the high-quality songs, and the concert completely follows his rhythm. One song follows another, and an hour passes unnoticed. The live audience and viewers in various streaming rooms are amazed, exclaiming in the comments, "It's been years, and finally, a new star has emerged in our music scene. Every song is new, and each one is an absolute masterpiece. Who is this man? From now on, I'm his fan, and not even Jesus can change that." That night, countless listeners witnessed the birth of a music legend. When the final song ended, Liquan took a deep breath, opened his arms to the audience of 10,000, and bowed slightly. The entire venue erupted with cheers and applause. After Liquan left the stage, the concert came to an end. However, many in the audience didn't even realize that anything was missing from the show. Although Chile is indeed a goddess, Liquan's charm surpassed hers. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for many, including Chile. Dressed in pale yellow pajamas, Chile sat at the edge of her bed, her impressive figure subtly visible. She tied up her long hair, her thoughts still lingering on the brilliant man at the center of the stage. With a sigh, she rubbed her temples, picked up her phone, and aimlessly scrolled through the screen before opening the calendar. The day after tomorrow marks the end of the month, and it's also the day when her 5-year promise with Liquan is set to be fulfilled. Previously, Chile might have brushed off this promise with a laugh, but now she feels an inexplicable urge to avoid it. Does fulfilling the promise mean the end of her connection with Liquan? After the concert, Liquan returned home quietly. He checked his system panel, finding he had 15,000 points remaining and a movie lottery card. Deciding to use the card, the system prompted, "Congratulations, host. You have won the movie Titanic." Liquan was initially stunned, then carefully examined the movie he had drawn. To his surprise, he discovered that in the system store, this movie belonged to the most expensive category. The next day, as anticipated, the entertainment world was buzzing. Liquan's stunning performance at the concert last night sparked a huge reaction. When his identity as a board member of the Lee Group was revealed, the usually noisy online world fell into a brief silence. This unusual quietness stemmed from the recent negative news frequently associated with the Lee Group. Although the confession of Black Rose should have cleared the Lee Group of suspicion, the situation unexpectedly reached a standstill. To many netizens, the Lee Group remained a company with a notorious reputation. However, Liquan's talent on stage undoubtedly earned him the title of God of Song. This led to a swift division of online opinion. One side praised Liquan's musical talent, while the other questioned his character. Amidst the heated debates among countless netizens, Liquan became the center of attention by posting an apparently unrelated message on social media. After 5 years of filming abroad, the movie Titanic will officially premiere at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow. We welcome everyone to watch it. Normally, this brief promotion might not have attracted much attention, but at this moment, it quickly topped the trending list. The comments section was immediately filled with questions and speculation. Still promoting movies? Chairman Lee, isn't your music career more promising? Liquan, where can we hear your songs? Haven't they been released yet? A 5-year shoot for Titanic? How old were you 5 years ago, Director Lee? Meanwhile, the dazzling new movie trailer began circulating online, generating considerable anticipation, which starkly contrasted with Liquan's situation. Amid this complex public opinion, a question arose in Liquan's mind. He turned to the system and asked, "Since Chile no longer has feelings for Lin Fan, is there any need to maintain my engagement with Chile?" He recalled his initial strategy to win over Chile to weaken Lin Fan's protagonist aura. Now that this goal seemed to have been achieved, Chile appeared to have lost her value in his eyes. The system patiently explained, "Do not underestimate the protagonist, they gather the world's fortune. The closer you get to the final moment, the more likely unexpected twists will occur." Liquan nodded thoughtfully, becoming serious once more. As night fell, the bustling world gradually quieted down. In a luxurious room, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. As time passed, the fluctuations of this energy grew stronger. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the silence, and a mist-like spiritual energy spread outward from Lin Fan as the center. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them. He murmured to himself, "I didn't expect that the divine pill left by my master in the treasury would allow me to break through two realms and reach the pinnacle of the earth stage." He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him, and the gloom in his heart seemed to dissipate considerably. Recalling the scene of being brutally defeated by Ye Tian yesterday, Lin Fan still considered it a lifelong disgrace. But it was this painful experience that made him more calm and rational. He secretly vowed that the next time he encountered that guy, he would definitely defeat him completely. What he lacked was subordinates. Lin Fan sat in his luxurious office, frustratedly recalling yesterday's reckless actions. If the ghost teeth had informed him in time that Liquan would appear at the Chile concert, he would not have been so hasty. After all, the opponent had the strength to annihilate 500 soldiers, which required careful planning. Thinking of this, Lin Fan was filled with rage and pounded heavily on the armrest of his chair. "Where have those ghost teeth guys disappeared to for so long?" he growled through gritted teeth. Lin Fan picked up his phone, intending to contact Jun. At this point, he was the only one who could help him trace the whereabouts of the ghost teeth. However, after dialing, all he heard was the busy tone. He called several times, but no one answered. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Fan's heart. Jun had never missed his calls before, and this unusual situation made him wary. Suddenly, a few shadows flitted past the window. Lin Fan was instantly alert, exuding a formidable aura as his cold gaze swept toward a shadowy corner of the room. "Who?" he demanded sharply. "Young master, it's us, your loyal servants," a hoarse voice replied, as 5 cloaked elders slowly emerged. Seeing these top assassins of the Ghost Teeth organization, Lin Fan relaxed slightly, but the anger in his voice was still evident. "Why are you only appearing now? What were you doing during your disappearance?" This question made Tong, the leader, tremble slightly, and he hurriedly explained, "Young master, please calm down. During our absence, we were completing the mission you assigned us." Tong showed a pained expression, recalling how the young master had said not to show up without completing the mission, only to be questioned now upon bringing good news. "Mission?" Lin Fan frowned. "Did I give you a mission? Didn't you instruct us a couple of days ago to lead the entire Ghost Teeth assassin group to assassinate Jun? Tong cautiously reminded, thinking the young master might have forgotten. "Assassinate Jun?" Lin Fan's gaze was sharp as a knife. "When did I give you that order? Jun is my senior, my support in the political arena. Why would I want him dead?" "But," Tong was bewildered, "you truly gave us this order, saying Jun coveted the key in your possession and wanted the treasury for himself." "Ridiculous," Lin Fan roared, cutting off Tong's words. He abruptly stood, grabbing Tong by the collar, and asked through clenched teeth, "So you're back now because you've completed that so-called mission?" Tong felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Normally, he would confidently report mission accomplished, awaiting the young master's reward and praise. But facing the overwhelming presence of Lin Fan, he could only nervously present a package from behind him. "This is Jun's head," Tong said, trembling. "You are courting death." Lin Fan's heart ached as he unleashed a powerful strike at Tong's head. With a thud, Tong was dead before he could utter a plea for mercy. Seeing this, the 4 top assassins behind immediately knelt, speaking in unison, "Forgive us, young master." Lin Fan was furious, scolding harshly. "You can't accomplish anything but ruin everything. What use are you?" Faced with Lin Fan's wrath, the assassins dared not make a sound. The room fell into a long silence, broken only by the sound of Lin Fan's heavy breathing. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and he struggled to quell the anger within him. The death of Jun had left his forces critically undermanned, a reality that pierced him like a sharp blade. After much deliberation, he decided not to act against the remaining few, at least for the time being. "You have 2 hours," Lin Fan ordered coldly. "Gather all the ancient martial artists and Ghost Tooth assassins in Mo High City." "Understood." The 4 top assassins, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, quickly accepted the command and departed. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room illuminated only by a desk lamp, Liquan lay lazily on the bed, habitually browsing through the system interface. As the embodiment of the system, Ye Tian was fervently absorbing the points generated by the world's breaches. Those assassins did quite well, Ye Tian mused to himself. The root of this breach was undoubtedly Cheng death. Ye Tian estimated that if he checked Lin Fan's protagonist luck value now, it would have plummeted to around 2,000. With the protagonist in such a predicament, Ye Tian could clearly sense the world's consciousness growing anxious. This meant Lin Fan, as the protagonist, was about to receive the core benefits of a favored son of destiny. A vivid metaphor formed in Ye Tian's mind. Is it time for a berserk mode? He speculated. Will it be a sudden surge in the protagonist's power, or will he meet some benefactor? If it was a power boost, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile. Just yesterday, he had copied Lin Fan's legendary ancient martial arts skills and equipment. In less than a day, Ye Tian had already perfected one of the heavenly level techniques, reaching the pinnacle of this world's capabilities. But if the protagonist gained in other ways, like encountering a benefactor, it would make things even more interesting. At the same time, in a vast, labyrinthine treasury, the warm glow of amber candles illuminated its grand expanse. Lin Fan led the way, followed by 50 ghost-tooth assassins of varying strength. Despite the disparity in their abilities, each one was a genuine ancient martial artist. As Lin Fan ventured deeper into the treasury, everyone could clearly feel a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloping them. Lin Fan halted, pointing to one of the hidden doors. The treasury has 5 hidden doors. I've already opened 4, and the pills and manuals I've acquired are barely sufficient. Tonight, we'll open the 5th door together. Yes, young master. The 50 assassins responded in unison, bowing respectfully. Soon, Lin Fan led them to a stone door. Only when the peak's spiritual energy reaches the required level will the hidden door open. Lin Fan explained as he pressed his hand against the wall. Following his lead, all the ghost-tooth assassins did the same. The combined spiritual power of 50 ancient martial artists was astonishing. In no time, the 5th hidden door began to slowly rise amidst intense vibrations. As the door gradually opened, Lin Fan's inner resentment only grew. If you all had been here a couple of days ago, I would have opened all the doors by now, and perhaps even started using the treasury's resources to reach the heavenly level. His tone was filled with regret and frustration. Please calm down, young master, the 4 top assassins said, lowering their heads. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Forget it. Let's just retrieve the valuables from the treasury. He didn't want to dwell on the matter any longer. Several lower-ranked assassins immediately darted into the treasure area beyond the hidden door upon receiving Lin Fan's order. However, an unexpected event occurred. The ancient martial artists who entered were suddenly propelled out by a mysterious spiritual force. Who? Lin Fan instantly became alert, his sharp gaze piercing into the depths of the hidden door. His formidable aura at the peak of the earthly level slowly emerged, clearly unprepared for the presence of another. What happened next, however, caught everyone completely off guard. A surge of spiritual power, even more immense and overwhelming than Lin Fan's, emanated from the secret door, causing everyone to tremble in awe. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed this heavenly aura. Ha ha ha, is that Lin Fan, the disciple of Lin Tianhong outside? A hearty laughter accompanied the emergence of a scholarly figure with a folding fan from the secret door, his piercing gaze sweeping across the crowd. Lin Fan, cautious yet respectful, asked, "Who might you be, senior?" He keenly sensed that this powerful figure harbored no ill intentions towards them. The scholar lightly waved his fan, smiling as he said, "I am an old acquaintance of Lin Tianhong. You should call me Uncle Bai." Uncle Bai. Lin Fan was initially puzzled, then suddenly jolted as he blurted out, "Could it be that you are Bai Yujie, the demon strategist who was the second to reach the heavenly stage after my master during the Age of Decline?" Bai Yujie nodded with a smile. "I didn't expect you to remember my name after all these years." Lin Fan eagerly inquired, "Uncle Bai, didn't you reach the heavenly stage? Why didn't you ascend to the higher realm with my master?" Bai Yujie shook his head and explained, "I promised your master I would stay behind to guard the treasure vault until it was opened. If others opened it, I would kill them. But if you opened it, I would assist you in reaching the heavenly stage, and we would ascend together." "I see." Lin Fan's heart surged with excitement at the thought of a heavenly stage powerhouse, especially one as cunning as a demon, supporting him. After calming himself a bit, he cautiously asked, "Uncle Bai, I've encountered some trouble in the mortal realm. Can you help me?" Bai Yujie raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Tell me about it." Lin Fan then launched into a detailed account that lasted over 10 minutes. He spoke of meeting the celebrity Qi Li, discovering the heiress Li Xia, and encountering the hacker beauty Black Rose. He detailed the events surrounding Liquan, especially noting that Liquan was protected by a master at the peak of the earthly stage. After listening, Bai Yujie nodded knowingly and said, "Xiao Fan, I have a plan that can turn your current disadvantage around." The scene shifted to the long, dark night inside a women's prison. Xiaomei had been there for a day, feeling as if she had fallen into hell. She longed to escape, but knew it was impossible. Every time she thought about it, she recalled that night when a cold, mechanical killer held a knife to her throat, forcing her to reveal all her crimes. Just as Chiu Mei was lost in her memories, a shadow suddenly appeared. Before she could react, a swift chop rendered her unconscious. When Chiu Mei slowly awoke, it was the next day. A few rays of morning light streamed through the window, and she was shocked to find herself no longer in prison, but in an elegantly decorated room. In front of her stood two men, a middle-aged man with a folding fan and a young man in casual clothes. Hello, Chiu Mei. The young man spoke first. Are you Lin Fan? Chiu Mei asked warily. Yes, Lin Fan nodded and continued. First, congratulations, Miss Chiu Mei. Your charges were dropped due to insufficient evidence, so you have been released. I'm not guilty. I don't have to go to jail. Chiu Mei covered her mouth, her face full of surprise and disbelief. That's right, you're not guilty, Lin Fan confirmed, then shifted his tone. The guilty one is Liquan. Liquan. Chiu Mei was puzzled. What about Liquan? Lin Fan's tone grew heavier. He threatened you, forcing you to make statements to clear his scandalous personal life. He coerced you into fabricating non-existent stories just to salvage his reputation. What? That's not true, is it? Chiu Mei instinctively denied. Lin Fan's voice became even more severe. It is true. If you don't expose Liquan's ugly nature, you might find yourself back in that cold prison. At this point, even if Chiu Mei was slow to react, she understood Lin Fan's intent. He wanted her to defame Liquan, to completely tarnish his image. Chiu Mei was internally shocked, but dared not show it, silently contemplating how to handle this unexpected situation. Today is the day of the movie release. The promise made 5 years ago is about to be fulfilled, yet Chili's heart is full of mixed emotions. Chili, look, Chiu Mei has been released, and she's posted something new. Her agent hurriedly handed her the phone, a hint of tension in her voice. Hearing the familiar name, Chili took the phone and quickly glanced at the post on the screen. The title read, Liquan, you scumbag. The glaring words made Chili frown. She continued reading, and Chiu Mei's words were like a sharp knife piercing the heart. On the night of April 27th, I went to room of Building A in the Haiheng community on the Bund. It was the secret meeting place for Liquan and me over the past year. I thought this rare date would be a perfect beginning and a nostalgic end. Little did I know that upon entering the room, I would be met not only by Liquan but also by his friends. They subjected me to unimaginable torment. Even worse, Liquan forced me to use my media account to clear his dirty past by making a public confession. Chiu Mei's words continued to reveal shocking details. I understand his intentions. He has always had designs on Chili. This was his despicable tactic to whitewash himself through my confession so he could reappear before Chili as a gentleman. Liquan even promised that as long as the post was published, my future would be secure. In that situation, I had no power to resist. The next day, I was imprisoned. It wasn't until then that I realized how naive I was. Liquan had already abandoned me. If it weren't for the police's keen insight, how could I have regained my freedom? I was truly blind when I discovered he was exploiting the Fuyav girl group. I should have seen his vile nature. As Chili finished reading, her hands trembled slightly. She murmured in disbelief. How could this be? Chiu Mei's revelations exploded like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire internet. The fervor surrounding Liquan's concert, which had been soaring, reached new heights. Netizens exclaimed that Liquan's life was like a melodramatic soap opera. However, doubts also arose. Liquan's loyal fans, enchanted by his music, posed sharp questions. Do you have any evidence? If Liquan is as despicable as you claim, how could he create so many touching love songs and perform them so beautifully? Facing skepticism, Chiu Mei did not back down, responding to each challenge. His songs? They were all composed by top-tier songwriters. Do you really think one person could write so many songs? Sing beautifully? Haven't you heard of lip-syncing? Chiu Mei's retorts made many begin to question her claims. Chili carefully read through each of Chiu Mei's replies in the comments section, her delicate brows furrowing tighter. Finally, unable to hold back anymore, she sent Chiu Mei a direct message. Why are you lying? Chiu Mei's reply came swiftly, as if she had been waiting for this moment. What lie? Chili pointed out without hesitation. Liquan wasn't lip-syncing. I saw it clearly. Unexpectedly, Chiu Mei's attitude suddenly became nonchalant. Oh, that? I misspoke. His musical talent is alright, I guess. Seeing this offhand response in the message box, Chili felt quite surprised. She hadn't expected Chiu Mei to so easily admit her previous statements were incorrect. However, this small doubt was clearly not Chili's main concern, as her mind was already occupied with more questions. Chili hesitated for a moment, her fingers trembling as she typed a message on her phone. Do you really know Liquan? Is his character as bad as you say? As soon as she sent this message, Chiu Mei's reply hit her like a sledgehammer, shattering her last hope. A series of unsavory images began to pop up in the chat window. The first showed Liquan and Chiu Mei naked, covered only by a thin sheet. The second depicted Liquan with his arms around two young women, his smile shameless. Then came the third, The fourth, there were even several videos, so explicit that Chili was left speechless. Chili's fingers froze on the screen, and her heart sank as if plunged into an icy abyss. Even though she had clung to a sliver of hope moments ago, faced with this irrefutable evidence, all her doubts seemed futile. She shakily pressed the power button to turn off her phone, feeling as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over her, soaking her to the core. Has Liquan been pretending all along? Is this his true face? Chili muttered to herself, her voice filled with despair and unwillingness to accept the truth. Meanwhile, in a luxurious estate, Lin Fan raised his glass, his face beaming with triumph. Uncle Bai, what a brilliant plan. Truly worthy of a mastermind. I toast to you. He finally felt that Liquan, who should have been beneath him, was once again trampled underfoot. Bai Yujie waved his hand modestly. The plan is nothing special. It's all about timing. Lin Fan praised him repeatedly. That just shows your capability, Uncle Bai. He downed his drink and added. But I must say, your face-changing skills are simply remarkable. The photos and videos are flawless. Bai Yujie shook his head with a light laugh. Just a minor trick. He turned to Lin Fan, his tone becoming serious. Since you still care about that girl Chili, you can approach her tomorrow. Don't worry about the past events. We'll set up a scenario where you can save her heroically, and then you can explain yourself. At the same time, Liquan, prompted by Hei Mei's warning, realized what was happening online. He frowned and pondered. System, should I clarify things or just hack Xiao Mei's account? To him, such slander, while unpleasant, was virtually harmless. The system, Ye Tian, responded succinctly. You should focus on tonight's movie. As soon as the words were spoken, Ye Tian appeared on a street. As a system, he had already deduced the truth behind Xiao Mei's incident. A character who was supposed to appear in the second book, Bai Yujie, had arrived early in this first world. Bai Yujie's cunning and strategy were described in the original work as being even more terrifying than his actual power. Ye Tian grinned. Too bad. They didn't count on me showing up early. It's a free gift. Knowing that the opponent's strategy was formidable, Ye Tian decided to seize this opportunity to eliminate this major threat. He glanced at the system space and unhesitatingly spent 1.5 million points. Instantly, 5 supreme-tier, peak-level experts appeared before Liquan. Ye Tian calculated internally. 6 against 1 should be a bit more secure. Bai Yujie and Lin Fan were leisurely chatting in the manor, completely unaware of the impending danger. Ye Tian, leading 5 peak-level celestial experts, was swiftly approaching, following the convergence of the world's fate in their direction. At this moment, Bai Yujie was seriously explaining the realms beyond the celestial level to Lin Fan. Transcendence to sainthood is akin to becoming an immortal on Earth. Bai Yujie's words carried a hint of longing. Lin Fan's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, Uncle Bai, can your cultivation method reach that level? Bai Yujie smiled slightly, a look of pride appearing on his face. Yes, if the rules of the lower realm allow for transcendent saints, I would definitely be one of them. Uncle Bai, you truly are unmatched in both wisdom and strength. Lin Fan praised sincerely. Ever since meeting this elder yesterday, he felt everything was going smoothly, as if he saw a bright future. Once he dealt with Liquan, rescued Chili, Black Rose, and Li Xia, and broke through the celestial level, he could ascend to the higher realm and enjoy life to the fullest. Bai Yujie waved his folding fan with a laugh. Ha ha ha, you're too kind, too kind. He clearly enjoyed Lin Fan's compliments. However, just as he was feeling a bit complacent, a sense of danger suddenly swept over them. In an instant, a silver needle tore through the air. Clang, Bai Yujie's eyes flashed like lightning, and his folding fan snapped open. Accompanied by a sound like cicada wings vibrating, a terrifying shockwave burst forth. Caught off guard, Lin Fan was thrown back by the force. The silver needle was also repelled, forcing Bai Yujie to take several steps back. Who? Bai Yujie scanned the surroundings warily, a serious look in his eyes. The strength of this attack indicated that the opponent's power was not inferior to his own. He couldn't help but wonder if there was another being in the lower realm with a similar level of power. As Bai Yujie questioned, a figure emerged, playing with a silver needlight. Was Ye Tian? It's you? Lin Fan exclaimed, his face turning pale instantly. Bai Yujie turned to Lin Fan. You know him? Lin Fan gritted his teeth and replied. He's Liquan's peak-level guardian. Peak level. Bai Yujie narrowed his eyes. He's not peak level. He's at the celestial peak. Celestial peak? How is that possible? Lin Fan was nearly in despair. Just the day before yesterday, he was only at the peak level. He had thought that consuming the divine medicine left by his master and breaking through 2 minor realms would allow him to catch up, but instead, he was left far behind. Ye Tian glanced coldly at Lin Fan, his expression dark. I didn't expect you to have a celestial peak expert protecting you. Hearing the displeasure in Ye Tian's tone, Lin Fan felt slightly relieved, grateful to have Bai Yujie by his side. Bai Yujie opened his fan, maintaining a composed demeanor. Since you understand that I'm here, there's no need to waste your efforts. In just a few words, he saw through Ye Tian's intentions. Ye Tian's eyes were shadowed, his voice filled with regret and helplessness. What a pity. Earlier was the best chance to kill you. With that, he turned and left. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Bai Yujie kept his gaze fixed on Ye Tian's retreating figure, only relaxing his guard once he was sure Ye Tian had completely left. Just as Bai Yujie relaxed for a moment, 5 terrifying waves of spiritual power erupted behind him like a volcano. His scalp tingled with fear, and he wanted to counterattack, but it was too late. With a loud boom, the ground around him was torn apart, and the power from 5 beings at the peak of the heavenly stage struck him like a giant hammer, sending him flying like a rag doll. Uncle Bai! Lin Fan shouted in terror, but in the next moment, he was knocked unconscious by a sudden strike from Ye Tian. Bai Yujie lay on the ground, covered in blood, his mind blank. In a daze, he recognized the 5 attackers and Liquan's guardians. The presence of 6 beings at the peak of the heavenly stage made him so agitated that he coughed up blood. He finally understood that Ye Tian's previous actions were merely a distraction to draw his attention, while the real plan was for the 5 others to sneak up behind him. Filled with resentment, Bai Yujie cursed. Damn it! You have 6 peak heavenly stage fighters, and you still resort to a sneak attack on just me. However, his resentment was futile. Ye Tian stepped forward, precisely pinned a silver needle into Bai Yujie's vital point, and then casually took his body away. After completing all of this, Ye Tian glanced at the unconscious Lin Fan. He initially intended to eliminate Lin Fan as well, but looking at the ever-changing sky, he knew that if he dared to act, lightning would surely strike down. Retracting the 5 peak heavenly stage fighters, Ye Tian turned and left. After dealing with Bai Yujie, Ye Tian did not immediately return to the system. He had another matter to attend to. The military district of Mo High City was in chaos due to Cheng Jun's death, but fortunately, a general was dispatched from the capital to quell the unrest. In an office within the military district, an elderly man with gray temples was frowning at the documents on his desk. After a day and night of thorough investigation, he had narrowed down his target to Guaya. Guaya? The old general was puzzled. Why would this neutral international assassin organization want to assassinate Cheng Jun? Because someone ordered them to. A man's voice suddenly sounded. The old man looked up to find a young man sitting in the chair before him, having appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? The old general asked warily. Who I am isn't important. Ye Tian leaned back. What's important is that I can tell you who the real killer of Cheng Jun is. Who is it? Lin Fan. Lin Fan. The old man shook his head in disbelief at the familiar name. He and Cheng Jun were as close as brothers. How could he possibly harm Cheng Jun? You've already confirmed that the assassin was a top killer from Guaya, yet you don't know that Guaya is under Lin Fan's control. Ye Tian poured himself a cup of tea, speaking nonchalantly. Guaya is under Lin Fan's control? Nonsense. The old man retorted angrily. That man, who willingly shared the ancient martial arts treasury with the state. How could he be involved with assassins? The best way to address doubts is with evidence. Ye Tian placed a stack of photos on the old man's desk. These are the evidence I provide. Take your time to look through them. The photos were undoubtedly real. For Ye Tian, creating evidence was one of his most adept skills as a system. The old general was momentarily stunned by the situation before him. Ye Tian stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and said calmly, I've got other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. I trust you won't let any of the culprits get away, right? He smiled slightly and left without further delay. The old man watched the young man leave, his brow furrowed. He reached for the stack of photos left on the table and carefully opened the first one. As the image came into view, the old general was shocked. In the photo, Lin Fan stood expressionless, with 5 Ghost Fong assassins kneeling and begging for mercy before him. The second photo was even more horrifying, showing a stranger's bloodied corpse lying at Lin Fan's feet. With each photo he examined, the old man's shock gradually turned into intense anger. Ye Tian had provided not only evidence related to Cheng Jun, but also irrefutable proof of Lin Fan's past murders. By the time he reached the last photo, the old man was trembling, his eyes burning with fury. He suddenly realized that Lin Fan had been deceiving them all along. With shaking hands, the old man picked up the phone on the table and, after dialing, said in a deep voice, Hello, this is the Mo High Military District. I am the commander. Issue a nationwide Level 1 wanted order immediately to apprehend the murderer Lin Fan. Meanwhile, a fine drizzle was falling from the sky. Ye Tian stood in the rain, observing the flow of destiny with a slight smile on his lips. Although he couldn't kill Lin Fan directly, there were other methods that weren't restricted. Back with Liquan, he was still making final preparations for the movie. In just one day, he had released the news of Titanic through major media outlets, including an astonishing trailer. Despite the constant ridicule and criticism from netizens, many were impressed by the trailer. This style of movie? It's so rare. Just a few clips had me on the edge of my seat. How did the ship sink? What kind of disaster movie is this? The lead group has officially announced it. It's a love story. The leads are so attractive. There's something to it. I heard the lead group invested over $1 billion in this movie. While some people believed Liquan had a terrible character, many rational viewers booked tickets for Titanic without hesitation. Due to a lack of concrete evidence, some sensible individuals refrained from passing judgment on Liquan's character. Even though countless people online called for a boycott of Liquan's movie, the box office continued to grow steadily. At precisely 8 p.m., Titanic premiered in major cinemas. In a small theater, a man wrapped up tightly held his phone and, with a sycophantic smile, spoke to the live stream camera. "Hey everyone, you all know about the lead group's Titanic, right? I'm in the cinema where it's playing right now." He then pointed the phone camera at the screen. The live stream chat exploded. Did the streamer buy a ticket for this movie? The streamer is supporting Liquan? Sorry, I'm unfollowing. With just a few viewers in the live stream, the comments almost drove everyone away. However, the streamer seemed unbothered and continued to focus on the big screen. The host eagerly tried to keep the audience from leaving, his voice tinged with excitement. "Don't rush off, everyone. I specifically chose this small cinema to stream Liquan's much-hyped movie and show just how bad it really is." This remark eased the atmosphere in the live stream, reigniting the viewers' interest. "Well, let's see how much I can handle," someone joked in the comments. However, some viewers remained disinterested, saying, "I haven't even watched my goddess Chili's self-directed The Separation of Violets. Why waste time on this?" Indeed, tonight was not only the premiere of Liquan's film, but also the highly anticipated release of Chili's new work. In comparison, the attendance for Titanic was dismal, with many theaters not even half full. The host glanced around confidently, saying, "Relax, everyone. I found the perfect angle. There are no security guards here, and the audience is sparse, so no one will disturb us." He looked at the growing number of viewers on his phone, secretly delighted. Clearly, riding on the hype of Liquan was drawing more attention than any of his previous streams. The movie began, and a large ship slowly appeared in the yellowish frame as the melancholic background music instantly drew the audience into the story. "Haha, what is this, a black and white film?" someone immediately mocked in the live chat. However, as the scenes of the sea, submarines, and shipwreck unfolded, the story of the film gradually captivated the audience. Gradually, the mocking comments subsided. Unbeknownst to them, the viewers became engrossed in the movie. Meanwhile, the number of people in the live stream steadily increased. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, until it surpassed the million mark. Yet, the host, absorbed in the film, had long forgotten about these numbers. When the iconic scene of Lucy and Jack standing at the bow of the ship with arms outstretched appeared, a knowing smile crept onto the viewers' faces. As the ship hit the iceberg, many sat up straight with tension. Finally, when Jack's fate was revealed, countless viewers shed tears of emotion. What kind of film is this? I'm crying. Is this what love looks like? A masterpiece. An absolute masterpiece. From this small live stream, Titanic's reputation spread like wildfire, drawing in countless seasoned movie buffs. Various film reviewers and video bloggers uploaded the latest reviews and highlights. As the saying goes, a great work might be buried due to poor promotion, but a true masterpiece will inevitably be elevated to its deserved pedestal, no matter how low-key. Such a commotion inevitably attracted many onlookers. Liquan's movie? Could it be a setup? Someone doubted. I laughed. Do people actually watch his movie? Others sneered. Facing these doubts and insults, some enthusiastic movie bloggers directly retorted, "You can question Liquan's character, but you can't insult my beloved Titanic." Others pointed out, "Those who criticize based on Liquan's character only heard Chiu Mei's side of the story. You only believe what you want to believe, ignoring the full picture. Such people will eventually face reality. Open your eyes and watch the movie." Across the internet, the discourse was no longer one-sided. With the rise of Titanic, a large number of Liquan supporters emerged like mushrooms after rain. Although the outcome was unexpected, the ultimate goal was achieved. In a hidden room, Liquan removed his hands from the keyboard. Why did the live stream of Titanic suddenly attract 1 million viewers? Why wasn't the stream shut down? Behind the scenes, it was Liquan pulling the strings. This fire was destined to ignite. Liquan merely accelerated the process, letting the flames burn sooner. On the bed, Chili's elegant and smooth legs were crossed as she fixated on her phone screen. The box office numbers for her movie were climbing steadily, indicating a blockbuster success, but she felt little joy inside. Liquan's movie had also been released, and with a frown, Chili checked the ranking of Titanic, finding it still far out of the top 100. Could he have been pretending all along? Chili murmured to herself, unable to shake off the evidence she'd seen today that questioned Liquan's character. Seeing the poor box office performance of his film only deepened her disappointment. 5 years, and people really do change, Chili sighed, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She casually refreshed the box office rankings, ready to call it a night. Suddenly, a shocking sight appeared before her eyes. Titanic, previously languishing outside the top 100, had rocketed into the top 50. Chili's eyes widened in disbelief as she refreshed the page again. The movie had climbed 2 more spots, like a soaring rocket. In just half an hour, Titanic had surged into the top 10 of the month's box office rankings, trailing only 3 places behind Chili's Violet. At this rate, it would soon surpass her film. Chili quickly opened the box office forum and found it flooded with comments about Titanic. Even the top 3 domestic films of the year hadn't sparked such fervent discussion. She carefully read the audience comments, each filled with praise and emotion. Checking the box office chart once more, Chili was astonished to see Titanic had overtaken the previous number 1 with a commanding lead. His movie has actually surpassed the work I spent 5 years crafting, Chili thought, her emotions a mix of admiration for Liquan's talent and disappointment in his character. The night flew by. The next morning, Liquan was woken up by a phone call. On the other end was Chili's slightly cold voice. "Let's meet at the cafe below your office." Yawning, Liquan replied, "All right." An hour later, in the cafe, Chili and Liquan sat across from each other by the window. Chili gazed at the traffic outside and sighed softly. "I lost our agreed competition. So, you can annul our engagement." At this, Liquan stretched lazily and said, "Besides annulling the engagement, didn't the agreement also say the winner could keep the engagement intact forever?" Chili was taken aback by his words. Chili's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding creeping up on her. She fixed her gaze on Liquan, waiting for his next words. Liquan chuckled softly, his expression calm as he said, "You're overthinking. I told you once I called off the engagement, there would be no turning back. From now on, I, Liquan, am no longer your fiancé, and you, Chili, are no longer my fiancé." Having said that, he stood up, straightened his clothes, and said nonchalantly, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Liquan's straightforwardness left Chili stunned. She hurriedly called out, "Wait, don't you have anything else to say to me?" Liquan paused, turned back, and asked, "Say what? Do you want me to explain Xiaomei's article?" His words rendered Chili speechless. He continued, "If you don't trust me, then saying more won't make a difference." Before he finished speaking, Liquan had already turned and walked away. As Chili watched Liquan's retreating figure, a sudden emptiness surged within her. She vaguely felt that she had lost something incredibly important. "He's a scumbag, not worth your feelings," Chili repeated to herself, as if trying to convince herself. Taking a deep breath, she left the cafe. However, fate dealt her a cruel hand at that moment. Just as she reached the door, a masked man appeared, delivering a precise chop to the back of her neck. Before she could react, she lost consciousness and was dragged into a car parked by the roadside. Meanwhile, Liquan had already returned to the company. He looked down at the keys in his hand, frowning slightly. "Looks like I need to deal with Xiaomei, the rumor monger, before I can give her the castle keys," he muttered to himself. Ye Tian observed silently from the side, shaking his head inwardly. This foolish host, if he set on using Chili's castle as a key to winning her over, he shouldn't hesitate. No matter the situation, presenting it would at least increase her favorability to over 60. Now look, Lin Fan has taken her away. Left with no choice, Ye Tian activated the backup plan he had prepared for the host. With a wave of his hand, the system immediately displayed a new task prompt. Ding. System task issued. Task, hero to the rescue. Success reward, golden lottery ticket. Failure penalty, Chili's death. Task description, Lin Fan has become a wanted criminal and, in desperation, has kidnapped Chili, needing her unique energy to break through challenges. The host must rescue Chili. After reading the task description, Liquan's eyes turned cold. Lin Fan again. And he's even kidnapped Chili, he said through gritted teeth. System, how many points do I have left? Meanwhile, in an abandoned building, Lin Fan was rousing the newly awakened Chili. As she slowly opened her eyes and looked around, she quickly recognized Lin Fan, standing nearby. "Lin Fan." Anger flashed across Chili's face. "What are you doing by bringing me here? This is kidnapping." Lin Fan sighed, his tone filled with resignation. "Chili, I didn't want to do this, but those soldiers cornered me, leaving me no choice. Didn't I save you before?" Hearing this, Chili fell silent, though the coldness in her eyes didn't waver. Lin Fan continued, "Give me your unique energy, and we'll call it even, okay?" "In your dreams." Chili almost spat out the words through gritted teeth. She rarely felt such anger, and at that moment, she realized how wrong she had been about him. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, pulling out a sharp dagger. The fusion would benefit us both greatly. But since you're unwilling, I won't force it." His gaze turned sinister. "After all, the energy in your blood is far more potent than your body itself. In comparison, your blood is much more enticing to me." The car sped down the highway, the roar of the engines slicing through the night sky. Liquan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead, the accelerator pushed to its limit. Ye Tian sat in the passenger seat, silently observing Liquan's expression. Although Liquan appeared calm, Ye Tian could sense his inner anxiety and worry. especially his concern for Chile. Suddenly, Ye Tian broke the silence inside the car. The system has located Lin Fan's position. As soon as he spoke, a holographic map appeared before Liquan's eyes. Liquan quickly glanced at it and realized the destination was still over 40 minutes away. Without hesitation, he accelerated again, the car shooting forward like an arrow from a bow. Watching Liquan's actions, Ye Tian sighed inwardly. He knew that although the map showed the correct position, he had deliberately designed a longer route. This meant Liquan was destined not to arrive in time. Ye Tian did this to ultimately foster the relationship between Liquan and Chile, including his own host in the plan this time. When Liquan finally arrived at the dilapidated, unfinished building, Lin Fan was long gone. On the cold concrete floor lay a woman, her skin as white as ice-sculpted jade, beautiful yet lifeless. Her blood had been completely drained. Seeing this scene, Liquan felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy blow. He walked towards Chile in disbelief, his eyes turning red. Memories of the girl flooded back, their childhood as playmates, their teenage years as close friends, the budding feelings of youth. Everything had just begun, so how could she leave like this? System, save her. You can save her, right? Liquan's voice trembled. It was the second time he lost his composure like this. The first time was witnessing his parents passing. The system's mechanical voice responded. The system can help the host maintain Chile's last bit of life force. Please take her to the hospital immediately. The hospital? Yes, to the hospital. Liquan clutched onto this last glimmer of hope. He carefully picked up the cold Chile and rushed towards the car with swift movements. The car screeched to a halt at the hospital entrance, the tires screeching against the ground. Liquan quickly got out, carrying Chile, as the medical staff, already contacted, hurriedly gathered around. You have to save her. Liquan grabbed the director's collar, his emotions on the brink of collapse. The director reassured him. Don't worry, we will do our best. Liquan took a deep breath, yet he still harbored doubts about the doctor's abilities. He turned to the system. Can they really save Chile? No, Ye Tian answered honestly. Liquan was momentarily stunned, then anger surged within him. No? Then why did you have me bring her to the hospital? Ye Tian explained. Chile's condition is due to excessive blood loss. She needs a blood transfusion to survive. However, no hospital in the world has a matching blood type for her. How can this be? Liquan couldn't accept the reality, clutching his hair in despair. Ye Tian continued. However, your blood type can match Chile's. My blood type. Liquan looked up, hope rekindling in his eyes. Yes, Ye Tian met Liquan's gaze. Are you willing to donate all your blood to save Chile's life? Liquan fell silent. The rain began to intensify, drumming against the hospital windows with a dull sound. This extraordinary night was destined to change the fate of many. As dawn arrived, the first rays of sunlight slipped through the curtains, gently caressing Chile's face. Her long eyebrows trembled slightly, as if the sleeping princess in a fairy tale was finally about to awaken. This morning marked a new beginning and heralded unknown challenges. As her gaze wandered, Chile slowly opened her eyes and looked around. The pristine hospital room was empty, with only a bouquet of violets by the bedside gently swaying in the breeze, releasing a subtle floral fragrance. She momentarily thought it was all a dream, as her memory suggested she had already died. Just then, the door to the room quietly opened, and a young man with a gentle demeanor walked in. He pulled up a chair, sat by the bed, and smiled. Looks like you're recovering well. Chile recognized him as the person she had seen the last time Lin Fan drugged her. Cautiously, she asked, Are you that senior? The young man replied warmly. Call me Ye Tian. I'm a friend of Liquan. Oh, Chile nodded, filled with confusion. Was it you and Liquan who saved me? Ye Tian gave a soft in response, saying nothing more. Chile pressed further. And where is Liquan? Mentioning his name stirred complex emotions within her. Their last encounter ended unpleasantly, yet he was the one who saved her. Ye Tian did not answer immediately but instead asked, What kind of person do you think Liquan is, Miss Chile? Chile adjusted her posture slightly, recalling Liquan's presence at the concert. A slight smile appeared on her lips. He's a man of great talent. But then she remembered the things Chiome had sent her, and her smile turned bitter. However, I can't accept his character. If he saved me, I'm grateful. But as for being friends, character, huh? Ye Tian nodded thoughtfully, then casually turned on the TV on the wall and cast a Weibo post from his phone. The top trending post was Chiume's apology announcement. I'm sorry, I slandered Liquan's character. The rest was a clarification, and the comment section was filled with netizens condemning Chiume. While spraying the violets, Ye Tian remarked lightly. Sometimes, seeing isn't believing. Chile was taken aback by this, then frowned. What a coincidence. I just wake up and see Chiume's clarification? I'm not a child. You can tell Liquan there's no need to force Chiume. It only makes me resent her. Ye Tian paused, took a deep breath, and his tone suddenly intensified. You think Liquan forced Chiume to post that? A man willing to die for you. Does he need to prove his love through that? The words pierced Chili's heart like a sharp sword. Trembling, she asked, What do you mean? Liquan, what happened to him? He died. Ye Tian's voice was filled with sorrow. Because you needed blood, he willingly let the doctors drain his blood to bring you back. The blood flowing in you is all Liquan's. At that moment, Chili felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She looked at Ye Tian in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. No, this isn't true. You're lying, aren't you? Liquan isn't dead. He's alive. How could he be dead? Ye Tian said heavily. Liquan gave his life for you, and upon waking, you question his character. I feel it's undeserved for Liquan. Chili shook her head frantically, now a sobbing mess. She finally realized her mistake. Why did she doubt Liquan? He was willing to sacrifice his life for her. Is there any love more genuine than that? In a daze, scenes of Liquan flashed through Chili's mind. Their childhood conversation echoed clearly. The girl said, When we grow up, I'll marry you? The boy retorted angrily. You're a girl. I should marry you. Isn't it the same? We can be together for a long, long time. The girl said innocently, holding a bouquet of flowers. How long is a long, long time? The boy asked curiously. Like violets, that long. The girl replied excitedly. Silly. That's a flower. It wilts in a month, the boy said helplessly. This childhood memory stirred a huge wave in Chili's heart. She finally understood Liquan's sincere feelings for her, but it was all too late. Ye Tian entered the hospital room, carrying 3 items, a letter, a key, and a ring box. These were the belongings entrusted to him by Liquan before he passed away. He gently placed them on the bedside table, his gaze sweeping over Chili, who was immersed in grief. Not wanting to disturb her mourning, Ye Tian quietly left the room. As the door softly closed, the only sound left in the room was Chili's muffled sobs. Time seemed to stand still until her voice was hoarse from crying, and she finally noticed the items on the bedside table. With trembling hands, Chili picked up the letter and carefully unfolded it. Chili, meeting you was the luckiest thing in my life. Liquan's handwriting appeared before her eyes. Do you remember our promise? After winning, my first thought was to find a way to backtrack, to keep the engagement going. Unfortunately, you didn't give me the chance, and the ring meant for my confession will have to wait until later. There will definitely be a later. Tears fell onto the paper, smudging the ink. Chili's heart was in agony. Who could have imagined that yesterday's reunion would be a final farewell? Do you remember when we were kids? The letter continued. You said you wanted a castle full of violets, and to be its owner. I found it troublesome and didn't accompany you, which made you angrily build it alone. Later, we drifted apart, and you stopped dreaming of the castle. Actually, I've secretly built it for you. If you have time, go and see it. The violets are in full bloom this season, and it must be beautiful. Chili broke down in tears, overwhelmed by a tide of regret. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was sitting in the airport waiting lounge, holding a forged ID card. Thanks to the disguise technique taught to him by Bayuja before his death, his appearance closely matched the photo on the ID. Lin Fan felt a sense of relief, thinking that as long as he boarded the plane and left the country, he could escape. After all, experts like Liquan, at the peak of their martial arts level, couldn't be commonplace abroad, right? Just as he was lost in his hopeful thoughts, a man unexpectedly sat down beside him. Lin Fan froze instantly. Wasn't this Liquan's protector? He almost jumped up to flee on instinct, but quickly calmed down. He had disguised himself. The other person shouldn't recognize him. Want a smoke? Ye Tian glanced sideways at Lin Fan, a cigarette in his mouth, offering him one. Lin Fan's mind raced, thinking of how to discreetly distance himself from Ye Tian. He mechanically took the cigarette, forcing a smile. Thanks. Ye Tian lit the cigarette for him. Out of courtesy, Lin Fan took a shallow drag. You're poisoned, Ye Tian said nonchalantly, exhaling a puff of smoke. What? Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, his mind going blank. Ye Tian didn't elaborate further, simply watching him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Lin Fan suddenly started coughing violently, clutching his throat with both hands, his eyes bulging like a dead fish. Struggling, he managed to utter a few words. You despicable. Before he could finish, his body went limp and collapsed to the ground. The airport was thrown into chaos, with many kind-hearted people rushing over to check on him. Ye Tian, expressionless, exhaled a puff of white smoke and quietly left the airport, turning his back on the crowd. He accessed the system panel and saw that the protagonist was dead, with his points reaching 10 million. The scene abruptly changed, and Liquan found himself in a vast white space. After an indeterminate amount of time, the space rippled slightly, and a mysterious figure shrouded in black mist appeared before him. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and saving Chili. Reward, a golden lottery card, the mysterious figure said. Liquan asked in surprise. Are you my system? Yes, host, the system replied. Liquan looked around and asked, Am I dead now? The system nodded in confirmation. At this moment, the host's spirit is preserved in the system space. Liquan's voice carried a hint of hope. Can I go back? He still had family and loved ones in the world, and was unwilling to leave just yet. The system paused for a moment before answering. You can, but you will lose something. What will I lose? Liquan pressed. The system answered briefly. You will lose me. Time flew by, and a week later, Liquan's work, Titanic, had become a classic of its generation, and the songs he performed at concerts had become phenomenally popular. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. A luxury car stopped at number 1, Xianglin suburb, Mahai City. The car door opened, and a pair of elegant legs stepped out. Chili, do you want me to accompany you? The manager inside the car asked with concern. Chili forced a smile and said, No need, I'll just take a look by myself. Holding a key, she walked into the garden. The familiar scent of flowers greeted her, and before her was a sea of violets, with a dreamlike castle standing in the center, bearing the large words, Chili's Castle. Tears welled up in Chili's eyes as she murmured to herself, he did all this alone. Why didn't he tell me earlier? Why did he bear so much for me? She strolled among the flowers, the breeze gently brushing her hair. Suddenly, a familiar male voice came from behind. Chili. Chili turned around abruptly and saw the face she had longed for day and night. He was still alive. She rushed into the man's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. As night fell, the sky was dotted with stars. Liquan stood alone on the castle balcony, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, a wry smile on his face. We've confirmed our relationship, and yet she shyly ran back home. Haven't I won her over completely? He muttered to himself. By the way, system, is Lin Fan still watching me from the shadows? System? Sis. A cold wind blew by, and Liquan fell silent. He took the golden lottery card out of his pocket and gazed up at the starry sky. Thank you for helping me grow from the night I wanted to jump to my death to where I am now, Liquan said softly. Perhaps, your future will be even more remarkable. After returning from the world of the novel, urban almighty expert, the national goddess's delicious soft rice, Ye Tian assessed his gains. On his system panel, a tantalizing 10 million points gleamed, 47 military weapon templates were neatly arranged, and the number of ancient martial arts manuals was dizzying. Ye Tian looked at these resources, far richer than before entering the novel world, with satisfaction. His gaze fell on the panel recording the portal to that world. He knew that as long as he wished, he could return to Liquan's world at any time. Over the next 3 days, Ye Tian tirelessly visited heavy military bases across various countries in the real world. His goal was to copy the templates of those forbidden nuclear weapons into the system's marketplace. Although the number of points needed to create nuclear weapons was enormous, Ye Tian was not worried. After all, he was the system itself. The real cost of nuclear weapons would only be borne by the host. Once everything was ready, Ye Tian murmured softly. Almost there. The second world. Here I come. The scene shifted, and we found ourselves in a completely different world. Lin Fan could never have imagined that just 2 days after crossing over, he would personally experience the scenario of being forcibly taken, except the roles were completely reversed. On this sunny day, he became the one being taken. At this moment, Lin Fan was tied up in front of a grand mansion, his hands and feet bound tightly with hemp rope, his clothes in disarray. The women around him watched the scene, their eyes filled with undisguised desire. A voluptuous woman in a red dress lifted his chin, her warm red lips exuding fragrance. Little man, wouldn't it be nice to be with sister? Lin Fan found it utterly absurd. He realized deeply that in this fantasy world where men were inferior to women, a man without strength should never venture out carelessly. This world overturned Lin Fan's understanding. Women were the main labor force and productivity of society. Armies, generals, ministers, and even the rulers of empires had to be female. Among cultivators, women made up over 80%. Roaming the martial world, wielding swords, living freely, these activities, dominated by men in Lin Fan's original world, were exclusive to women here. And men? Their roles were to embroider, dress up, and play music at home. The few men who ventured into the martial world did so with great caution, as a moment's inattention could lead to being drugged and losing both wealth and dignity. Lin Fan sighed, knowing he couldn't escape this predicament. In a world where almost every woman possessed martial prowess, he was utterly powerless to resist. He closed his eyes, ready to silently endure the humiliation. Just then, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard. The mansion's gate was instantly reduced to fragments. Who is it? Who dares to intrude on my chill mansion? The beautiful woman exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the courtyard entrance. As the dust settled, a striking figure clad in white, wielding a cherry blossom spear, appeared before everyone. She was a cold and elegant woman, her long jade-like legs flawlessly sculpted, her well-proportioned figure putting others to shame. On her fair neck was a delicate face filled with anger. Chill mansion? Such audacity. You dare to touch a man chosen for the imperial selection. The woman's voice was chillingly cold. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman, Chiu Rong, turned deathly pale. She trembled as she looked at Lin Fan, bound on the ground. suddenly realizing the grave mistake she had made. She hurriedly knelt before the woman in white, her voice filled with fear and regret. Your Honor, I deserve to die 1,000 times over for my mistakes. I was blind. Qiurong, drenched in sweat and trembling, hurriedly tried to shirk responsibility, saying, it was she who captured the person. This has nothing to do with me, Your Honor. She pointed to the female steward beside her, who was equally drenched in sweat and at a loss for words. The woman in white snorted coldly, her spear sweeping lightly in her hand. Oomph, a bunch of scum. Kidnapping men is a capital offense. She gave them no chance to defend themselves, her spear suddenly sweeping out, and a silver dragon roared into existence. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the entire mansion collapsed, burying everyone within. Only Lin Feng was lifted into the air by the woman in white with one hand. She turned her head to look at Lin Feng, who was bewildered, her eyebrows furrowed as she sternly rebuked. As a man, how can you be so unaware of the dangers of the world? If it weren't for me today, you would have lost your chastity and been doomed forever. As she spoke, she quickly cut the ropes binding Lin Feng. From now on, until we reach the capital, you are not to stray more than 100 paces from me, the woman ordered sternly. Lin Feng bowed his head and replied, understood. Thank you, General Bailong, for saving me. Yet in his heart, he felt a pang of sorrow. Had it not been to escape the so-called selection, he wouldn't have left the group alone. Just because the original owner was recognized as the most handsome man in Qinyan City, he was forced to bear the title of showman. To Lin Feng, showman was not a good title. In this world, the so-called selection was nothing more than a blatant husband selection event. Handsome men from all over the empire were given the title of showman, gathered in the capital to undergo rounds of assessments. Each round determined their fate. Those who failed the second round might attract the favor of certain officials and be kept or taken as a concubine. Those who advanced to the second round became prey for female ministers. Winners of the third round had a chance to be noticed by female marquises. Those lucky enough to reach the fourth round could be chosen by a princess. The final fifth round was the only path to the Empress's favor. In this country, all unmarried men dreamed of becoming a showman, going to the capital to take the exam, hoping to find a woman they could entrust their lives to. However, after a night of deep contemplation, Lin Feng finally saw clearly the deep-seated malice the world held against men, leading to his solo escape attempt. If you truly managed to escape, your family could not avoid the death penalty. Bai Long's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Feng's head, completely extinguishing his desire to continue escaping. It seemed that going to the capital was unavoidable. Following Bai Long back to the inn in Nanqiangzu where all the showmen were staying, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Outside the inn, squads of female guards in armor stood ready. Inside the inn, it was a group of men meticulously grooming themselves in front of mirrors. These men, either dressed in pink or wearing veils, had shy smiles on their faces, laughing and playing. Lin Feng watched, feeling a wave of nausea. Being surrounded by effeminate men was an experience that only those who have been through it can understand how dreadful it is. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, several heavily made-up men inside the inn swayed over to him, their faces full of concern. Brother Lin, are you all right? I don't know what you're thinking. So many men are fighting to become showmen, yet you seem so averse to it. Exactly. With your looks, at the very least, you could attach yourself to a female minister. Faced with the effeminate persuasion, Lin Feng could only muster a faint smile before making an excuse to retreat to his room, shutting the door heavily behind him. Using looks to attach to a female minister. Lin Feng chewed over the words, his gaze falling on the pink bedsheet, and he took a deep breath. In this world, must men really live off women? Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding host laments the injustice of the world, activating the Ye Tian brand, handsome man system. System daddy. Lin Feng was nearly moved to tears. Finally, you're finally here. Facing this world of surrounding women and effeminate men alone, he was really on the brink of collapse. Luckily, the system, the golden finger essential for any transmigrator, finally appeared. Host, Lin Feng. Status, ordinary person. Appearance, 96. Charisma, 70. Skill, eating. Points, 0 inch. The system interface was shockingly simple, with only a personal panel and no sign of a system store or exchange mode. This wasn't by Ye Tian's choice, but rather due to an unprecedented setback he encountered during his journey through worlds. Every time he crossed into a new world, he faced rejection from the world's will, something Ye Tian was prepared for. However, he underestimated the power of this particular world. The backlash from the world's will nearly crushed him during the crossing. He managed to retain hundreds of thousands of points, but a vast amount of valuable data was lost. Fortunately, he successfully located and bonded with the host of this crossing. Ye Tian privately felt relieved, believing that in this fantasy world, it shouldn't be too difficult to regain the lost points. What functions do you have, system? Lin Feng, as a traveler, was clearly more adept at adapting to the system than Liquan. Ye Tian immediately responded based on the current system status. This system specializes in lotteries. As long as you have enough points, a level 9 lottery can get you a nuclear bomb. Gasp! Lin Fan inhaled sharply. You can even get a nuclear bomb. Just hearing that, it was clear this system was incredibly powerful. How do you get points? Lin Fan asked a beginner's question. Ye Tian patiently explained. The most direct way to get points is by devouring items and converting them into points. Don't underestimate this method. In this world, there are treasures worth tens of millions or even billions of points. Devouring items? Lin Fan pondered for a moment and took out a piece of jet black jade pendant from his body. System, how many points is this worth? Seeing the jade pendant, Ye Tian's lips curled into a slime merchant-like smile. The black jade is worth 1,500 points, and there's a remnant soul within it worth 500 points. There's really a remnant soul inside, but it's only worth that much. Lin Fan examined the jade pendant in his hand with surprise. Over the past few days, faint voices had been coming from the pendant, claiming to be the Black Spring ancient emperor who had been betrayed by enemies. It wanted to take Lin Fan as a disciple to avenge it in the future. Initially, Lin Fan was thrilled, thinking he had become the protagonist who met an old master. This gave him the confidence to escape alone. But after activating the system today, Lin Fan realized his true advantage wasn't some old master. It was only worth 500 points, not even as valuable as the Black Jade itself. This kind of remnant soul might not have been stronger than the Foundation Establishment Realm White Dragon at the inn when it was alive. Yet, it dared to call itself the Black Spring Ancient Emperor and wanted to take him as a disciple. System, convert it to points. Lin Fan ordered without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, a devouring force instantly enveloped the Black Jade. Under the threat of destruction, the Black Jade trembled violently. A vague spectral figure appeared, looking around in anger and confusion. I am the Black Spring Ancient Emperor. Who is it? Who dares to destroy me? The aged voice was filled with confusion and resentment. However, the devouring force was unmoved. In an instant, the spectral figure was completely consumed by Ye Tian. Ah! With a final, agonizing scream, the Black Spring Ancient Emperor vanished completely. Ye Tian was secretly delighted. What a great host, offering a grand gift upon meeting. The Black Spring Ancient Emperor within that jade pendant was indeed genuine. In the book, men are inferior to women in the fantasy world. I am a lonely man. The Black Spring Ancient Emperor held the same status as Lin Fan's old master. Lin Fan stood in front of the mirror, staring at his astonishingly handsome face. He had just completed a level 3 draw and unexpectedly gained 14 points in attractiveness. It left him both amused and exasperated in this fantasy world teeming with demons. He was hoping for life-saving artifacts like the Eastern Emperor Bell or the Xinyuan sword. Instead, the system gifted him with a face that could cause chaos in a nation. While Lin Fan was still lamenting his misfortune, there was a rapid knock at the door. Lin Xiaonan, Deputy General Mu Yun, is summoning all the handsome men downstairs for an important matter. Resigned to the absurdity of it all, Lin Fan put on a mask and silently accepted the situation. The atmosphere in the hall downstairs was tense. A group of handsome men glared at Jing Wenxuan, a delicate-looking man sitting in the corner. Jing Wenxuan's breakthrough pill had been stolen, and he demanded that all the men be searched. This sparked outrage, with someone questioning. Last time it was the 5-spirit garment, and now it's the breakthrough pill. Why is it always your things that get stolen? Jing Wenxuan coldly retorted. That's a question you should ask yourselves. With so many thieves among you, you hardly deserve to be called handsome men. Then, turning to the female General Mu Yun, he squeezed out a couple of tears and lamented. General Yun, you must help me. That pill was obtained through great hardship by my family. Mu Yun, a fiery and beautiful female general, should have been the object of countless admirers. Yet in this topsy-turvy world, she was instead a face enthusiast who lusted after handsome men. Seeing her beloved idol on the verge of tears, Mu Yun felt a pang of sympathy, her eyes flashing with determination. Jing Xiaonan, don't worry, I will definitely find the person who stole from you. Bring some men here and search everyone. Mu Yun commanded sternly, gesturing to the female guards behind her. Moments later, a curtain was set up in the front hall, and the sound of rustling could be heard from behind it. One by one, the men were subjected to the indignity of being searched. As each was cleared of suspicion, Jing Wenxuan, seated in a chair, remained calm and unperturbed. General, we found nothing, a guard reported to Mu Yun, shaking her head. Mu Yun frowned. Any news from those searching the rooms upstairs? Just as she spoke, a flurry of footsteps sounded from above. Report. General, we've found it. A team of searchers shouted as they rushed downstairs. Instantly, the hall fell silent, all eyes turning to the staircase. At the front of the group, a female guard held a spirit pill, with a masked man in custody behind her. This scene left everyone bewildered. Seeing the crucial spirit pill finally recovered, A smile spread across Jing Wenxuan's face as he stepped forward to take it. Mu Yun followed closely, asking the lead female guard, "How did you find it?" Reporting to the general, "We found the pill in Lin Xiu's boudoir," the female guard replied respectfully. "What?" Mu Yun's gaze turned sharp at this. Acting so despicably despite being a Xiu man. "I didn't steal the pill, someone framed me," Lin Fan, the captive, explained with a headache. He hadn't expected someone to sabotage him before even reaching the capital. Framed? Why would anyone frame you? Mu Yun, her young face full of anger, glanced at Jing Wenxuan, eager to show her authority. "Well, maybe because I'm quite handsome," Lin Feng replied, voicing his honest thought. This narcissistic answer left everyone around stunned. In an era where men were expected to be as delicate as flowers, such brazen self-confidence was rare. "Ridiculous," Mu Yun scoffed, shaking her head. "Every showman here is of top-tier beauty. Hiding behind a mask, what mystery are you trying to sell?" With that, she casually flicked Lin Feng's mask off with a swipe, the mask falling away with the breeze. As Lin Feng's face was revealed, Mu Yun and her female guards were momentarily taken aback. His strikingly handsome features seemed as if they had stepped out of an ancient painting, leaving them in awe. Lin Feng struggled slightly, and the two female guards holding him instinctively loosened their grip. "Why are you letting him go? He stole my pill. He must be punished and expelled from the Xiu Man team." Jing Wenxuan shrieked in a high-pitched voice. Mu Yun glanced at Jing Wenxuan, then back at Lin Feng. "Lin Xiu, you claim you were framed?" Her voice softened dramatically, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. This face-loving fool, Lin Feng sighed internally, though his expression showed helplessness. Yes. Given the system's boost to his looks, he had anticipated this reaction if his true face was revealed, hence the mask. Now Mu Yun's attitude made him feel like he was living off his looks. So it was a setup. "Rest assured, Lin Xiu, I will uncover the truth and ensure justice for you," Mu Yun declared, patting her chest confidently, a silly smile on her face. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The rapid change in attitude was astonishing. Ye Tian chuckled to himself while quietly issuing the first system task. Ding system task issued. Task: prove that Jing Wenxuan is falsely accusing the host and reveal him as a disciple of the demon sect. Success reward: 1 level 5 lottery. Failure penalty: none. Task description: the host is the third target for this demon sect disciple. Since the opponent's scheme didn't succeed, more trouble is sure to follow. It's recommended that the host strikes back. Task time limit: 1 incense sticks time. Lin Feng glanced at Jing Wenxuan, whose eyes were dark and shadowed, then turned to Mu Yun and said confidently, "General Mu, I know who set me up." Mu Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had initially assumed Lin Feng was the thief, but he matched her ideal partner criteria, so she hadn't delved deeper. However, Lin Feng's claim of being framed changed everything. "Who is the culprit?" Mu Yun asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pointed at Jing Wenxuan, him. In an instant, the entire first-floor crowd turned their gaze towards Jing Wenxuan. The sudden twist left Jing Wenxuan visibly shaken. Mu Yun hadn't expected this outcome. She frowned and asked, "Lin Feng, do you have any evidence?" "Yes, everything needs evidence," the surrounding crowd echoed. Lin Feng calmly explained, "My room has always been tightly secured. In the past few days, only Jing Wenxuan entered under the pretense of consulting about composing. So he must be the culprit." Ye Tian was stunned by the system. This new host's storytelling ability was on par with his own. Although Lin Feng's story was fabricated, some in the audience were skeptical, while others believed him. Having achieved his aim, Lin Feng pressed on. "General Mu Yun, could you have Jing Wenxuan's storage bag searched? I believe it contains the music I wrote for him, proving he was indeed in my room." Mu Yun, resting her chin on her hand, looked sharply at Jing Wenxuan. "Jing Wenxuan, can you show us your storage bag?" "Why should I?" Jing Wenxuan was on edge, completely bewildered by Lin Feng's fabrications. The idea of consulting about composing and visiting his room was pure fiction. However, if his storage bag was inspected, the demon sect weapons and bodies inside would be exposed. At that point, no one would care whether he framed Lin Feng or not. "You refuse because you're scared," Lin Feng added, twisting the knife. Jing Wenxuan's face darkened as he struggled to control his anger. "I'm a private person, and my belongings are not for public view. It's an invasion of my privacy," Lin Feng generously offered. "If you didn't frame me, I'll compensate you with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." Although Lin Feng didn't have a single spirit stone, it cost nothing to make the offer. Wow. The crowd was clearly impressed by Lin Feng's bold offer. "I refuse," Jing Wenxuan said through gritted teeth. Mu Yun's voice turned cold. "Jing Wenxuan, hand over your storage bag. We need to see it." Lin Feng had already offered a hefty compensation, and Jing Wenxuan's repeated refusals only deepened her suspicions. Jing Wenxuan never expected things to turn out this way. "Do you really want to see my storage bag?" Jing Wenxuan's voice carried a hint of barely noticeable tension. Hand it over, Mu Yun said bluntly, extending her hand. Jing Wenxuan realized there was no way to avoid this. His gaze, as sharp as an ice blade, swept towards Lin Feng. I admit, I framed Lin Feng. These words seemed to be squeezed out through gritted teeth, as Jing Wenxuan reluctantly confessed to the crime to prevent Mu Yun from inspecting his storage bag. Wow. Instantly, the area erupted in chatter. The female guards shook their heads, whispering about this sinister and ruthless man. The male courtesans shrank behind the female guards, looking terrified. Quite the move, sacrificing a pawn to save the king. Lin Feng remarked with admiration, a glint in his eye. He turned to Mu Yun. General Mu, how do you punish someone for such false accusations? Mu Yun pondered for a moment. If you forgive him, then nothing needs to be done. If you don't, you can demand compensation or strip him of his courtesan status. The conversation between Lin Feng and Mu Yun was not hushed, and Jing Wenxuan heard every word, his gaze wary. Here's an idea, Lin Feng suddenly suggested. Let me see your storage bag, and I'll forgive you. Jing Wenxuan instinctively wanted to refuse, but quickly realized that Lin Feng was just an ordinary person without even a trace of true energy, and couldn't possibly open the storage bag. How long? Just for a moment, it looks quite nice from the outside. No one else can see it. Jing Wenxuan emphasized. Lin Feng nodded seriously. All right. Jing Wenxuan placed the palm-sized storage bag into Lin Feng's hand. At that moment, Lin Feng silently called out in his mind, System, system, devour, devour. Convert everything inside this storage bag into points. Hurry up. In just an instant, everything inside the storage bag was devoured. A system notification sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding, all items devoured. Host gains 10,000 points. Current total is 11,000 points. Suddenly, Jing Wenxuan's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The previously noisy first floor fell silent. Lin Feng, what did you do? Jing Wenxuan roared. Why have all the weapons I marked with spiritual imprints suddenly lost connection? Black mist began to swirl around him, revealing the demonic energy that had been suppressed by certain special weapons. A disciple of the demon sect? Mu Yun exclaimed, quickly moving to protect Lin Feng. The surrounding guards immediately formed a defensive circle. A disciple of the demon sect. He's actually from the demon sect. The courtesans cried out in fear. Mu Yun calmly questioned. As a disciple of the demon sect infiltrating the courtesans of our Tianwu Empire, what is your purpose? Jing Wenxuan clenched his fists tightly, the sound of bones cracking. Purpose? Does my Tianma sect need to explain its methods for infiltrating the empire? His voice dripped with disdain and provocation. What a shame. After hiding for so long, to be discovered like this. Jing Wenxuan's eyes gleamed with a dark light as he glared at everyone before finally fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. He gritted his teeth and said, It's you? I've remembered you. Next time we meet, I will kill you. Before he finished speaking, he leaped out of the inn like an arrow shot from a bow. He's a Midstage Foundation establishment demonic cultivator, Mu Yun said with a frown, watching Jing Wenxuan's retreating figure, knowing she couldn't catch up. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Arg! A silver dragon made of true qi roared into view, quickly catching up with Jing Wenxuan and dragging him back to the inn's entrance. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled, and dust filled the air. When it settled, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Jing Wenxuan lay within it, covered in blood and lifeless, his eyes wide open and vacant. Outside the inn, a pair of long legs slowly appeared, followed by the figure of General White Dragon. It's General White Dragon. The people inside the inn breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her. A hint of confusion crossed White Dragon's cold, elegant face. How could there be a demonic cultivator here? Deputy General Mu Yun immediately stepped forward to report the situation in detail. After listening, White Dragon glanced thoughtfully at the lifeless Jing Wenxuan and then turned her gaze to Lin Feng, a trace of admiration in her eyes. She decisively ordered, Everyone, prepare to leave in 1 incense stick's time. We must continue our journey. Mu Yun was a bit surprised. Leaving so soon? Aren't we staying the night? White Dragon shook her head, her eyes grave. I scouted the area just now. Recently, many young men have gone missing here. The locals blame a flower thief, but I suspect it's the work of a demonic cultivator. To avoid further trouble, we must leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's expression also grew serious. By evening, the caravan escorting the beautiful men set off on the long journey to the capital. Shortly after the caravan left, the inn was visited by 2 elderly figures. Seeing Jing Wenxuan's body in the pit, they trembled with grief. My dear grandson, one of the old women wailed, her demonic aura rising like boiling water. It was that caravan of beautiful men. I want them all to accompany our grandson in death. The old man beside her roared, nearly crushing the skull-topped staff in his hand. Behind the old man, a colossal skull slowly appeared. With an earth-shaking roar, the entire inn and everyone inside turned to ashes in an instant. On the tranquil forest road, Over 20 horse-drawn carriages moved steadily. In the last carriage, Lin Fan quietly tore apart the pink decorations inside, then opened his system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Realm, ordinary human. Appearance, 110. Charisma, 70. Points, 1.1k. The system notification chimed. Ding, task completed, revealing Jing Wenxuan's true identity. The host has earned a level 5 lottery worth 1k points. A level 5 lottery. I hope luck is on my side and I get something to boost my strength. Lin Fan clasped his hands together, praying silently. However, Ye Tian, witnessing this, knew it wouldn't go as the host wished. After all, this was the handsome man system, not an invincible system. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the masculine charm medal. Item, masculine charm medal. Description, when equipped, the host receives a charisma boost, with a 10 increase in appearance and a 30 increase in charisma. A medal of masculinity? Upon seeing this prize, Lin Fan's face fell instantly. He silently vowed that he would never wear such a thing. This was his unspoken protest against the system. System, let's do another level 5 draw. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and thought to himself, can my luck really be this bad all the time? At least give me something that can significantly boost my strength. Ding. The system's notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the skill illusion. Skill description, the higher the host's attractiveness, the stronger the illusions. Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, a decent skill. He was no longer the weakling who couldn't even fend off a chicken. However, as he read the skill description closely, his brows furrowed. The higher his attractiveness, the stronger the illusions. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then slowly pulled out the medal of masculinity he had previously scorned. The journey remained bumpy, with nothing particularly eventful happening. Bored, Lin Fan glanced at the system interface, noticing he had 1,000 points left. He casually clicked on a level 1 draw. Ding, 10 points spent, and the host received a case of beer. Ding, another 10 points gone, this time for 50 skewers of barbecue. Ding, another 10 points vanished, exchanged for a set of seasoning powder. In less than 100 points, a whole table of barbecue was laid out in front of Lin Fan. He couldn't help but remark, this system really gets me. Eagerly, Lin Fan grabbed a bottle of beer and took a big gulp. Then, he picked up a lamb skewer and took a hearty bite. The juices burst in his mouth, and the tender, bouncy lamb danced on his tongue. A rich barbecue aroma wafted through the carriage. Smells delicious. A pleasant female voice suddenly called from outside. Lin Fan paused, put down the skewer, and pulled open the carriage curtain. Outside, a woman in black, with a golden lotus embroidered on her chest, rode alongside his carriage. When Lin Fan's face came into view, her slender eyes narrowed slightly, and a playful smile curled her lips. Young master drinking alone? Need some company? She teased. Unfazed by such flirtation, Lin Fan continued chewing his meat. He casually picked up a handful of skewers and a bottle of wine from the carriage, asking, want some? The woman in black was clearly surprised by Lin Fan's easygoing nature. Most men would have scolded her as a scoundrel by now. She let a strand of hair fall, a smile gracing her exquisite face. Since the young master offers, how could I refuse? Lin Fan handed her the skewers, saying offhandedly, 10 spirit stones. Spirit stones. The woman was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Haha, you little man. Interesting indeed. She leaned closer to the carriage and whispered, little man, I could give you 10,000 spirit stones. How about spending a night with me? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Ding, if the host loses chastity, the system will automatically detach. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt a pang of frustration. He wasn't lamenting the inability to accept the woman's offer, but worried that if a demon captured and defiled him, he wouldn't even have the system to rely on. That would be truly messed up. No thanks, just 10 spirit stones, Lin Fan replied coolly. Hee hee. The woman chuckled, pulling her reins. Little man, you've piqued my interest. With that, she tossed a storage bag to Lin Fan, her gaze lingering on his handsome face for a while. Little man, we'll meet again, huh? With a spirited laugh, the woman rode off into the distance. Watching her leave, Lin Fan muttered under his breath, who's little now? Your whole family is little. Is Lin Xian here? Mu Yun rushed over on horseback, the sound of hooves urgent. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw that Lin Fan was already wearing half a mask. What happened? That woman just now, she didn't do anything to you, did she? Concern was written all over Mu Yun's innocent face. Lin Fan looked puzzled. No, why? Do you know her? I don't. Mu Yun shook her head, frowning. But that woman is very powerful. I can't see through her. You need to be careful. Oh, Lin Fan mused, about to pull down the curtain. Mu Yun quickly stopped him. Wait, Lin Xiaonan, I have something to tell you. Today at the inn, I was a bit rough with you, so I prepared a gift as an apology. She nervously took out 2 porcelain bottles from her chest. This is a barrier-breaking pill and a qi-nourishing pill, she said, handing the pills to Lin Fan. Apology gifts? No need to be so formal. Lin Fan took them casually, a smile appearing under his mask. Seeing Lin Feng happy, Mu Yun smiled too. These cost me months of salary. Thank you, Lin Feng said, closing the curtain. Outside the carriage, Mu Yun smiled foolishly, secretly determined to protect Lin Feng. Inside the carriage, Lin Feng rubbed his face in frustration. Everyone's after me. In his left hand were the porcelain bottles with the pills, and in his right hand was the storage bag given by the woman in black. Damn, the system just won't increase my power level. Without true qi, I can't even open a storage bag, Lin Feng thought. Who knows if that woman actually gave me spirit stones or just an empty bag? System, devour, Lin Feng silently commanded. A force enveloped the storage bag. Ding, devour complete. Host received 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Lin Feng was baffled. Ding, the storage bag contained 10,000 basic spirit stones. Ye Tian timely reminded him. What the heck? She just gave me 10,000 spirit stones. Lin Feng was stunned. How rich must that woman in black be to casually give away 10,000 spirit stones? Even a strong person in the golden core stage rarely has such wealth to spare. Good thing I didn't offend her before. With this thought, Lin Feng sighed in relief. Does the host think she gave you so many spirit stones for free? Ye Tian's voice carried a hint of teasing. Otherwise, what else could she want? Lin Feng suddenly remembered what the woman had said. Spend one night with her, 10,000 spirit stones. No way. Lin Feng panicked. Just then, a gust of demonic wind roared past on the official road outside. Shonan's convoy slowly came to a stop. At the front of the group, Bailong gripped a silver cherry spear, staring seriously ahead. On the road appeared two elderly figures, a man and a woman, with dozens of women in black behind them. The demonic energy emanating from them was unmistakable. Heavenly Demon Sect, Skull Bone Elders. Bailong murmured, identifying the intruders. The two elders from the Tianma sect blocked the path of Bailong and her group. A hint of seriousness flashed in Bailong's eyes as she was well aware of the notorious reputations of these two elder demons. The Bone Granny was a formidable cultivator at the first level of the Golden Core stage, while Skull Elder had reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. Both were high on the wanted list of the Tianwu Empire. Although Bailong had the ability to fight beyond her level, she wasn't fully confident facing these two old demons. She attempted to defuse the situation with words. Surely you two know that our convoy belongs to the Tianwu Empire? Why do you block our way? Skull Elder squinted his cloudy eyes and sneered. Are you Bailong? The one ranked 10th on the Tianwu Empire's talent list. That's me. Bailong tightened her grip on her cherry spear, her brow slightly furrowed. She could feel the demonic energy from the two elders growing more intense, a clear sign they were about to attack. Suddenly, Skull Elder erupted in anger, slamming his cane down, sending a wave of fierce demonic energy crashing toward Bailong. Ah, it's you. You're the one I want to kill. I'll break your limbs and turn you into a puppet to be buried with my beloved grandson. Bailong reacted instantly, a dense surge of true energy enveloping her in the form of a silver dragon. She shouted, everyone scatter into the woods. Guards, protect the Xiao Nan at all costs. The Bone Granny snorted. Humph, trying to escape? She turned to the disciples behind her and ordered, capture them all. Dozens of female disciples from the demon sect looked on with excitement and desire. This convoy of Xiao Nan was filled with exceptionally handsome men, and they were eager to indulge. Meanwhile, Mu Yun rode up to Lin Feng's carriage, urgently saying, Lin Xiao Nan, we're in trouble. Get on the horse, I'll get you out of here. As the sky quickly darkened, Mu Yun led Lin Feng at a gallop down the forest path. Behind them, four black-clad female demon cultivators pursued relentlessly. One of them, a woman with dark lips, wielded a flying knife, channeling her true energy. The black knife shot out instantly, and with a thud, the poison blade struck the horse's flank. The horse, in pain, crashed madly into the nearby trees. Lin Feng and Mu Yun tumbled off, and the four female demon cultivators swiftly surrounded them. Mu Yun staggered to her feet, determination gleaming in her eyes. Lin Feng, you run, I'll hold them off. She turned slightly, her voice softening. Ever since I first saw you, I knew you were the man of my dreams. If you escape, please remember me. Before she could finish her sentence, the demon cultivators knocked Mu Yun unconscious with a few swift blows. Lin Feng watched, his mouth twitching. He thought to himself, if she hadn't talked so much, with her mid-stage foundation establishment strength, she could have given these four mid-stage cultivators a decent fight. After dealing with Mu Yun, the four women turned their predatory gazes toward the masked Lin Feng. One of them licked her lips, greedily saying, look at this physique. This man is top-notch. The young men here are top-notch. They're far better than those impotent men in the brothels. Several female demon cultivators exchanged greedy glances, finally fixing their gaze on Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly removed his mask, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty, seemingly crafted by a divine artisan, without a single flaw. The four demon cultivators were instantly captivated, their eyes filled with awe and desire. Exquisite. Absolutely exquisite, one of the demon cultivators exclaimed eagerly as she began to undress. I'll go first. The others couldn't contain their excitement either, casting fervent looks at Lin Feng. Feeling a chill in his heart, Lin Feng silently invoked, System, activate skill, illusion. As soon as he spoke, a bizarre scene unfolded. The woman with black lips suddenly stripped naked and ran towards a large tree, wildly shaking it, as if riding a mount. The other three demon cultivators found their own companions, embracing them with expressions of triumphant joy. Lin Feng marveled at the power of the illusion, then quickly carried the unconscious Mu Yun away from the chaotic scene. He jogged along the road, but without cultivation, he soon found himself exhausted. Just then, a gust of black wind swept down from the sky, howling as it approached Lin Feng. The figure of an old woman slowly appeared at it was Bone Granny. Such fine looks. The puppet made from him will surely be beautiful too. Bone Granny's voice was icy and menacing, like a serpent flicking its tongue. The immense pressure made Lin Feng break into a cold sweat. System, illusion. Lin Feng tried again, but this time the illusion had no effect on the vastly more powerful Bone Granny. Bone Granny sneered and casually waved her hand. Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness completely. Just as Bone Granny was about to take the unconscious pair away, her murky eyes suddenly focused. Ahead on the road, a woman in black, riding a horse, appeared slowly. The woman had a red vertical line on her forehead, and beneath her willow-like brows were deep, calm eyes that exerted great pressure on Bone Granny. Her nose was unadorned, and there was a trace of grease from barbecue on her red lips. Though her face was unfamiliar, the golden lotus embroidered on her black attire made Bone Granny's pupils contract sharply. I am Bone Granny, one of the elders of the heavenly demon sect, paying respects to the golden lotus demon lord. Bone Granny immediately knelt, showing extreme reverence. Heavenly demon sect. The woman glanced indifferently at the unconscious Lin Feng on the ground, her eyes narrowing slightly. Did you lay a hand on this man? Bone Granny nodded reluctantly. This is a fine young man, and even touching him could provoke the royal family to wage war against us in the demon path. Ye Tian said with feigned seriousness, ignoring the harmony between our demon path and the royal family. Acting alone, I think there's no need for a third-rate sect like the heavenly demon sect to exist anymore. Bone Granny was horrified at these words. Could they really be exterminated over just this matter? The secret manual of the Tianma sect, a source of their pride, was suddenly overshadowed by the ominous words of a mysterious woman, sending a shiver through everyone present. I happen to control the poison within your bodies, the woman said with a cruel smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Granny Goo's eyes widened in shock. Streams of blood energy, like living serpents, began to escape wildly from her body. Despite her golden core level strength, she was rendered completely immobile. This terrifying scene was not exclusive to Granny Goo. The same fate befell Skeleton Duke, who was battling White Dragon, and all the surrounding demonic cultivators. Their blood energy was uncontrollably draining away, their life force rapidly diminishing. This is the power of the Demon Lord. Skeleton Duke exclaimed in terror, a horrifying thought crossing his mind. Only the Demon Lord could so easily control our life and death. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the demon spirit domain, the headquarters of the Tianma sect, tens of thousands of demonic cultivators felt an overwhelming sense of danger. The nascent soul stage sect master, accompanied by a dozen female elders, flew out of the sect, their faces filled with fear. They hurriedly knelt towards the center of the demon spirit domain under the moonlit night, where three statues of the demon lord towered, emanating a menacing aura. Forgive us, demon lord. Forgive us, demon lord. Led by the sect's senior members, everyone in the sect knelt trembling, pleading for mercy. Yet, their prayers went unanswered. The blood energy continued to dissipate, like the scythe of death mercilessly reaping the life of everyone in the Tianma sect. In the span of just a few moments, the once vibrant Tianma sect fell silent. Observing the anomaly, nearby demonic and immortal cultivators rushed over to investigate. Upon witnessing the devastation, the entire demon spirit domain erupted in chaos. It's the demon lord. The demon lord has acted. What could the Tianma sect have done to provoke such wrath from the demon lord, leading to their annihilation? Silence. Do not speculate about matters concerning the demon lord. Amidst the panic in the demon spirit domain over the fall of the Tianma sect, Lin Feng slowly regained consciousness. He felt something soft pressing against his lips, a nimble creature, exploring his mouth, making it difficult for him to breathe. When he opened his eyes, the sight before him made them widen in shock. A stunning woman, barely covered in a sheer veil, was lying on top of him, her soft body rubbing against his. Strands of her dark hair fell across her face, unable to conceal her captivating profile. Awake? The woman teased, releasing her lips from Lin Feng's with a playful smile. Gasping for fresh air, Lin Feng asked in shock, what are you doing? He remembered being captured by that terrifying old woman. So how did he end up in this situation? Seeing Lin Fang's surprised expression, the woman's lips curled slightly. Little brother, I saved you. She leaned in closer, revealing a tempting cleavage, her red lips near his ear as she breathed softly. So, you owe me a reward. Shouldn't you offer yourself to me? You want to force yourself on me? Lin Feng exclaimed. The woman's hand gently caressed Lin Feng's cheek, her eyes filled with possessiveness. You're too handsome. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you. Lin Feng swallowed hard, realizing the danger he was in. A demon would never treat him with respect. He desperately called out in his mind, System, System, help me. Ye Tian's lazy voice responded, I'm here. Lin Feng's heart raced with panic as he found himself in a precarious situation. His eyes darted over the enchanting woman before him. She seemed even more formidable than the old woman he had encountered earlier, and he worried whether he had escaped one danger only to fall into another. If she decided to take him by force, what could he possibly do? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng glanced once more at the woman's alluring figure and felt a flicker of resolve. Maybe you could make an exception just this once, System. After all, she did save my life. Ye Tian sighed and reminded him sternly. This is a fantasy world. Once your vital energy is gone, it's gone for good. You can't hide it. Without your first time, how could the second-generation Empress of the palace ever take notice of you, let alone grant you access to the royal treasury? Lin Feng was suddenly reminded that one of Ye Tian's main objectives in this world was indeed the royal treasury. According to Ye Tian's rough estimates, its contents were worth at least 1 billion points. Before entering the royal treasury, protecting Lin Feng was Ye Tian's bottom line. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding Host has over 100,000 points available. You can perform a level 6 lottery draw, which might yield unexpected rewards. A level 6 lottery? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then steeled himself. Well, this is my only hope now. I just hope I don't get something useless. I need something to get me out of here. With that thought, he initiated the draw, and the points were deducted. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 points and obtaining the hand of Kato Eagle. Seeing the result, Lin Feng was filled with despair. System, are you kidding me? He couldn't help but wonder if he was destined to be at this woman's mercy from now on. Although he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea, losing the system seemed too high a price to pay. Ye Tian shrugged helplessly. She's a demon lord, one of the strongest in this fantasy world. What can I do? I've only been bound to you in this world for less than a day. The woman's demonic power went awry, and now her desires are overwhelming. Just satisfy her once, in any way you can. Satisfy her? Lin Feng looked at the woman, whose eyes were filled with yearning. He slowly lowered his gaze to his right hand. The next day, Lin Feng was on horseback, traveling along the official road. After being captured by the demon lord yesterday, he was unsure of Bai Long and the other's situation. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't need to go to the capital for the selection of handsome men. But today the system had issued a new task. Task: rank first in the handsome men examination. Task success: reward with an 8-level lottery draw. Task failure: lose a kidney. Description: the handsome men examination of the Tianwu Empire is imminent. Outstanding men from all cities and regions are participating. The host is also required to attend and prove that you are the most exceptional man in the Tianwu Empire. Wearing a mask, Lin Feng felt his right hand aching a bit. To be honest, System, I don't have much faith in your 8-level lottery draw, even if it's worth millions of points. After so many draws, he was truly exhausted. In response to Lin Feng's complaints, Ye Tian waved a hand. Ding System updated to version 2.0. Update includes a brand new lottery experience. From now on, each draw will display the items on the wheel. Oh, I can see the lottery wheel now. Lin Feng perked up. If you hadn't updated this, I would have suspected you of rigging the draws. Upon opening the system panel, a new lottery wheel appeared beside it. Level 1 draw: cigarettes, beer, peanuts, sunflower seeds, drinks. Level 2 draw: looks, charm, handgun, chi cultivation technique. Level 3 draw. Looking at this, the system does have some good stuff, Lin Feng thought. I guess my luck was just bad before, always drawing those items. Seeing the updated system interface, Lin Feng couldn't resist and took out a pink storage pouch given as compensation by the female demon lord. Initially, Lin Feng felt insulted, insisting he wasn't for sale and refused to accept it. However, when Ye Tian informed him that the pouch contained 100,000 spirit stones, Lin Feng immediately changed his mind. System: convert all the spirit stones into points and exchange the storage pouch too. In a luxurious building, a woman dressed in black leaned lazily against the railing on the observation deck. She licked her lips, savoring the memory of the previous day, and murmured to herself, I didn't expect him to preserve his honor even to that extent. What a decent man. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the darkness. Where is the great demon lord? I'm here, responded a woman with an imposing figure, emerging from the dark mist, her long legs as pale as jade. The woman in black spoke. I have a task for you. Please tell me, my lord. The woman replied, bowing slightly. Secretly protect a man. Protect a man? The great demon lord frowned. Is he crucial for our declaration of war against the righteous factions? Very crucial. The woman in black played with her loose black hair. If anything happens to him, I don't know what I might do. Meanwhile, on the main road, Lin Fan was traveling according to the map provided by the system. Along the way, he conducted dozens of level 5 draws, each costing 10,000 points. Such extravagance would surely make the previous world's host, Liquan, exclaim at the unfairness. However, Lin Fan's experience with spending points was quite disappointing. Out of the million points exchanged for 100,000 spirit stones, he had used up more than half, only gaining an increase of 50 in attractiveness, 70 in charisma, a sword, a mask, several firearms, and an upgrade from an ordinary person to the late Qi refining stage. The only thing that slightly comforted Lin Fan was the increase in strength. The enhancement in attractiveness and charisma had become a nuisance, as he no longer felt safe around any woman. For safety's sake, Lin Fan donned the mask he drew from the system. The mask could be adjusted to cover either the upper or lower half of his face, or the entire face, and could even change color and style. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the system space, Ye Tian was reviewing his system interface. After devouring the ancient Emperor He Quan and tens of thousands of spirit stones, he not only recovered the losses from arriving in this world, but also had over 5 million points remaining on the system. Ye Tian decided to start laying out his plans. He summoned the perfected nascent soul Dao cannon and integrated it into himself. The dense true energies surged like rivers into the sea, rapidly consuming points. Perfect foundation establishment, golden core first level, second level, until golden core perfection. Then the nascent soul first transformation, second transformation, finally reaching nascent soul perfection. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, he seemed like a monk who had undergone a long meditation and transformation. His power had reached its peak, yet no tribulation came, as Ye Tian did not belong to this world. After traveling for most of the day, Lin Fan finally arrived at a large city, Jushin City. It was bustling with people and was one of the key cities of the Tianwu Empire, yet it was plagued by disorder. As he entered the city, a golden dragon carriage caught Lin Fan's attention. He didn't linger and went straight to find an inn to stay. Even with the mask on, Lin Fan could feel the gazes of many female cultivators lingering on him, with some even whistling flirtatiously. This made Lin Fan's face darken beneath the mask. Finally, sitting in his room at the inn, Lin Fan was able to relax a little. For Lin Fan, humans are actually the most dangerous beings. He decided to rest for 2 days here to prepare for the upcoming journey. Lin Fan took out 2 crystal-clear pills from his chest pocket, which Mu Yun had given him yesterday. He had already reached the late stage of Qi refining, but his ambitions extended beyond that. He planned to break through to the peak of Qi refining in these 2 days, and, if luck was on his side, even reach the foundation establishment stage. Although the security situation in this city was less than ideal, as long as he stayed indoors, he figured he wouldn't encounter any danger. Reassuring himself with this thought, Lin Fan began to focus on his cultivation. Meanwhile, under the high-hanging full moon, with silver light cascading down, Ye Tian, temporarily away from Lin Fan, appeared quietly in the black market of Jushin City, wearing a mysterious mask. He cautiously scanned his surroundings before quickly stepping into an unremarkable small house. Young master, looking for information? A ragged woman approached with a flattering smile. Our beggar gang knows everything big and small happening in Jushin City. What would you like to know? Perhaps which royal figure arrived today? Or the details of the young lady's search for a husband? Ye Tian responded in a gentle tone. Oh, is your information really that comprehensive? The beggar woman nodded proudly. Of course, whatever you want to know, we can provide. Ye Tian pondered for a moment and asked. Then, can you spread information through informal channels? The beggar woman's eyes lit up. Spread information? That's no problem at all. I'll take you to see the home master. Led by the beggar woman, Ye Tian entered a dimly lit room. Inside sat an elderly woman with cloudy eyes, scrutinizing the masked Ye Tian warily. Spread information? The elderly woman's hoarse voice sounded. What message do you want to spread, and how widely? Ye Tian got straight to the point. I want you to publicize a man as the most handsome in a millennium. Within 2 days, everyone in Jushin City should know. A glint of shrewdness flashed in the elderly woman's cloudy eyes. That's a big job. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, paid up front. Without a word, Ye Tian waved his hand, and 10,000 spirit stones clattered to the ground. The impact of this scene was indeed significant, causing both the elderly woman and the beggar woman to widen their eyes. Ye Tian then provided information about Lin Fan and warned, I hope you can do this perfectly, or else. As he spoke, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura began to emanate from him. Nascent soul. The elderly woman and the beggar woman exclaimed almost simultaneously, immediately assuring. Rest assured, we will get it done. Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Only after his figure completely disappeared did the elderly woman and beggar woman gradually regain their composure. Quick, give the order for the beggar gang to mobilize immediately. The old woman dared not delay at all. If Ye Tian hadn't revealed his strength, she might have dismissed him as a fool to be exploited. But now, he was a nascent soul expert. Such an existence could even serve as an elder in a top-tier sect and must not be offended. After leaving the black market, Ye Tian returned to being a system. Watching Lin Fan, who was fully focused on refining the barrier-breaking pill, he felt a sense of relief. Once the message was out, the experienced hunters would come knocking, allowing him to gain benefits. This wasn't harming the host, but rather giving the protagonist the treatment he deserved. As for whether it would attract big trouble, Ye Tian was no longer worried. After all, Lin Fan now had a powerful bodyguard. With this in mind, Ye Tian's gaze turned to a certain void, where demonic energy surged like the sea. That night, as the beggar gang mobilized, news about a handsome man of the millennium began to spread like wildfire throughout Jiuxin City. In just a few hours, various versions of the rumors had already filled the streets and alleys. Have you heard? That man's looks are like an immortal descended to earth. I heard he's the most perfect man in the world. Apparently, that man lasts the longest. However, amidst all this buzz, Lin Fan, who was diligently cultivating and nearing the peak of qi refining, remained completely oblivious. The next day, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes from his cultivation, exhaling a deep breath. He felt the surging true energy within him and realized he had reached the peak of the qi refining stage. Looking at the remaining pill in his hand, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy and decided to make a push towards the foundation establishment stage. However, just then, a commotion from outside interrupted his thoughts. Lin Fan frowned slightly, put on his mask, and gently pushed open the wooden window. The scene before him was surprising. A large group of women had gathered on the street outside the inn, chattering animatedly. Where's Lin Fan? Make him come out. Is he really as perfect as the rumors say? I want to see for myself. Aeonsi Millennium handsome man. Sounds like an exaggeration. Hearing his name mentioned among the crowd left Lin Fan bewildered. How did these people know about him? How had his name spread? As he pondered, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. There he is. At the window, the one with the mask. It's really him. He looks just like the painting. Look at that build. That Adam's apple, definitely a handsome guy. Lin Fan quickly shut the window, his brow furrowed. This sudden fame seemed to carry a hint of danger. He decided to leave Jiuxian City immediately and quietly made his way to the back door of the inn. However, a woman dressed in a lavish gown with gold trimmings was already waiting there. Leaning against the wall, she wore a playful smile. Ha ha, I knew you'd sneak out this way, she said confidently. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ye Tian, one of the 4 prominent young ladies of Jiuxian City. As Ye Tian spoke, she strode towards Lin Fan, reaching out to remove his mask. Let me see what this so-called Ancien Millennium man looks like. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, stepping back, and coldly said, don't cause trouble. Ye Tian's interest only grew. How about this? I'll give you 100 spirit stones if you let me see your face. Keep your spirit stones, Lin Fan replied disdainfully. Ye Tian chuckled. Such arrogance. How about 500 spirit stones? Lin Fan was silent for a moment before suddenly proposing. Let's test our strength. If you win, you can see my face. If you lose, you give me 1,000 spirit stones. Ye Tian looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Oh, fight me? I'm a mid-foundation establishment stage cultivator. Plus, I don't fight the old or the young, nor do I fight men. Lin Fan, now provoked, retorted. If you're afraid, then don't block my way. Ye Tian, now irritated, said, fine man. I'll use only half my strength and agree to a fight with you. Shall we begin? Are you ready? Lin Fan asked. It's already begun. Ye Tian said, charging directly at Lin Fan. Unfazed, Lin Fan raised his gun. Bang! The shot rang out, the bullet whistling through the air. Sensing the danger, Ye Tian summoned her true energy to defend herself. Unfortunately, the bullet was too fast and penetrative. With a puff, it pierced through her energy shield and exploded on her shoulder. Ah! Ye Tian staggered back, clutching her shoulder, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. You lost, Lin Fan said calmly. Gritting her teeth, Ye Tian tossed a storage pouch to the ground. I'll come back when I'm healed, she declared angrily before leaving. Lin Fan picked up the storage pouch, contemplating his next move. Lin Fan glanced at the crowd outside the inn, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. With 1,000 spirit stones in hand, he seemed to have discovered a secret to wealth. That very day, a stage was erected not far from the inn. Lin Fan stood atop it, announcing an unusual rule. Win, and you can remove his mask. Lose, and you owe him 1,000 spirit stones. This proposal intrigued many, but most couldn't afford the spirit stones. Nonetheless, by the end of the day, Lin Fan had earned 5,000 spirit stones. Those early to mid-level foundation establishment cultivators were no match for him. Converting his earnings, he decided to reward himself with a level 6 lottery draw. Ding! You've spent 100,000 points. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill Melancholy Charm. Remaining points, 550,000. The system's notification rang out, followed by the skill description. When activated, this skill can evoke a protective instinct in the opposite sex. The skill's effectiveness depends on the host's appearance and charisma. Seeing this skill, Lin Fan was indifferent. He even considered himself lucky, as it was more acceptable than what he had received from the last level 6 draw. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion in Jiuxin City, four stunning women sat around a stone table, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. A woman in a white silk dress with clear apricot eyes spoke gravely. The ninth princess came to Jiuxin City yesterday to pressure my mother into joining her faction. The palace is rife with undercurrents now. This is no time to pick sides. The woman in red beside her comforted. Bai Xiao, don't overthink it. The city lord can handle it. We just need to avoid causing trouble for our elders. Another woman in a black dress opened her fan, asking with interest, speaking of staying out of trouble, Jin Yan, how did you get hurt? Who did you provoke? Jin Yan's face fell. Sisters, promise you won't laugh at me. The next day, Lin Fan donned his mask again and carried his rifle to the stage. Such a lucrative opportunity was not to be missed. Word of Lin Fan's ancien millennium handsome man reputation had spread throughout Jiuxin City. Many more challengers appeared, but against Lin Fan's technological weaponry, these cultivators didn't stand a chance. After another easy victory, Lin Fan earned another 1,000 spirit stones. The crowd below was abuzz with criticism, especially from women, who scolded the defeated woman for failing to best a little man, calling it disgraceful. Anyone else? Lin Fan asked, reloading his gun as he scanned the surroundings. He noticed the crowd growing larger, and if it continued, he might not be able to control the situation. At that moment, a woman's voice called out, I challenge you. A woman in a white dress appeared on the stage. Wow, isn't that Bai Xiao, the city lord's daughter? This is going to be interesting. Bai Xiao is ranked 9th on our Tianwu Empire's prodigy list. She's at the peak of foundation establishment and can even challenge Golden Core experts. Hearing these discussions, Lin Fan coughed. I'm done for today. Come back tomorrow. Bai Xiao looked at Lin Fan's actions with a hint of sarcasm in her calm voice. Are you afraid of losing to me? That I'll unmask you and reveal your ugly face? Lin Fan glanced at her twice. Do you know what I look like? I couldn't care less, Bai Xiao said openly. In just one day, you've made the whole city aware of you. Do you think I don't know what tricks you've used? Whether your face under that mask is ugly or handsome, I think you know best. The stage erupted with chatter. Bai Xiao's few words had revealed quite a bit. Just then, a woman in a black dress accompanied by 2 others approached the stage. She held her sword and spoke loudly. Everyone, the ancien millennium handsome man title for Lin Fan was spread by the beggar's sect. No one knows his true appearance. A mere mask has stirred such imagination. Lin Fan, is it? You are indeed cunning. The young master of the Black Cloud family and members of the Jin and Hong families are here too. Many in the crowd recognized their identities. Lin Fan was taken aback, realizing someone had indeed spread rumors about him. The crowd grew even more agitated, many now looking at Lin Fan with a simmering anger. Lin Fan wasn't too concerned, as long as it didn't affect his spirit stones. Think what you want. I'm leaving now. Stop. Bai Xiao's voice was as cold as ice. Take off your mask, return the spirit stones to those you defeated, and then get out of my Jiuxin City. Under normal circumstances, Bai Xiao and the other 3 young ladies would never involve themselves in Lin Fan's deceitful antics. Even if Jin Yan suffered at Lin Fan's hands, they wouldn't make such a fuss. After all, Jiuxin City was never known for its law and order. However, the situation was different this time. The 9th princess was visiting Jiuxin City, and the 4 young ladies witnessed the extent of Lin Fan's rumor-mongering, compelling them to take action. They couldn't allow Lin Fan's baseless rumors to tarnish the city's image in the 9th princess's eyes. On the stage, Bai Xiao's icy voice echoed. Lin Fan, his brow furrowed beneath his mask, calculated his options. As he hesitated, Bai Xiao transformed into a swift white shadow, appearing before him in an instant. So fast, Lin Fan's pupils constricted, amazed. No wonder she was ranked among the top 10 on the Tianjiao list. Her prowess was extraordinary. Before he could react, he felt a lightness on his face as his mask was removed. In that moment, silence fell over the arena. All eyes were drawn to Lin Fan's face, as if struck by Cupid's arrow. His was a face that could stop time, perfectly formed lips, a prominent nose, and eyes as deep as the night sky. He seemed like a masterpiece sculpted by the gods, with a few strands of dark hair partially veiling his striking brow, creating a flawless visage. As a breeze brushed past, a lock of Lin Fan's hair fell gently by his temple. Internally, he sighed, activating his system skill Melancholy. Instantly, his eyes, which should have been filled with joy, were shrouded in a veil of sorrow. Facing Bai Xiao, Lin Fan spoke with self-mockery in his tone. You've done it. You've taken off my mask. He tossed a pouch of spirit stones onto the stage. Since Joshin City doesn't need someone like me, I'll leave. Before he could finish, Lin Feng turned to go. However, Bai Xiao quickly stepped in his path. Seeing the sadness in his eyes, she felt a wave of regret. She realized she had made a mistake, hurting his feelings. Her demeanor shouldn't have been so harsh. At that moment, Bai Xiao wanted to apologize, to ask him to stay, but she didn't know how to express it. Lin Feng, observing her, maintained his expression but felt a twinge of panic inside. He feigned calmness as he asked, "What now? Is the young city lord planning to throw me in jail?" In truth, if she intended to detain him, he couldn't fight back or escape. He cursed the system in his mind, wishing it could grant him more strength to avoid such a predicament. Hearing his words, Bai Xiao's gaze lingered on his flawless face, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Finally, she handed his mask back to him, softly saying, "Here, your mask." Lin Feng took the mask, put it on without another word, and left the stage. The moment he departed, the crowd erupted. Exquisite. Absolutely stunning. If I could spend just one night with him, I'd give up 10 years of my life. He's truly a once-in-a-lifetime beauty. Just one glance, and I'm overwhelmed. I'll have to visit the brothel tonight to cool off. What scheme? What ugly man? The moment they saw Lin Feng's face, all previous doubts vanished. He was indeed a once-in-a-millennium handsome man. On the stage, Bai Xiao remained standing, her gaze complex as she watched Lin Feng's retreating figure. The four young ladies of Joshin City each wore different expressions. Ye Tian, her beautiful face peeking out from under a gold-embroidered dress, was filled with sadness. Regretfully, she said, "I shouldn't have told you all and let you ruin my chance at love." After seeing Lin Feng, Ye Tian felt even more remorseful and sighed inwardly. Such a handsome man, and now he's been driven away. The other three women exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the plan had been proposed by the woman in the black dress, supported by the one in red, and executed by Bai Xiao in her white dress. Ye Tian mulled it over, feeling increasingly indebted. Suddenly, she stood up with a determined resolve. "No, I must go after him. You all can inform my family." She thought to herself that as a woman, if she didn't take the initiative, there would be no future with that man. Bai Xiao furrowed her brows and said, "Are you crazy? Do you even know where he's going?" Ye Tian was undeterred. "Who cares where he's going? It's not like he can eat me. In fact, I wish he would." Bai Xiao was left speechless. At this moment, Hong Ling, the woman in red, spoke up, her gaze still fixed on the direction Lin Feng had gone. "Bai Xiao, I think Ye Tian's idea is quite good." Bai Xiao looked at Hong Ling in surprise. "You agree with Ye Tian?" Hong Ling's light red eyes narrowed slightly as she asked, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Bai Xiao's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Hong Ling said bluntly, "I want to pursue that young man." Ye Tian immediately protested. "Hey, that young man is mine." The woman in the black dress, Wu Yin, chuckled and shook her head. "Haha, you two are something else. A handsome man is hard to come by. Count me in." Bai Xiao was dumbfounded, as if seeing her three sisters for the first time. Not long after, on the smooth road leading to the capital, Lin Feng felt a strange sense of incongruity as he looked at the three women beside him. He had just left Joshin City, and the three young ladies from there had already caught up with him. Upon learning he was heading to the capital, they instantly expressed it as a coincidence and formed a group with him. Riding alongside Lin Feng, Hong Ling curiously asked, "Mr. Lin, do you have business in the capital?" Thinking of the 40,000 spirit stones compensated by these three women along with Bai Xiao, Lin Feng decided not to hold a grudge for the time being. He answered truthfully, "I'm going to take the talent exam." Ye Tian perked up her ears, and upon hearing this, she immediately turned her horse around. "Lin Feng, do you want to marry one of the Tianshi Empire's ministers?" Lin Feng asked back, "Do you have an opinion on that?" Ye Tian urgently replied, "No way. How can you marry those female ministers? The Tianshi Empire is in turmoil right now. Who knows how many people will perish? You shouldn't get caught up in that." Lin Feng was somewhat surprised by the internal situation of the Tianshi Empire. At this point, Wu Yin also spoke up. "The Tianshi Empire can't even protect itself now. A man as good-looking as you, why not come with me? I'm at least a disciple of the Xuanwu sect." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. As Lin Feng left Joshin City, the topic of the Ancien Millennium handsome man only grew. Hundreds of women who had seen Lin Feng's appearance firsthand were now firmly convinced of his title as a Ancien Millennium handsome man. Like a giant loudspeaker, Lin Feng's name was rapidly spreading to the surrounding cities, yet he remained blissfully unaware. The abyssal forbidden zone is one of the most feared places among cultivators worldwide. The deeper one ventures, the more perilous it becomes. It is said that even a nascent soul master can barely linger here for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Yet, at the center of this forbidden zone, above a surging black spring, a woman sits cross-legged, surrounded by golden lotuses shining brightly in the darkness. Suddenly, the space ripples, and a dense black mist appears beside the woman. She slowly opens her eyes and asks, "What's the matter? Any news?" From the mist emerges a great demon lord, who bows respectfully and reports, "My lord, indeed there is some news." With her permission, he proceeds to detail Lin Fang's recent actions and encounters in Jiuxin City. Ha ha! Ilian laughs and shakes her head. That little man even got himself the title of Ancien Millennium Handsome Man. Her tone then turns cold. The people of Jiuxin City should be grateful he wasn't harmed, or the city would have faced destruction. The demon lord cautiously asks, "My lord, should we deal with those young people surrounding Lin Feng?" "No need." Ilian shakes her head. "That man will remain pure." A hint of anticipation flashes in her eyes. "Continue watching him. Once I emerge stronger from seclusion, I'll seek him out personally." "Yes." The demon lord retreats obediently. Meanwhile, in the sprawling Tianlang mountain range, Lin Feng and his companions quicken their pace. Wu Yin, usually calm and composed, shows rare seriousness. "This area is infested with bandits. We must pass through quickly." Jin Yan, however, remains indifferent. "They're just bandits. No matter how many there are, I'll take them all down." No sooner had she spoken than a row of trees suddenly blocks their path, with a large group of female bandits standing before them. Hongling sighs. "Miss Jean, maybe you should stop talking." Wearing a mask, Lin Feng looks at the scantily clad female bandits, their hair like noodles draped over their shoulders, and feels a wave of nausea. The bald-headed leader of the female bandits sizes up the four of them and grins. "Sisters, we've got business. Keep the men as our mountain husbands, and kill the women." She waves her machete, signaling the attack. As the bandits charge, the three young ladies from Jiuxin City spring into action. Wu Yin is at the peak of Foundation establishment, renowned on the Tianjiao list. Hong Ling is in the late stage of Foundation establishment, with potential for the Tianjiao list. And as for Jin Yan, their abilities represent the pinnacle of their age group. In an instant, the bandits are effortlessly dispatched. As Wu Yin's sword is about to end the last bandit leader, Lin Feng suddenly intervenes. "Let her take us to their hideout." Half an hour later, the group arrives at the bandits' lair. Lin Feng and his group arrived at the front of an empty mountain stronghold. The bandits had all left to ambush travelers, leaving the place deserted. They headed straight for the treasure vault, where piles of rusty weapons and mounds of gold and silver greeted them, making Lin Feng sigh in disappointment. "So poor," Lin Feng thought to himself. "System, did you convert all the valuables here into points?" The system promptly responded, "Ding, the host has received 10 points." This meager gain left Lin Feng even more disheartened, as if he was witnessing his time being wasted. Just then, the system chimed in with a new notification. "Ding, host has raided a bandit stronghold, activating the system's auxiliary function, raid." After each raid, the host's strength will improve accordingly. Lin Feng was taken aback, his excitement evident. "Raiding can enhance my strength? System, why didn't you tell me earlier?" He eagerly opened the raid interface, revealing a map centered around him. The map twinkled with various points of light, each representing a potential treasure trove to raid. The brightness of the lights indicated the wealth within each vault. Surveying the map, Lin Feng noticed that the capital city was like a dazzling galaxy, with countless little suns representing treasure vaults. Even the Tianling mountain range was dotted with points, hinting at hidden treasures worth exploring. The sight made Lin Feng's eyes light up, and he stood a little taller. "This should have happened sooner." Lin Feng murmured to himself. "System, you really should have activated this function earlier." Beside him, Ye Tian shook his head helplessly. After leaving the stronghold, Lin Feng was brimming with confidence, exuding an air of self-assurance. The three women accompanying him looked at his unusual demeanor with puzzled expressions. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned around and mysteriously said, "Come, I'll teach you how to use a weapon that doesn't require any spiritual energy to defeat any cultivator below the Foundation establishment stage." With that, he handed out 3 AK-47s to the women. Wu Yin curiously examined the weapon, peering down the barrel. "Only below Foundation establishment? Then I probably don't need this," she remarked. Jin Yan recognized the weapon and exclaimed, "Isn't this what you used in the arena?" Hong Ling frowned slightly, showing a hint of disdain. "Lin Feng, shouldn't a man like you avoid using such crude weapons?" Lin Feng retorted, "I have even cruder weapons. Want to see?" Seeing their lack of interest, he took a deep breath and offered an incentive. "If you learn to use them, I won't wear a mask." At this, all three women's heads shot up, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "Really? That's great. Let's start practicing now." Lin Feng thought to himself. "System, bear witness. I'm not compromising my integrity. I'm just." The system replied, "Host, I understand." To Lin Feng's surprise, these cultivators had an impressive ability to learn. With no prior knowledge, they mastered the basics of handling the guns in the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn. As Jin Yan finished the last magazine, all three of them fixed their gaze on Lin Feng's mask. Lin Feng cheerfully removed his mask, declaring boldly, "There's nothing to hide. A real man isn't afraid to show his face." Jin Yin swallowed involuntarily. Wu Yin's eyes were filled with admiration, and Hong Ling stared intently. Lin Feng sighed, handing each of them several more magazines, and solemnly announced, I plan to represent justice and clear out the bandits in the Tianlang mountain range. If anyone wants to back out, now's the time. However, Hong Ling, captivated by Lin Feng's appearance, murmured, even his words are tempting. Clearly, her mind was no longer on the mission. Lin Feng underestimated the power of good looks and charisma. The three women followed him from Jiuxin City, drawn by his allure. Even Bai Xiao had considered following him, but her responsibilities as the young city lord kept her from leaving. Facing the three women who seemed entranced by him, Lin Feng chose to remain silent. He opened the map for raiding and headed in a chosen direction, with the three women trailing behind. After traversing mountains, they arrived near a medium-sized bandit stronghold. He reviewed the information about the stronghold, Black Tiger Stronghold, notorious for its crimes, worth raiding. It housed one late-stage, one mid-stage, and two early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, along with 3 Qi refinement stage individuals and 10 regular members. After assessing the information, Lin Feng realized the stronghold was within his capabilities. With that confidence, he saw no need to hide his presence. He confidently approached the gates of Black Tiger Stronghold. A female bandit on guard was the first to spot Lin Feng. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and then shouted loudly, Sisters, there's a stunner outside. A real stunner. Hearing the news of a man, several women, bare-chested, crowded at the gate. They were astonished. Wow, he's way more handsome than the top courtesan I saw last time. What are you waiting for? Capture him and offer him to the chief. One of the female bandits exclaimed excitedly. Another, slightly more composed, said, Hold on, let's see what this little man wants in our stronghold. Listening to their chatter, Lin Feng raised his AK. Rat-a-tat. After a burst of gunfire, many of the female bandits lay in pools of blood. What kind of weapon is that? The unharmed bandits were terrified, watching their companions fall instantly, panic-stricken. Before they could react, another barrage of bullets came from behind, courtesy of Jin Yin and the 2 other women. Let's go in. Lin Feng signaled to the 3 women. As the 4 entered the heart of Black Tiger's stronghold, the surviving minions hid behind a few imposing figures. The leading middle-aged woman coldly questioned, Who are you to cause trouble for Black Tiger stronghold? Don't you know we're backed by the Black Tiger sect? As she spoke, she glanced warily at Wu Yin, then her gaze lingered on Lin Feng. She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming. Leave this little man behind, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. Bang! Lin Feng shot the chief of Black Tiger's stronghold without hesitation. Blood trickled from her head, her face still bearing a greedy expression as she fell heavily to the ground. Such trash dares to covet me, Lin Feng said coldly. The chief is dead. The remaining bandits were momentarily stunned. When they realized what happened, they scattered like monkeys from a fallen tree, fleeing in all directions. Made things easier, Lin Feng remarked, heading straight for the treasure vault in the now empty stronghold. A system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for a successful raid, earning 100,000 points. Ding, the host's feedback has been received, and the cultivation level has reached the foundation establishment stage. Feeling nearly 10 times more powerful with his enhanced qi, Lin Feng glanced at the emptied vault, nodding in satisfaction. This was the system he had envisioned. Exiting the vault, Lin Feng found a crowd gathered in the stronghold's courtyard. These people, men and women, old and young alike, were captives of Black Tiger stronghold. Their eyes, filled with hope and gratitude, were fixed on Lin Feng, anticipating a new beginning. Lin Feng faced the predicament before him, feeling a surge of urgency. They had just rescued a group of captives, only to find themselves in even deeper trouble. Overhead, a powerful presence loomed as a formidable Jindan expert descended like a storm cloud, radiating a suffocating pressure. Was it you who destroyed our sect's outpost in the Tianlang Mountains? The imposing woman demanded, her voice booming like thunder. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, preparing to respond, when Jin Yin suddenly stepped forward. Her hair fluttered behind her, and she exuded confidence. I'm the young master of the Jin family from Jiuxin City. We wiped out your worthless camp. Got a problem with that? Her words only added fuel to the fire. The woman's eyes blazed with fury. Perfect. The Ghost Shark sect and your Jin family are mortal enemies. Today, I'll start by killing you, the Jin family's young master. Before she finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended, as if the sky itself was about to collapse. Lin Feng instantly realized this woman was no ordinary Jindan stage expert. She was likely at the high level of Jindan stage 7 or above. Run, scatter! Lin Feng, wearing a mask, whispered urgently to his companions. He knew that the captives they had just freed were unlikely to escape this predicament, and even his own safety was uncertain. Upon Lin Feng's command, Jin Yan, Hong Ling, Wu Yin, and the others quickly dispersed in different directions. Lin Feng, too, didn't hesitate, using his recently advanced mid-foundation establishment strength to flee rapidly. Unexpectedly, the formidable woman ignored the others and pursued Lin Feng directly. This twist made Lin Feng even more anxious, and he silently cursed to himself. Didn't she say she would kill Jin Yin first? Did Jin Yin attract hatred for nothing? At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. It might be because of the host's unique physique that she took an interest in you. This is your fault. Think of a way to get me out of this mess. Lin Feng urgently called out to the system. The system paused briefly, as if sensing something, and then suggested, the host might consider removing the mask. It could save you. What? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. There's an unusual woman nearby who's attracted to appearances. You might have to sacrifice some of your looks, the system explained. Lin Feng felt exasperated. Sacrifice my looks? What do you take me for? Since when did I become a man who relies on his face? He grumbled internally, caught in a difficult situation. You can't escape. A senior elder from the Ghost Shark sect, who had reached the Golden Course stage, hovered above Lin Feng, the wind howling as it blew off his mask. The female elder in the sky caught a clear view of his handsome face, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Come back to the Ghost Shark sect with me, and I'll take you as my consort. Her voice was laced with an undeniable command. Lin Feng shivered, thinking to himself, are all the women in this world driven by their desires? Once I become strong, I must lead a revolution for all the men in this world. Amidst the howling wind, a massive hand formed from pure energy descended upon Lin Feng, casting a heavy shadow. Just as it was about to strike him, a golden light suddenly shot up from behind him, piercing the sky like a sword. The elder's attack dissolved instantly, even tearing a gap in the clouds above. For a moment, the world fell silent. Tap, tap, tap. Soft footsteps approached from behind Lin Feng, accompanied by a calm female voice. Ghost Shark sect? You're not even part of the demon sect. Yet this isn't the first time you've tried to abduct a man, is it? Before the voice had fully faded, a woman in golden robes stood beside Lin Feng. She had gentle, arched eyebrows like Chang'e, eyes filled with wisdom, and her red lips added a touch of allure. Who are you? The woman in the sky asked, her voice tinged with obvious wariness. The woman in gold smiled serenely. My identity is not something you're worthy of knowing. She waved her hand dismissively. Uniquely, kill her. Yes, your highness. A sharp, high-pitched voice responded. Lin Feng watched in astonishment as a man wielding a horsetail whisk appeared behind the Ghost Shark sect elder. Before she could react, the whisk sliced through her body. With a swish, a cloud of blood mist appeared in the sky. Lin Feng swallowed hard, too shocked to speak. The powerful woman who had seemed like a force of nature was dispatched with just a whisk. The woman in gold observed Lin Feng's expression, a slight smile playing on her lips. You must be Lin Feng? You know me? Lin Feng asked, finally taking a closer look at this mysterious woman. Your reputation in Jiuxin City precedes you, she chuckled. And now that I've met you, I can see that the tales of your extraordinary beauty weren't exaggerated. Lin Feng felt a bit awkward, as those rumors were likely spread deliberately by someone. He offered a polite smile and shifted the topic. Thank you for saving me. May I know who you are? Me? The woman clasped her hands behind her back, speaking frankly. I am Ji Yuyu, the ninth princess of the Tianwu Empire. The ninth princess? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, understanding now why she had such formidable protection. Ji Yuyu bent down to pick up the mask from the ground, handing it back to Lin Feng. There's no need to be formal because of my title. Let's consider ourselves friends. She paused, then inquired. Are you headed to the capital? How did you know? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Ji Yuyu laughed. Don't overthink it, Lin Feng. Ji Yuyu pointed towards the distant official road, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Once we pass the Tianling mountain range, we'll reach the capital directly. From this, I deduced Lin Gongzi's route. Since you're heading to the capital, if you don't mind, could we travel together? Lin Feng felt a stir in his heart, recalling the warnings from Jin Yin and the others. Just then, a system notification sounded. Dingside quest released. Reach the capital within 3 days. Success rewards. God-level culinary skills. Failure. No penalty. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he replied without hesitation. Sure. Let's travel together. He turned to the ninth princess, his expression solemn. There's no time to lose. Let's depart now. The golden dragon carriage moved steadily forward, and Lin Feng gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, lost in thought. Ji Yuyu observed his expression and softly asked, if I'm not mistaken, Lin Gongzi, you're heading to the capital for the Xiaonan assessment, right? Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The ninth princess's eyes flickered, her tone carrying a hint of concern. Honestly, I don't wish for you to participate in this year's Xiaonan assessment. These words caught Lin Feng's attention. He remembered the warnings from Jin Yin and the others, realizing that the Xiaonan assessment might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Why do you say that, ninth princess? Is there something unusual about this year's assessment? Ji Yuyu pondered for a moment, then sighed. To be frank, our Tianwu Empire is in a dire situation. We're pressured externally by two nations and demonic forces, while internally the royal family is in turmoil over power struggles. She shook her head and continued. Even before last year, our Tianwu Empire already had many hidden issues, which have now fully erupted. Ji Youyu's eyes showed despondency. The reason I'm advising against your participation in this year's Shonen assessment is because there are some special guests in the capital this year. Special guests. Lin Fan keenly picked up on this keyword. Yes, special guests. Ji Youyu took a deep breath. The Western Buddhist Kingdom, the Northern Huns, and over a dozen top-tier demonic sects have all arrived in the capital this year. These people are watching our royal family like hawks, waiting for us to fall apart. With the Shonen assessment about to begin, those ambitious individuals are all very interested. Ji Youyu looked up, meeting Lin Fang's eyes, which seemed to belong to a figure from a painting. Not only do you have an ethereal appearance, but you also possess the body of a furnace. If you participate, you're sure to be among the top 3 in the Shonen assessment. However, if it comes to that, surrounded by these opportunists, our royal family may not be able to protect you. After hearing Ji Youyu's words, Lin Fan fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected the situation to be so dire. Entering the capital now seemed like walking into a trap. However, the task on the system panel to win first place in the Shonen assessment left him conflicted. Lin Fan sighed inwardly and finally said, albeit reluctantly, "Thank you, Ninth Princess, for your concern and for telling me the truth. However, participating in the Shonen assessment is my dream, and I don't want to back down now." These words left Ji Youyu stunned. She gazed at Lin Fan, softly expressing her admiration. "Lin Fan, you really are very different from other men." Over the next 2 days, the Ninth Prince's golden dragon carriage traveled unimpeded across the lands of the Tianwu Empire. This luxurious vehicle, a symbol of royal status, was enough to deter any would-be troublemakers. As the glow of the setting sun spread across the land, Lin Fan spotted a massive city in the distance, resembling a giant dragon lying on the ground. This was a true fantasy world metropolis, with city walls as grand as mountains, towering high into the sky. The rising smoke from cooking fires added a unique, bustling atmosphere distinct from modern cities. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding, task completed. Reward, God-level culinary skills. Ye Tian quietly accepted the reward and remained silent. When the Ninth Princess's carriage arrived at the city walls, the guards respectfully bowed their heads. The Ninth Sister has returned. It was not the soldiers inside the city who greeted Ji Youyu, but a gentle-looking woman with a somewhat delicate beauty. In this world, any woman who embarked on the path of cultivation was almost always a stunning beauty, due to the nourishment of spiritual energy. Of course, certain special cultivation techniques could affect appearance, but that's a different story. Fifth Sister. Ji Youyu stepped out of the dragon carriage, asking with concern, "Why didn't you rest and recover? Why come out like this?" The fifth princess furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of anxiety in her expression. "Sai, something's happened." Upon hearing this, Ji Youyu cautiously scanned the entrance of the city, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. "Let's talk inside." A moment later, in an elegant pavilion within the capital, Ji Youyu, the fifth princess Ji Youjiao, and the masked Lin Fan gathered together. Ji Youjiao curiously glanced at Lin Fan. "Sister, who is this? Allow me to introduce him. This is Lin Fan, a friend I met on the way." Ji Youyu patted her sister's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin is one of us. You can speak freely." Over the past few days, Lin Fan and Ji Youyu had developed a good friendship. Perhaps it was because Ji Youyu refrained from using those uncomfortable terms like little man or young master, making Lin Fan more willing to converse with her. "Well, all right." The fifth princess withdrew her gaze from Lin Fang's mask and turned to Ji Youyu, her tone serious. "The Empress recently issued an edict. The position of the crown princess will be officially decided in 3 days. "Oh." Ji Youyu's heart tightened. "Have they decided who will be the crown princess?" "No." Ji Youjiao shook her head. "The Empress said the position is directly related to the selection of the most outstanding young men." "The selection of young men?" Ji Youyu was puzzled. "How can such a matter be linked to the position of crown princess?" Ji Youjiao explained. "Because our Tianwu Empire's selection of outstanding young men has caught the interest of 2 other countries and the Demon Path. They want to participate as well. On this basis, each of the 2 countries in the Demon Path will send 1 man, and we will send 3. Through various competitions, it will be determined which country's young man is the best." "What if we lose?" Ji Youyu asked, suppressing her anger. Ji Youjiao sighed. "We will have to cede the southern Xiongzhou to the 2 countries and the Demon Path to divide among themselves. And if we win, they promise not to interfere with our Tianwu Empire for a month. The 2 countries and the 10 demon sects." Ji Youyu was furious. Such an unequal agreement, and the Empress agreed to it. The fifth princess silently nodded. "The Tianwu Empire is weak. We have no choice but to accept this situation." The Empress's decision hit the palace like a thunderclap. She had given the 3 slots to represent the Tianwu Empire to the princess. Ji Youyu's eyes gleamed upon hearing the news. She sat across from Ji Yojiao, contemplating the weight of this information. We 9 princesses, along with the 13th sister, are vying for a single spot, Ji Yojiao said slowly. Whichever representative wins the contest will secure the position of imperial princess. Ji Youyu nodded slightly, and then asked, when does the assessment begin? The first round is tomorrow, and 2 will be eliminated. Ji Yojiao's response made Ji Youyu frown slightly. So soon. Ji Youyu felt a sense of urgency. Have we chosen our representative? A hint of pride flashed in Ji Yojiao's eyes. 13th sister and I have invited the most handsome man acknowledged in the Central Plains. She glanced meaningfully at Lin Fan, who sat silently nearby, and lowered her voice. I saw him myself, and he certainly has potential. Ji Youyu looked thoughtfully at Lin Fan. Appearance is important, but this contest should value talent more, she mused. Bring the most handsome man from the Central Plains to me tonight, so I can assess him myself. Ji Yojiao nodded in agreement, and reminded her before leaving. Be careful, the capital is even more chaotic lately. After the 5th princess left, Lin Feng's mind was in turmoil. He turned to the system with a hint of unease in his voice. System, didn't you say I should achieve the task of becoming the top showman? Is that what they mean by competing against foreigners? The system responded calmly. Host understands perfectly. Lin Feng suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. In that case, I don't even have a spot to compete. The system replied indifferently. The host can try to obtain one. Lin Feng silently cursed, suspecting the system of having ulterior motives. But under the system's pressure, he mustered the courage to approach the 9th princess, Ji Youyu, with a request. Youyu, I think it would be better if I participated in the showman assessment for you, Lin Feng said cautiously. I'm at the mid-foundation stage. I can write poetry and prose. Enough. Ji Youyu uncharacteristically raised her voice, her eyes showing a trace of concern. Do you know how dangerous the showman assessment is? Countless predatory eyes are watching. If you appear and get taken away, what would I do? Lin Feng was stunned, realizing Ji Youyu might have developed different feelings for him. But remembering the system's task, he reluctantly said, but, it's my dream. He feigned melancholy, using his melancholic sorrow skill. This move worked. Ji Youyu's heart softened, and she pulled him into a tight embrace. Ji Youyu whispered into Lin Feng's ear, her voice filled with determination and ambition. When I ascend the throne, I'll give you anything you desire. At that moment, the 9th princess Ji Youyu unreservedly revealed her deepest ambitions to Lin Feng. Under the night sky, a full moon cast a silver glow over the entire city of Beijing. In a room within a courtyard, Ji Youyu was meticulously practicing her calligraphy strokes. Suddenly, a gentle knock broke the silence. Come in, Ji Youyu said, pausing slightly but not looking up. The door creaked open, revealing a figure bundled up tightly. The visitor spoke softly. I am Wu Tong, a humble man, paying respects to Her Highness, the 9th princess. Ji Youyu turned to face the man, her brow slightly furrowed as she scrutinized him. So, you're Wu Tong, the most handsome man in Zhongzhou? Remove those wrappings. Yes, Wu Tong replied softly, skillfully unwrapping the layers of cloth around him. This process took nearly half an incense stick's time. As he was about to remove more, Ji Youyu waved a hand to stop him. That's enough. Looking at Wu Tang's delicate features, Ji Youyu couldn't help but think of Lin Feng. She mused that in the past, this man might have appealed to her, but now he felt oddly out of place. Do you have any talents? Ji Youyu asked, her expression unchanged. Wu Tang, clutching the hem of his garment, shyly replied, I can dance. All right, show me, Ji Youyu said coolly. Wu Tang nodded, taking out a phonograph stone, and soon, soft music filled the room. He began his performance, fingers lightly grazing his collar, eyes filled with longing. His body swayed like water plants, occasionally biting his lip and even emitting inexplicable sighs during the dance. Gradually, he danced closer to Ji Youyu, shedding his garments piece by piece. That's enough, stop, Ji Youyu said, pursing her lips, her brow tightly knitted. Yet Wu Tang seemed oblivious, continuing his dance. He leaned in, whispered, Your Highness, why not let me serve you? Wu Tang was confident no woman could resist his allure. With a little temptation, they would all succumb. Ji Youyu's grip on her brush tightened, cracking it in several places. She suppressed her anger and said, If you don't stop, I will throw you out. At her words, Wu Tang immediately ceased his movements. He looked at Ji Youyu, tears welling in his eyes. Did I not perform well, Your Highness? Ji Youyu took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, finally said, Go back and rest, prepare for tomorrow. Yes, I understand, Wu Tang replied, his head lowered, a glint of resentment in his eyes. As the night deepened, Wu Tang remained bundled up as he walked the dimly lit streets. After ensuring he wasn't being followed, he arrived at a secluded loft. Inside, 3 women in golden robes sat around a round table. Back already, Xiaotong? They greeted him with smiles. The eldest, around 40, asked with concern, "Did Ji Yu believe you?" Wu Tung respectfully replied, "Rest assured, First Princess, she completely trusts me now." Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. The princesses beamed with delight, one of them exclaiming excitedly, "Tomorrow, you will switch sides and represent us in the battle. I can't wait to see the look on Ji Yu's overconfident sister's face." Yumi Ai is indeed too naive. The palace intrigues are too deep for her to handle. The three princesses laughed unrestrainedly, while Wu Ting put on a pitiful expression on his effeminate face, though his eyes gleamed with cunning. "Your Highnesses, I got scolded by Ji Yu for this. Do you have any rewards for me?" he asked softly. "Rewards? Ha ha, there are big rewards," said the eldest princess, who was in her 40s with dark skin. She grabbed Wu Tung by the collar and pulled him close. "I'll reward you well tonight." Wu Tung's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. The next day, the much-anticipated showdown between the handsome men of the Tianwu Empire and those from 2 other countries and the demonic path finally arrived. In the central court of the Tianwu Empire, a vast area was already bustling with the 9 princesses and their entourages. Lin Fan, following Ji Yu, was fortunate enough to be there. The previous day, he had racked his brains to secure a spot, only to end up being held all night by Ji Yu, who wore nothing but a thin nightgown. Despite the night being filled with the scent of milk, for Lin Fan, it was an utter humiliation. "Still mad at me?" Ji Yu turned her head to look at Lin Fan, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. After her bold move yesterday, she initially felt a tinge of regret, but now she unconsciously regarded Lin Fan as the man by her side. "If you let me participate now, everything's negotiable." Underneath his mask, Lin Fan still sought an opportunity. After all, not participating meant mission failure, and the cost of failure was losing a kidney. That's a kidney. How many kidneys does a man have? No way. Ji Yu shook her head decisively. Just then, 3 women at least a dozen years older than her walked past Ji Yu, deliberately slowing their steps. "Oh, isn't this the 9th sister? Just got back to the capital yesterday. We thought you wouldn't return," one of them said mockingly. "Not as leisurely as you, sisters." Ji Yu smiled slightly, her eyes sharp. "This life of eating, sleeping, and eating again like a fat pig is something I can't envy." Her words were sharp, showing no fear of these sisters. "Ha ha, well said, 9th sister. Always so arrogant." The eldest princess sneered, her eyes cold. "I hope you maintain this attitude later." While the princesses chatted with their entourages or familiar princesses, several groups arrived at the court. There were female monks with prayer beads, golden bowls, and robes, women in mink, with braids and arms as thick as barrels, and a large number of people dressed predominantly in black, divided into various groups. These people resembled a pack of hyenas eyeing their prey, full of greed. "The Empress arrives." When everyone had gathered, the voice of the palace eunuch was clear. To the sound of grand music, a heavily covered palanquin appeared before everyone. A large retinue of palace guards followed closely, making a grand display. As the Empress descended, the 9 princesses on the ground bowed in unison. "Greetings, Mother Empress." "Begin," came a commanding voice from within the palanquin. It should have started earlier. A skeletal woman in the demonic path area cackled, her voice grating. "Your Tianwu Empire is in such a state, yet the Empress still puts on airs, making us all wait. You? So ugly, and still talking." The youngest 13th princess puffed her cheeks as she stepped out from behind Ji Yu, her youthful face full of anger. Her blunt remark amused many, while the skeletal woman's eyes flashed with malice, but she fell silent. The eunuch from Tianwu Empire began to explain the rules of the handsome men's competition with a raspy voice. Each participant must display their talents within 1 hour. Afterwards, the sacred artifact of Tianwu Empire, the mirror of myriad reflections, will score based on the micro-expressions of those present. It's that simple. The stage is yours. Use whatever talent you have to win over the audience. The eunuch put down the rulebook, turning his gaze to the 9 princesses. "Please send your participants onto the stage." Immediately, 2 handsome men stepped forward from the entourages of 6 other princesses. "Wait, why is Wu Ting over there?" Ji Yu's eyes narrowed in shock as she realized their participant had switched sides to the eldest princess. "9th Princess Ji Yu, where is your participant?" the eunuch asked, looking at the 2 on stage before turning to Ji Yu. Over at the eldest princess's side, they watched the scene with smug satisfaction, their faces openly gloating. Ji Yu remained silent, her expression dark. Is the 9th princess planning to forfeit? This remark drew all eyes to Ji Yu and the 5th and 13th princesses behind her. Giving up before it even starts? Such foresight from the Tianwu Empire. The skeletal woman from the demonic path taunted again. This time, the 13th princess bit her lip, speechless. She and the 5th princess glared at Wu Tung on stage, filled with anger. Even with their limited wit, they understood that Wu Tung had betrayed them at a crucial moment. "Give up." Ji Yu clenched her fist slightly. Though she had other means to ascend to the position of Empress, avoiding such methods was preferable. As silence settled over the crowd, a figure suddenly darted past Ji Yu, agilely leaping onto the stage. It was Lin Fan. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Get down here right now. Ji Yu, the ninth princess, called out, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. She never expected Lin Fan to be so audacious as to step directly onto the stage for the competition. Trust me, Lin Fan replied with an unprecedented confidence that took Ji Yu's breath away. Below the stage, the princesses from the first princess's faction were visibly surprised by Lin Fan's appearance. What's going on? How do they still have someone left? Humph, they must have pulled him in at the last minute. The third princess scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. Look, he's even wearing a mask. If he has to hide his face, he can't be any good. You're absolutely right. The first princess nodded approvingly at her sister's analysis. To her, the most handsome men in Zhongzhou had already been chosen to represent their side, making the other princesses' choices seem insignificant. She was confident that once they eliminated the men from the other two nations and the demonic faction, her path to becoming the empress was clear. On the stage, besides Lin Fan and Wu Tong, a man with a flamboyant makeup from the royal faction also stepped up. The two nations sent a monk with a swaying gait and a bearded giant strutting like a catwalk model. The bizarre lineup made Lin Fan's scalp tingle. The only somewhat normal presence was the man from the demonic faction, a mysterious figure cloaked, bearing a sword, and wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Everyone's here, so let's begin. The old eunuch swung his dust whisk, and a circle of seats rose around Lin Fan and the 5 others. Representatives from the demonic faction, the 2 nations, and the royal family took their places. In the demonic faction's area, the sect leader of the Hahuan sect lounged lazily on her chair, her curves accentuated. She frowned and said, "Why did we choose a man like that to represent us?" The fox demon sect leader, grooming her tail, agreed. "Exactly. He lacks any masculine charm." "You don't understand," the black snake sect leader hissed, habitually flicking her tongue. "An imposing man can't be compared to ordinary pretty faces. Besides, this man is the black rat demon lord's favorite pet, so watch your words." The competition officially began. Lin Fan glanced around and saw Wu Tong already performing a striptease, while the other royal representative danced seductively. The representatives from the 2 nations weren't to be outdone and started gyrating as well. Surrounded by these flamboyant figures, Lin Fan had a fleeting urge to flee. His gaze fell on the demonic faction's representative, who had taken off his hat and started a sword dance. Lin Fan couldn't help but think to himself, at least the one doing the sword dance looks somewhat decent. The spectators in the surrounding seats shook or nodded their heads, offering their critiques. Who would have thought? Our demonic faction's Yuan Kai looked so handsome once he took off his hat. The Hahuan sect leader licked her lips. The way he dances with the sword, it's almost irresistible. It seems the royal family of Tianwu Empire is out of options. The fox demon sect leader shook her head lightly. Although the 2 men are very handsome, neither is a virgin. The one with the mask, however, is quite unique. Unique? Yes, very unique. With all eyes on him, Lin Fan sidestepped the flamboyant dancers and found an empty spot to stand. He thought to himself, do I need to showcase a talent? But what talent do I have? Eating? Well, more than that. He opened his personal system panel, pondering how to handle this competition. Lin Fan, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, stood confidently in the open space of the capital city. Having just acquired divine-level culinary skills the day before, he was eager to showcase his talents today. With a wave of his hand, dozens of grills appeared out of thin air, and the charcoal ignited instantly. Lin Fan retrieved skewers and seasonings from his storage bag, moving with seamless grace. Like a master of barbecue with extraordinary skills, he navigated effortlessly among the grills. Under the influence of his divine culinary arts, every one of his movements was precise, and not a single skewer of the hundreds he cooked was burnt. Outside the stage, many people were stunned by this sight. The eldest princess exclaimed to Ji Yu with exaggerated disbelief, "This is hilarious, ninth sister. Why did you bring a cook on stage?" Another princess chimed in. Maybe the ninth sister anticipated we'd be hungry and prepared in advance. The crowd erupted in laughter. Ji Yu did not respond, merely watching them coldly as her gaze grew increasingly icy. As time passed, a tantalizing aroma began to waft across the stage, reaching even the distant audience seats. Many people instinctively swallowed, their initial disdain gradually replaced by curiosity. The other 5 men on stage were even more affected by the aroma. Their previously smooth dance moves became stiff, and Yuan Kai's swordplay lost its former sharpness. Their gazes repeatedly flicked towards Lin Fan's barbecue stand, as if drawn by the scent. Finally, all the skewers were cooked. Lin Fan channeled his chi, sending the skewers flying towards the audience. "Everyone, please have a taste," he announced confidently. The eldest princess turned her head dismissively. "Humph, it's just meat. How good can it be?" However, many from the demon sect couldn't wait to grab a skewer and take a bite. The fox demon sect's leader held the barbecue in her mouth, her eyes lighting up instantly. The exquisite tenderness, perfectly roasted oils, and the fibers of the meat seemed to come alive with a gentle bite, bursting in her mouth like tender bamboo. This sublime flavor even made the tails behind her involuntarily perk up. Delicious, she exclaimed, quickly finishing the skewer and looking at Lin Fan with longing. Others who tasted it had the same reaction. In this fantasy world, people didn't have high expectations for taste since the ingredients were usually the key. But Lin Fan had managed to grill ordinary meat into a delicacy comparable to dragon and phoenix flesh, leaving everyone deeply impressed. Lin Fan didn't keep the eager crowd waiting long, swiftly delivering a second batch of skewers. As time went on, the entire mood of the male beauty assessment transformed completely. Disciples of the demon sect, sect leaders, and imperial officials all waited eagerly, like children longing to be fed, watching Lin Fan grill batch after batch of skewers. What was initially a male beauty assessment had now become a grand barbecue feast. Lin Fan's culinary skills not only captivated everyone's taste buds, but also completely altered the course of the assessment. As the hour passed and the examination time concluded, the Wanxiang mirror in the sky flickered with a soft glow, completing its tally of all the audience's expressions. It then projected the final scores of the 6 contestants. Lin Fan's name unsurprisingly topped the list, followed closely by the representative of the demon sect. The contestants from the Western Buddhist Kingdom and the Northern Xiongnu were ranked 3rd and 4th, respectively. Surprisingly, Wu Tong and another representative from the Tianwu Empire ended up at the bottom, being eliminated. This result was like a heavy blow, striking hard at the hearts of the 1st princess and the 7th princess. Their expressions turned as dark as water, a trace of disbelief and panic flashing in their eyes. Had the position of imperial princess slipped through their fingers, just like that? On the stands of the Northern Xiongnu, the Grand Khan couldn't hide his gloating smile. He laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha, Empress of Tianwu, it seems you truly have no successors. Why not consider bringing out an Xiongzhou to try?" A hoarse, old voice with a hint of flattery came from the Empress's carriage. "If the Grand Khan wins, I am naturally happy for you. However, there is still another round tomorrow. If the Grand Khan can stay in the capital for one more day, I will certainly extend my hospitality." "Ha ha, having such a good Empress in the Tianwu Empire is truly remarkable," the Grand Khan laughed, his eyes gleaming with cunning. The representative from the Western Buddhist Kingdom lazily stood up and said calmly, "Since today has ended, let's meet again tomorrow." As the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Fan, still on the high platform, suddenly sensed something unusual. The male representative of the demon sect was staring intently at him, his brows furrowed. Approaching Lin Fan, he spoke with barely suppressed anger. "Why do you have the aura of the demon lord on you?" Lin Fan looked bewildered, completely unaware of what the other person was talking about. At that moment, Ye Tian's voice echoed in his mind. "He's referring to the woman who almost overpowered you last time." This sentence struck like a bolt of lightning, causing Lin Fan's right hand to tremble involuntarily. The 9th princess, Ji Youyu, keenly noticed the anomaly and immediately flew to Lin Fan's side, positioning herself between him and Yuan Kaiduo. She asked warily, "Are you planning to harm him?" Yuan Kaiduo snorted coldly, his gaze bypassing Ji Youyu to fix on Lin Fan. "Don't think you can avoid this question. I will find out the truth." With that, he turned and followed the departing demon sect group. Ji Youyu gently took Lin Fan's hand, asking softly, "Are you all right?" Lin Fan forced a faint smile and replied in a low voice, "I'm fine." As night fell, the depths of the palace lay in silence. Ye Tian's figure quietly appeared there. He mused to himself. The original text mentioned that the source of the dragon vein of the Tianwu Empire is in the Qinkuan Palace. It must be here. Gazing at the large Qinkuan Palace, plaque ahead, Ye Tian strode forward briskly. Ever since arriving in the capital, he had intended to investigate this place, but had not yet found the opportunity. As he walked, Ye Tian's appearance continuously changed, eventually transforming into the likeness of an old woman. Anyone in the palace would instantly recognize her as the current empress. Upon reaching the entrance of the Qinkuan Palace, the 2 guards were momentarily stunned, thinking their eyes deceived them. They quickly bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, the Empress." Ye Tian nodded coolly and walked straight into the Qinkuan Palace. The guards dared not obstruct him, only watching as the Empress entered the palace. After Lin Fan left, the 2 guards at the door exchanged bewildered looks. The robust female guard couldn't help but whisper, "Wasn't Her Majesty the Empress gravely ill, beyond the help of medicine? How could she suddenly appear here looking so well?" The slender female guard hesitated for a moment, frowning slightly. "Is she really the Empress?" The robust female guard couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated by her companion's question. "Are you kidding? The Qinkuan Palace is imbued with the Empress's aura. If that person wasn't the Empress, how could she have entered?" Meanwhile, Ye Tian had quietly infiltrated the Qinkuan Palace. He keenly sensed the flow of energy in the air, following its invisible guidance to the core area of the palace. There, a massive formation stood, within which lay the dragon vein of the Tianwu Empire. Ye Tian cautiously approached the formation, testing it with a single step. To his surprise, the formation did not repel him at all. He silently rejoiced, attributing it to the system's replication function, which had perfectly copied not only the Empress's power, but all her characteristics. Ye Tian recalled the original novel's description, noting how the current Empress of the Tianwu Empire bore a striking resemblance in personality to Cixi from his world's history. His gaze settled on the dragon vein at the center of the formation, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Lin Fan, activate the devouring function. Ye Tian murmured to himself. Let's stir the pot a bit. Why wait for the Empress to die of old age when you can speed things up with a little rebellion? As the devouring function kicked in, Ye Tian could distinctly feel the immense energy contained within the dragon vein, far exceeding his expectations. He couldn't help but compare it to the previous world, where even after the protagonist's fall, the points stolen from the heavenly loophole barely reached 10 million. Yet this dragon vein was estimated to be worth a staggering 200 million points. An hour slipped by unnoticed. Before leaving, Ye Tian cast one last glance at the location of the imperial treasury. The formidable restrictions there were daunting, beyond his current capabilities. But he silently calculated that the day he could breach them was not far off. Returning to Lin Feng's consciousness, Ye Tian found himself in a vast, white system space. He checked his accumulated points and began preparing for the next plot developments, spending points as needed. The next morning, sunlight bathed the familiar competition grounds. Lin Feng and Yuan Kaiduo arrived as expected, each harboring different thoughts. On the high platform, a eunuch announced in his unique, high-pitched voice, "Today's rules have changed. You cannot repeat yesterday's talent, and you must show your true face. The scoring will be the same as yesterday, judged by the Wanxiang mirror." This announcement caused a stir among the crowd. It was clearly a rule tailored against Lin Feng. His stunning culinary performance yesterday had practically left no room for other contestants to shine. The requirement to reveal his true face was aimed directly at Lin Feng, the only contestant wearing a mask. Strangely, despite the obvious targeting, the Empress, presiding over the Tianwu Empire's main event, showed no strong opposition to the rule change. Lin Feng cast a puzzled glance at the Empress's sedan, but it remained tightly closed, hiding her from view. At that moment, Ji Youyu clutched Lin Feng's arm tightly, her voice filled with worry and determination. "You can't go up there. I could bear it if you wore a mask, but to show your true face, I absolutely won't allow it." Lin Feng gently freed himself from Ji Youyu's grip, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Once this round is over, I'll be first." The mention of first filled Ji Youyu with joy, but her resolve only strengthened. "You don't have to fight for first place because of my imperial daughter's position." Lin Feng inwardly chuckled bitterly. "Who said it's for you? I need to protect my own interests." Ji Youyu affectionately rubbed Lin Feng's hand, a doting expression on her face. "Lin Feng, don't worry. We'll forfeit the competition, and I'll handle the rest." Just then, the uninformed eunuch on the field urged Ji Youyu. "Your Highness, the ninth princess, it's time to send someone up." Ji Youyu shook her head resolutely. "We forfeit." "What? Forfeit?" The unexpected turn of events caused a commotion. On the other side, the first princess's camp buzzed with speculation. "What's going on? Are they scared? If Ji Youyu forfeits now, the Empress will surely be furious. The position of imperial daughter is not guaranteed to be Ji Youyu's. Could it be that the man is really so hideous that he doesn't dare to show himself?" Someone whispered. The Xiongnu chieftain from the northern territory, with a wide grin on his plump face, commented, "Interesting. Is the Tianwu Empire about to hand us a continent?" As the scene grew more chaotic, the Empress's hoarse voice emerged from the Golden Dragon sedan. "With so many allied nations watching, do you want to embarrass me, Ajio? Let that man take the stage." Ji Youyu's gaze fell on the ornate sedan, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. He hesitated, pondering to himself, if he ascended the high platform, could the Empress truly guarantee his safety? At that moment, the hoarse voice of the Empress emerged from the sedan. "All present are friends of our Tianwu Empire. Are you worried our friends would harm their own?" This statement made Ji Youyu frown, and even Lin Feng couldn't help but knit his brows. As the ruler of a nation facing pressure from powerful forces, the Empress had chosen such a sycophantic approach. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Lin Feng lightly patted Ji Youyu's shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry, I've got it under control." He understood that he needed to step up and defuse the situation for both Ji Youyu and the Empress. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng was the fourth to step onto the platform. The competition officially began. On the platform, a man from the Western Buddhist kingdom plucked the strings of his instrument. A warrior from the northern Xiongnu sounded his horn, and Yuan Kai Duo from the demonic path wielded his long spear. However, all eyes eventually focused on Lin Feng. Lin Feng sighed softly, glanced at the surrounding women, and slowly removed his mask. When his celestial-like features were fully revealed, every woman's heart skipped a beat. The myriad mirror in the sky seemed to spin wildly, capturing everyone's facial expressions and continuously adding points to Lin Fan. In no time, his score far surpassed the other three, even breaking the record he set the day before. Although Lin Fan didn't want to win based on looks, the crowd's superficiality left him no choice. The Black Snake sect's leader exclaimed, "In thousands of years, I've never seen such beauty." The leader of the Hahuan sect's pink eyes glimmered with intense desire, thinking, "With such a handsome man possessing the physique of a furnace, I must have him." Beside them, a fox demon crossed her pale legs, seemingly caressing something secretly. An hour later, Lin Fan effortlessly claimed the title of the top male beauty, earning the Tianwu Empire a precious month's respite. The system's notification chimed. "Ding host task completed. Congratulations on earning a level 8 lottery chance." However, after the competition, Lin Fan's situation became increasingly perilous. Under Ji Youyu's strict protection, he hurriedly left under the greedy gazes of other royal women and demonic cultivators. Yuankai Duo watched Lin Fan's departing figure, his eyes gradually darkening, followed by a meaningful chuckle. Back at the courtyard, Ji Youyu locked Lin Fan in a room, instructing, "I need to visit the palace to see the Empress. Do not step outside this room." With that, he left a nascent soul-level eunuch, Li Gonggong, to guard the door and hurried away. Lin Fan, resigned, turned to watching art films on the system to pass the time. By evening, Ji Youyu had not returned. Instead, an eunuch with purple lips and silver hair appeared outside Lin Fan's door. This was not Ji Youyu's Li Gonggong, but Zhao Gonggong, who served the Empress. Lin Fan immediately recognized him from his memory. Behind Zhao Gonggong, Li Gonggong, who was at the yuanying stage, had already collapsed to the ground, like a lifeless shell. Zhao Gonggong looked at Lin Fan with a cold and commanding voice. "Lin Fan, Her Majesty the Empress requests your presence. Come with me." Lin Fan squinted his eyes, a hint of caution appearing. He didn't think there was any goodwill in this sudden invitation, so he cautiously asked, "What is this about?" Zhao Gonggong did not provide a clear answer, only said in an irrefutable tone, "Come with me, and you'll know after you meet Her Majesty." With that, he waved his duster, and an invisible force struck Lin Fan, rendering him unconscious. Expressionless, Zhao Gonggong picked up the unconscious Lin Fan and left. The room fell into a dead silence, as if time had stopped. A few minutes later, the space rippled, and Ye Tian's figure appeared in the room. He thoughtfully gazed in the direction Zhao Gonggong had left, murmuring to himself, "As expected, everything is going according to plan. It seems that after this world, I can try activating my system's prophecy function." While speaking, a slip of paper appeared in Ye Tian's hand. After carefully confirming the contents, he gently placed it on Lin Fan's desk, as if setting up a carefully designed chess game. When Lin Fan slowly regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. In front of him stood two people, the familiar Zhao Gonggong and an elderly woman whose appearance was far from pleasant. Her skin was pale as paper, her eyes lifeless like a dead fish, and her body was covered in wrinkles, enough to frighten a child into silence. Lin Fan immediately realized that this unremarkable-looking old woman was the current Empress. No wonder she watched the battles from a palanquin twice. Lin Fan thought to himself, "She really is quite ugly." The Empress slowly blew on the tea in her hand and spoke. "Lin Fan, is it? Today, you won first place in the showman competition for me. Very good." She gestured to Zhao Gonggong, who immediately presented a tray with 100 taels of gold. Surprised by the sight of the gold, Lin Fan thought to himself that a mere 100 taels of gold was worth less than 100 low-grade spirit stones to a cultivator. Such an important competition, and this was the reward? Although he didn't care about the reward, he was more concerned about why he was secretly brought here without Ji Youyu's knowledge. "Your Majesty," Lin Fan looked directly into the old woman's eyes. "Did you bring me here just for this?" The old woman smiled slightly. "As expected of the most handsome man in our empire, you think of many things." She put down her teacup and slowly said, "Actually, I have another task for you." "What is it?" Lin Fan asked, already having a bad feeling. The Empress explained leisurely, "Tomorrow, our two allied nations and those friends from the demonic path are leaving. I want you to entertain them tonight." Lin Fan frowned and asked skeptically, "Did they specifically request me?" The old woman shook her head. "I saw they were unhappy about losing today, so I took it upon myself to have you accompany them to cheer them up. Don't blame me, Lin Fan. It's for the sake of our Tianwu Empire." A sense of absurdity washed over Lin Fan. He couldn't understand the Empress's mindset. As a ruler, she was so subservient, weaker than a caterpillar. How dare you talk back to Her Majesty?" Zhao Gonggong glared at Lin Fan. The Empress, however, was unperturbed and waved Zhao Gonggong off, saying lightly, "Take him away and give him the medicine." Her tone was commanding, not a negotiation with Lin Fan, but an order. As night fell, Ji Youyu returned to her courtyard with a heavy heart. The entire afternoon, which should have been her time to listen to the Empress, she never managed to meet her. She understood that her stepmother, who had risen to power, likely never intended to pass the position of Empress to her lineage. Despite being mentally prepared, Ji couldn't help but feel disappointed. She stood in the courtyard, gazing at the dark night sky, feeling the cool night breeze as a wave of disappointment surged in her heart, unable to be calmed. Ji felt a surge of joy in her heart. Having Lin Fan, this handsome man, by her side brought immense comfort to her mind and soul. Determined to give Lin Fan the best life possible, she resolved to hold on to her position as the imperial princess and never let go. With this determination, Ji headed straight to Lin Fan's room. However, the scene before her made her heart skip a beat. Eunuch lay unconscious on the floor, and the door was wide open. She rushed into the room, only to find Lin Fan missing. Fuming with anger, Ji kicked the unconscious Eunuch hard. He slowly came to and begged for mercy. "Your Highness, forgive me. I failed to protect him." And Eunuch Zhao took young Master Lin away. Eunuch Zhao. The mention of this name hit Ji like a lightning bolt, and the hidden energy within her began to surge uncontrollably. Trembling, Eunuch Li pointed to a corner of the room. "Your Highness, there seems to be a letter left by young Master Lin." Ji quickly grabbed the note, and upon reading the first line, she nearly broke down. "Yu, by the time you read this letter, I should already be dead." Suppressing her inner fear and anxiety, Ji continued to read. "Yesterday, I met with the Empress. She said I am handsome and am the most desired sacrifice for the nation's artifact, the Wanxiang mirror. If I willingly become the sacrifice, the sacred artifact will transform, and the Tianwu Empire will regain its glory. She promised that if I agree to the sacrifice, she will pass the position of imperial princess to you. Otherwise, she would join forces with other princesses to eliminate you. You must know by now," I agreed. "I want you to live, and for me, it's worth it to exchange my life for yours." "No, it can't be. How could you be so foolish? They could never kill me." Ji cried, her heart wrenching with pain. She never expected the Empress to do such a thing, nor did she realize Lin Fan's feelings for her were so deep that he was willing to sacrifice his life. Heartbreak and rage eventually turned into madness. The emotional turmoil reached its peak, causing Ji internal energy to explode, breaking through layers of concealed power. Golden Core Stage 3, Golden Core Stage 5. Nascent Soul Stage 1, Nascent Soul Stage 2. Ascension. The power she had hidden for 10 years erupted in an instant. Eunuch Li stood wide-eyed, not daring to make a sound. Ji gritted her teeth, shouting, "Summon our 200,000 Imperial Guards, recall the 50,000 Genie Guards, and gather all our people within the court." Her eyes glistened with icy resolve. "Ji Tongshan, for old time's sake and the country's sake, I was willing to wait for you to step down. But now, you've touched my reverse scale, so I will rebel." That night, the imperial city was engulfed in unprecedented chaos. On the bustling streets, groups of imperial guards swiftly gathered, their target unmistakably set on the palace. This scene alarmed countless citizens of the capital, who watched the large-scale military operation with fear, as if it were a formal declaration of war. The palace remained brightly lit, yet a tense atmosphere of impending turmoil could be felt. Inside the main hall of the palace, the music and dance continued. Representatives from the demonic sects, the Buddhist kingdom of the western regions, and the Xiongnu of the northern regions were seated around, with tables filled with exquisite delicacies. Empress Ji Tongshan sat at the main seat, wearing a sycophantic expression. In the center of the hall lay the unconscious Lin Fan, like a prized possession, drawing the covetous eyes of all present. The head of the Fox Demon sect licked his lips, eyes glinting with greed. "Such a rare gem. Does the Empress intend to present him to us?" Ji Tongshan quickly agreed. "Our small country has little to offer to entertain esteemed guests, so we present this handsome man, hoping you won't find it lacking." The great Khan of the northern Xiongnu nodded in satisfaction. "Good, good. You are indeed sensible." The head of the Black Snake sect, her snake tail transformed into a pair of silk-wrapped legs, posed a tricky question. "Though this man is as beautiful as an immortal descended to the mortal realm, with so many of us, how do we divide him?" The room fell into silence until the head of the Hahuan sect broke it with a light laugh. "Why not share him together? I know a technique that allows us to share this man's furnace-like body." The fluffy tail of the Fox Demon sect's head wagged joyfully. "Together? Sounds delightful." Meanwhile, in the void, demonic mist surged as the great demon lord's towering figure appeared. She was aware of Lin Fan's perilous situation and was about to intervene. However, a calm male voice suddenly whispered in her ear, "This is not the moment for you to appear." The great demon lord's pupils contracted in shock as she looked around warily. Who? There, not far away, Ye Tian's figure slowly manifested. The great demon lord gazed at this enigmatic man, feeling an unprecedented heaviness in her heart. "Who are you?" the great demon lord asked in a deep voice. Ye Tian stood with his hands behind his back, calmly replying, "You may call me Ye Tian, The Demon Lord. What? The great Demon Lord was incredulous. Demon Lord. Impossible. In this world, there are only 6 supreme beings at the level of Demon Lord or Holy Lord. How could you be a Demon Lord? And a man at that. Ye Tian's deep eyes showed little emotion. Believe it or not, it's up to you. What I must say now is that you should not intervene. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, the Grand Demoness aura surged, tearing at the surrounding space. She sneered, "Stop pretending. When a Demon Lord is born, how can there be no tribulation of lightning? You're not truly at the level of a Demon Lord. Step aside." Before she finished speaking, the sky behind her transformed dramatically. 100-meter phantom of a Rakshasa emerged from the void, as if it had just crawled out of an abyss, obscuring the full moon. Ye Tian glanced at the impressive spectacle, a bloodthirsty smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Are you challenging me?" he thought to himself. If he hadn't enhanced his strength in time, dealing with this Grand Demoness, a step below the Demon Lord, would have been challenging. Ye Tian slowly extended his hand, and in an instant, the entire imperial city seemed to be locked by a mysterious force. From a vantage point high in the sky, one could see a colossal hand spanning thousands of meters, descending with overwhelming pressure like a collapsing sky. Though only a single realm separated a Demon Lord from a Grand Demoness, it was akin to the difference between a firefly and the moon. The Grand Demoness watched in shock as the massive hand enveloped her, unable to express the turmoil within her. The Rakshasa form behind her began to shatter in an instant, like countless mirrors breaking at once. With a spurt of blood, the Grand Demoness was forced back 1,000 meters. She struggled to endure the pain, staring in shock at the man before her, her pupils trembling violently. She finally believed that he was indeed at the level of a Demon Lord. Had he not held back, she would have perished on the spot. Ye Tian withdrew the restraint on the void, saying calmly, "You can leave now." Despite the earth-shattering battle, due to Ye Tian's restraint, hardly anyone in the imperial city noticed anything amiss. The Grand Demoness cast a deep look at the man in the void, said nothing, and quickly departed. Meanwhile, beneath the Xuanwu Gate, one of the 4 gates of the imperial city, an undercurrent was brewing. Ji Youyu sat with closed eyes on a white horse, exuding an aura of extreme coldness. Beside her stood Ji Youjiao, looking worried. "Sister, are you sure about choosing tonight? Wouldn't it be better to reconsider?" Ji Youjiao asked cautiously. Ji Youyu slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red pupils, her tone resolute. "Tonight, either Ji Tongshan dies, or I, Ji Youyu, perish." Her uncompromising tone silenced Ji Youjiao. A female general in black armor bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the 200,000 imperial guards have gathered at Xuanwu Gate." Then, a figure in a flying fish uniform knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, the 30,000 Jinui of the capital have arrived." Ji Youyu turned her horse, gazing at Xuanwu Gate, and ordered, "Jinui, hear my command." "Yes." The unified response echoed across several streets. "Enter the imperial city. Kill anyone you see without exception." "Yes." The Jinui army responded, then surged into the imperial city like a tide. Ji Youyu then commanded, "Imperial Guard generals, hear my command." 20 Imperial Guard commanders knelt on one knee in unison. "At your command. Follow me into the imperial city and head straight for the palace." "Yes." The rebel army, like a cold machine, charged straight into the imperial city under Ji Youyu's leadership. The city was soon filled with continuous screams. The heavy scent of blood permeated the air, and the warm blood on the ground turned this sacred place into a scene of carnage. The Jinui, like a sharp blade, carved a bloody path through the imperial city. The 30,000 elite troops left behind only a field of corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The survivors, filled with terror, trembled as they whispered, "The heavens have changed, the heavens have changed." At that moment, a eunuch dressed in purple hurriedly approached Ji Youyu. His voice was sharp, yet carried a wave of powerful true energy. "Princess Ji, what are you doing? Are you rebelling?" Ji Youyu tilted her head slightly, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "Eunuch Zhao? Was it you who took Lin Fan away?" Eunuch Zhao's gaze sharpened as he incredulously replied, "Is it because of that man? You are indeed involved." Ji Youyu extended her hand into the void, and a spear crackling with electricity slowly materialized. Her voice was as cold as a blade. "I'll give you a chance. Tell me, what has happened to Lin Fan?" Eunuch Zhao, with a threatening tone, responded, "Princess, that is the Empress's will, and as a royal daughter, you should not interfere. If you do not stop now, I will have to act on behalf of the Empress to discipline you. I believe the Empress will not blame me for it." Ji Youyu let out a cold laugh, the murderous intent in her eyes reaching its peak. "Huh, what a joke." Eunuch Zhao shook his head, a purple shadow swiftly closing in on Ji Youyu. "Princess, I must offend you now. You should not be unguarded in front of a nascent soul stage expert." "Oh, a nascent soul stage expert. Ji Youyu's lips curled into a mocking smile as she unleashed her spear like a divine thunderbolt. Boom! The entire sky erupted with the sound of raging thunder. The spear instantly pierced through Eunuch Zhao's chest. He pointed at Ji Youyu with difficulty, his eyes filled with shock. You, nascent soul perfected. Ji Youyu looked at Eunuch Zhao coldly, casually flicking her hand to shatter both his body and soul, leaving him no chance of survival. Move forward, Ji Youyu commanded, leading 200,000 Imperial Guards, a force capable of completely surrounding the entire palace hall. Meanwhile, inside the main hall of the palace, the sect master of the Fox Demon sect, who was tending to the unconscious Lin Fan, perked up his ears. The sect master of the Hahuan sect narrowed her enchanting eyes, sensing the disturbance outside. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed into the hall, gasping for breath as he cried out, "Your Majesty, it's not good." Ji Tongshan frowned and demanded, "What is it? Speak." The young eunuch, panting heavily and with a face full of panic, reported, "Your Majesty, there's a rebellion. Princess Ji is rebelling. At this pace, she'll lead hundreds of thousands of troops to the palace in no time." Bang! Ji Tongshan abruptly stood up from his seat, his cloudy eyes flashing with a piercing gaze. Impossible. How dare she rebel? The surrounding members of the demonic sects and representatives from two nations exchanged glances, a strange atmosphere hanging in the air. Ji Tongshan surveyed the room, forcing a slight smile. "Apologies for the disturbance, my friends. Allow me to deal with this traitor, and then we shall celebrate together." The Grand Khan of the Northern Xiongnu took a swig of wine, speaking with interest. "Intriguing. Go on, we'll be waiting." Ji Tongshan watched coldly from the sidelines, showing no intention of stepping in to help. The people he supported were like hyenas. They only knew how to take and never understood gratitude. "All right, I'll be back soon," he said, a glint in his eye as he turned and left. Meanwhile, Ji Youyu encountered the first formidable defense within the palace, the Tianwu Emperor's army. 500 elite soldiers, all at the advanced Golden Core stage, stood in a perfectly arranged formation, exuding an overwhelming aura. This was the strongest force under the Empress's command, ensuring the palace's security. At the forefront stood a female leader at the nascent soul stage, who earnestly advised, "Your Highness, Ninth Princess, rebellion is a grave sin. Please, stop this." Ji Youyu pointed her spear at the ground and replied coldly, "Step aside. If you dare to obstruct us, the Tianwu Emperor's army will be erased tonight." The leader sighed at this. "Our existence is to protect the palace." "Foolish," Ji Youyu retorted, signaling to those behind her. Instantly, 50 powerful soldiers, all at the nascent soul stage, emerged. These were the warriors Ji Youyu had meticulously trained over the years to counter the Tianwu Emperor's army. "It's up to you now," Ji Youyu said calmly, glancing over these nascent soul warriors. They nodded confidently in response. "Rest assured, Your Highness." Though formidable, the Tianwu Emperor's army posed little obstacle to Ji Youyu. When they attempted to block the path, the 50 nascent soul warriors immediately engaged them. The leader of the Tianwu Emperor's army looked at these equally powerful opponents with mixed emotions, realizing that tonight, the dynasty was truly about to change hands. Ji Youyu led 200,000 Imperial Guards straight to the front of the Qinquan Palace. Before the palace gates stood a golden dragon carriage, quietly stationed in the center of the road, with thousands of eunuchs and palace maids behind it. As Ji Youyu approached, an aged voice from the carriage, belonging to Ji Tongshan, spoke. "Ajio, do you know what you have done? You have slaughtered your way through the imperial city, spilling blood in the palace. This is outright rebellion." While speaking, Ji Tongshan lifted the curtain and slowly emerged from the carriage. She continued, "Never in the history of the Tianwu Empire has a ruler ascended the throne through rebellion. Ajio, you have greatly disappointed me." "Disappointed?" Ji Youyu sneered disdainfully. "I never needed the expectations of a venomous woman like you. Have you ever known the people's disappointment in you during your reign?" Her spear pointed at Ji Tongshan. "The throne is not meant for a short-sighted old crone like you." "Impudent!" Ji Tongshan roared. After a moment to calm down, she gave a sinister smile. "Ajio, you might not know why no ruler in the Tianwu Empire's history has ever taken the throne through rebellion, do you?" Ji Youyu's eyes narrowed slightly, but she remained silent. Ji Tongshan continued, "The entire palace is actually a colossal ancestral dragon formation. With my seal, I can harness the dragon vein's essence. Once the ancestral dragon formation is activated, even a void refinement or integration stage expert cannot escape." Her face now bore a cold, mocking smile. "So, all who attempted rebellion met their end." As Ji Tongshan's words echoed, Ji Youyu's heart filled with alarm. She realized she was trapped in an inescapable predicament. Just as she was about to order a retreat, Ji Tongshan raised his head, and a seal flew towards the nearby Qianquan Palace. Ji Youyu's heart raced, sensing trouble. She had thought her rebellion plan was flawless, but now she realized she might have overlooked something crucial. Unexpectedly, confusion appeared on Ji Tongshan's face. He murmured, "Where is the dragon vein?" and released another seal. The air was thick with eerie silence. Ji Tongshan's expression shifted from confusion to terror. "Where is the crow dragon vein? Where is the dragon vein of Qingquan Palace?" His voice trembled with disbelief. At that moment, Ji Tongshan finally realized that although the grand ancestral dragon array still existed, the dragon vein needed to power it had inexplicably vanished. Ji Yuyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a cold smile curling at her lips. "It seems even the heavens aren't on your side." "Impossible, the dragon vein can't be gone." Ji Tongshan shook his head desperately, unable to accept this harsh reality. "Seize him," Ji Yuyu ordered coldly. Before her words even faded, two nascent soul stage generals stepped forward, firmly restraining Ji Tongshan, who only had the cultivation of a perfected golden core. As the current Empress was captured, thousands of palace maids and eunuchs knelt, clearing a path to the palace for Ji Yuyu. Riding on horseback, Ji Yuyu looked at the unconscious Ji Tongshan and thought of Lin Fan, who had died for her, a wave of sorrow rising in her heart. "I've avenged you, but can you come back?" Inside the main palace hall, which should have been a place of merriment for leaders of two nations and demonic sect members, there was now a river of blood. The Grand Khan of the Northern Xiongnu, the chief of the Western Buddhist kingdom, and the sect master of the demonic sects Hahuan sect lay in pools of blood, their eyes wide with terror, as if they had witnessed something horrifying before death. Moments later, Ji Yuyu led the fifth princess and other generals into the main hall. As soon as they stepped inside, the pungent smell of blood hit them. Ji Yuyu frowned and walked forward, suddenly spotting a familiar figure in a corner of the hall, freezing in shock. The figure stood out like a red spider lily blooming in a pool of blood. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Ji Yuyu rushed to his side, trembling as she cradled him in her arms. Feeling his heartbeat, she let out a long breath, joy overflowing within her. At this moment, she realized deeply that this man was more important than the throne. Just then, a low voice came from the shadows not far away. "If he's not treated in time, he might remain comatose for life." Ji Yuyu looked up sharply, seeing a man standing in the shadows. Though not as striking as Lin Fan, his unique and mysterious aura was powerfully compelling. "Who are you?" Ji Yuyu asked warily. "Ye Tian," the man replied calmly, gesturing to the corpses around him. "I killed all these people." The underlying message was that he had saved Lin Fan. Ji Yuyu's eyes flashed with understanding, and she felt a wave of gratitude towards Ye Tian. She softly said, "Thank you." Then, recalling Ye Tian's earlier words, she couldn't help but ask, "Did you say earlier, if we didn't treat Lin Fan in time, he would never wake up?" Ye Tian nodded in confirmation, feeling secretly pleased to have finally reached the main storyline. Yes, his soul and spirit had been extracted. Ji Yuyu's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. His soul and spirit were extracted. How can we save him? Although Lin Fan was not dead, this was clearly not a state she wished to see him in. Ye Tian's eyes gleamed slightly as he slowly said, "I can save him, but I need some compensation. Anything you want, as long as I have it." Ji Yuyu replied with determination, her eyes full of resolve. Ye Tian looked directly at Ji Yuyu and said clearly, "I want the entire palace treasury." Ji Yuyu glanced at the unconscious Lin Fan, then nodded without hesitation. "All right." Ye Tian chuckled lightly and shook his head. "I'm almost envious of Lin Fan, this guy." With that, he casually snapped his fingers. Lin Feng's breathing gradually became steady, and Ye Tian explained, "He's not unconscious. He's just asleep." The next morning, Lin Feng slowly awoke to find himself tightly embraced by Ji Yuyu, both of them stark naked. He quietly lifted the blanket for a peek and was instantly left in a daze. "Awake." Ji Yuyu yawned lazily, pulling Lin Feng's head closer into her embrace. Lin Feng asked incredulously, "What did you do?" Ji Yuyu looked into Lin Feng's eyes and awkwardly explained, "I'm sorry. I got too caught up with you yesterday, so you really slept with me? And you initiated it?" Lin Feng's voice carried shock and a hint of anger. "I'm sorry." Ji Yuyu regretted her lack of self-control as she observed Lin Feng's expression. "Whoa, you went too far." Lin Feng grabbed his clothes from beside him and hurriedly left the room. Ji Yuyu watched Lin Feng's departing figure, stunned, realizing he might be upset. She reflected that such matters shouldn't be so hasty. After all, as a man, Lin Feng's first time should be more cherished. Lin Feng wandered alone through the streets of the capital, anxiously calling out, "System? System. Handsome guy system?" Ye Tian brand, handsome guy system. From whispering to shouting, and finally to a low roar. "System, where are you? Damn it, come out. I'll stay away from women from now on, okay? Speak up. Answer me." His voice choked with emotion. "Did you just come and go so carelessly, leaving me all alone in this world?" As night fell, Ji Yuyu approached Lin Feng with a face full of concern, speaking softly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. If you want to hit me or scold me, go ahead, I won't fight back." To her, Lin Feng's sadness throughout the day stemmed from her impulsive actions the previous night. Lin Feng remained silent, his mood downcast. Seeing her beloved in such a state, Ji Youyu swallowed back the words about ascending to the throne. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Feng kept himself locked in his room. On the 4th day, Ji Youjiao came to persuade him. Mr. Lin, staying cooped up in here must be uncomfortable. Today is my sister's coronation. Why not take a look? There was still no response from the room. Ji Youjiao sighed lightly and turned to leave. After she left, the tightly shut door finally opened. Lin Feng's handsome face now bore stubble, adding a rugged charm to his appearance. On the streets, the capital was adorned with decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. With the new emperor's coronation, the people's faces were filled with joyous smiles. Clearly, Ji Youyu, the new emperor, was held in higher regard among the people than Ji Tongshan. Inside the imperial city, the massive parade ground was packed with eagerly awaiting citizens. As the ceremonial music played, Ji Youyu's regal figure appeared on the high platform. Instantly, the crowd erupted, cheers resounding one after another. Blending in with the cheering crowd, Lin Feng watched the scene with a slight smile. Actually, you are already quite fortunate. Suddenly, a man's voice came from beside him, causing Lin Feng to freeze. The voice was inexplicably familiar. Suddenly turning around, a man smiled at Lin Feng, and the familiar aura left him speechless. Lin Feng scrutinized this stranger, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ye Tian let out a sigh, a trace of reluctance in his eyes. I think it's time to say goodbye. Make good use of your level 8 lottery chance. We will meet again, lucky kid. Before the words fully left his mouth, Ye Tian's figure began to fade away. Lin Feng stood dumbfounded as the man vanished into thin air, suddenly realizing his identity. System, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Above the horizon, Ye Tian gazed into the distance, aware of unfinished business. In a flash, he left the capital, heading straight for the Abyssal Forbidden Zone. In the Abyssal Forbidden Zone, the Golden Lotus Demon Lord was fully focused on breaking through to a higher realm. Nearby, the great demon sovereign was filled with anxiety. After being forced back by Ye Tian, she rushed back to inform the demon lord, only to find him in seclusion. Suddenly, clear footsteps shattered the silence. The great demon sovereign turned cautiously, seeing Ye Tian approaching at a leisurely pace. She tensed up and demanded, "What do you want? Aren't you afraid of facing the Golden Lotus Demon Lord's wrath for intruding here?" Ye Tian calmly replied, "I mean no harm." He retrieved a golden card from his system space and handed it to the great demon sovereign. "This is for you." The great demon sovereign accepted the card with suspicion. "What is this?" Though she slightly relaxed, questions lingered. Why would such a powerful being seek her instead of the Golden Lotus Demon Lord? "This is my legacy," Ye Tian revealed slowly, his words striking the great demon sovereign like thunder. She understood that a demon lord's legacy meant condensing a lifetime's power into a single item. This man intended to give her all his strength. "Your legacy?" The great demon sovereign was incredulous, her violet eyes filled with confusion. "Why would you give your legacy to me?" Ye Tian answered sincerely, "Because of love." Those simple words instantly melted the great demon sovereign's long-frozen heart. Her figure trembled slightly, caught off guard. The man before her was not only impeccable in appearance and demeanor, but also willing to give her something so significant. It felt like a dream. The only unsettling thing was how quickly everything happened, making her question his intentions. However, Ye Tian did not allow her much time to ponder. He gently placed the golden card in her hand and turned to leave, leaving the great demon sovereign in a state of shock and confusion. In no time, Ye Tian returned to his rented room. With a flicker of light, he appeared out of nowhere. Sighing, he muttered to himself, "If it weren't for the worlds while watching me closely, I wouldn't have handed over a demon lord legacy worth 10 billion. It's just bullying me because I'm just a small system." He checked the system panel, feeling the extent of his own power, and found it more outrageous than being taxed. His points were down to 80 million, and due to the legacy card, his power had regressed to that of an ordinary person. The worlds will had begun to gain consciousness, not allowing excessive power to be taken from its realm. Thus, Ye Tian had no choice but to convert most of his points into a demon lord legacy and hand it over to the great demon sovereign. Ye Tian was not a philanthropist. The inheritance card he gave to the great demon lord held hidden secrets. Upon opening the system panel, a new option appeared in his self-designed summoning interface, the great demon lord. Character: Ye Tian, Strength, 9 stars, Attitude, Budding Affection. This maneuver made Ye Tian secretly proud, knowing he could summon powerful allies when facing tough opponents in other worlds. Ye Tian understood the rules of the world, aware that taking all his gains back might lead to losing most of them to the will of the heavens. This experience made him realize the tricky nature of the heavenly will in fantasy worlds. Fortunately, he was inhabiting the body of the heavenly protagonist Lin Fan, assisting him smoothly along the way. Besides gaining points, The biggest reward was the complete cultivation system on the system panel. Stretching lazily, Ye Tian glanced at the large bed in his rented room, a wave of fatigue washing over him. The next day, he got up yawning, freshened up, and scrolled through his phone, where celebrity crime stories still dominated the headlines. This mundane reality made Ye Tian genuinely relaxed. At noon, Ye Tian turned on his computer. With his master-level hacking skills, he effortlessly added $1 billion to his account. He then purchased a well-furnished villa in the suburbs, drawn to its tranquility. In this bustling era, his actions went unnoticed. In the following days, Ye Tian led a simple life, tending to flowers and grass, resting for 7 or 8 days. One day, he picked up a book, musing that the will of the heavens in the real world must be relatively dull. Deep down, he still yearned to immerse himself in the thrilling novel worlds and experience different lives. With a flash of light, Ye Tian vanished. As the book closed, the cover boldly displayed, "Behind the scenes, I create monsters, leading the world into the monster era." Rongqing Evening News headline: Fish-headed monster spotted at Biao port, over a dozen dead, urging citizens to remain vigilant. Emergency alert: fish-headed monster has invaded Rongqing, police and military fully mobilized, reminding citizens to stay safe. The dark night shrouded Yancheng as if covered by a black curtain, and all was silent. Online, major platforms and forums were flooded with panic, with posts and comments revealing extreme fear. What is happening? How can such monsters exist in the world? Oh my God, is the world changing? Just a week ago, everything was calm. Why suddenly? Where did these monsters come from? The wolf-head man slaughtering villages, the evil spirit in the classroom, and now a bloodthirsty, fish-headed monster. Why has the world suddenly become so unfamiliar? Fear spread like a plague in people's hearts. In a seemingly ordinary rental room, a man watched the system screen where fear points kept increasing, a sinister smile slowly forming on his lips. Soon, 1,000 fear points, my fourth monster. He murmured, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. Rongqing, a city shrouded in fear. Armed police officers patrol every corner, on high alert, searching for the presence that has thrown the entire city into panic. The fishhead man. In a seemingly tranquil apartment building within an upscale neighborhood, a chilling scene unfolds. The room is brightly lit, yet eerily silent. Suddenly, the unnerving sound of chopping meat shatters the eerie calm. In the living room, a monstrous figure with a fish head, towering over 2 meters tall and rippling with terrifying muscles, swings a sharp cleaver. Each strike sends blood splattering and meat flying. On the floor, crimson blood flows like a winding stream. The walls are splattered with blood and minced flesh, forming a horrifying tableau. Nearby, a young man with a calm demeanor holds up his phone, recording the scene with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if contemplating how many fear points this video might earn him. At that moment, footsteps echo in the hallway. A man in a hoodie, carrying a beautifully decorated cake box, enters with a joyful smile. He pushes open the ajar door and calls out excitedly, "I'm back." But what awaits him is not a warm family gathering, but a gruesome nightmare. The shocking sight of blood and 2 mangled bodies nearly causes him to faint. The fishhead monster continues its slaughter, while the young man with the phone Xiao Ling glances at the intruder with mild surprise. "What? What have you done?" The man trembles, his voice filled with fear and anger. Xiao Ling casually replies, "Just filming a video, helping your family make headlines." This remark ignites the man's fury. "I'll fight you," he roars, charging at Xiao Ling in desperation. Yet, his courage pales before the overwhelming difference in strength. Xiao Ling effortlessly kicks him away, sending him crashing to the ground, the carefully prepared cake scattering, soaked in the blood of his wife and daughter. "I'll kill you." The man struggles to rise, hatred burning in his eyes. But Xiao Ling moves like lightning, swiftly stepping forward and delivering a fierce kick that sends the man sprawling into a corner. Xiao Ling slowly approaches, placing a foot on the man's head, looking down at him. "Don't be so sad. You'll soon join your family." Blood trickles from the man's mouth as he painfully asks, "Why? Why kill my family? We never did anything wrong." Xiao Ling gives a twisted smile, grabbing the man's collar and lifting him. Survival of the fittest. The strong kill without reason. Blame your family's bad luck. Despite the murderous intent in his heart, the man is powerless against the overwhelming strength. Xiao Ling repeatedly slams his head against the wall. When the man is barely conscious, Xiao Ling drags him to the floor-to-ceiling window. "Goodbye, weakling," Xiao Ling coldly remarks, smashing the window with a punch. The icy wind from 20 stories high rushes in, and a deranged smile appears on Xiao Ling's face. "This world is too dull. I'll make it interesting." With that, he unhesitatingly throws the man out the window. However, the expected fall doesn't happen. Instead, a figure appears below, precisely catching the man as he plummets. This unexpected turn of events makes Xiao Ling's pupils contract, and his expression gradually becomes serious. Even from 20 stories up, he feels an unprecedented sense of oppression. Under the street lamp, The figure slowly lifted his head, revealing a harmless-looking face to Xiaoling. The two locked eyes, silently staring at each other for several seconds. Then, Ye Tian smiled slightly and quietly left with the man. Inside the high-rise building, a sense of unease stirred within Xiaoling. He asked the creator system, "Who was that? Are there superhumans on Blue Star?" The system responded coldly. To the host, "There are no supernatural abilities on Blue Star besides the host's." Despite this, Xiaoling recalled the mysterious man's figure and remained deeply troubled. In a nearby park, Ye Tian gently placed the dying man on a bench. The man weakly murmured, "Revenge, I want revenge." Wang Kunhu's breath was faint, and his hatred had become an obsession. Listening to the man's unconscious muttering, Ye Tian raised his hand slightly, and a crimson wristwatch appeared out of thin air. He carefully put it on the man. In an instant, a vibrant glow enveloped him, and his injuries began to heal at a visible rate. At the same time, Wang Kunhu's consciousness was pulled into a strange realm. He looked around in confusion, muttering, "Is this the afterlife?" Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind him. "You've arrived, summoner of the Crimson Tiger armor." Wang Kunhu turned abruptly to see a hazy figure standing in the mist. "Where is this?" Wang Kunhu asked, bewildered. The indistinct figure replied, "This is the training space for armor summoners. After hundreds of years, you are the first to awaken the armor summoner. Young man, the world is about to face a great catastrophe. I hope you can take on the responsibility of protecting it." "Me? An armor summoner?" Wang Kunhu was full of questions. "Who are you? What's going on? How do I get back?" However, these questions went unanswered. As the space blurred, Wang Kunhu's consciousness returned to reality. In the cool night air, he found himself lying on a park bench, with no one around. Surprised, Wang Kunhu examined his fully healed body, his gaze finally resting on the armor summoner on his wrist. Meanwhile, in the neighborhood, Xiaoling left satisfied with the recorded video. He asked the creator system, "Are there any more terrifying creatures? The fish-headed monster is too ordinary." As Xiaoling browsed through the system interface, he walked the quiet streets with the fish-headed monster. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Based on the host's total points, the following creatures are listed. In front of him, information about 3 creatures appeared: Fierce Scarecrow, Creepy Clown, and Cat-Faced Lady. Xiaoling nodded. "Not bad. Too bad they all cost over 1,000 points, and I'm a bit short. Tomorrow should be enough." While Xiaoling was discussing with the system, the fish-headed monster beside him suddenly stopped, its gaze alertly fixed at the end of the street. Someone. Xiaoling followed the fish-headed monster's line of sight and saw a man in a tattered hoodie appear under the dim streetlight. As the man approached, Xiaoling's brow gradually furrowed. He recognized him as the man he had thrown off a building not long ago. Surprisingly, not only had this man been caught by the mysterious person, but he was also completely healed. This unfamiliar sense of the unknown made Xiaoling, who was used to controlling everything from behind the scenes, extremely uncomfortable. Coldly, he ordered the fish-headed monster beside him, "Kill him." Upon receiving the command, the fish-headed monster raised its large sword and charged forward with heavy footsteps toward the figure ahead. The shadow-covered road seemed to shrink the distance between them. Standing in place, covered in blood, Wang Kunhu looked at his enemy and slowly clenched his fist. His gaze fell on the summoner on his wrist, and he silently thought, "Armor fusion." With a low growl, the spectral image of a giant tiger enveloped Wang Kunhu. Simultaneously, pieces of magnificent armor seamlessly merged with him. "I will have my revenge." Wang Kunhu roared, raising his fist that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and met the massive fish-headed monster Heaton. Boom! His punch landed heavily on the monster's abdomen. The intense impact sent shockwaves in all directions, shattering the light bulbs along the street. The street plunged into darkness, and the once unstoppable fish-headed monster was sent flying by the blow. In Xiaoling's mind, a series of system warnings immediately echoed. Warning, the host-created monster fish-headed monster's life value decreased by 80. Warning, the host-created monster fish-headed monster's life value decreased by 90. Warning, the host-created monster fish-headed monster has died. These notifications left Xiaoling's mind nearly blank. He stared incredulously at the armor emitting a crimson glow ahead, his emotions in turmoil. How is this possible? How could he kill the fish-headed monster with just one punch? At that moment, Wang Kunhu looked up at Xiaoling. Under the gaze of those eyes filled with murderous intent, Xiaoling felt entirely engulfed by a sense of crisis. He immediately summoned 2 creatures: the wolf-head man, who had massacred a village a few days ago, and the evil spirit that had killed a student in a classroom recently. "Stop him for me," Xiaoling shouted, then turned and ran without a moment's hesitation. "You can't escape," Wang Kunhu roared, his fury rising as he charged straight at Xiaoling. However, the 2 monsters quickly blocked his path. Xiaoling fled until he reached the outskirts, finally exhaling in relief. After a while, only a severely injured evil spirit returned. "The wolf-head man is dead too," Xiaoling exclaimed, then angrily shouted at the system, System, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say there are no supernatural powers in this world? What about that guy? The system responded in its mechanical voice. In this world, apart from the host, there are indeed no supernatural powers. Damn it, Xiao Ling cursed in frustration, glancing at a villain not far away, and walked towards it with the evil spirit. The next day, in a certain alley, the police discovered the bodies of the fish-headed monster and the wolf-head man, immediately setting up a long cordon. Meanwhile, the top trending list on a social media platform was dominated by related information. Unbelievable. They're dead. Those two monsters are really dead. Hopefully, no more monsters will appear in the future. Quickly dissect and study the monsters. Let's find out where they came from. In a quiet tea house, Ye Tian put down his phone, which was displaying some social media app, and turned his attention to the semi-transparent system panel floating before him. The panel showed a shocking number. Xiao Ling's protagonist fortune was down to 99. Merely reducing it by 1 had earned Ye Tian nearly 1,000,000 points from the world's will. Having been in this world for a day, Ye Tian hadn't yet chosen a host. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, he hadn't found a suitable host. Secondly, and more surprisingly, the world's will was only weakly rejecting him. It only cost him 10,000 points a day to easily offset the rejection of the heavenly will. Ye Tian couldn't help but think to himself that the world's will seemed rather naive. In the original work, this Blue Star world was supposed to be no different from Ye Tian's main world, mundane and unremarkable. However, since Xiao Ling obtained the creator system, the world had plunged into chaos. From the initial small monsters to the later SCPs, and eventually the appearance of Gatanger, the once peaceful world was driven to a hopeless apocalypse because the protagonist believed disasters could lead to civilization upgrades. Shaking off these thoughts, Ye Tian began to consider the current situation. To earn more points, weakening the protagonist's aura to create world loopholes was necessary. Wang Kunhu, who received the summoner yesterday, was just a pawn, but clearly, it wasn't enough. The mere one reduction in the protagonist's aura was proof of that. Ye Tian took out his computer, placed his hands over it, and instantly activated his master-level hacking skills. Having decided to deal with Xiao Ling, he wouldn't give the opponent any chance to retaliate. As lines of code flowed like a waterfall on the computer screen, information and data were rapidly integrated. Among these were details about Xiao Ling's interactions with monsters like the wolf-head man, evil spirits, and fish-headed creatures, even including photos. After obtaining this critical information, Ye Tian unhesitatingly hacked into the military district system, targeting the Yangqing military district. Meanwhile, in the commander's office of the Yangqing military district, a vigorous middle-aged man was intently reviewing reports on the monsters. This commander, named Yang Jun, had just finished reading the last report and breathed a slight sigh of relief. The fish-headed creature and the wolf-head man, two troublesome monsters, had finally been dealt with. However, Yang Jun's brow soon furrowed again. He couldn't help but worry about what exactly had eliminated these two monsters. Could it be a more powerful creature? The reports indicated both monsters were killed with a single punch and kick. Was such strength really possible for a human? The chief of staff beside him also sighed, noting that the city's surveillance was fully operational, and they should soon identify who killed the monsters. But he also expressed concern about the potential emergence of other monsters, feeling powerless in such a reactive situation. Yang Jun took a deep breath, recalling his many years in the military, never encountering anything so bizarre. Monsters, things that should only exist in fantasy, were appearing in the real world. Just as Yang Jun was lost in thought, his desk computer suddenly buzzed, and a file reception window popped up automatically. The file unfolded on its own, revealing detailed personal information about an individual, capturing the attention of everyone present. Xiao Ling, a 25-year-old male. Yang Jun and the chief of staff were scrutinizing his profile, their eyes lingering on several photos of Xiao Ling standing alongside monsters. The last line of the document struck a chord with the veteran officers. Xiao Ling possesses the ability to create monsters, and people's fear fuels his creative energy. Ye Tian really turned everything inside out this time. Yang Jun mused to himself. He almost exposed that mysterious system of his. The two veterans pored over the document repeatedly. After reading it for the 10th time, Yang Jun finally asked, "Old Bai, do you think this intel is credible?" The chief of staff pondered for a moment. "Whether it's true or not, we just need to investigate this Xiao Ling kid." The document lists his location. A sharp glint flashed in Yang Jun's eyes. "I'll send someone right away." Both of them took Ye Tian's information very seriously. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Xiao Ling lay leisurely on the bed, enjoying a moment of tranquility. On the other side of the bed, the female owner had already passed away, and the male owner was barely clinging to life, his eyes stained with blood. "You won't die a good death." The man cursed with his last breath before closing his eyes. Xiao Ling remained indifferent, focused on the system interface before him. 1,000 points now. I can create a level 2 monster, he pondered. For the fourth monster, which one should I create? Last night's encounter made Xiao Ling realize that the world was far more complex than it appeared. He couldn't just pursue fear. He needed to create monsters with a certain level of strength, at least capable of handling opponents like the ones he faced yesterday. As he contemplated, the evil spirit at the door suddenly let out an eerie wail. Xiao Ling frowned and quickly moved to the window. Outside, unbeknownst to him, a large number of soldiers had already surrounded the area. Go, Xiao Ling commanded, temporarily storing the evil spirit in the system space. He swiftly headed to the villa's back door, only to be met by a large group of soldiers lying in wait. How is this possible? So many people. Xiao Ling remained calm, knowing he still had the evil spirit and the soon-to-be created level 2 monster as his trump cards. What puzzled him more was how the military had discovered his whereabouts and mobilized such a substantial force so quickly. Xiao Ling, you're suspected of rape and murder. Come with us. A large number of police officers poured into the villa, encircling Xiao Ling. Seeing the police and military surrounding him, Xiao Ling realized the situation was unusual. Such a large operation couldn't be for a typical murder suspect. After weighing his options, he decided to cooperate for the time being. Unleashing monsters to escape in front of so many people would only announce his identity to the world, bringing even greater trouble. A shadow crossed Xiao Ling's eyes as he slowly raised his hands. Through the surveillance footage, Ye Tian watched as Xiao Ling was taken away, a faint smile playing on his lips. His fingers returned to the keyboard, and soon, the entire internet was flooded with news about Xiao accused of rape and murder. The incident involving Xiao spread like a bomb exploding in Rome City. The unfiltered images circulating online sparked public outrage. Not even a mosaic? This bastard must be severely punished. Angry voices rose from the crowd. In the teacher's office of a certain middle school in Rome City, Xiao Yuan, dressed in a fitted office outfit, her curvaceous figure partly visible, stared in disbelief at her phone screen, her small mouth slightly agape. The photo of the alleged criminal made her heart race, and a wave of unease washed over her. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence. The caller ID made Xiao Yuan hesitate for a moment before she answered. Yuan, what's happened to your brother? Are those things online true? Her mother's anxious voice came through. Xiao Yuan forced herself to remain calm. Mom, don't believe those. There's been no official report, it must be fake. But they say Xiao Ling was taken away by the police. Her mother's voice was full of worry. Xiao Yuan furrowed her brows. It must be a misunderstanding. Mom, I'll find a way to get him out. Okay. Xiao Ling is so well behaved. He would never commit a crime. You must explain everything to the police. Her mother urged repeatedly. After hanging up, Xiao Yuan fell into deep thought. It all happened so suddenly. Just a couple of days ago she had seen Xiao Ling, and now she scrolled through her contacts, uncertain of whom to ask for help. Just then, her phone rang again. The caller ID showed Ye Tian, a playboy who had been pursuing her. Xiao Yuan suddenly remembered that Ye Tian's father was someone in the Rome City headquarters. After a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. Your brother's in trouble, Ye Tian said directly. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. You know? Need help? Your brother might be wronged. Ye Tian's words hit the mark for Xiao Yuan. Can you? She asked cautiously. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Ye Tian's voice was full of confidence. Then thank you. Xiao Yuan felt a little relieved. Wait for my news, Ye Tian said before hanging up. However, the truth was far more terrifying than Xiao Yuan imagined. In a dimly lit room, the real Ye Tian had been dead for some time. His body lay at Ye Tian's feet, who had just ended the call with Xiao Yuan. Ye Tian smirked. Ye Tian was the only villain in this story, and he needed this identity to manipulate the relationship between Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ling. As for Xiao Yuan, as the sole female protagonist, she was crucial to the main plot. Storing Ye Tian's body in the system space, Ye Tian opened his computer to track Xiao Ling's whereabouts. A thrilling game had just begun. Xiao Ling was escorted into the police car, but Ye Tian knew very well that such ordinary restraints could not hold him. At this moment, Xiao Ling sat in the center of the police car, flanked by vigilant officers. The feeling of being watched made him extremely uncomfortable. As a creator-level being with a system, how could he endure such humiliation? Xiao Ling looked around and noticed the vehicle was passing through a sparsely populated area of rice fields. He thought to himself, system, create a level 2 monster, fear scarecrow. With the consumption of 1,000 points, a strange energy wave spread around. Xiao Ling could clearly sense the position of the newly created monster and felt a secret joy. As expected of a level 2 monster, once I escape, I'll make you the nightmare of Rongqing's people. The police car drove smoothly for a few minutes when suddenly, the vehicle in front braked sharply. Screech, the harsh sound of tires skidding broke the silence. Whose scarecrow is that up ahead? It's blocking the road. The officer driving frowned. Up ahead, several scarecrows inexplicably appeared on the road, blocking the way. Two officers got out to investigate. One of them, a slender officer, approached the scarecrows, and as his gaze fell upon their faces, an indescribable sense of dread crept over him. Don't just stand there, clear the obstacles, his slightly chubby partner urged. All right. The slender officer nodded, reached out to pick up a scarecrow, and was surprised to find it's really heavy, like a person. He instinctively looked up at the scarecrow's face, and suddenly, a cold wind blew by. Abruptly, the scarecrow's button-like eyes moved. Ah! Even with strong nerves, the slender officer was scared out of his wits. Something's wrong. He's gone. Xiao Ling has escaped. A shout from a colleague in the back startled the entire police team. The police and the supporting military unit quickly sprang into action. Several teams rushed to the police car that had been transporting Xiao Ling. The scene inside was horrifying. The car was filled with straw, and the officers inside had their skulls pierced by needle-like straw. Xiao Ling himself was nowhere to be found. Damn it! The police captain looked at his fallen comrades, his heart aching. Search. Turn Rongqing upside down if you have to, but find him. Meanwhile, Ye Tian watched the entire escape unfold through computer surveillance. Realizing this was an opportunity to take credit, he immediately took out his phone and called Xiao Yuanyuan. Hello, Xiatian, how is it? Xiao Yuanyuan asked anxiously. Ye Tian took a deep breath and, feigning exhaustion, said, I've helped get the person out for you. Really? Thank you, Xiatian. Xiao Yuanyuan sighed in relief, feeling even more grateful to Xiatian. She hadn't expected him to act so quickly, and from his tone, it was clear he had put in a significant effort. After a brief pause, Xiao Yuanyuan cautiously asked, My brother, he didn't really commit a crime, did he? There was a moment of silence on the other end, making Xiao Yuanyuan hold her breath. Don't worry, your brother didn't commit a crime, Ye Tian finally replied. Really? Xiao Yuanyuan detected hesitation in his words, realizing he might be hiding something. Yes, rest assured, Ye Tian confirmed. How about we set up a time for the three of us to meet? Xiao Yuanyuan hesitated at Xiatian's suggestion over the phone. Normally, she would refuse, but today was different. Xiatian had helped her brother, and she couldn't easily overlook that kindness. Besides, meeting with her brother Xiao Ling should be fine. All right, tonight then. I'll contact Xiao Ling, and we'll thank you in person. Xiao Yuanyuan finally agreed, a hint of gratitude in her voice. After hanging up, Xiao Yuanyuan immediately called Xiao Ling. When the call connected, Xiao Ling's relaxed voice came through. Hey sis. Xiao Yuanyuan's long-suppressed anger burst out. What did you do today? Xiao Ling sounded puzzled. Me? I just had a normal day, didn't I? Normal? Xiao Yuanyuan's tone grew more severe. Do you think I don't go online? Did you or did you not commit murder and rape? Tell me the truth. Xiao Ling was taken aback and momentarily speechless. What? What are you talking about? Xiao Yuanyuan sighed in disappointment. Stop playing dumb. Come to the Nantai Hotel tonight, and don't make excuses. With that, she hung up the phone. As night fell, Rongqing was brightly lit, but the streets were a third less crowded than usual. The news of the deaths of the fishhead monster and the wolfhead man had many people choosing to stay home. On the top floor of a luxurious Western-style restaurant, Ye Tian and Xiao Yuanyuan sat across from each other. A gentle breeze rustled the tablecloth, and elegant violin music filled the air. Xiao Yuanyuan pulled out a stack of money from her bag. Xiatian, thank you for saving Xiaoling. This is a token of appreciation. Ye Tian politely declined. No need to be so formal. I didn't help you for the money. This warmed Xiao Yuanyuan's heart. She raised her glass. Then can I toast to you? Just as Xiao Yuanyuan was about to drink, a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Xiao Ling had appeared at the table, glaring at Ye Tian. Who do you think you are, to deserve my sister's toast? Xiao Yuanyuan sharply pulled her hand away from Xiao Ling, her eyes wide. Xiao Ling, how can you speak like that? Apologize to Xia Tian. Xiao Ling sneered. Apologize to him? Why should I? Xiao Yuanyuan looked at her brother in disbelief. Without Xia Tian, you'd be in jail right now. And you still talk like this, you ask why? Xiao Ling had his response ready. I wasn't guilty in the first place. The police investigated and let me go. What does that have to do with Xia Tian? You still won't admit that Xia Tian saved you. Xiao Yuanyuan's voice was filled with disappointment and anger. Xiao Yuanyuan never imagined that Xiao Ling would show such an ugly side. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. In a situation like that online, even if you're innocent, do you really think you could walk away so easily? Xiao Yuanyuan asked coldly. Her words seemed to hit a nerve with Xiao Ling. He frowned slightly, his gaze shifting between Xia Tian and Xiao Yuanyuan. Suddenly, he let out a scornful laugh, his tone full of disdain. Let me make it clear, Xiao Ling straightened up. I escaped from the police on my own merit. Xia Tian, I didn't see him lift a finger. Just as he finished speaking, a loud slap landed on Xiao Ling's face. He clutched his burning cheek, his expression twisted. When he realized it was his sister, whom he had adored since childhood, who had struck him, he was momentarily lost for words. Xiao Ling, I'm so disappointed in you. Xiao Yuanyuan's chest heaved with anger. Do you really think you're a superhero? Escaping from the police on your own? Xia Tian risked so much to save you. And instead of gratitude, You slander him. Each word was like a knife piercing Xiaoling's heart. His emotions erupted. You don't believe me? Xiao Yuan remained unmoved. Reflect on yourself, and whether you really committed a crime. Once you've thought it through, let me know. With that, she turned and left, unwilling to look at Xiaoling again. Ye Tian followed her, leaving Xiaoling alone on the balcony, his expression dark and terrifying. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and muttered, Ye Tian, I want you dead. In the car, Xiao Yuan sat in the passenger seat, looking apologetically at Ye Tian, who was driving. I'm sorry, I didn't expect my brother to act like that. Ye Tian smiled slightly. It's okay. I actually find your fair and objective attitude quite charming. This comment made Xiao Yuan's cheeks flush slightly. She stole a few glances at Ye Tian, thinking to herself that he felt different from before. Suddenly, Ye Tian's phone rang. He answered it without hesitation and put it on speaker. Hello, Dad, Ye Tian said calmly. A strong voice came from the other end. Ye Tian, what have you done? You bailed out a rapist and murderer? Are you looking for trouble? Xiao Yuan heard every word, and her expression froze. Ye Tian took a deep breath, as if he had anticipated this. I'm willing to bear all the consequences. Xiao Yuan grabbed Ye Tian's hand, shaking her head repeatedly. Then you can serve time for him. Aiding and abetting can get you 3 years in prison. The voice on the phone said before hanging up. Did Xiaoling really commit those crimes? Rape and murder? Xiao Yuan's voice changed. Ye Tian sighed heavily, not saying much more. Xiao Yuan looked at the man beside her with a mixture of gratitude and guilt. I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this, she whispered. Why did you protect my brother, knowing he committed a crime? In her words, Xiao Yuan was filled with gratitude towards Ye Tian and deep disappointment in her brother Xiaoling. Her heart was full of conflict and confusion, unsure of what to do. Ye Tian turned his head to look at the woman in the passenger seat in response to Xiao Yuan's words. His gaze was deep and silent, yet it conveyed his feelings to Xiao Yuan without a word. At that moment, Xiao Yuan sensed the weight of Ye Tian's emotions for her. I have a gift for you. Ye Tian suddenly spoke, pulling Xiao Yuan back to reality. As she watched, Ye Tian took out a jade pendant from his pocket. You might not know this, but I actually do a bit of carving. This pendant was carved in your likeness, Ye Tian explained as he handed the jade pendant to Xiao Yuan. Under the car's light, the intricate figure on the pendant shimmered, and Xiao Yuan gasped, covering her mouth in amazement. It took me over a year to complete this piece. I originally intended to give it to you when confessing my feelings. But now I realize you probably wouldn't accept my confession. Just consider it a gift from a friend. Please accept it, Ye Tian said, his tone filled with emotion and regret. These words deeply moved Xiao Yuan. A year, carved for me, she murmured, carefully taking the pendant. Ye Tian gave a faint smile. Who would have thought this jade pendant was actually a specially crafted image locator by his system? After explaining, Ye Tian turned his gaze back to the road ahead, his eyes slightly lowered. Unsurprisingly, a scarecrow appeared on the road ahead. Impatient, aren't they? Already trying to kill. Ye Tian thought to himself, feeling it was a shame for the fellow system's host. What is that? Xiao Yuan, in the passenger seat, also noticed the scarecrow on the road, her voice tinged with confusion. It's a scarecrow, no idea how it ended up in the city. Ye Tian feigned ignorance and continued driving past the scarecrow. Not long after, Xiao Yuan pointed to the dark roadside. There's another scarecrow. Ye Tian silently drove on. Another one. The headlights illuminated the scarecrow's eerie face, casting a twisted shadow on the ground. Xiao Yuan's voice grew tense. By now, Xiao Yuan sensed something was off. These scarecrows appeared with the same posture, the same face every time, as if they were all the same one. But how could that be? When the fourth scarecrow appeared in the middle of the road, Ye Tian stopped the car. I'll go check it out, Ye Tian said as he prepared to get out of the car. Let's go together. Being alone in the car? I'm a bit scared. Despite the terrifying scarecrows ahead, Xiao Yuan felt more uneasy staying alone in the car. All right, Ye Tian agreed, and they both got out. The car's headlights cast a long shadow of the scarecrow. Creak as they approached, the scarecrow suddenly started moving with a sound of creaking joints. Ah! Xiao Yuan screamed, grabbing onto Ye Tian's clothes. She had never seen anything so bizarre. Creaking sounds continued, the scarecrow's terrifying face becoming more menacing. Suddenly, one of its hands extended, straw shooting out like a sharp spear. Run! Ye Tian shouted anxiously. But Xiao Yuan tripped over something at that moment. She looked back in terror as the extending straw closed in on her. Just when Xiao Yuan thought she was about to be killed by the monster, a man stepped in front of her. Thud! Straws, like steel rods, pierced right through the man. Summer. In that moment, Xiao Yuan's world seemed to freeze. The man's body slowly collapsed into her arms, and the scarecrow that had completed its task quietly vanished in the distance. Xiao Yuan snapped back to reality, looking down at the lifeless Summer in her embrace, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. No, no, Don't do this, you can't die, she choked out, her voice filled with despair. Why? Why did you take the hit for me? Xiao Yuan felt as if a piece of her heart had been forcibly torn away. Only now did she realize the value of the man in her arms. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. Not far away, Ye Tian watched coldly as Xiao Yuan wept over Summer's body, then shifted his gaze to the shadows. He had secretly spent 1,000,000 points to elevate his power to the peak of the Golden Course stage. In an instant, Ye Tian appeared before a scarecrow in the fields. The fierce scarecrow slowly lifted its head, puzzled by Ye Tian's sudden appearance. You little creature, in the last fantasy world, you were nothing more than a minor demon. Ye Tian sneered, spreading his palm. In a flash, a blazing explosion consumed the fierce scarecrow. Meanwhile, in an internet cafe, Xiaoling was engrossed in browsing forum posts about monsters. He paused, opened the creator system panel, and froze upon seeing a line of scarlet text. Warning, the secondary monster created by the host, the fierce scarecrow, has sustained damage, with health dropping by 70. Warning, the secondary monster created by the host, the fierce scarecrow, has sustained damage, with health dropping by 90. Warning, the secondary monster created by the host, the fierce scarecrow, has sustained fatal damage and is now dead. Xiaoling stared in disbelief as the scarecrow's health bar emptied, nearly collapsing. How is this possible? Did the scarecrow encounter an army? Even so, it shouldn't die? Is there really someone in this world who can kill a fierce scarecrow? It's been less than a day, 1,000 points to create it, and now it's gone. He began to seriously doubt the system's capabilities. In the hospital morgue, the head of the Rongqing Bureau glared at his son's cold corpse, veins bulging with rage. Scarecrow, scarecrow, I swear I won't rest until I see you dead. In the military district, Yang Jun received another message from the mysterious informant, detailing a new monster codenamed Scarecrow. The information included a video of the Scarecrow saving Xiao Ling in the fields. Yang Jun's expression turned grave as he summoned the chief of staff and top generals for an emergency meeting. In the conference room, data about Xiao Ling was projected on a screen, and everyone wore a serious expression. What do you all make of this situation? Yang Jun asked, scanning the room. An elderly general with graying hair spoke first. From this data, it's clear that this young man, Xiao Ling, is directly connected to these monsters. With so many murders, he can't be innocent. A younger general pinpointed the core issue. What we need to focus on is whether Xiao Ling truly has the ability to create monsters, and whether people's fear can really fuel his power to create them. The chief of staff concluded, regardless of the circumstances, the safest course of action is to arrest Xiao Ling now. Agreed. Yang Jun decisively ordered, effective immediately, initiate a nationwide level 1 alert to apprehend Xiao Ling. Given the high level of danger, you are authorized to use firearms. As dawn broke, a shocking nationwide announcement hit like a thunderclap. Wanted, Xiao Ling, male, 25 years old, extremely dangerous. According to reliable sources, this individual is suspected of having the ability to control monsters. A reward of 5 million will be given for valid leads. This news caused a massive stir online, not only because of the astronomical reward but also due to the connection of the fugitive with monsters. This chilling link sent shivers down everyone's spine. In the early morning, inside a shopping mall, Xiao Ling was wrapped up tightly, cautiously observing the people around him with a fierce glint in his eyes. His heart was filled with anger and resentment. Originally, he was supposed to be the mastermind, orchestrating terrifying monsters to wreak havoc on the city. But now, he had been exposed, laid bare under the spotlight. Who? Xiao Ling thought through gritted teeth. Who leaked the information to the authorities? The hotel from last night was clearly no longer a safe haven. With a nationwide manhunt underway, he had nowhere to hide. Xiao Ling pulled out his phone, hesitating as he stared at his sister Xiao Yuanyuan's number. Just then, the phone rang. It was Xiao Yuanyuan calling. Hello, sis. Xiao Ling answered cautiously. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Xiao Yuanyuan's voice, tinged with a tremor, came through. Xiao Ling, tell me honestly, can you really control monsters? Sis, how can you believe those rumors online? Xiao Ling urgently defended himself. I'm being framed. Those are baseless lies. However, his explanation sounded weak and powerless. Meanwhile, in Xiao Yuanyuan's room, her eyes, red from crying, shed more tears. She clutched the jade pendant given to her by Ye Tian yesterday. The scenes of Ye Tian sacrificing himself to save her replaying in her mind. If Xiao Ling could really control monsters, then Ye Tian's death. The authorities have already issued a notice. Xiao Ling, turn yourself in. If you're truly innocent, there's nothing to fear. Xiao Yuanyuan's tone had turned cold. How can you tell me to surrender? I'm your brother. Xiao Ling lowered his voice, a mix of anger and deep frustration. We don't have a brother like you. Xiao Yuanyuan scolded sharply. We were never related by blood. From now on, whatever happens to you, please don't interfere with our family's life again. With that, Xiao Yuanyuan hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone, Xiao Ling's gaze turned as dark as water. He couldn't understand where things had gone wrong. He was supposed to become the leader among gods. So how had he fallen to this point? System, what should I do now? Think of something. Xiaoling called out in his mind. The system's cold voice replied. The host can earn fear points to create powerful monsters and escape the predicament. Earn points? How do I earn them? Xiaoling demanded furiously. All I have is one severely injured evil spirit. What's the use? None of the monsters you've created are any good. Faced with Xiaoling's accusations, the system remained silent. At that moment, Xiaoling's phone rang again. He looked at the caller ID. It was Situ Lai, a subordinate he had taken in some time ago, who was also a gang leader. Brother Xiao, it's me, Situ Lai. The whole city is looking for you. The voice on the other end was urgent. I know, Xiaoling replied calmly. Situ Lai was clearly not one for beating around the bush and asked directly. Do you have a place to stay? Why not come hide at my place for a few days? Xiaoling's eyes flickered, and a slight smile played on his lips. A few hours later, he pushed open the door of a bustling bar, greeted by the overwhelming scent of smoke and alcohol. Brother Xiao, a burly, bald man with a menacing scar across his face, stood up abruptly, enveloping Xiaoling in a bear hug. Behind him, a seductive woman in a form-fitting qipao smiled charmingly. Brother Xiao, it's been a while. You're looking more handsome than ever. Hello, Brother Xiao. In one corner of the bar, a group of subordinates rose in unison to greet him. Xiaoling nodded indifferently, as if such treatment was nothing out of the ordinary. After dismissing the others, Situ Lai approached Xiaoling and whispered, Brother Xiao, you should stay here for a few days until things calm down. Xiaoling glanced at Situ Lai, then at the woman in the qipao. Is it safe? Don't worry, Brother Xiao, it's completely secure, Situ Lai assured him, patting his chest. Xiaoling nodded slightly, saying no more. Once Xiaoling was settled, Situ Lai returned to the bar, only to be approached eagerly by a subordinate. Boss, that guy's worth 5 million now. Why don't we turn him in? Slap. A loud smack echoed through the bar. Situ Lai glared furiously. Xiaoling saved my life. If you say that again, I'll cut your tongue out, believe it? Yes, yes. The subordinate clutched his face, trembling with fear. At that moment, an elegant woman in a black qipao approached gracefully. Enough. Don't let this upset you. She gently stroked Situ Lai's chest and handed him a cup of hot tea. Looking at his woman, Situ Lai's anger subsided. You're so understanding, Xiaoli. Having you as my woman is a blessing I've earned over lifetimes. Flatterer, Xiaoli lightly tapped Situ Lai, her face blooming with a smile. In the following days, the authorities did not give up on finding Xiaoling. On the contrary, the matter gained increasing attention, even attracting international scrutiny regarding the monster incident. On international forums, many countries expressed views on the monsters that starkly contrasted with those in Xia. Japanese netizens voiced, we never expected what we've dreamed of would appear in Xia. Fish-headed monsters, wolf-head men, my goodness. I'd love to see them in person, but Xia had them killed. It might have been the last of its kind. If someone can create monsters, they should be protected, not arrested. In the bar, Situ Lai stared intently at the scrolling news on his phone, his brow furrowed. He turned to look at Xiao Li, who was meticulously arranging a meal in a lunchbox. Taking food to Brother Xiao again? Situ Lai asked. Yes, today there's fish, meat, and vegetables all made by me. Xiao Li replied softly. That's my woman, so capable, Situ Lai said, pulling Xiao Li into his arms. You don't have to deliver it yourself. I could just send someone. Xiao Li's eyes twinkled as she spoke gently. How could I not? As your woman, I should make a good impression on Brother Xiao to boost your reputation. Ha ha ha, you're so thoughtful. Situ Lai said approvingly, caressing Xiao Li's smooth legs, but suddenly frowned. Hey, what happened to your knees? They're all bruised. I fell yesterday. Xiao Li explained in a low voice, a hint of unnoticeable panic flashing in her eyes. How could you be so careless? Situ Li said with concern, his gaze resting on Xiao Li's scraped arm. It's nothing, it doesn't hurt, Xiao Li replied casually, picking up the tray. I'll go ahead. Otherwise, the food will get cold. All right, be careful, Situ Li advised, watching as Xiao Li left. A wave of guilt washed over him, feeling he hadn't taken good care of his woman. Just then, a subordinate burst into the bar, breathless and panic-stricken. Boss, someone's causing trouble. Situ Li frowned. Causing trouble? What's going on? Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile and avoid any trouble lately? The subordinate hurriedly explained, tears and snot streaming down his face. Boss, we didn't start this. I was walking with Guzi and the others when someone suddenly slapped me. He turned his face, showing a clear red handprint. Just one person? And none of you dared to fight back. Situ Li suppressed his anger, feeling disappointed with his cowardly subordinates. We couldn't beat him. The other subordinates also showed the fresh red handprints on their faces. Seeing this, Situ Li's veins throbbed as he stood up abruptly. Useless bunch. Take me to him. At that moment, a shadow appeared at the bar entrance. The light from outside cast a long silhouette of the newcomer. Boss, it's him, he's the one. The subordinates shouted in terror, involuntarily stepping back. Situ Li scrutinized the man, who seemed unremarkable aside from his good looks, and asked with some surprise. So it was you who hurt my men? Well, sometimes a fight is the best way to get acquainted. Ye Tian replied with a smile, making the subordinates cringe as if they'd swallowed a fly. Sichely was not easily fooled. You slapped each of them, and you call that getting acquainted? Since you admit to hitting my men, how do you plan to compensate? How about I compensate you with 5 million? Ye Tian said nonchalantly, causing Sichely to raise an eyebrow slightly. At least you know the rules. All right, hand over the money. No rush. Ye Tian picked up a bottle of wine from the bar, uncorked it, and poured a drink. I came here mainly to meet someone like you. Before the compensation, how about a drink? Glancing at the half-filled glass on the bar, Sichely eyed Ye Tian, then picked it up and downed it in one go. Meanwhile, Ye Tian secretly sensed that the anger gene he had created had been ingested by Sichely, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Time to pay up. Sichely's gaze was full of warning. If it weren't for Ye Tian promising compensation, he wouldn't have tolerated this. Ye Tian calmly responded, I know something worth 5 million, which should cover it. Are you playing me? Sichely's anger flared, and for some reason, as he got angrier, he felt a strange heat coursing through his chest, making him even more irritable. Ye Tian looked at the clear glass in his hand, unfazed. You're hiding Xiaoling, aren't you? This unexpected remark caused Sichely's gaze to freeze instantly. Ye Tian walked into the bar, his gaze locking onto Situ Lai behind the counter. The air was thick with tension, as if something explosive was about to happen. I didn't call the police. Wouldn't you say that's worth 5 million? Ye Tian's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of provocation. Situ Lai's mask slipped at his words. He pulled a black gun from beneath the bar, aiming it directly at Ye Tian's chest. Are you looking for trouble? He barked, his finger poised on the trigger. Yet Ye Tian seemed unfazed. He slowly stood up, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Maybe we could have a drink, he suggested before confidently striding towards the bar's exit, his posture as straight as a pine tree. Situ Lai's finger trembled on the trigger, but he never pulled it. He watched helplessly as Ye Tian disappeared out the door, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a moment of silence, Situ Lai snapped back to reality, hastily pulling out his phone to find Xiaoling's number. His mind raced. Someone knew he was hiding Xiaoling. Even if they claimed they wouldn't call the police, he couldn't take any chances. He had to warn Xiaoling to move immediately. But when he dialed, all he got was an endless series of beeps. Meanwhile, in an apartment, the scene was intimate. A black cheapao and lace lingerie were strewn across the floor, like markers of passion. In the bathroom, the sound of running water barely concealed the entwined figures within. In the bedroom, a phone screen lit up repeatedly with Situ Lai's calls, but no one answered. Why isn't anyone picking up? Situ Lai muttered anxiously in the bar, deciding he had to go there himself. He drove to Xiaoling's hideout, his heart pounding. Pushing open the door, he was about to shout, Brother Xiao? There's trouble, but the sight before him left him speechless. He saw Xiaoling kneeling on the floor. Behind her was the disheveled Xiaoling. Situ Lai's mind spun, fury instantly clouding his judgment. Xiaoling, you're with my woman, he roared, aiming his gun at Xiaoling. Though slightly embarrassed, Xiaoling's skin was as thick as a city wall. He casually wrapped a towel around himself and said nonchalantly, It's just a woman. Give her to me, and you can find another. Screw you. Situ Lai lost control and pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullet whistled towards Xiaoling's face, but at the last moment, a massive figure stepped in front. The bullet hit the shoulder of this giant, leaving only a finger-sized wound. Xiaoling's eyes turned icy. You dare shoot at me? Looks like you've forgotten how I saved you. Today, I'll have the wolf-head man take your life back. With a gesture from Xiaoling, the newly crafted wolf-head man walked up to Situ Lai, lifted him, and grabbed his throat. Unexpectedly, instead of showing signs of suffocation, Situ Lai's blood seemed to boil. His hands swelled visibly, and his eyes burned with a wild rage. Xiaoling, I sheltered you and gave you a place to stay, and this is how you repay me? Situ Lai's voice was filled with furious resentment. To Xiaoling's shock, Situ Lai twisted the wolf-head man's arm, as thick as a leg, into a pretzel. The wolf-head man fell to his knees in agony, letting out a piercing howl. How is this possible? How do you have such power? Xiaoling lost all composure. Situ Lai didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed the wolf-head man's head and yanked it sharply. Xiaoli, wrapped in a towel, only saw a spray of blood, the ghastly scene causing her to faint instantly. It's your turn. Sichely stared intensely at Xiaoling. In the past, even if he had the power to take Xiaoling's life, Sichely would have chosen to let him go, settling their grievances once and for all. But now, the rage within him boiled over, and he only wanted to unleash this fury, with Xiaoling being the perfect target. Xiaoling watched in disbelief as Sichely effortlessly took down the wolf-head man, feeling the world spin around him. He couldn't comprehend how someone he had casually provoked possessed such supernatural strength. Had the world entered an era dominated by superhumans? Was there still a place for a creator of monsters like him? As Sichely advanced with heavy strides, Xiaoling quickly thought on his feet, summoning a spirit to stand between them. He knew full well that even the peak state of the wolf-head man was no match for Sicily, and the spirit stood even less of a chance. But at least it might buy him some time to escape. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoling leaped out of the third-floor window. With a crash, a large tree conveniently caught him. He glanced back at the building above and fled in a panic, disheveled and in a hurry. Under the shade of a tree, Ye Tian quietly watched Xiaoling's retreating figure and then brought up a panel. It displayed protagonist luck value, remaining 50. In a certain sports park, Xiaoling, clad only in a towel, kept replaying Sicily's astonishing abilities in his mind. He questioned the system. What other supernatural forces are hidden in this world? The system mechanically responded, "You're overthinking it. Besides the host, no one else in the world possesses supernatural abilities." Xiaoling, in frustration, pulled out his hair and fumed. "Didn't you see? The armored man who killed the fish-headed monster, the scarecrow's bizarre death, and the guy who effortlessly tore off the wolf-head man's head. The world has become like this. And you still tell me there are no supernatural abilities? Are you taking me for a blind fool?" Faced with Xiaoling's anger, the system chose to remain silent. Not long after, Xiaoling sensed that the spirit had been completely torn apart by Sicily. He despaired, realizing that all his monsters were annihilated, not a single one left. What should he do now? With nowhere to hide, it wouldn't be long before the police came knocking. The system timely suggested, the host can develop in other countries. With that, it brought up a light screen connected to the real-world internet. When Xiaoling saw the international forum's comments from Japan about him, his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, that country was so welcoming to him. Indeed, compared to being nationally wanted in his home country, Japan seemed like the best place for development. A few days later, in a tea house, Ye Tian looked in a certain direction and muttered to himself, "So he's gone. It seems this world is coming to an end. A world without the host is indeed dull." On Xiaoling's first day in Japan, he didn't attract much attention. The next day, a mutated fishman appeared by the seaside, causing a small-scale commotion. On the third day, an entirely pale, reclusive creature massacred an entire town. On the fifth day, a ghostly woman crawling out of a well plunged a small county into extreme panic. By the 10th day, a ghost ship appeared on Japan's coast, cutting off its maritime routes to the outside world. In just 10 days, for Xiaoling, it was like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, wildly expanding in Japan. However, this series of bizarre events didn't break the Japanese people's spirit, but instead, the appearance of the monsters in their country had unexpectedly excited many people. The eyes of the Japanese glowed with fanaticism, as if they had encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On the streets and in alleyways, people eagerly discussed the astonishing news, and some even began forming groups to worship the monsters, treating these fearsome creatures as deities. If we can unlock the secrets of these monsters, we'll have a deterrent more powerful than nuclear weapons, a middle-aged man excitedly told his companion. Japan will soon become the strongest nation in the world. This idea was not an isolated one, but deeply ingrained in the minds of most Japanese people. For years, the older generations had instilled this belief, making it a common consensus. However, as they reveled in their hopeful visions, a shadow of destruction quietly loomed over the island nation. In an unremarkable building, Xiaoling sat cross-legged on a tatami mat, with one monster after another behind him. He toyed with a small item in his hand, his eyes glinting with danger. The system panel displayed. Item, T-Virus. Level, 8 stars. Description, it is the source of disaster, one of the most profound creations in divine memory. The source of disaster? Xiaoling marveled at the spiraled tube filled with blue liquid in his hand. He casually tossed the vial to the ghouls behind him and commanded, "Go spread it. I hope tonight's news won't disappoint me." Hours later, chaos erupted in a large mall in Sakata City. Black blood splattered everywhere as zombies frantically attacked the surrounding crowd. Screams, cries, and the sound of tearing flesh intertwined, creating a hellish scene. The disaster spread at an alarming rate. 2 days later, Osaka fell, with streets teeming with zombies. By the third day, Japan's armed forces had to join the battle, but their weapons seemed unable to halt the zombies' advance. On the 5th day, the unstoppable zombie tide flowed into several neighboring districts, and panic began to spread across the nation. By the 10th day, a third of Japan was under the crimson rule of the zombies. At this point, the surviving Japanese finally realized the terrifying truth. The miracle they once fervently worshipped was now mercilessly devouring their country and compatriots. A monster is just a monster. How could it ever be a faith, something worthy of belief? A survivor cried out in despair, but it was too late. The zombie horde would not give them time for regret. By the 20th day, zombies had occupied nearly half of Japan. The world's eyes were fixed on the once prosperous island nation, watching in disbelief as the disaster spread rapidly. However, as other countries secretly rejoiced, zombies began appearing in nations led by the United States. People were horrified to realize that this was not just Japan's catastrophe. but a calamity facing the entire world. A month after the zombies appeared, the world's attention shifted to the eastern nation of Xia. Curiously, no matter how the zombie tide surged, it seemed to deliberately avoid Xia. Until now, Xia remained calm and peaceful, as if some mysterious force was protecting the land, deterring all monsters. Amidst this global disaster, an unknown conversation was taking place in an ordinary room in Rome City. Where is this place? Ye Tian asked, glancing around before her gaze settled on Ye Tian. Ye Tian calmly replied, "You could think of this as a small, obscure place." Ye Tian frowned and asked, "There's almost no spiritual energy here. Why would you come? Is there something you need from me?" Her light purple eyes showed a hint of confusion. Although she had some awareness of being summoned, she didn't mind. After all, Ye Tian had given her the entire legacy of the Demon Lord, and a summoning mark was insignificant in comparison, much better than being a servant of the Golden Lotus Demon Lord with a demonic curse. "I do need your help with something," Ye Tian said, transmitting the relevant information directly into Ye Tian's mind. "Zombies," Ye Tian remarked with slight surprise. "Such weak creatures, yet they can threaten the destruction of a civilization." Ye Tian asked, "Can you handle them all?" Ye Tian casually replied, "It's a bit troublesome, but not difficult." With that, she slowly closed her eyes and began to cast a spell. If someone were in a space station at that moment, they would witness an astonishing sight. A colossal, seemingly boundless Rakshasa phantom slowly rising around the earth. Although expanding the Dharma image to such a degree would greatly weaken its power, it was more than enough to deal with mere zombies. As vast swathes of purple light cast onto the surface of the blue planet, people were amazed to find that one zombie after another turned into ashes, as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, in an attic somewhere in Japan, Xiaoling also witnessed the pervasive purple light. He angrily punched the floor, gritting his teeth. "I knew it. I knew this world is far more complex than it appears." However, he soon wore a sinister smile. "But it doesn't matter anymore. I now have enough points to create a level 9 monster." His gaze fell on the system panel as he murmured to himself, "Gatanjir, the strongest evil god the creator system can produce." With the fall of the zombie horde, the world was momentarily stunned. Humanity quickly began rebuilding their cities, but globally, except for China, regions appeared desolate. Yet, for Japan, the nightmare didn't end with the disappearance of the zombies. Terrifying creatures like the Giggle Clown, Silver Mercury Baby Spirit, Organ Fabricator, and the Yamada no Orochi turned Japan into their playground. Faced with such despair, many countries proposed dropping atomic bombs on Japanese soil to contain the spread of these monsters. Naturally, Japan, as the potential victim, firmly opposed this. Other nations were also reluctant to execute such a harsh decision, but inaction could lead to unimaginable consequences. As world leaders hesitated, a shocking turn of events occurred. The monsters, as if receiving some mysterious command, began to surge towards China. Like an unstoppable flood, they wreaked havoc on Chinese cities, causing devastating damage within a single day. The losses China suffered sent chills throughout the world, plunging it into despair. If even China struggled to withstand them, what country could possibly contain these terrifying entities? Meanwhile, in a city in Japan, Xiaoling closely monitored the havoc his hundreds of monsters wreaked upon China. Watching the destruction unfold, a sinister smile crept across his face. "It seems China isn't so formidable after all. I was too cautious before," he mused. Amidst humanity's despair, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. "Do you believe in light?" This voice seemed like an auditory illusion, yet it caused countless people in action to pause simultaneously. "Did you hear something?" People asked each other, bewildered. In a quiet tea house, Ye Tian watched the overwhelming news of monster reports, his eyes gleaming with depth. "Did you really think I've been idle all this time?" he murmured to himself. "Monsters? However many come to China, that many will stay." Shanghai, the bustling metropolis by the sea, became one of the first cities invaded by the monsters. Under a gloomy sky, a chaotic scene unfolded at a crossroads. Over a dozen cars lay overturned, and the blaring of alarms pierced the air. In the center of this chaos, a clown with grotesque makeup stood atop an overturned car, clutching a blood-stained dagger and wearing a twisted, maniacal grin. Around the clown, bodies lay scattered. A heavily armed SWAT team had surrounded the scene, while in the distance, several journalists risked their lives to report live. In the broadcast, millions of viewers watched in horror. "Why don't they shoot? This is outrageous. Just take him down. Bullets don't work on him. He's invincible. The clown can clone himself. The SWAT team can't handle him. They're risking their lives to buy time for civilians to evacuate." The broadcast was filled with voices of despair and fear. Suddenly, the clown on the car roof turned his gaze towards the surrounding SWAT team. "Retreat, lure him out of the city." With a command, the entire SWAT team swiftly moved, attempting to lead the formidable being away from populated areas. In an instant, the clown multiplied into dozens of replicas. moving as fast as lightning. Even the well-prepared special forces couldn't evade the attack. The millions of viewers in the live stream could only watch in horror as the clown duplicates, brandishing blood-stained daggers, lunged at the throats of the officers with manic smiles. Stop it, you monster. Don't kill anymore. Is there going to be another sacrifice? How many has it been? The live stream chat was flooded with frantic comments as no one wanted to witness the bloodshed. At this critical moment, a voice as melodious as heavens echoed through the air. Amida Buddha. This sacred chant, like the true words of a holy monk, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The entire street seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The sinister-looking clown replicas vanished into thin air as if they had met their nemesis, leaving only the original clown with a slightly awkward expression. The camera panned slightly to focus on the end of the street. There, a monk in a simple gray robe appeared in view, standing before a striking greenstone stele. With hands clasped together, he walked forward step by step. You have committed grave sins. Let me help you find redemption, the monk said, his voice calm, yet resolute. Gah, the clown, as if amused by something, regained his smile. He staggered towards the monk with a bizarre gait that seemed to contain a teleporting power, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the monk. The clown raised his dagger, aiming to stab the monk in the eyes. This sight made the surrounding officers' hearts skip a beat. They wanted to intervene, but were powerless. Just as everyone braced themselves for the worst, the clown's dagger halted midair. Buzzing, a colossal golden bell began to revolve slowly around the monk. He raised his right palm, and a massive golden handprint instantly materialized, like the manifestation of a true Buddha. The clown, who had instilled fear in countless people, now wore an expression of terror. Ah! With a piercing scream, the terrifying presence vanished. He's dead, he's dead. Oh my god. Is he a god? A true Buddha has descended. The Buddha has appeared. The entire livestream audience of millions was left in awe, and the reporters and special forces who witnessed the event firsthand were stunned. However, this supernatural event was not an isolated incident. At the same time, over the skies of Kaifeng City. Although Kaifeng is not a coastal city, today, this ancient capital faced a terrifying visitor. In the evening, residents noticed an unusual meteor in the sky. As time passed, people realized in horror that the meteor was growing larger. What is that? Is it a meteorite? Under countless frightened gazes, a rapidly expanding crimson meteorite crashed heavily into the center of Kaifeng City, causing the entire city to tremble. However, what seemed like a mere meteor impact quickly turned into a more terrifying spectacle. The fiery, lava-covered meteorite slowly unfolded, transforming into a colossal lava giant over 100 meters tall. It emerged like a supreme demon, and the city's residents looked up to see its towering form reaching into the clouds. It's a monster. Such a gigantic creature. Is it going to destroy all of Kaifeng? Fear engulfed the masses, leaving most too paralyzed to even think of fleeing. On satellite-monitored live broadcasts, the giant lava creature took a step, causing the ground to crack and buildings to collapse. It seemed unstoppable. At that moment, an unexpected sight appeared in the sky. What is that? Is it a person? Many people clearly saw, high above the clouds, a figure suddenly appear. It was an elderly man with a flowing white beard, flying on a sword. How can he fly? Riding a sword through the air, is he an immortal? Amidst the astonishment of countless onlookers, the elderly man riding the sword came to a steady halt midair. With a wave of his hand, the long sword flew into his grasp, emitting a piercing cold light. The old man gazed down at the magma giant, his voice resonant and authoritative as it echoed through the sky. The central state is not a place for your rampage. Before his words had fully settled, the old man swung his sword fiercely, sending a visible 1,000-meter-long sword beam slicing through the sky, aimed directly at the magma giant. This terrifying attack posed an unprecedented threat to the giant, which roared with earth-shaking fury, stretching its hands desperately towards the beam. However, this futile resistance was no match for the sword's sharpness. The beam sliced effortlessly through the giant's body, parting the dark clouds above with its power. In the next moment, the magma giant's body collapsed to the ground in a gust of wind, split in two. A single sword shatters the sky. This awe-inspiring scene left all witnesses in Kaifeng feeling as if they were in a fantasy world. The crowd erupted in exclamations. I'm on my knees, my whole family is kneeling. Is this the true heritage of our Xia kingdom? Meanwhile, major streaming platforms were abuzz. Everyone go watch. The eight-headed serpent has appeared in Rongqing by the sea, but we've got a dragon king here too. The news spread like wildfire, causing a frenzy throughout the Xia kingdom. Internationally, the situation in the Xia kingdom was being closely monitored. Upon learning that these terrifying monsters were easily vanquished by extraordinary beings, other countries finally understood why the zombies had deliberately avoided the Xia kingdom. Nations expressed envy and marveled at the Xia kingdom's powerful extraordinary forces, starkly contrasting with the monster-infested regions of Japan. Within just a day, all the monsters invading the Xia kingdom were completely annihilated. The sword practitioner who shattered the sky, the rain-calling dragon king, the monk of the stone tablet, the wine-brewing Taoist, and the mysterious armored figure, all these extraordinary beings elevated the Xia kingdom's international status in the eyes of the world. However, witnessing all this, Xiaoling looked at the system's interface, showing all the painstakingly created monsters once again dead, feeling a surge of anger. He smirked to himself. No problem, I'll let you enjoy yourselves a bit longer. With all the monsters eradicated, humanity gradually returned to normalcy. A week passed peacefully. Just when people thought the turmoil was over, the world was suddenly struck by a series of intense natural disasters. The United States experienced the largest earthquake in its history. Australia faced a century-defying super drought, and South Korea was hit by its largest tsunami on record. These sudden natural disasters seemed to herald a greater catastrophe on the horizon. On this day, the extraordinary beings who hadn't been seen for a week reappeared. The monk of the stone tablet chanted with a vast Buddhist sound. The great calamity is approaching. The sword practitioner shook his head slowly and sighed. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? This scene was captured by reporters and rapidly broadcasted worldwide. Within hours, the news had spread globally. People speculated. The great calamity is approaching? What does this mean? Is something major about to happen? Even extraordinary beings like the sword practitioner are showing such expressions. Online, many self-proclaimed experts began to deeply analyze the phrase, the great calamity is approaching, even turning it into several online courses. A sense of unease gradually enveloped everyone. A few days later, amid this thick atmosphere of unease, something happened in Japan. According to reports, a terrifying monster had appeared there. Its power was so immense that the entire country of Japan sank into the ocean. Japan was gone. This shocking news sent the world into an uproar, making people realize that the true disaster might just be beginning. Although the events leading up to this moment were terrifying, they were not catastrophic enough to threaten the entire nation. However, the true disaster was only just beginning. On this day, the coast of Xia was suddenly engulfed by colossal waves, with thunderous roars echoing across the sky. Intense lightning poured down like waterfalls, illuminating the gloomy heavens. Amidst the churning sea, an enormous creature slowly emerged. People along the shore stood in shock, staring at the massive beast. Even from a distance, just a glimpse of it made hearts race and fear surge. Meanwhile, Ye Tian sat in his room, his hands poised over the computer keyboard. He swiftly broadcasted the live situation on the coast across various channels. Viewers, abruptly drawn into the live stream, initially appeared puzzled, but as they read the title, they were struck speechless with shock. The Dark Ruler, Gatanja, the terrifying monster that had devastated the East, had now arrived in Xia. In the high-definition live footage, people could clearly see that the once clear sky had been shrouded in darkness due to Gatanja's presence. The comments section buzzed with frantic discussions about how to stop this creature and why such a terrifying being existed in the world. At that moment, a colossal golden Buddha's palm print suddenly appeared in the dark sky, descending with tremendous force. People recognized it as the technique of the Stela monk and were instantly invigorated. However, when this mighty Buddha's palm struck the creature, it only sparked a flurry of electric arcs and caused little damage. Gatanja swiftly retaliated, a tentacle sweeping towards the monk carrying the stela. Although the monk was protected by a bell as sturdy as a mountain, the creature's fierce attack soon caused noticeable cracks. In a blink, the bell shattered, and the monk was flung like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the shore. The hope that had just ignited in people's hearts was quickly extinguished. Gatanja roared unrestrained, while the swirling black mist in the sky spread wildly in all directions. At this critical moment, a giant dragon suddenly soared from the seat. Was the Dragon King, who had devoured the Yamata no Orochi. Following closely, a brilliant sword light spanned miles, striking the monster with a thunderous slash. Amidst the sparks, the figure of a swordsman emerged. One after another, the extraordinary beings who had once defended against the monster tide appeared on the coast. The battle erupted instantly, with the swordsman wielding his blade to lead the charge, the Dragon King engaging in close combat, and other extraordinary beings showcasing their abilities and unique skills. However, amidst the rolling black mist, the battle quickly turned dire. The Dragon King, covered in wounds, was blasted out of the sea, and the swordsman, clutching a broken sword, was sent flying like the monk before him. One by one, the extraordinary beings were repelled, unable to make a dent in Gatanja. Is it unstoppable? This question echoes in the hearts of audiences worldwide. The live broadcast controlled by Ye Tian draws the world's attention to this moment, with faith-driven points surging at a rate of 10,000 per minute. Suddenly, a monk on the shore struggles to stand, his tattered robe fluttering in the sea breeze. He removes the stone tablet from his back, determined to fight again. The Dragon King rises into the air, and the Sword Master stands without his sword, surrounded by sharp sword energy. They resolutely return to the battlefield, vowing to halt the evil god's advance. However, the gap in strength is like an insurmountable chasm. Gitangia roars impatiently, a dense purple glow emanating from its massive body. In an instant, the deadly purple light envelopes everyone. Those extraordinary beings who fought desperately are reduced to ashes in a moment. Dead? Impossible, the audience exclaims in disbelief. They fought for us, and now they're all gone. A pall of sorrow envelopes countless people as the world falls into a dreadful silence, broken only by the constant roar of Gitangia in the sea. With no superhumans left to block its path, the evil god strides onto the land of Xian Nation, bringing endless darkness. Wherever it goes, electronic devices fail, and even missiles can't be launched. People can only watch helplessly as darkness slowly engulfs the Zhongzhou continent, a sense of powerless despair sweeping across the globe. At this moment, a familiar voice rings out again, clearer than before. Do you believe in light? Light? Can it bring hope? People question. Light itself is hope, the voice replies firmly. Suddenly, people realize something. In this world shrouded in darkness, everyone must give something. One by one, faint points of light rise from each person, converging towards the sky. In his room, Ye Tian looks up at the dark sky, feeling a hint of relief. Through his relentless efforts, the world's will has finally awakened. If it hadn't, he wouldn't be able to gather the light offered by people. People watch as rivers of radiant light converge in the sky. On the coast, the outline of a giant is gradually formed by the light of hope. This is the giant of light, so majestic that in a world covered in darkness, his light is enough to pierce through despair. The giant of light stands before Gitangia. The dark ruler becomes extremely agitated, its tendrils and pincers lashing out at the giant of light. However, attacks that were enough to defeat the sword master and others only create ripples on the giant. Gitangia grows more frenzied, the dense purple light appearing again, preparing to unleash the devastating attack that once defeated the monk with the stone tablet and others. Facing the impending assault, the giant of light, bathed in golden light, fearlessly spreads its arms wide. A bright white light gathered in front of the giant of light, poised to strike like Gitangia. At that moment, countless viewers held their breaths, almost pressing against their TV screens, eyes glued to the thrilling showdown. Win. You must win, they silently prayed. Suddenly, a purple beam clashed violently with the white light, and a deafening roar echoed all around. Thick dust instantly enveloped the two behemoths, swallowing them completely. The scene fell into a suffocating silence, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the dust to settle. As the dust gradually cleared, the giant of light stood proudly before everyone, glowing with a radiant white light. The victor was revealed. The giant of light had won. In an instant, the entire broadcast room erupted in cheers and applause. Yet, as people celebrated the victory, the giant of light, as if having fulfilled its mission, dissolved into countless points of light that scattered into the air, forever etched in the memories of many. However, Xiaoling, who had been watching the broadcast, found it hard to accept the outcome. No, this can't be true, he muttered to himself. That was an evil god. How could it lose? If you could win, do you think I'd give you the chance to unleash Gitangia? At that moment, a man's voice came from behind, causing Xiaoling to freeze. He slowly turned around to see a man in a well-tailored suit, even more handsome than himself. Xiaoling felt a vague sense of familiarity, but couldn't quite place it. You don't remember me? The man asked in slight surprise. 2 months ago, you threw a man off a building, didn't you? I saved him. The power to kill the fish-headed monster was given by me. Also, your scarecrow, I am the one who destroyed it. With each sentence the man spoke, Xiaoling's face grew darker. The man continued, and Gitangia was also guided by me to its end. Demon, you're a demon. Xiaoling trembled as he looked at the man before him, unable to believe such a person existed to thwart him at every turn. Haven't you created enough demons yourself? The man's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Xiaoling shouted back with his theory. I create demons to forge an era of monsters. Only through destruction can human civilization grow. If not for you, without you, the future of the world would only progress. Ridiculous. The man scoffed, uninterested in hearing more of Xiaoling's nonsense. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiaoling by the throat, pinning him against the wall. The entire wall caved in with a loud crash. Without hesitation, the man twisted Xiaoling's neck, ending his protagonist's luck and giving him no chance. Feeling the world's original will pouring into him, the man closed his eyes to absorb it. After a long while, when he opened his eyes, a female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding Creator System detects a host. Would you like to bind with the system? What the heck? The man was surprised. The system from the protagonist has no host now, and it's choosing me as the new host. He closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the system space. With a gentle pull, a blue orb of light appeared before him. You want to bind with me? The man asked, amused as he looked at the orb of light. In the man's system space, the creator system appeared somewhat bewildered. She hadn't expected this new host to be appear. Oh my, how does he dare to walk the world alone, unaware of the world's rejection force? The system exclaimed internally. So, planning to stay with me? The man seemed to see through the system's thoughts. For this little system, the external rejection force was indeed too terrifying. Ye Tian opened his system panel and designated a special area, fixing his sharp gaze on the creator system. His voice was calm and resolute. Since you want to stay here, become my subordinate system. The conditions are simple. All the points you earn must be handed over to me. No defiance, no deceit. If you agree, enter this area willingly. Otherwise, his eyes turned dangerous. I'll consume you. As soon as he finished speaking, the creator system in the system space trembled slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons. Eventually, it made a decision. I am willing to become a subordinate system. Immediately, the creator system jumped into the area Ye Tian had designated. Ye Tian felt a surge of power entering his body, instantly gaining all the abilities of the creator system. Synthesizing monsters, creating monsters, could be useful, he mused to himself, then shifted his tone. However, now that I have all your abilities, you seem unnecessary. This statement hit the already nervous creator system like a heavy blow. It quickly pleaded, I can synthesize world coins for you. Please don't consume me. World coins. Ye Tian raised an eyebrow, unfamiliar with the term. The creator system hurriedly explained, world coins are currencies generated by the world's will during emotional fluctuations. Their purpose is to make the world a better place. Ye Tian looked skeptically at the creator system on the subordinate system page. Make the world better? You destroy the world for world coins. Yes, the creator system answered earnestly. When the world becomes better, the energy fed back to me is the purest. Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle. You destroy the world like this and expect it to become better? The creator system explained, not exactly. By destroying the world consciousness generates world coins from negative emotions. These world coins can stabilize a collapsing world and reshape a new era of civilization in the damaged world. It's like flowers and lava. Although they represent different things, each has its own unique beauty. After hearing this explanation, Ye Tian was thoughtful. He realized that if he didn't stop Xiaoling from continuing his plan, just spending some world coins to stabilize this nearly shattered world could indeed usher in a monster era. This idea made Ye Tian think of his original world. If he could bring those positive world coins back to his original world, it might develop in a better direction. As the native system there, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of feedback he would receive. Ye Tian held the world coin in his hand, feeling the world's intense desire for this magical item. Without hesitation, he crushed it, and a flash of white light disappeared instantly. As night fell, Ye Tian stood on the villa's terrace, looking up at the sky. To his amazement, the sky above the city, usually shrouded in smog, was now dotted with stars, like a magnificent painting unfurled. This city, not the very top, but still among the best in the country, had been plagued by smog for years. Yet tonight, it was as clear as the countryside skies of over a decade ago. Not only his city but also major metropolises like Kyoto and Haidu, known for severe smog issues, had skies that night as clear as polished mirrors, with stars twinkling brightly. Even more astonishing, in some cities, rare auroras appeared, decorating the night sky with vibrant colors. Realizing that these changes might be connected to the world coin, Ye Tian opened the system panel. A progress bar showing 1 appeared, and he immediately understood that this was the world's response to his actions. When this percentage reaches 100, he would achieve a full upgrade, gaining the ability to enter the worlds of Journey to the West and the Great Desolation. The creator system smugly remarked in the system space. I told you the benefits of the world coin are immense, didn't I? After all, only she could create the world coin. Ye Tian chuckled softly, but didn't reply. He knew that the biggest gain from the previous world was likely this little system. Over the next 2 days, Ye Tian leisurely tended to the garden, observing the growth of the flowers. He also stocked the fish pond with small fish and personally fed them. However, as he browsed his phone, a news article caught his attention. Reports about the disappearance of smog and the reappearance of starlit skies were everywhere. Public interest in the natural environment had suddenly surged. Among the numerous environmental stories, an article analyzing the sudden beautification of the sky sparked widespread discussion. The article eventually led the conversation towards supernatural explanations, as such sudden and significant changes could not be explained by science. What science couldn't explain was naturally attributed to theology. The impact of this report was so significant that many began to believe in the supernatural. Seeing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. The sudden rise in superstition was not a good omen. In the system space, Ye Tian called out to the creator system. Can the world coins help them bypass these things? The system immediately understood Ye Tian's intention and replied. To obtain the relevant world coins, You need to travel to worlds associated with ghosts and deities and acquire them from the world's will. Ye Tian pondered for a moment, realizing how unique his ability to traverse any world was. He took a deep breath and decided it was time to embark on a new adventure. In the room, Ye Tian closed the book in his hands and slowly shut his eyes. A flash of white light passed, and his figure vanished, leaving behind only the gently closed book. Transported through the book, Ye Tian arrived in a brand new world, the Demon Live Room. Neon lights flickered over the city, as if trying to dispel the lurking phantoms in the darkness. Suddenly, an exaggerated and quirky voice echoed across major live streaming platforms. Welcome to the Demon Live Room. This is episode 9, and the live broadcast is in progress. The audience's reactions were mixed. Some trembled in fear, while others were excited with anticipation. This eerie live show had been ongoing for 9 months, each time gathering a group of criminals to be hunted by ghosts for the public to watch. No one knew its origins or the identity of the mastermind behind it. The scene switched to a brightly lit hotel lobby where over 50 men and women were gradually waking from unconsciousness. Upon realizing where they were and hearing the omnipresent demonic announcement, many broke down on the spot. Why choose me? I only killed unintentionally and have already turned myself in. I haven't committed any crime. How am I here? As the live broadcast became clearer, viewers recognized some familiar faces. Someone exclaimed, Min Min is here too? She's my favorite celebrity. Others couldn't believe it. Fan couldn't possibly be a criminal. Suddenly, a crimson screen descended from above the lobby, listing all participants' names and crimes. Fu Yuza, male, crime, arson in forests. Wu Fan, male, crime. Hu Jie, Shin Minner, female, crime, killing fish. Chu Zhe, male, crime, murder of 5. The audience was shocked to find that nearly 10 of the crimes weren't particularly severe. Some questioned, killing fish is a crime? How can they wrong Min Min like this? Others noted, being a playboy is listed as a crime? That's too outrageous. This realization made people aware that anyone could potentially become a target of the Demon Live Room, and panic began to spread. Outside, a stunning woman was staring at the television screen, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Her gaze fell on a man who appeared unperturbed. Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe lifted his head, his clear black and white eyes fixed on the blood-red screen as if contemplating something. The 5 people I killed were all heinous criminals. Does that count? The man's voice rang out clearly in the noisy hall, steady and calm. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes focused on him. A strange atmosphere hung in the air, as if time itself had frozen. Suddenly, a bizarre voice broke the silence. You have no right to act as the executioner of those criminals. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Oh, and you have the right to act as our executioner. This unabashed retort immediately resonated with the viewers of the live stream, sparking a flurry of applause online. Exactly. Why does the Devil's Live Room get to play the executioner? There are plenty of people who haven't committed major crimes, yet it still drags them in. It's clearly murder. Chu Zhe's words seemed to ignite a fuse, providing many with an outlet for their frustrations. However, the Devil's Live Room's subsequent response cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Indeed, I possess the power to enforce the law. Strength is the ultimate authority. Humans, you might receive special attention in this episode of the Devil's Live Room. The voice gradually faded, leaving a heavy atmosphere in its wake. People's gazes once again fixed on Chu Zhe, but the man showed no trace of fear. Instead, he murmured thoughtfully, I never imagined I'd end up in the world of the book, and to start off in the Devil's Live Room. Chu Zhe glanced down at his palm, where a dark red mark lay the mysterious item that had brought him into this world. He had no idea what it did, but instinct told him it might be crucial. As fear gripped those around him, the eerie voice sounded in the hall once more. Attention, everyone. In 3 minutes, the hide-and-seek game will begin. Please hide well, and don't let the ghost find you. As soon as the words were spoken, a black countdown appeared on the bright red screen in the center of the hall. Chaos erupted in the space. Hide-and-seek, what do we do? Where should we hide? I'm doomed. I don't want to die. I just dated too many women. Is that really a crime? The crowd scattered in panic, desperately searching for a safe haven. Chu Zhe's eyes gleamed with determination. He vividly remembered the plot of the original book. The protagonist had died in this very round of hide-and-seek. If he wanted to survive, he couldn't repeat the protagonist's mistakes. Suddenly, inspiration struck Chu Zhe. He recalled a passerby mentioned in the book who had found an excellent hiding place during this round. Surveying the chaotic scene, Chu Zhe made a quick decision and shouted, Who's Jiang Yi? The shout momentarily quieted the frantic crowd. A young man, looking about 17 or 18 with black-rimmed glasses and a delicate appearance, hesitantly raised his hand. Without hesitation, Chu Zhe strode over to Jiang Yi, grabbing his wrist. I'll protect you. Let's find a hiding spot together. Jiang Yi looked at Chu Zhe in surprise, a flicker of fear in his eyes. After all, to him, this man was a murderer who had killed 5 people. Compared to that, his own crime, killing a cactus, seemed trivial. Really? Jiang Yi asked hesitantly. No time for questions, there's only a little over 2 minutes left. Hurry and find a place. Chuzhe urged urgently. Do you want me to find one? Jiang Yi asked, unsure. Yes. Chuzhe replied curtly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi quickly scanned the hotel layout, then headed toward a specific corridor. Chuzhe followed closely behind, inwardly relieved. He knew that in the original story, this seemingly inconspicuous guy found the safest hiding spot of all. The hotel was vast, and others ran about like headless chickens. Meanwhile, in the quiet corridor, the eerie voice began the final countdown. 10, 9, 8. Hurry up. Chuzhe pushed Jiang Yi, his brow furrowed. As time ticked away, they needed to find that safe hiding spot quickly. Jiang Yi stumbled as he adjusted his glasses, his heart racing with anxiety. 3, 2, 1. Time was up. As soon as the eerie voice faded, a chilling wind swept through the hotel, and the bright lights began to explode one after another. Darkness engulfed the place, and ghostly shadows with sinister laughter faintly appeared. Screams echoed throughout as those unable to hide were picked off one by the ghosts. Viewers of the live stream witnessed it all, especially the terrifying scene of the first unfortunate soul being devoured, sending shivers down countless spines. In the hallway, Chuzhe grew increasingly uneasy. Did I remember wrong? Or is this Jiang Yi not the one I'm looking for? As doubts plagued his mind, the light behind him cast a distorted, ghostly shadow, signaling the ghost's approach. Damn it! Can you find it or not? Chuzhe harshly questioned Jiang Yi, keeping a wary eye on the back, ready to use Jiang Yi as a shield. At this critical moment, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Look, there's a cabinet. Those familiar with the demon livestream rules knew that hiding in a cabinet could evade the ghosts. Chuzhe's eyes brightened, and he quickly stepped forward to open the cabinet door, swiftly slipping inside. Jiang Yi was about to follow when Chuzhe shoved him away. This cabinet can only fit one person, go find another. With that, Chuzhe unhesitatingly closed the cabinet door. What? Jiang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief behind his black-framed glasses. Just a moment ago, Chuzhe said he would protect him, and now he was being pushed out to face death? This scene was also broadcast in the live stream, where viewers furiously typed, debating Chuzhe's actions. Some condemned his selfishness, while others argued it was survival of the fittest. Abandoned, Jiang Yi was completely exposed to danger. At that moment, a ghostly wail echoed from afar. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Jiang Yi's mind. Run left. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi dashed to the left. His footsteps alerted a long-haired female ghost around the corner. As soon as she appeared, she locked onto Jiang Yi, quickly closing in. With the ghost about to catch Jiang Yi, everyone assumed he was doomed. But in a split second, Jiang Yi made a sharp turn. Turn right. Burst through the door beside you. Following the guidance of the mysterious voice in his mind, Jiang Yi glanced at the seemingly unbreakable door. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and resolutely charged forward. Behind the door, the long-haired ghost strands were poised like steel wires, ready to shred him to pieces. The audience in the live stream held their breath, hearts pounding. They watched Jiang Yi's actions in horror, inwardly screaming. Is he crazy? That door is obviously locked. Run, don't stop. Desperation spread through the chat. It's over, really over. How can anyone outrun a ghost? Just when everyone thought Jiang Yi was doomed, a miracle happened. The door, which seemed indestructible, swung open with his impact. Jiang Yi stumbled into the room, with an eerie whistling sound following him. There's a cabinet nearby, hide inside. The voice in his mind commanded again. Jiang Yi obeyed without hesitation. He flung open the wardrobe door and practically rolled inside. With a bang, the door shut just in time to block the razor-sharp hair. The long-haired ghost paused, confused, and circled outside the room a few times before leaving in puzzlement. The live stream exploded with excitement, comments flooding in. Oh my God, he actually got away. This is a miracle. The audience was thrilled, declaring they'd never seen such an exhilarating beginning. Inside the cabinet, Jiang Yi was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Once his heartbeat steadied a bit, he whispered to himself, "Who are you?" Clearly, this question was directed at the mysterious voice in his head. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt sounded in Jiang Yi's mind. Ding host detected meeting binding conditions. Would you like to bind with the Ye Tian decryption system? Ye Tian decryption system? Jiang Yi frowned, intrigued by this unfamiliar concept. Before he could respond, the system automatically began the binding process. Ding host speech detected, meeting binding requirements, starting binding. 100-inch. In an instant, information about the system's capabilities flooded into Jiang Yi's mind. He was shocked to realize that this system could not only foresee the future, but even grant him ghostly powers. System, why did you choose me? Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, incredulous that such a powerful system had selected him. The system's response was unexpected. Ding, the host has many merits. Only the host hasn't realized them yet. Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile shyly. Huh. Do I really have that many merits? Then he asked, by the way, I noticed there are many items in the system store that require points. How do I earn points? The system immediately replied, the host can earn points by showing off in front of the live stream audience. This answer was the result of discussions between Ye Tian and the small system. In the original story, the demon livestream was designed for Chu Zhe to show off. By steering the host to steal his spotlight, it would subtly weaken Chu Zhe's protagonist aura. In fact, Ye Tian could have showcased even more powerful system features, but the creator system warned that doing so would affect the world's will, making it difficult to obtain world currency. Therefore, he had to settle for this relatively gentle approach to influence the plot's direction. Ye Tian suppressed his abilities, yet he wasn't too worried. Jiang Ye's eyes gleamed slightly as he had just discovered that showing off could earn him points. Who wouldn't want to flaunt a little when they have the chance? I see there's a demon lottery. How do I get a chance to participate? Jiang Ye asked curiously. The system immediately responded. Ding, you need to exchange the corpses of ghosts for that. Jiang Ye nodded to himself, feeling a bit more at ease. He recalled the previous seasons of the Demon Live broadcast, where no one survived. But now, as a participant in the 9th season with such a powerful system at his disposal, he was confident about making it out alive. Suddenly, the system prompted, Ding, the host has a newbie gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Claim it, Jiang Yi said excitedly. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1-cubeter storage space. In an instant, Jiang Yi sensed a special space connecting with him. This kind of storage space wasn't even available in the store and could only be obtained through the demon lottery. He didn't expect the newbie gift pack to be so generous. As time passed, the screams in the hotel became more frequent. One by one, people were found and ruthlessly torn apart. Except for those lucky enough to hide in wardrobes, everyone else was in a state of fear. 10 minutes later, an eerie voice announced, okay, those of you still alive, congratulations on winning the game of hide and seek. Head to the first floor restaurant, where the Demon Live broadcast has prepared a lavish dinner for you. All the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yi opened the wardrobe and stepped out, also exhaling in relief. On his way to the hall, Jiang Yi encountered Chu Zhe again. Chu Zhe was surprised to see Jiang Yi had survived, but quickly dismissed him like a stranger. Watching Chu Zhe's back, Jiang Yi clenched his fists, seething with anger. Chu Zhe's previous actions were tantamount to murder, and his current unapologetic attitude made Jiang Yi remember him deeply. Upon reaching the first-floor restaurant, the smell of blood slowly dissipated. The bodies of the deceased had been promptly removed. The surviving group, now only about 20 in number, was much smaller than it had been 10 minutes ago. Thank goodness, Min is okay. My Fan Fan is safe too. Forget about Fan Fan. Minner was wronged when she was taken for killing fish. Your Fan Fan was always part of the broadcast. What did you say? How dare you question my Fan Fan? With the end of hide and seek, the tense atmosphere in the live broadcast room eased, and various arguments broke out. In the restaurant, as everyone gathered, they looked around, only to see empty tables. Where's the food? Weren't we promised a lavish dinner as a reward? I haven't eaten since noon. I could eat half a cow right now. Exactly. They called us here, and there's nothing to eat. We survived hide and seek. As the survivors continued to complain, a group of masked, graceful servers appeared outside the restaurant, each carrying a tray. Seeing these servers, no one felt relieved. Instead, they were filled with dread. Those familiar with the demon broadcast knew these were the notorious slit-mouthed servers. Under the servers' guidance, everyone took their seats. There were 23 people and 23 servers, matching perfectly. All eyes were on the trays in the servers' hands. When the lids were lifted, what lay before them shocked everyone. The plates didn't contain gourmet food or any grotesque body parts, but 5 bright red chili peppers. Is this a chili eating contest? What kind of feast is this? It's best not to eat them. Chilies can upset your stomach. The live broadcast audience began commenting. However, some quickly noticed something was off. These 5 chilies don't look like ordinary ones. Wow, I recognize one of them. That's a Carolina Reaper, the second hottest chili in the world. More than that, the world's hottest, the Dragon's Breath chili, is there too. The other 3 are the 3rd, 4th, and 5th hottest chilies in the world. The broadcast room erupted in excitement, with discussions buzzing. At that moment, the strange voice spoke again. Please enjoy your meal, everyone, and make sure to finish every last bit. There will be consequences if you waste any. The devil's voice echoed playfully in the dining room. The eyes of the 23 survivors simultaneously fell on the peppers on the table, and not one of them showed any sign of joy. Just looking at these peppers, the pungent smell brought tears to many eyes. They knew all too well that swallowing these peppers could be fatal. Yet, they had no choice. A burly white man was the first to break the silence. He reached out and picked up a scorpion butch, the 5th hottest pepper in the world, with a heat level of 1.46 million Scoville units. This small pepper, shaped like a lantern with a sharp tail, looked especially insignificant in his calloused hand. Is there any milk? He asked the expressionless waiter, but received no response. Taking a deep breath, The man in the black tank top bit the bullet and popped the whole pepper into his mouth. Ugh! In an instant, the intense heat swept through his entire mouth. Everyone could clearly see his neck and face turning a furious red. He opened his mouth wide but couldn't make a sound. It was as if thousands of red-hot needles were wildly piercing his mouth, making even a scream seem like a luxury. The other survivors gasped at the sight. The audience in the live stream was even more horrified. This is the mildest of the 5 peppers, and he already looks like he's had it. Oh my god, look at his tongue, it's full of blisters. Without water or milk, what will happen with the next ones? As everyone hesitated, a slender young man with glasses, Jiang Yi, picked up another scorpion butch. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he placed the pepper in his mouth. A wave of intense heat instantly struck. With a thought, the pepper in Jiang Ye's mouth quietly vanished, appearing in his storage space. It works, he thought with delight. Jiang Yi pretended to chew the air a few times and then, under the wide-eyed stares of everyone, made a swallowing motion. His expression remained calm, as if he had just eaten an ordinary piece of candy. Oh my god, he ate it without changing his expression. Does he have no sense of taste? Is he from Sichuan or Chongqing? The audience in the Devil's live stream was stunned by Jiang Ye's performance. Meanwhile, in Jiang Ye's mind, the system's notification kept ringing. Points 1, points 1, points. Jiang Ye's actions immediately drew everyone's attention. The other survivors looked at the remaining peppers on the table, eager yet deterred by the sight of the nearly unconscious, burly white man, caught in hesitation. However, the devil wasn't planning to give them much time to think. The eerie voice echoed again in the dining room. From now on, you only have 5 minutes. If you don't finish, punishment will follow. The person who eats the most will receive a reward. As soon as the words were spoken, a large countdown timer appeared out of nowhere in the dining room. The 5-minute limit sent the hesitant survivors into a panic. But soon, some sharp individuals caught a loophole in the devil's words. The devil said we have to finish, but also said the one who eats the most will be rewarded. Does this mean we can eat not only the peppers on our own plates, but also help others? Or maybe, let someone else eat the peppers for us? This information, once interpreted, plunged the dining room into a subtle chaos. Each person's eyes glimmered with complex emotions, a mix of fear of the peppers and desire for the potential reward. The air was thick with tension and unease, like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. A man suddenly appeared at Jiang Ye's dining table, his eyes gleaming with urgency. Leaning in close, he whispered, "Brother, help me eat everything on this plate, and I'll give you 1,000,000 when we get out." Jiang Yi frowned slightly, wondering if this man thought he was a fool. Just then, 2 more people quickly surrounded him, clearly attracted by Jiang Ye's earlier demeanor. "Young man, if you help me eat this, I'll give you 10,000,000 when we get out," one person said impatiently. Another quickly added, "I have money too, and I can give you a lot." "Young man, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. I'm from Yanqing and can't handle spicy food." In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people had surrounded Jiang Yi. He calmly surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on Chu Zhe in the back. He spoke slowly. "I can help you eat these chili peppers, but I don't need money. You should know that money means nothing here." The people around him perked up and asked, "Then what do you want, young man?" Jiang Yi pointed at Chu Zhe, his tone calm yet intimidating. "Hit him. A slap, a punch, or a kick, and he'll eat one for you." With those words, everyone's attention shifted to Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe stared back at Jiang Yi, a glint of coldness in his eyes. The live stream erupted with excitement, the comments scrolling rapidly. "Wow, using others to do your dirty work, this guy's sharp. Serves him right for hogging the wardrobe earlier. Almost got someone killed. This young guy, saying it out loud like that. Won't he be holding a grudge?" The atmosphere in the restaurant became tense. A man cracked his knuckles with a sinister grin and strode towards Chu Zhe. "I thought it was something difficult. Don't worry, young man. I'll give him a few punches." Chu Zhe's eyes were icy as he threatened, "If you lay a hand on me, you'll be on the ground." Before he finished speaking, a fierce kick came from behind. "You're still acting tough at a time like this?" The sound of a chair toppling accompanied Chu Zhe's muffled groan. Soon, fists and kicks rained down on Chu Zhe. Men and women alike joined in the assault, as if venting all their anger and fear on him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi calmly ate the chili peppers, his gaze behind his glasses inscrutable and cunning. His actions were not just for revenge, but also a strategic move in the demonic livestream. Allies are sometimes crucial, and now, Chu Zhe had become the outcast. These people would inevitably hold a grudge against Chu Zhe and might even take steps to eliminate this unstable element. The Rift waiter ignored the violence. Originally, the restaurant was supposed to stage a scene of forcing others to eat chili peppers, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. The livestream audience was particularly impressed by Jiang Ye's performance. The chili peppers, which could send someone to the hospital or even the ICU, seemed like ordinary snacks in his mouth, without any harm. Suddenly, a loud noise broke the violent rhythm. Chu Zhe, who was being beaten, suddenly emitted a red glow, and the people around him were instantly pushed back. He slowly raised his head, his face covered in shoe prints, his eyes burning with infinite rage. Chu Zhe grabbed a nearby man's throat with a hoarse voice full of murderous intent. "You're asking for death." A powerful killing intent surged from Chu Zhe, shocking everyone around him. They couldn't help but wonder how this young man possessed such terrifying strength. As everyone watched, Chu Zhe's hand slowly tightened. Just when they thought the man was about to be strangled, a cold hand suddenly grasped Chu Zhe's wrist. It was the waitress from the side. With a gentle squeeze, the sound of bones cracking echoed from Chu Zhe's wrist. "No killing." The waitress's words were as cold as ice, chilling to the bone. Chu Zhe broke into a cold sweat, and his mind gradually cleared. 1 minute left. Hurry up, the waitress reminded. The 5-minute countdown had reached the final 60 seconds. In the restaurant, besides Chu Zhe, there were 4 other tables with chili peppers. These individuals wanted to eat the peppers themselves, but things didn't go as planned. 2 of them fainted from the heat, their bodies still twitching slightly. The other 2 were a pair of twin sisters in their 20s, who only managed a small bite of the pepper skin before being overwhelmed for several minutes. The sisters could have handed the peppers to Jiang Yi to deal with, as slapping Chu Zhe a few times would have sufficed. But they didn't do so. Aside from Ye Tian, no one knew that this was the so-called protagonist's luck. In the original story, these 2 women were members of Chu Zhe's harem. Time ticked away. In the last minute, Chu Zhe directly put the peppers from his plate into his mouth. Surprisingly, while it was hot, it wasn't as unbearable as expected. As he slightly opened his hand, the red mark on his palm became more prominent. Clearly, this mark was aiding him, even healing his wrist injury. The strength coursing through his body also emanated from this mysterious symbol. Chu Zhe chewed a few times, sweating, and then swallowed the peppers. His resilience left many astonished. No one expected him to handle the heat so well. After Chu Zhe finished eating 5 peppers, only half a minute remained. People's eyes turned to the remaining 4 individuals. Excluding the 2 who had fainted, the sisters still had a chance. But eating by themselves was not an option. They needed someone else to eat the peppers for them. Despite their beauty, none of the remaining survivors were willing to take on the challenge for them. With just over 20 seconds left, a man stepped forward and picked up a pepper from one of the sisters' plates. That man was Chu Zhe. He ate each pepper one by one, causing those around him to sweat in empathy. Unlike Jiang Yi, Chu Zhe's expression revealed the intense heat of the peppers. After much effort, Chu Zhe looked at the other sister's plate of peppers, hesitating. He could feel the power of the mark on his palm weakening. If he hadn't used its power earlier when surrounded, eating 10 or 20 peppers might not have been a problem. But now, he seemed to have reached his limit. The mark's power was limited each day, and if he continued to eat, it might no longer protect him, unleashing the full fiery intensity of the peppers in his mouth. Chu Zhe's visible hesitation caused those around to shake their heads in disappointment. The sisters, once hopeful, now looked despondent. "Sis, don't eat," the sister with a teardrop mole cried, pulling her sibling back. After Chu Zhe finished the chili peppers on her plate, she noticed time was running out and her sister's plate still had some left. In a hurry, she grabbed one and was about to eat it when a slender hand reached over and took it from her. She looked up to see Jiang Yi, wearing glasses. Without a change in his expression, he swallowed the entire chili, as if savoring a delicacy. This left everyone around them in shock. Jiang Yi's movements were fluid, and in seconds, he cleared the remaining peppers from the sister's plate. The 2 sisters were dumbfounded by this seemingly frail young man. But before they could say anything, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. As the final count echoed, all eyes turned to the 2 unconscious people on the ground. Suddenly, the masked server beside them removed his mask, revealing a mouth stretching all the way to his ears. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the server lowered his head abruptly and, with a crunch, bit off the heads of the 2 people on the ground. Chaos ensued. Screams erupted, and many vomited on the spot, leaving the scene in disarray. This gruesome act was undoubtedly the bloodiest punishment for the losers. At that moment, an eerie voice was heard. "A special little guy, here's your reward." As the words faded, a paper ball appeared in Jiang Yi's hand out of nowhere. Those around him looked on with envy, aware of the rare value of rewards from the Devil's Live Room. "Remember, you can't share it with anyone else. It's a reward just for you," the voice added. Then, the terrifying servers with slit mouths left one by one, and the hotel's lighting gradually brightened. "Thank you," came a sweet voice beside Jiang Yi. He turned slightly to see it was one of the sisters. Jiang Yi shifted his gaze to Chu Zhe not far away and pointed, saying, "Thank me? He and I are enemies, but he saved one of you too. Shouldn't you thank him as well?" "We've already thanked him." The sisters looked at Jiang Yi with a complicated expression and apologized. "We're sorry, but we can't repay you." "It's fine, just knowing I've helped one of you is enough," Jiang Yi replied with a faint smile. He understood that there was some connection between these 2 women and Chu Zhe, which is why he helped. His intention was clear, to avoid trouble and not to make enemies. By doing so, he ensured the women wouldn't fully rely on Chu Zhe nor align with him. thereby preventing potential conflicts. Just then, a noisy announcement came over the hotel's broadcast. Dear guests, after dinner, it's time to sleep. Please choose a room you like to sleep in. The word sleep cast a shadow over the survivors' hearts. Having watched countless episodes of The Devil's Live Room, they knew that the real horror began at night. Each of them silently calculated their chances, wondering how many would survive until morning. The hotel rooms were empty and open for anyone to choose. Jiang Yi pushed open a door and froze in his tracks. It was a double room, requiring at least 2 occupants. This rule immediately caused a stir among the 21 people present. In the lobby, people quickly began searching for partners. Small groups formed rapidly, leaving only Chu Zhe standing alone in a corner, unnoticed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi became the center of attention, with everyone eager to team up with him. Despite his frail appearance, Jiang Yi's earlier display of skills and the demon reward he received made him the most sought-after partner. People swarmed around him, each trying to sell themselves as the best choice. Hey, buddy, team up with me. I'm a boxing coach. I'll keep you safe, a burly man confidently assured him, pounding his chest. Hey there, join me, and we can have some fun at night, a seductive woman suggested with a wink. Why not join us, sisters? There's a triple room too, 2 girls said, giggling as they linked arms. Jiang Yi glanced over the faces around him and finally settled on a woman with a pleasant appearance. He reached out and pulled her to his side. Let's team up. Really? The woman asked, somewhat incredulous. Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively. When choosing a temporary partner, Jiang Yi wasn't overly concerned about the other's abilities. He valued character more. From what he remembered, this woman's crime was merely accidentally breaking an antique. Compared to others involved in organ trafficking, murder, and child abduction, she was undoubtedly a safer choice. At least he didn't have to worry about her stabbing him in the back. As pairs formed, only 2 people were left in the lobby. Chu Zhe and a rapist despised by everyone. Chu Zhe looked at this person with a flash of disgust in his eyes. Yet, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to team up. Hi, I'm Wu Fan Fan. Chu Zhe said curtly. You sleep on the couch or the floor, I'll take the bed. With that, he headed towards a room, giving no room for discussion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and his partner arrived at room 201. He opened the door and asked, Your name is Qiuji? Yes, I'm 18, 160 centimeters tall, measurements 856087, and still a virgin. Qiuji replied in one breath, her head lowered, leaving Jiang Yi momentarily speechless and amused. Did you think I chose you because of your body? Jiang Yi glanced at Qiuji. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but had a charm that grew on you. Isn't it? Qiuji had clearly braced herself for this. Given that Jiang Yi had chosen her out of everyone, it was natural for her to overthink. Well then, let's share the bed tonight, Jiang Yi said with a meaningful look, pushing the door open and walking inside. The room's decor seemed to transport them back to a Western apartment from the 1980s or 90s. At the entrance, a shoe rack displayed several pairs of worn-out leather shoes, exuding an air of history. The room was spacious, comprising a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. In the living room, an old sofa faced an antiquated television. As Jiang Yi and Qiuji entered, the TV switched on automatically, its screen flickering with static. They passed through the living room to the sole bedroom. A large bed covered with slightly yellowed sheets awaited them, and a black rotary phone on the bedside table quietly spoke of the room's bygone era. The walls of the room were covered with colorful patterns and a few portraits. The decor of this hotel room was quite unique, but Qiuji didn't seem to notice these details. Her mind was occupied with only one thought. I'll take a shower first. With that, she headed to the bathroom. Jiang Yi watched Qiuji leave and then began to carefully observe his surroundings. He stealthily reached into his pocket and retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from his storage space. This was a reward given by a demon, but its content was still unknown. Jiang Yi cautiously unfolded the paper and found only a string of numbers. 0000000. He frowned in thought, unable to comprehend the meaning of this reward. System, do you know what this means? Jiang Yi asked in his mind. Ye Tian was silent for a moment before replying. I don't know. Even you don't know? Jiang Yi felt a bit disappointed, staring at the paper in his hand and falling into contemplation. In truth, Ye Tian, having seen the entire plot, understood the significance of these numbers. However, he chose to remain silent, believing that Jiang Yi, as the host, should have the ability to think independently. Jiang Yi racked his brain but couldn't solve the mystery. He sighed, put away the paper, and then opened the system panel. Earlier, by eating spicy peppers to show off, he had earned over 500 points. Jiang Yi thought that these might come in handy tonight. Meanwhile, the hotel's clock chimed, announcing the arrival of 8 p.m. Outside, the audience was experiencing the tension of the live broadcast in the late hours of the night, around 11 or 12 p.m. Some were praying in the chat. Heavens, please let Fan Fan survive. The camera in the demon's live broadcast moved slowly in the first-person view, eventually settling inside a hotel room. As the scene progressed, the interior of the room gradually came into view. A dim orange vintage lamp barely lit the space. Inside the room were three men. One was asleep, while the other two were on watch in the living room, sitting on the sofa. The two on watch were smoking, their faces filled with anxiety. Bro, is this really going to work? Just staying awake means the ghost won't come. The man with a crew cut turned to his chubby companion, his voice laced with unease. The middle-aged chubby man confidently replied, "Don't worry. I've watched so many episodes of this show, and every time something happens, it's because people were sleeping too soundly. We just need to stay awake tonight." The crew-cut man exhaled a smoke ring, nervously saying, "It's true that having someone with you helps. I wouldn't dare be alone. Coward." The middle-aged man mocked, shaking his head. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the shadows behind them. The crew-cut man shuddered and immediately turned to look. The middle-aged man also peered over. As the footsteps drew closer, a slender man stepped into the lamp's glow. "Oh, it's Shaoli." The chubby man glanced disdainfully at the crew-cut man, whose face was now slightly flushed. The chubby man patted the newly arrived Shaoli, complaining, "Why didn't you say anything while walking?" Shaoli explained, "How could I talk? It's so dark, I'm scared myself." All right. The chubby man said, lighting another cigarette and turning to the crew-cut man. "Shaoli's awake to take over. Do you want to get some sleep?" The crew-cut man hesitated. "I don't really dare to be alone." He was more afraid of being alone. "All right then, keep your spirits up, I'm going to sleep. Call me if anything happens." The chubby man shook his head and stood up. He regretted teaming up with someone so timid, but at least it meant he could get some extra sleep. Yawning, the chubby man entered the bedroom, lifted the blanket, and prepared to lie down. The bed was still warm. As he moved over, he seemed to touch something. He turned on the bedside lamp and saw that there was someone in the bed. "Shaoli," the chubby man exclaimed. Awakened by the lamp's light, the sleepy Shaoli yawned and groggily asked, "Mo Shu, is it my turn to take over?" "What do you mean take over? Who are you?" the chubby man demanded, staring intently at the person in the bed. "What? I'm Shaoli." Shaoli sat up, puzzled. "It's not time for the switch yet, is it? Why wake me up?" At that moment, the middle-aged chubby man was stunned. The person before him was indeed Shaoli. So, who was this Shaoli with the crew-cut man? A terrified scream echoed from the living room, deafeningly loud. Xiao Li and Lao Mo, not even bothering to dress, rushed towards the source of the sound. When they arrived, they found Crew Cut standing frozen, his eyes unfocused, and his expression dazed. Crew Cut, they called out, shaking him vigorously. After persistent effort, Crew Cut finally responded. The chubby middle-aged Lao Mo leaned close to his ear and urgently asked, "What happened? What did you see?" "A ghost. There's a ghost." Crew Cut stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Xiao Li and Lao Mo cautiously glanced around. Aside from the small area illuminated by the table lamp, the entire room was shrouded in unsettling darkness. Lao Mo quickly decided, "Don't be afraid. You're okay now. Let's stay awake together for the night." Under such circumstances, they couldn't afford to be alone. Yes, let's stay here." Shaoli agreed, clearly shaken as well. The orange light from the table lamp barely lit up a 2 to 3 meter radius. The three of them huddled on the sofa, feeling slightly more at ease. Lao Mo pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Crew Cut. "Want a smoke to calm down?" Crew Cut shook his head, refusing. Lao Mo turned to Shaoli. "How about you?" His eyes flickered as he handed the cigarette to the young man and lit one for himself. The room was filled with an eerie silence, as if specters were lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, Crew Cut timidly spoke up. I need to use the bathroom." His pleading gaze shifted between Lao Mo and Shaoli. Lao Mo patted Shaoli's shoulder. "Shaoli, go with him. This kid's as timid as a mouse." Reluctantly, Shaoli grumbled, "Ugh, so much trouble." As the two headed towards the bathroom, Lao Mo took a deep drag of his cigarette. He muttered to himself, "Shaoli, don't blame me. Everyone wants to survive." His gaze drifted to the nearby door, determination flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, Shaoli's terrified scream came from the bathroom. "Ah! Uncle Mo, help me. Crew Cut isn't real, he's a ghost." The scream abruptly stopped, as if something had choked him. Immediately after, a shadowy figure appeared in the living room without any concealment. However, Lao Mo was nowhere to be seen. All that was heard was a loud bang. As the hotel room door slammed shut, Lao Mo had fled. The hallway was pitch black. Lao Mo wasn't sure if the ghost would follow him, but he knew he couldn't linger in the corridor. Relying on his hazy memory, he reached a door and frantically knocked. The sound of thud, thud, thud echoed down the silent hallway, reverberating far and wide. With a click, the door opened. A stern-faced man appeared partially in the doorway. "Are you looking to die?" he asked coldly. "Brother, have mercy, let me in. I have no way out now." Lao Mo pleaded desperately. "Why should I let you in?" Chuse's tone was icy. If not for an inexplicable intuition, he would have kicked the man away without hesitation. Lao Mo lowered his voice and quickly said, "I know something about the ghost. I know how to deal with it." Chuse's eyes flickered. and he stepped aside. Come in. This scene was fully captured by the Devil's livestream, sparking heated discussions among netizens. This guy just let him in on his own, he's crazy. To save himself, he pushes others into the fire. How can someone like that be let in? But speaking of which, this Chu Zhe, when he started playing hide and seek, did the same to Jiang Yi. Are these two in cahoots? Poor Fan, now she has to be with these two demons. The camera in the demon's live stream slowly panned towards Old Mo's room. The door creaked open from the inside, and a shadowy figure emerged quietly. It glanced around before drifting towards room 304 next door. In the dead of night, the survivors in the hotel were either lightly dozing or struggling to stay awake. As time passed, light sleep turned into deep slumber. Jiang Yi lay in bed in room 201, caught between sleep and wakefulness in this eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled past, lightly swaying the curtains. In a daze, Jiang Yi felt a cold body press against his, a chill brushing across his cheek. He opened his eyes abruptly to find a face inches from his own. Holding his breath, he relaxed slightly upon recognizing Qiuji. What are you doing? Jiang Ye's throat was dry, his voice hoarse. Qiuji's face was etched with fear as she trembled and said, "There's someone under our bed." The words hit Jiang Yi like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking him up. He quickly turned on the lamp, gripping a dragon's breath chili in his hand, his only weapon, as the system had informed him it could chemically harm ghosts. Jiang Yi bent down to check under the bed and indeed saw a figure. What was chilling was that the person looked exactly like Qiuji. Qiuji, under the bed, trembled and, upon seeing Jiang Yi, grabbed his arm in terror and shouted, "Jiang Yi, there's a ghost on the bed." Before the words were fully out, Jiang Yi looked up sharply, coming face to face with a ghastly visage. Feeling the icy, bone-chilling presence, he gritted his teeth and without hesitation pressed the chili into the ghost's eye sockets, squeezing out the juice. The encounter between the 2.48 million Scoville chili and the ghost had an immediate effect. The evil spirit let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony. Just as Jiang Yi was about to reach for another chili to continue his attack, the ghost on the bed vanished without a trace. A cold wind, carrying a metallic scent, blew in from the window, and Jiang Yi broke out in a cold sweat, involuntarily shivering. Qiuji crawled out from under the bed in disarray, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Jiang Yi, puzzled, asked, "How did you end up under the bed?" Qiuji recalled, "I don't know either. I opened my eyes and found myself under the bed, unable to move or speak." Her voice trembled with fear. "Was it you who chased the ghost away?" "Sort of," Jiang Yi replied, the cold sweat still on his forehead. "Will she come back?" Qiuji asked cautiously. "Definitely," Jiang Yi replied bluntly, then added seriously, "We shouldn't sleep. Let's stay up all night." "Sleep? I don't dare to sleep either," Qiuji said, taking a deep breath of the cold air. The wind outside grew stronger, and the damp air hinted at a possible heavy rain tonight. At that moment, the black phone on the nightstand suddenly began to ring loudly. Ring, ring. The phone's shrill ring was piercing, as if it could penetrate the walls and echo through the entire second-floor hallway. "It's so loud. Should we answer it?" Qiuji asked Jiang Yi. Faced with the ominous black phone, Jiang Yi hesitated and turned to the system for guidance. "System, what should I do?" Jiang Yi was engrossed in the system interface when a suggestion suddenly popped up, interrupting his thoughts. Host can spend points to activate the system's decryption mode. First-time activation enjoys a 90 discount, costing only 100 points per hour. This reminder made Jiang Yi recall that the system was indeed called the decryption system. He quickly skimmed through the feature description and, without hesitation, said, "Give me 10 seconds first." Ye Tian was taken aback, thinking this was the first time encountering such a peculiar host who wanted to purchase decryption time by the second. As a system with dignity, Ye Tian was unwilling to suffer such a loss. Ding, decryption mode is only available by the hour. Although Jiang Yi was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel the sting of spending points. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, deduct 100 points and activate the decryption mode for 1 hour." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light screen appeared before Jiang Ye's eyes. His gaze landed on the bed, where a line of text gradually appeared. 277 people have exercised on this bed. This message left Jiang Ye's expression frozen. He took a sharp breath, realizing he had just slept on that bed. Just then, the bedside phone suddenly rang, pulling Jiang Ye's thoughts back to reality. He turned to look, and another line appeared on the decryption screen. "The old ghost lady is calling. If you answer, she will come." Jiang Yi hesitated. Although he was inclined to trust the system, would ignoring the shrill ringing invite trouble? He suppressed his inner irritation and signaled to Qiuji not to answer. About a minute later, the ringing stopped abruptly. The room fell silent again. Jiang Yi glanced at the black phone, and a new message appeared on the light screen. "You didn't answer the old ghost lady's call, so she is coming." Seeing this, Jiang Yi nearly swore out loud. What was this? Whether he answered or not, The so-called old ghost lady would come anyway. How was he supposed to deal with this? If a ghost really came knocking, he couldn't be sure that using chili like before would drive it away. Jiang Yi opened the system shop and found he had 400 points left. But the most powerful item he could buy with 400 points was just a gun. Based on various movies, guns were utterly useless against ghosts. As Jiang Yi pondered, the decryption screen popped up with another shocking message: photo album ghost. At midnight he will emerge from the album, currently dormant. Jiang Yi then realized that the portraits hanging on the wall were actually ghosts. The entire room was a den of ghosts. If these ghosts woke up at midnight, wouldn't he be doomed? At that moment, Ye Tian's voice sounded. Ding, the host can exchange them for a demon lottery while they are still asleep. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, feeling conflicted. Is this okay? They're asleep. Isn't it unfair to do this? But soon his eyes narrowed. He fetched a stool and, under Qiu Zhi's worried gaze, stood on it to take down one of the portraits from the wall. As he held the portrait, Jiang Yi felt a cold and heavy sensation, as if gripping a human bone. He suppressed this eerie feeling and silently chanted, "System, exchange." As soon as he spoke, the heaviness in his hand vanished instantly. He faintly heard a piercing wail. He immediately opened the system panel and found that the previously inaccessible demon lottery section now had a lottery opportunity. It was a gray lottery button, quietly awaiting his choice. This is the most basic form of the lottery, yet undeniably a way to come into contact with supernatural forces. Jiang Ye's gaze shifted between the three paintings on the wall, calculating in his mind. Under Qiu Zhi's puzzled gaze, he decisively took down each painting and then rehung them. System, open the demon lottery, Jiang Yi whispered in his mind, his anticipation evident. Compared to the system's store, the demon lottery was far more enticing to him. According to the system's hints, the mysterious ghostly old woman was about to visit, and he was eager to obtain something truly valuable from this draw. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi closed his eyes. System, use the lottery, he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, a hazy glow appeared, and the system's items began to slowly materialize. Ding, congratulations to the host. You've won the wolf's sense of smell. The system's prompt sounded, and Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. It wasn't the best prize, but it was a decent gain. Equip, he commanded, and instantly, Jiang Ye's sensory world transformed dramatically. The air was filled with complex scents, and he could even detect the faint, intense smell of blood wafting from the hallway outside. This extraordinary sense of smell allowed him to outline the entire hotel just by standing in the room. As expected from the demon lottery. System, draw again, Jiang Yi said, capitalizing on his good luck, and initiated the second draw immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host. You've won rapid recovery. The system prompted again. Jiang Yi nodded to himself. Though not spectacular, this ability was undeniably a lifesaver in a perilous environment. System, draw again, he said for the last time, closing his eyes and hoping for a surprise. Ding, congratulations to the host. You've won the Sprint Champions medal, the system announced. A shiny medal appeared in Jiang Ye's palm. As he examined this seemingly precious object, a tinge of apprehension crept into his heart. Were these abilities truly enough to face the impending crisis? Time ticked by slowly as Qiu Zhi cautiously approached Jiang Yi, both waiting silently for their unknown fate. The system's 1-hour decryption mode was nearing its end, and the rain outside was intensifying, tapping against the glass like a countdown from destiny. Suddenly, Jiang Yi remembered the slip of paper with 8 zeros. It was the demon reward he received while eating chili peppers. Using the decryption mode's ability, he finally understood its meaning. It was a phone number to be dialed at midnight. At that moment, Jiang Ye's nose twitched sharply as a decaying odor wafted in from the living room. The television in the living room suddenly turned on by itself, emitting a harsh static noise. In the silence of the room, the sound was particularly jarring. Qiu Zhi stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yi, fear spreading across her face. Clearly, this sudden anomaly was not of their doing. It's the ghostly old woman, Jiang Yi whispered, cold sweat trickling down his face. The clear sound of a rocking chair came from the living room, slowly and rhythmically moving back and forth. With his heightened sense of smell, Jiang Yi could clearly perceive the extremely dangerous presence in the living room. Fear surged like a tide. He knew the real test was just beginning. In the silent living room, the creaking sound of the rocking chair gradually ceased. It was followed by the soft tapping of cloth slippers on the wooden floor, accompanied by an increasingly eerie atmosphere. Jiang Ye's heart raced as he sensed the ghostly old woman approaching their room. At this critical moment, Jiang Yi noticed a prompt on the game interface. The ghostly old woman was about to check if the children were asleep, and the decryption mode was about to end. He quickly reacted, grabbing Qiu Zhi beside him, and the two of them swiftly jumped onto the bed, covered themselves with the blanket, and turned off the lamp. Don't speak, and no matter what happens, don't move, Jiang Yi whispered seriously to Qiu Zhi. Qiu Zhi was so tense that her whole body stiffened, like a mummy. The door slowly opened with a spine-chilling creak. A hunched figure silently entered the room, inching closer to the bed. The old woman's dead fish-like eyes stared directly at the two on the bed. The room was filled with an oppressive silence, as if time itself had frozen. After what seemed like an eternity, the old woman finally turned and left. Minutes later, the room fell into a dead silence once again, with darkness engulfing the entire space like a tide. Qiu Ji let out a long breath, gently tapping Jiang Yi beside her, whispering, "She should be gone." As she reached to turn on the lamp, she froze in shock. In the soft orange light, she saw a terrifying sight. The hunched, ghostly old woman had been standing by the bed all along, her presence unnoticed. At that moment, the clock struck midnight. Jiang Yi opened his eyes, only to find Qiu Ji had disappeared. With his keen senses, he had already detected the presence of the ghostly old woman beside him, which was why he had remained still. He felt a sense of relief at his caution, while also realizing Qiu Ji had been too careless. It wasn't until the clock struck that the ghostly old woman finally left the room. Jiang Yi pondered, vaguely understanding the difference between answering and not answering the phone. Although the ghostly old woman would visit in both scenarios, her intentions were entirely different. The former might be to kill, while the latter seemed more like checking on the children's sleep. Jiang Yi glanced at the clock on the wall and the paintings, relieved that he had exchanged them while they were dormant. Otherwise, he might be in even greater danger now. He pulled out the mysterious paper ball from his pocket, and since it was a phone number and it was already midnight, he decided to give it a try. He picked up the landline on the bedside table and dialed 8 zeros somewhat clumsily. The phone was answered after only 2 rings. "Hello? Little friend, you're quite impressive. You've lasted this long and figured out that was my phone number," said a sinister and familiar demonic voice on the other end. Jiang Yi frowned. "Is this my reward? A meaningless string of numbers?" "No, no," the demon lowered its voice. "Your reward is a piece of information. I'll tell you now. It's midnight, and the cleansing has begun. Run, get out of this hotel within a minute, or you'll never leave." As soon as the words were spoken, an eerie laugh came through the phone before it was abruptly disconnected. "A minute? Escape the hotel?" Jiang Ye's brow furrowed. He closed his eyes, fully extending his sense of smell. Indeed, at the stroke of midnight, numerous eerie presences suddenly appeared in the hotel. He realized that the true purpose of this demonic live stream was to keep all survivors here forever. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi sprang into action. Jiang Yi pushed open the door and entered the dark, eerie corridor. Unbeknownst to him, the camera in the demon live room was fixed on him, and tens of thousands of viewers were watching this bespectacled young man with bated breath. "Oh my gosh, it's the guy who ate the chili. He's still alive. I thought only Chu Zhe and the other two were left. Is he crazy? How dare he go out alone?" The exclamations of the viewers echoed, but Jiang Yi couldn't hear them. He went downstairs to the equally dark first floor. Suddenly, a dull thud sounded. A muscular, human head rolled to Jiang Ye's feet. Without turning around, he could sense the fetid stench of the monster behind him, approaching with heavy steps. He's done for. He's walked right into danger. This creature loves dismembering its victims. He's definitely a goner. The viewers watched in horror as the massive, decaying humanoid monster reached out its large hand towards Jiang Ye's head. Just as everyone was about to look away, Jiang Ye's stance suddenly changed. His legs bent slightly as a powerful force surged from his chest to his waist, then to his thighs, finally concentrating in his calves. Boom! A small blast of air erupted from the ground as Jiang Yi shot forward like an arrow. The monster's hand grasped nothing but air, while Jiang Yi had already dashed dozens of meters away. What kind of speed is that? I only saw a blur. I'm a provincial-level sprinter, and his speed and start are on a world-class level. The viewers were stunned and began to discuss among themselves. However, Jiang Yi didn't let his guard down. With his keen sense of smell, he detected an even more severe threat ahead. 2 ghosts were waiting for him. One was the long-haired ghost he had encountered during a game of hide and seek, and the other was a spider-like creature made of human limbs, hanging upside down from the ceiling and rapidly crawling towards him. Time was running out. There were only 30 seconds left until the demon's 1-minute deadline, and he was still at least 200 meters from the hotel's exit. Jiang Yi knew there was no room for hesitation. He retrieved a vial of adrenaline from his system space, which he had purchased for 100 points, and injected it into his neck without delay. Instantly, Jiang Ye's breathing became rapid, his blood surged through his veins, and his muscles bulged visibly. An inexhaustible strength filled him, and his speed matched, even surpassed, the world record. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted, the blast of air even tearing his pant legs. Jiang Yi shot past the spider creature on the ceiling like lightning, sprinting towards the exit. The 200-meter distance dwindled rapidly, leaving the live stream viewers in awe. What kind of drugs is he on? He's like a sprinting Superman. Yet, just as everyone thought Jiang Yi was about to burst out of the hotel, an unexpected turn occurred. A mass of hair, as strong as steel wires, suddenly pierced through the side of Jiang Ye's calf. It was the long-haired ghost. The viewers' hearts leapt into their throats, worried sick for Jiang Yi. But to their surprise, Jiang Yi did not stop. Instead, He let out a fierce grin and continued his sprint. A man determined to leave, no one can stop him. Thanks to the pain-numbing effects of the adrenaline, Jiang Yi ignored the searing agony of the hair slicing through his leg, his gaze growing more resolute. He was going all out, betting everything on this chance. Finally, under the stunned eyes of everyone, Jiang Yi crashed through the hotel's front doors. The torrential rain poured down, and Jiang Yi lay on the ground, as if undergoing some kind of baptism. The billions of viewers in the live stream fell into a brief silence, then erupted in cheers. On the screen of the Demon Live Room, a line of blood-red text appeared. The first human to succeed in the Demon Live Room challenged Jiang Yi. This line signified acknowledgement, the demon's acknowledgement of humanity. Everyone was filled with joy they had triumphed over the demon. However, this joy was short-lived. The next line on the live stream screen wiped the smiles off everyone's faces. The 10th Demon Live Room, broadcasting in 3 hours, summoning 1,000 new participants. For 3 hours, a torrential rain poured down as Jiang Yi stood in it, haunted by the demon's words. This nightmarish live broadcast had not ended. In fact, it had only just begun. Suddenly, the sharp sound of shattering glass pierced through the rain. Jiang Yi turned towards the sound and saw a window on the 3rd floor of a hotel room being shattered by a beam of red light. Immediately following, 2 figures leaped out of the window. The 2 who landed, rolling on the ground, were Chu Zhe and Old Imo. Old Imo clutched his broken left leg, suppressing his painful groans. Chu Zhe coughed up blood, looking disheveled. However, the mark in his palm was continuously supplying energy, healing his injuries. Jiang Yi and Chu Zhe locked eyes, but remained silent. At that moment, the demon's voice echoed again. The train is coming, get ready to board. The location for the 10th live broadcast is in the city center. As soon as the words were spoken, a train ticket appeared in Jiang Yi's hand, a standing ticket for car 07. Turning around, he saw a dilapidated station entrance behind him, flickering with dim light. Chu Zhe and Old Imo supported each other as they walked past Jiang Yi. He looked down at his torn calf, gritted his teeth against the pain, and forced himself to move forward. Although the adrenaline rush had faded and the pain was clearly felt, the system's prize of enhanced recovery was steadily healing his injuries. In the rain, an old green train slowly pulled into the platform, its dim headlights cutting through the rain, and the sharp whistle pierced the night sky. Chu Zhe entered car 06, Old Mo went into car 08, and Jiang Yi stepped into his own car 07. As the 3 boarded, the demon's livestream abruptly ended. Countless viewers who had been glued to their screens felt no relief, only deep unease. In 3 hours, 1,000 people would be chosen to enter the demon's livestream, a fact that loomed like a dark cloud over everyone. Most began to prepare for the possible misfortune, some gathering firearms, others weapons, and some potions or talismans, hoping to increase their chances of survival should they be chosen. Time ticked by, and when the clock struck 3 a.m., 1,000 people suddenly vanished from the world. In the sky, a crimson crescent moon hung high, yet not a sliver of moonlight touched the earth. A deathly silence enveloped the surroundings, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. A chilling fog swirled, shrouding the large passenger station. In a bustling train station waiting hall, 1,000 people from around the world suddenly fell into a coma. Their skin tones varied, representing nations across the globe. As a chilling breeze swept through, some began to awaken. Damn it! How did I end up in a place like this? Cried out a gaunt man wearing only white underwear. His memory stuck on a bubble bath before he was abruptly transported to this unfamiliar location. The odds had unexpectedly turned against him. Why drag us into this? Isn't it enough to let people from Longwa enter the demon's live broadcast? Another newly awakened person complained. As more people regained consciousness, they shouted in their respective languages, filling the hall with chaos. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly echoed. Keep quiet, or something bad will happen. This voice belonged to the demon, whose presence instantly silenced the hall. Everyone was somewhat aware of the demon's broadcast and feared this terrifying entity. As the broadcast began, viewers were surprised to see that this demon broadcast was unlike any before. The platform showed the demon's broadcast room divided into 1,003 smaller rooms, each corresponding to a participant. Viewers quickly scanned the list and noted the varying numbers of participants from different countries. 13 from Longwa, 10 from Dongying, 10 from Migwa, 10 from Bangzi, 10 from Tianju. While viewers pondered, a special ranking broadcast room appeared. The ranking showed 1 from Degan, 1 from Bingwa, 1 from Chiogwa. This peculiar ranking puzzled everyone, as countries with fewer participants were ranked higher. The demon's voice returned to explain the rules of the 10th broadcast. Representatives from all human nations have entered my broadcast. People among you will continue to die. When a representative from a country dies, I will immediately bring in newcomers. For each death, that country will have 2 people transported to the demon's broadcast room. The number of entrants determines your ranking. The last 3 countries will be punished, while the top 3 will be rewarded. The demon continued. Of course, if you're not confident, You can transfer one of the 2 lives you carry to a more trusted compatriot. If you die, only one newcomer will replace you. With the demon's words hanging in the air, people in the waiting hall began to look around, seeking potential allies or threats. The air was thick with tension and fear as everyone realized this was no longer just about personal survival, but a disaster affecting all of humanity. If everyone died, an exponential number of newcomers would be drawn into this horrific game, potentially leading the entire world into the depths of the demon's broadcast room. Where are the free people of America? The Koreans are coming here, Asaba. The waiting hall was buzzing with chatter as athletes and spectators from various countries discussed the current situation. The air was filled with tension and anticipation, with everyone focused on their country's representatives. Putting aside the plight of humanity, it's clear that each country realizes the importance of mutual support among its people. A spectator commented quietly. Our dragon nation is the most advantageous with 3 top contenders. Not necessarily, another person countered. Although Jiang Yi, Chu Zhe, and Mo Chue have all survived the 9th episode of the Demon broadcast, they're all injured. Out of 13 people, our dragon nation is currently in last place. Let's hope our representatives can hold their ground. As the discussions continued, 13 screens lit up simultaneously in the major livestream rooms of Dragon Nation. 3 of the screens were initially dark, but soon displayed images as well. They're here, the 3 brightest stars of the show, all from our Dragon Nation. The audience cheered excitedly. Jiang Ye's livestream viewership instantly surpassed 1 million. Jiang Gu is still the most handsome, his fans exclaimed, though some frowned, saying, indeed, although the other 2 are from our Dragon Nation, their character leaves much to be desired. As Jiang Yi and the others entered the waiting hall, they immediately drew the attention of nearly 1,000 people. Over here, Jiang Yi. A group of 10 waved to them, their fluent Dragon Nation language standing out in the noisy environment. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, a faint smile on his face as he walked forward. After 3 hours of rest, the seemingly severe injury on his leg had mostly healed. However, as Jiang Yi approached the Dragon Nation contingent, everyone's attention shifted to Chu Zhe and Old Mo, who were standing still. Under the curious gazes of all, the 2 made their way through the crowd to another country's team. Long time no see, Securican, Chu Zhe said softly. Chu-san, I never thought I'd see you again. A woman in a kimono from the group choked up, throwing herself into Chu Zhe's arms. This scene elicited varied reactions from those present. In the livestream chat, viewers commented, is she Chu Zhe's girlfriend? In this setting, I hope it doesn't cause trouble. The ambitions of those from the East are clear. Chu Zhe needs to remember where he stands. And Old Mo too, totally acting like Chu Zhe's sidekick, wasting a good brain. As the mood among Dragon Nation's citizens grew complicated, Chu Zhe ultimately stayed with the Eastern team. Though his nationality remained Dragon Nation, seeing him engage warmly with the Eastern group was disheartening. In the crowded waiting hall, the air remained chillingly cold. Once Jiang Yi, Chu Zhe, and Old Mo took their positions, the demon's voice echoed again. Now, each of you will receive a random personal task that must be completed. As soon as the voice ceased, a screen appeared in front of Jiang Yi, clearly listing the tasks for the 13 Dragon Nation individuals. Huang Liao Long, male, 36, task, pick up Wu Mama's child from school. Mo Chiwei, male, 42, task, help driver Li unload goods. Chu Zhe, male, 24, task, distribute 5 flyers on Wenxi Road. Jiang Yi, male, 18, task, repair the air conditioner at Ms. Zheng's home. Scanning these tasks, Jiang Yi keenly noticed a crucial detail. The demon's tasks mostly involved helping certain people, and these so-called people might no longer be among the living. At that moment, Jiang Yi felt something in his pocket. Reaching in, he found a cold, purple currency note that had appeared out of nowhere at his fingertips. Here's the fare to Ms. Zheng's house. Jiang Yi looked down at his task list, where the bus route map was clearly visible, indicating the bus he needed to catch. Suddenly, a shrill beep 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 echoed through the glass doors, and he saw an old bus slowly starting in the parking lot, signaling that it was time for passengers to board. Brother Jiang, a burly, dark-skinned man patted Jiang Yi's shoulder, looking serious. Jiang Yi turned to him, noticing the sincerity in the man's eyes as he said, my bus is here. I don't know if I'll survive this time. I want to transfer one of the lives I'm carrying to you. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, recalling the rules of the 10th issue of the Demon. As someone with a system, his chances of survival were indeed higher, but taking on another life was undoubtedly a burden. After a moment of consideration, he nodded in agreement. Brother Jiang, can you take mine too? A young man nearby asked timidly, tears still wet on his face. Jiang Yi looked around and saw that everyone was struggling under the pressure of carrying 2 lives. How about this? Jiang Yi suggested. If you want to transfer one of the lives you're carrying, you can apply to me through our channel screen, and I'll approve it. With that, Jiang Yi's burden quota instantly surged to 8 as 6 people entrusted their lives to him. The system suddenly notified, Ding host has successfully shown off. Points 111. Jiang Yi thought to himself, this isn't showing off. The system promptly responded, Ding not showing off. Points retracted. Host now has 1,200 points. This turn of events left Jiang Yi momentarily speechless. With 8 lives on his shoulders, the number of viewers in his live stream skyrocketed again. The audience realized that if Jiang Yi were to die, 8 people from the Dragon Kingdom would enter the demon livestream. This indirectly showcased their trust in Jiang Yi's abilities. As the buses and coaches gradually departed, the crowd in the waiting hall dwindled. When only about 200 people remained, a group of people exuding a chilling aura entered the hall. Some were ghostly pale, others emaciated, clearly not ordinary humans. This confirmed Jiang Yi's suspicion. This city center was actually a ghost town. Most of the ghosts showed no particular reaction to humans, but not all were indifferent. A man in a suit and a gentleman's hat sat next to Jiang Yi. The live stream viewers immediately exclaimed, Brother Jiang, run. He's a ghost. Some worriedly speculated whether the demon livestream would intervene to protect Jiang Yi. However, Jiang Yi sensed a subtle relationship from this, seeing these ghosts seemed unable to directly harm humans. He remained calm, observing and preparing to further understand the rules of this eerie world. Jiang Yi stood amidst the bustling station when a strange man suddenly stopped him. The man had high cheekbones and a strange smile, introducing himself as a portrait artist. He handed over a business card, and Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before deciding to activate the system's decryption mode. Ding, the system notification sounded. 1,000 points deducted, 1 hour decryption time activated. Jiang Yi was startled, realizing he had forgotten that the newcomer discount had ended, and regretted it deeply. But it was too late. The light screen had already appeared before him. He carefully examined the ordinary business card, which read, Portrait Artist, Portrait Gallery, outside the South Station of Phone District. Friend, would you like to visit my portrait gallery? It's right outside the station, and the tickets are very cheap. The portrait artist grinned, his expression sending a chill down Jiang Yi's spine. Just as Jiang Yi was about to decline politely, the portrait artist suddenly pulled a portrait out of his bag. Look, isn't my work beautiful? Jiang Yi initially wanted to distance himself, but his gaze was drawn to the artwork. The style and aura were identical to the 3 paintings in the hotel room. Have you sold this painting to a hotel? Jiang Yi asked tentatively. A strange glint flashed in the portrait artist's eyes. Oh? You've seen my other works? Then you must visit my portrait gallery. The best pieces are there. Jiang Yi squinted, scrutinizing the man through his glasses. You really want me to go? The livestream audience exploded with comments. Jiang, don't be impulsive. He's full of nonsense. Don't trust him. Don't go. Ghosts are dangerous on their own turf. However, Jiang Yi unexpectedly asked, how much is the ticket to your portrait gallery? The audience was dumbfounded, with someone even exclaiming, oh my god, you have 8 people's quotas on you. Take it easy. The portrait artist's smile grew more twisted. 5 yuan. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, then pulled out the money initially meant for bus fare and the trip to Ms. Zheng's house. I guess I'll take a look, after all. It's hard to refuse such hospitality, he said meaningfully, handing the money to the portrait artist. The audience was completely stunned. Are you crazy? That's the fare for completing the mission. Are you planning to walk? You'll encounter ghosts halfway. Jiang, how can you agree with this ghost? At this moment, some hidden international viewers quietly appeared in the live stream. They commented with interest, TSK TSK TSK. Is this one of the seed representatives from the Dragon Kingdom? Laughter erupted in Jiang Yi's live stream, as viewers found the contestants' behavior unbelievable. Is this Jiang Yi some kind of art genius? Can a single painting really sway him like that? Someone mocked. Others expressed dissatisfaction with the American contestant, believing they were only driven by their desires. However, Jiang Yi's actions were even more perplexing, risking the fate of 8 slots for a painting, shattering the audience's understanding. Despite this, Jiang Yi's live stream remained among the most populated of thousands of rooms. Chaotic comments flooded the screen, yet viewers kept their eyes glued to the action, not wanting to miss a single detail. Exiting the waiting area, Jiang Yi followed the painter. The cityscape gradually unfolded before him. Cold, empty streets under dim streetlights barely illuminating the surrounding area, the entire block shrouded in a dead silence. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the portrait studio. The painter spoke in a slightly eerie tone. Go on in. Jiang Yi glanced at the facade, and the system's decryption mode issued a warning. This was the painter's ghostly domain. Prudent people would not enter. Jiang Yi took a couple of steps forward to the glass door. Nearby hung a portrait, and the system indicated, portrait ghosts awaken for an hour at midnight. Jiang Yi glanced at the time. It was 3 in the morning. Can I have a private tour? You wait outside. Jiang Yi turned to the painter. The painter grinned. What are you saying, my friend? Realizing this request was futile, Jiang Yi focused on the painter. The system provided new information. The painter, a black-clad malevolent ghost, enjoys capturing the living and smiles within his frames. Could you get me a bottle of water? Jiang Yi asked again. The painter remained silent, only grinning, his gaze unsettling in the darkness. If you bring me water, I'll be really happy, Jiang Yi said in a logical statement. Unexpectedly, the painter responded, really? Friend, you'll be very happy. Really? Jiang Yi confirmed. Upon hearing this, the painter grinned and turned towards a distant convenience store. The viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Jiang Yi's cleverness. Phew, that was close. Jiang Yi is smart. Seize this chance, get back to the station and lose that guy. He's got him out of the way. Jiang Yi is brilliant, now run. However, just as everyone thought Jiang Yi would flee, he walked straight into the portrait studio. The viewers were shocked. What's he doing? Why go into someone else's place? To them, it seemed like he was walking into a trap. Inside the studio, Jiang Yi knew time was of the essence. He quickly placed his palm on a painting in the corner. The system chimed. Ding exchange successful, 1 gray lottery obtained. Nice, Jiang Yi thought with delight, his eyes quickly scanning the other portraits in the room. To him, this place was a treasure trove. He moved swiftly, touching the second, third, a total of 7 paintings. After exchanging all the portrait ghosts on the first floor, Jiang Yi looked up at the second floor. He knew the painter would take some time to return with water, so he headed upstairs. A painting on the second floor immediately caught his attention. The system indicated, oil painting ghosts awaken for 2 hours at midnight. Clearly, the ghosts here were stronger than those on the first floor. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi placed both hands on the slumbering ghost painting. This exchange took noticeably longer than the others, even exceeding the total time for all the first floor portrait ghosts. He realized that sleeping ghosts were harder to exchange than dead ones. The stronger the entity, the longer it took. This shattered some of Jiang Yi's previous plans, like secretly exchanging red-clad fierce ghosts while they slept. Now it seemed, let alone red-clad, even yellow-clad ghosts couldn't exploit this loophole. As time ticked by, sweat began to form on Jiang Yi's forehead. He could even sense the painter's presence nearing. Just before the painter returned, Jiang Yi finally heard the last scream of the ghost within the painting. The system chimed. Ding exchange successful. Congratulations on obtaining a white demon lottery. Hearing this, Jiang Yi didn't have time to replace the painting. He dashed downstairs immediately. The portrait gallery wasn't large. Jiang Yi burst out of the door like an arrow released from a bow, thinking he could make a clean getaway. However, just as he thought he was in the clear, the impeccably dressed portrait artist stood in his path. My friend, where are you going? The artist's voice was low and slightly distorted, clearly aware of the gallery's losses. His shadow loomed over Jiang Yi like a tidal wave, and a palpable murderous intent rose in the air. Jiang Yi remained silent, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. He took a sudden step back, then darted past the portrait artist. With a thud, he was out on the street, thinking the artist could do nothing. Unfortunately, he was wrong. As Jiang Yi passed the mysterious figure in the dark suit, the artist's lips curled into a sinister smile. He elegantly donned a gentleman's hat and turned back toward the gallery. At that moment, a deep darkness surged from the artist's back like tentacles, instantly entangling Jiang Yi's limbs as he ran. Jiang Yi came to an abrupt halt, realizing he was being dragged back to the gallery. The dark tendrils didn't exert much physical force, but the mental shockwaves they carried prevented him from gathering his strength. His mind grew muddled, unable to distinguish direction, as shadows enveloped him. In the live stream, most viewers were utterly disappointed. Is Jiang Yi going to be the first to die from our country? Why did he go into the gallery instead of running away earlier? It's incomprehensible. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Why did he have to take such risks? Just as his mind was about to shut down completely, Jiang Yi bit his tongue, regaining a bit of clarity. He knew that being dragged into the gallery would spell doom. Desperate, he reached out, and a chili pepper appeared in his hand. Who would have thought there'd come a day I'd actually eat this? Jiang Yi chuckled wryly, then shoved the Carolina Reaper pepper, with a Scoville rating of 1.46 million, into his mouth. The intense heat exploded in his mouth. His nearly dormant brain jolted awake under the assault of countless pain receptors. Ah, he cried out, and the dark shadows stiffened. In disbelief, nearly 10 million viewers watched as Jiang Yi's body halted, his mind clearer than ever. Then, the young man took a step forward. He's walking, he can walk. Oh my God, what am I seeing? He's resisting the ghost. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step, several shadowy tendrils binding him snapped. Until the last tendril broke, Jiang Yi finally regained his freedom. Now 20 meters away, Jiang Yi panted heavily, turning to look at the portrait artist standing at the gallery's entrance. He grinned, raised his middle finger, silently declaring victory. The system notification chimed. Ding, host successfully showed off, points 111. His points skyrocketed from 200 to 2,000. Is this the kind of contestant our country produces? He's the first to clear the 9th episode of the Demon live stream. That middle finger, truly classic, Jiang Yi. At the gallery's entrance, the portrait artist watched Jiang Yi leave with flair, saying nothing. For a long time, he remained silent, as if lost in thought. He returned to the portrait studio, sat in a chair, and took out his paints and canvas. Jiang Ye's likeness gradually took shape under his brush, each stroke infused with the portrait artist's obsession. The warm amber light, though comforting, couldn't dispel the darkness of the district. Having freed himself from the portrait artist's entanglement, Jiang Yi now faced a new dilemma. He was penniless. Traveling to Ms. Zhang's house required taking a bus, but he didn't even have a cent. Walking would take over 40 minutes. And while time wasn't the issue, the real concern was the potential dangers lurking on the streets of this ghost town in the early hours. Jiang Yi opened the system panel, pinning his hopes on the demon lottery. He had anticipated that the tasks given by the demon would be no easy feat, and without solid strength, he couldn't guarantee he'd complete them. This was why he had previously decided to collaborate with the portrait artist, and it proved to be a wise decision. System, let's start with a gray demon lottery, Jiang Yi thought to himself. The system's voice immediately responded. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 pounds of ghost muscle. Jiang Yi felt a bit puzzled, and then checked the item description. Muscles from a fitness ghost, containing strength that ordinary people can hardly attain. The system can fuse this item for the host. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi requested the system to fuse it for him. As the fusion completed, he felt a fascinating change in his body. It was as if an unconscious entity resided within him, and with just a thought, his entire body would slightly swell, unleashing a force capable of overturning a car. After several gray demon lotteries, Jiang Yi received the same reward each time. After 7 draws, he had fused 14 pounds of ghost muscle into his body, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Finally, Jiang Yi set his sights on the only white demon lottery. He had nearly risked his life for this one. With a mix of anxiety and hope, he used the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the magic body, the system's voice announced once more. Jiang Yi checked the item description. This is a forbidden power. The moment you release it, all your attributes can increase tenfold, with each increment's duration determined by the host's constitution. A golden legend, Jiang Yi murmured to himself, filled with anticipation and a hint of apprehension about the future. On Fengjiu's South Road, like many other streets in the city, a cold and eerie silence prevailed. At the end of the street, a Japanese man with a samurai sword at his waist walked cautiously, occasionally checking the mission interface before him. His task seemed simple, to buy a box of condoms for Mr. Matsushita. However, the moment he met Mr. Matsushita, he realized he had made a grave mistake. Mr. Matsushita exuded a strong odor of decay, and his face and neck were covered with large patches of livor mortis, unmistakably indicating he was no longer among the living. This realization jolted the Japanese man into awareness. Most of the residents in this city were likely not real humans. Despite this, he accepted the money from Mr. Matsushita and resolved to complete the task. Known as Inoshitaken, this Japanese man was unaware that his efficient performance had caught the attention of his fellow countrymen. In the live broadcast room, Japanese viewers excitedly discussed, Inoshitaken truly is one of our nation's elites. It seems we will be the first country to complete the task. That's right, representatives from other countries have already been wiped out, and not only have we suffered no casualties, but someone is about to complete the task. There should be an extra reward for completing the task first, right? While the viewers basked in national pride, Inoshitaken suddenly stopped in his tracks. From the darkness of the street, an old man slowly approached. The elder, dressed in worn-out cloth, was so hunched over that his face was hard to discern. Noticing Inoshitaken's presence, the old man halted and slowly lifted his head. It was a terrifying face, rigid and lifeless like cracked wood, with yellow animal-like eyes staring intently at Inoshitaken. In a hoarse voice, the old man asked, "Young man, do you know where Lin's coffin shop is?" Inoshitaken frowned as he scrutinized the peculiar old man before him, wondering whether he was even human. To avoid unnecessary entanglement, he casually pointed in a direction. The old man nodded slightly in thanks and left, allowing Inoshitaken to breathe a sigh of relief. Glancing at the remaining distance he needed to cover, Inoshitaken quickened his pace. However, just when he and the live broadcast audience thought the matter was behind them, a stumbling figure reappeared in the darkness ahead. It was the same old man asking for directions. "Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop?" The old man's voice echoed again, like a heavy hammer striking Inoshitaken's mind. Familiar with the concept of ghost asking for directions from demonic broadcasts, Inoshitaken's mind was now consumed by those very words. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Jiang Yi was walking briskly. On the silent street, an occasional bus passed by, breaking the eerie tranquility. Jiang Yi strolled through the eerie city, his eyes scanning the surrounding buildings. Each time his gaze landed somewhere, lines of decryption mode descriptions would appear before him. Wang's meat factory, supplying meat to the entire city. Jiang Yi silently noted this information. The words Ghost City High School flashed by, accompanied by a warning. Hope the host never ends up here. This sent a chill down Jiang Yi's spine. Tian bus service, a crucial component of the city's transportation, a formidable force. Jiang Yi pondered the value of this information. As he ventured further, Jiang Yi increasingly sensed the terrifying nature of this world. He recalled the portrait artist he had encountered earlier and realized that such beings might merely be the lowest tier of the working class in this city. More terrifying entities were everywhere. This realization made Jiang Yi tread more cautiously with each step. After more than half an hour, Jiang Yi checked the route map on the light screen. Fengjue South Road. Happiness Community. This is the way. He looked around and headed towards his destination. At that moment, Jiang Yi was unaware that millions of viewers had gathered in his live broadcast room, frantically typing comments. Don't go. There's a ghost asking for directions on that road. Many have died there. Run, Jiang Yi. Another fellow from Long Country died there. You can't die too. Damn it. Why can we only watch helplessly? Why can't the demon live stream let us warn our people? Everyone was furious, unable to understand why Jiang Yi was given such a dangerous task. They knew that setting foot on that road meant facing the ghost, and no one had ever left unscathed. Jiang Yi quickly pinpointed the location of Happiness Community. Just then, an elderly man in worn-out clothes slowly emerged from the darkness. Young man, do you know the way to Lin's coffin shop? The old man asked in a frail voice. A line of text appeared on Jiang Yi's decryption mode screen. The direction asking ghost likes to ask for directions. No matter if your answer is correct, if you respond, he will kill you. Jiang Yi glanced coldly at the obviously non-human figure and chose to ignore him, heading directly towards the nearby community. However, the old man suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yi, asking again, Young man, do you know the way to Lin's coffin shop? This time, his voice carried an inexplicable depth. Jiang Yi still paid no attention, attempting to bypass the old man. Suddenly, he felt a withered claw grasp his arm. Young man, do you know the way to Lin's coffin shop? The old man asked for the third time, his voice laced with an undeniable threat. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, their hearts pounding. It's over, Jiang Yi is doomed this time, someone commented in despair. This ghost had already killed 7 people. Was Jiang Yi to be the 8th? To everyone's surprise, Jiang Yi remained unfazed. He calmly looked at the withered hand clutching his arm and spoke in a composed tone. Let go, or I'll twist your head off and smash it. His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable threat. The old man slowly raised his head, meeting Jiang Yi's eyes, and his rigid face cracked into a cold smile. This human had piqued his interest. Don't believe me? Jiang Yi smiled slightly. I always keep my word. System, activate triple demon body. Engage all ghost muscles. Jiang Yi commanded in a low voice, and immediately, a fierce pulsating sound resonated within him. Thump thump thump. Jiang Yi's body began to swell visibly. Huge muscles rose like inflating balloons, quickly filling out his previously slender frame. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yi transformed from an ordinary young man into a hulking figure of muscle. The old man witnessing this astonishing change had his smile freeze on his face. He never expected that the seemingly ordinary human before him could undergo such a drastic transformation. I told you, I would twist your head off and smash it, Jiang Yi said coldly, his now enormous hands suddenly grabbing the old man's head. Under the immense force, the ground beneath the demon cracked loudly. He tried to escape, but found himself unable to break free. The sudden transformation of the muscular man before him possessed power far beyond his imagination. Hiss! The demon emitted a piercing screech, feeling the immense pressure on his skull that threatened to crush it. This creature, who always viewed humans as mere playthings, finally felt fear. He couldn't help but wonder in horror. What kind of monster had he provoked? Give me your head, Jiang Yi roared, his triple demon body combined with 14 pounds of ghost muscle, granting him the strength equivalent to 42 pounds of ghost muscle. Such power was beyond what ordinary demons could withstand. Rip! With a sound like tearing leather, the connection of muscles and tendons was forcibly ripped apart. Amidst the demon's shrill cries, Jiang Yi tore its head off. He then slammed the ghostly head onto the ground with force. Bang! The ghost head burst like a watermelon, instantly shattering into pieces. This all happened in just a few seconds, but those few seconds shattered the worldview of countless people, just like that ghostly head. Host display of power successful. Points 111. The system's notification sounded in Jiang Yi's mind. Everyone watched as Jiang Yi reverted to his original skinny form, then calmly put on his glasses. Many couldn't help but swallow, shocked. Is this really Brother Jiang? No, he's not Brother Jiang, he's God Jiang. He killed it. He actually killed a ghost, face to face. Is the world crazy, or am I? Can humans really defeat ghosts? The quiet street subtly carried the scent of decaying corpses. Jiang Yi looked at the demon's corpse at his feet, gaining a rough estimate of his power. With the triple demon body, he could maintain it for 10 seconds. If it were the quadruple demon body, he could sustain it for 3 seconds, which was his limit. System, retrieve this guy's corpse, Jiang Yi ordered. Ding, retrieval successful. Host receives one white demon lottery draw. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Ye's mind, surprising him. Didn't expect it to be a white-clad level ghost. Its strength was quite ordinary, Jiang Yi thought. But he didn't immediately use the demon lottery. He checked his tasks and then proceeded to the happiness residential area. The demon livestream assigned him a personal task to help Mrs. Zheng fix her air conditioner, which meant entering someone else's home. If he had a choice, Jiang Yi would prefer a different task. Happiness residential area, Building 1, 7th floor, room 703. With this information, Jiang Yi arrived at the designated building. Unexpectedly, the interior of the building was brightly lit, enveloped in the cool hues of fluorescent lights. Despite the brightness, the lighting exuded an unusual sense of coldness. To Jiang Ye's mild surprise, the building even had an elevator. He pressed the button for the 7th floor, and soon, the empty elevator doors opened slowly in front of him. The light inside the elevator flickered slightly, accompanied by a faint electrical hum. Jiang Yi didn't immediately enter the elevator. He glanced at the system panel in decryption mode and saw a line of text appear on the elevator. The eerie elevator is known to transport the living to a non-existent floor. Jiang Yi remained vigilant, knowing that even with some newfound abilities, he must stay in a puzzle-solving mode in this terrifying place. The elevator was a no-go zone, leaving him with only one option, to take the stairs. As he stepped into the stairwell, darkness surged like a tide, starkly contrasting the brightness of the elevator area. Jiang Yi couldn't help but recall the 40 minutes he had endured on the street earlier, relying on his puzzle-solving mode. This darkness was nothing in comparison. When he emerged from the silent, pitch-black stairwell, viewers were surprised to see Jiang Ye's appearance had drastically changed. He now had a toolbox on his waist and was dressed in work clothes, resembling an air conditioning repairman. He had purchased this outfit with points from the system shop, along with a manual on air conditioner repair. Despite having no knowledge of the trade, he planned to learn as he went along, as it was his only option for now. Standing before door 703, Jiang Yi pressed the doorbell and patiently waited. The door opened to reveal a woman. She wore a thin sweater, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but glance at her impressive figure. Her eyes were clear and bright. Her lips beneath a delicate nose appeared especially soft. "Are you Jiang, the air conditioner repairman?" the woman asked. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This woman, both in appearance and manner of speaking, seemed completely normal. Could she be a regular person? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a line of text appeared on the puzzle-solving screen. Ms. Zheng, a black-clad female ghost with a certain obsession. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat, realizing that this woman was even more troublesome than the portrait artist ghost. He had almost been deceived by her alluring appearance. The devil's live-streaming task clearly required him to interact with such a high-level ghost. "Come in, the air conditioner has been broken for quite some time," Ms. Zheng said as she opened the door. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. To his surprise, Ms. Zheng's home was impeccably tidy. A large sofa was placed against the wall, facing a television. Ahead was a massive floor-to-ceiling window with partially drawn curtains. On either side were small hallways leading to several rooms. Following Ms. Zheng into one of the rooms, Jiang Yi looked around. The walls were adorned with clean, cozy photos and stuffed animals, and the pink bedspread exuded a strong girlish vibe. "It's this air conditioner. It's been broken for ages." Ms. Zheng pointed to the wall-mounted unit. Jiang Yi took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't an air conditioner, it was a wreck. The yellowed casing had fallen off, and the filter was missing. Even the most skilled Japanese air conditioning repairman would be at a loss with this. The viewers couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the pitiful air conditioner. "Although it's not the best time, I can't stop laughing. Can this air conditioner even be fixed? How did it end up like this? How was it used? Stop laughing. This is Jiang Ye's task. If he can't complete it, imagine what the devil will do to him. Can it be fixed?" Ms. Zheng looked at Jiang Yi expectantly. When Ms. Zheng asked her question, numerous ways to fix the air conditioner flashed through Jiang Ye's mind. Observing his reaction, Ms. Zheng gently said, "All right, you go ahead and fix it. I'll make some snacks for you." As she mentioned cooking for someone, a hint of undisguised joy flickered in her eyes. Jiang Yi watched as Ms. Zheng headed to the kitchen, then focused his attention on the old air conditioner in the room. He strode in with a determined expression. Meanwhile, the live stream's focus suddenly shifted to Ms. Zheng. Viewers were puzzled and started discussing. "Huh? What's happening? Why isn't the camera on Jiang Shun? We've never seen this happen with other contestants. What's going on?" Gradually, the discussion shifted to Ms. Zheng. Someone thoughtfully remarked, "I feel like there's something off about Ms. Zheng. Can't put my finger on it, but something's definitely odd." However, no one realized that this was actually Ye Tian's doing. To protect the host's privacy, he subtly adjusted the focus of the live stream. Back in the room, Jiang Yi stared at the worn-out air conditioner, calculating his next move. He quickly spent 200 points in the system's store to exchange for a brand new air conditioner of the same brand. "If I can't fix it, I'll just replace it," he thought. Over 20 minutes later, Jiang Yi emerged from the room and calmly announced, The air conditioner is fixed. As soon as he spoke, the live stream immediately switched back to him. When the brand new air conditioner appeared on screen, the viewers could hardly believe their eyes. Is this really fixed? It seems like it's more than just fixed. Wow, how did he do that? I clearly remember the air conditioner was broken just now. The audience was amazed, marveling at Jiang Ye's extraordinary methods. At that moment, Ms. Zheng returned from the kitchen, a hint of surprise in her eyes, and turned to Jiang Xia. It's fixed, she softly asked, handing a bundle of money to Jiang Yi. This is for fixing the air conditioner. Jiang Yi accepted the money, feeling a sense of relief. Thanks to the system's store, he managed to get through this. Otherwise, it would have been an impossible task for anyone. Can I leave now? Jiang Yi asked, moving towards the door. However, before he could take a step, Ms. Zheng grabbed his arm. Wait, she insisted. You fixed the air conditioner, so stay and have a meal with me before you go. Jiang Yi hesitated, wanting to decline, but before he could say anything, Ms. Zheng led him to a small table. A bowl of dark meat soup was placed before him, emitting an unsettling aura. Start with a bowl of soup. There's more to come, Ms. Zheng said enthusiastically, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yi, waiting for him to take a bite. Jiang Yi eyed the strange meat soup, and the system's decryption screen displayed a few lines. Item, fish meat soup. Effect, bioweapon level of unpleasantness. Rating, 9 stars. Note, this is the obsession of a high-level malevolent spirit. If you don't eat it, the spirit will consume you. Jiang Yi was at his wit's end. This wasn't just about eating a meal, it was a matter of life and death. Even if he forced down the soup, Ms. Zheng's imperial feast awaited him. System, can I store the food in the system space? Jiang Yi urgently inquired internally. The system calmly replied, these foods are tainted with ghostly energy. Fake eating might provoke her to turn hostile immediately. Jiang Yi realized that fixing the air conditioner was the easy part. The real challenge was eating the food. System, is her obsession to have someone taste her cooking? Jiang Yi asked cautiously. Your understanding is correct, the system confirmed. Jiang Yi glanced at Ms. Zheng, who was watching him intently, and said to the system, if I eat this, never mind the taste, my body won't handle it. The system offered a final suggestion. You still have one chance to draw a prize, which might yield a surprising outcome. Jiang Yi stared at the demon lottery section on the system interface, taking a deep breath. At this moment, the lottery had become his only hope. He was anxious, unsure of what to expect that could turn his current predicament around. Increase his strength? But this was merely a white lottery. How could it propel him past the yellow level to directly confront a black level ghost? If not to boost his strength, then what else could he gain? As his thoughts raced, the system suddenly chimed. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the stomach of a starving ghost. The system interface immediately displayed the item description. This is the stomach of a starving ghost, a stomach that can never be satisfied. Before Jiang Yi could ponder this strange reward, Ms. Zheng, who had been watching him closely, suddenly spoke, her voice laced with eerie curiosity. The stomach of a starving ghost. Why aren't you eating yet? With that statement, Ms. Zheng's previously innocent expression began to twist, and her tone carried a hint of menace. Do you think what I made is hard to eat? Jiang Yi suppressed his inner unease, forcing a slight smile. Of course not. It looks quite appetizing. At this moment, he truly felt the terrifying pressure of the ghost in this haunted realm. Initially hesitant about the item he had drawn, now he dared not delay any longer. System, merge the stomach of a starving ghost for me. Jiang Yi urgently commanded in his mind. Ding, beginning fusion. 100 inch. The fusion progress rapidly hit 100, and Jiang Yi suddenly felt a violent churning in his abdomen, as if a living creature had been forcibly crammed into his stomach. Turning his gaze back to the bowl of soup before him, Jiang Yi was shocked to discover that the soup's properties had completely changed after merging with the stomach of a starving ghost. Item, fish soup. Nutrition, highly nourishing. Difficulty to eat, 10 stars. Description, this is the obsession of a black-level ghost. If the host doesn't eat, the ghost will consume you. What was originally as lethal as a biochemical weapon had turned into highly nourishing food. This gave Jiang Yi a slight sense of relief. However, the difficulty to eat, already at 9 stars, had inexplicably risen by one more. Jiang Yi glanced at Ms. Zheng beside him, noticing her brown sweater gradually being overshadowed by black. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he braced himself and picked up the bowl of dark soup. He consoled himself. If I could eat those terrifyingly spicy peppers, this nourishing soup can't be worse than scorpion bookie, can it? However, as soon as the bowl reached his lips, the overwhelming stench nearly made him faint on the spot. His wolf-like sense of smell involuntarily analyzed the soup's ingredients. Fish bones, fish eyes, fish tongue. Even the newly merged stomach of a starving ghost seemed to revolt, as if protesting, no matter how hungry, I don't want to digest this. But now, there was no turning back. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and gulped it down. 2 gulps, 3 gulps. Every cell in his body trembled, rejected, and crumbled. Yet, His remaining rationality suppressed his instinctual reaction. In those brief 2 seconds, Jiang Yi regretted having taste buds. Burp. Jiang Yi let out a satisfied burp, placing the now empty bowl down. You finished it so cleanly, Ms. Zheng exclaimed upon seeing the empty bowl, the ghostly aura around her dissipating instantly. She leaned closer to Jiang Yi, eagerly asking, "How was it? Did it taste good?" "Good, very good." Jiang Yi took a deep breath, nodding reluctantly. "That's great." Ms. Zheng clapped her hands excitedly, then hurried into the kitchen, returning with a large pot of fish soup. "There's plenty more here. You eat first, I'll go prepare a feast." Jiang Yi. Just then, the system chimed again. The host can spend 100 points to activate taste and smell suppression. Ye Tian's voice was like a spring in the desert, giving Jiang Yi hope of escaping the apartment. He was secretly delighted. The system had arrived just in time. After tasting that small bowl of strange soup, and hearing that Mrs. Zheng wanted to offer him more delicacies, Jiang Yi was already contemplating a desperate escape. "Eat up," Mrs. Zheng said, adjusting her apron, looking as gentle as a perfect housewife. Jiang Yi suppressed his discomfort, mentally blocking his sense of taste and smell. He smiled politely and pretended to savor the soup, spooning it down one mouthful at a time. Despite how horrible the soup tasted, Jiang Yi had to admit it was indeed nourishing. The fish soup quickly disappeared, and he closed his eyes to feel the changes within his body. His starving ghost stomach began to work, rapidly converting the soup's nutrients into energy. Surprisingly, this energy was highly compatible with his ghost muscles. Within minutes, Jiang Yi was thrilled to discover his ghost muscles had increased from 14 pounds to 14.3 pounds. This bowl of soup had remarkably enhanced his ghost muscles, and the effect was astonishing. He glanced at Mrs. Zheng, who was busy in the kitchen, and felt a surge of joy. The situation had turned in his favor. The upcoming feast might be biochemical weapons to ordinary people, but for him, with his starving ghost stomach, it was a rare opportunity. 10 minutes later, Mrs. Zheng brought out a dish of strange creatures Jiang Yi had never seen, followed by several plates of dark or vibrant purple dishes. When the table could hold no more, she finally stopped and stood by, watching Jiang Yi. "Aren't you going to eat?" Jiang Yi asked, glancing at her. "You eat," Mrs. Zheng replied with a smile, her eyes fixed on him. "All right." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi embarked on his gourmet journey. For a whole hour, he cleared every dish on the table. His starving ghost stomach demonstrated its incredible ability, converting each nourishing dish into strength and feeding it back to his ghost muscles. His ghost muscles, originally 14 pounds, surged to 20 pounds. Jiang Yi glanced at Mrs. Zheng beside him. She had her eyes closed, a faint red glow emanating from her body. A line of text appeared on the cryptic light screen before him. "Obsession fulfilled," gaining the opportunity to break through to a red-clad level. He thought he had stumbled upon a great opportunity, but Mrs. Zheng's situation was even more extraordinary. Fulfilling her obsession allowed her to increase her power. This reminded Jiang Yi of the portraitist he had encountered before. If he could find a few humans to paint smiling faces, he might also ascend to a higher level. The guide ghost on Fengjue Road was similar. If he kept asking for directions and killing, his level would inevitably rise. Jiang Yi suddenly understood. Ghosts do not need to kill indoors. They follow their own rules, the rules born from their obsessions. Before long, Mrs. Zheng slowly opened her eyes. She had become a Halford-clad ghost, no longer solely driven by her obsession, and now had some capacity for independent thought. "Master Jiang, how about staying the night?" Mrs. Zheng asked as she tidied up the dishes, her tone more lively. "I'd better not. Maybe we'll meet again someday." Finally able to leave, Jiang Yi dared not delay. In her ghostly domain, he felt no sense of safety. Of course, even outside, encountering such beings would always be unsettling. With a light chuckle, Zheng Yi elegantly waved her hand, and a business card appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Yi. Her voice carried a hint of laziness. "This is my card. You've helped me break through my constraints. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Jiang Yi took the floating card and examined it closely. It clearly read, "Name, Zheng Yi. Occupation, teacher. Place of employment, Ghost City High School." Is this how an ally is born? Jiang Yi thought to himself. Since she was so gracious, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After carefully storing the card, Jiang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Ms. Zheng, may I ask you a question? It's about the entity that brought humans here." Zheng Yi tilted her head with a smile, as if she had already anticipated his question. Jiang Yi nodded in confirmation, and she spoke candidly. "He's very mysterious and extremely powerful. Even our chairman treats him with utmost respect." As she said this, a trace of undisguisable fear flickered in Zheng Yi's eyes. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. "Is he a ghost?" Zheng Yi shook her head. "I can't be sure." "Then why did he bring humans here?" Jiang Yi pressed on, as this was the question that concerned him the most. Unfortunately, Zheng Yi shook her head again. As a former mid-level ghost in Ghost City, she was evidently unable to unravel the secrets of the higher-ups. Jiang Yi wasn't discouraged. This was all within his expectations. He politely bid farewell. Thank you for the hospitality today, goodbye. With that, he turned to leave. However, just as he opened the door, Jiang Yi quickly stepped back and shut it again. Peering through the peephole, sweat beaded on his forehead. Unexpectedly, a familiar face lived diagonally opposite Jiang Yi's home. At the opposite door, a man in a black suit and a gentleman's hat was stepping out. Jiang Yi's heart raced. It was the portrait artist. Had he not dodged in time, they would have locked eyes. Do you know him? A soft, cool breath whispered by his ear. Jiang Yi turned to see Jiang Yi, who had somehow leaned against his back, her fair chin resting on his shoulder. Ah, yes. Jiang Yi recalled his past encounters with the portrait artist and nodded slightly. Sensing the tension between the two, Jiang Yi softly remarked, "What a pity. There's a half-bodied red-clothed ghost in his house. Otherwise, I'd help you deal with him. No need to trouble you, Ms. Zhang. I can handle my own problems." Seeing the man enter his house, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to ask, "Does this man always come home at this time?" "Yes." Jiang Yi nodded. "And how long does he usually stay home?" "Typically, 5 or 6 hours," Jiang Yi recalled. "Are you planning something?" she asked curiously. "Nothing much." Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, a glint of intent flashing in his eyes. As Jiang Yi left Jiang Yi's cozy neighborhood, a crimson screen from the demon livestream appeared before him. Slowly, it displayed a line of text. "Mission complete. Please proceed to Qingshan bus station, purchase a ticket, and take bus 901 to Fengshan campus. Tickets are limited. Hurry up." Jiang Yi glanced at the notice on the screen, but didn't pay it any mind. He turned and walked in the opposite direction of the Qing Mountain Station, immediately catching the audience's attention. Is Jiang Shen up to something again? I'm kind of looking forward to it. The viewers whispered among themselves. Except for a few newcomers, most were accustomed to Jiang Ye's unusual behavior. From the hotel to completing Ms. Zheng's task, his remarkable performances had already left them in awe. The live stream followed Jiang Yi as he moved. Everyone watched as he arrived at a bus stop. Taking the bus? But isn't he supposed to take the 901 long-distance bus back to the Feng Mountain campus? While people were puzzled, Jiang Yi had already boarded a regular bus. Just then, his live stream abruptly cut off, followed by a task completion notification. Inside the bus, apart from the driver, there were only a few passengers. Jiang Yi found a quiet spot to sit. The doors closed, and the bus slowly began to move. Please hold on tight. The dark scenery outside whisked by rapidly. As Jiang Yi was lost in thought, a pale-faced child suddenly appeared in the seat next to him. "Brother, will you play a game with me?" The child had a strange smile on his cracked lips, his eyes black as ink. Jiang Yi glanced coldly at this little guy, holding a soccer ball, and ignored him. "Brother, play with me." The boy dribbled the ball slowly in the aisle, and the lights in the bus started flickering. At that moment, a cold hand reached over Jiang Yi's shoulder from behind. "Play with me." The child's ghastly head suddenly leaned close to Jiang Yi's ear, letting out a shrill scream that was hard to distinguish as male or female. Smack! Jiang Yi's hand instantly grabbed the little ghost's head. The flickering lights in the bus abruptly steadied. "Didn't your family teach you any manners?" Jiang Yi's calm words carried a hint of coldness. In the dim, flickering light, his lean frame seemed to expand, becoming monstrous and terrifying. Crash! The seats in the bus twisted and deformed. Jiang Yi slammed the little ghost's head against the bus window. Bang! The window didn't budge, but the ghost's skull shattered. "Let me teach you what manners are." Jiang Yi picked up the child and slammed him hard onto the floor of the bus. Thud! "You want to play? Let me play with you." Boom! Jiang Yi pressed the ghost's head, crushing an entire row of seats. South Lake Station. The cold, mechanical announcement suddenly echoed. Jiang Yi dropped the now mangled little ghost, cast a cold glance at the two trembling passengers huddled in the corner, and got off the bus. It wasn't until the bus started moving again that the little ghost, battered into a pulp by Jiang Yi, began to twitch weakly. After getting off, Jiang Yi walked straight to the portrait gallery outside the station. Since the portrait artist needed to go home and rest, he felt no need to be polite. When he reached the shop's door, he found it locked. But the lock was merely a formality for someone like him. Grabbing the lock with both hands, ghostly muscles appeared on Jiang Yi's arms. A determined look flashed in his eyes, as if about to unveil a new chapter. Boom! The chains were forcibly broken. Jiang Yi pushed open the door and once again stepped into the eerie atmosphere of the portrait gallery. He quickly scanned the ghost-free portraits on the first floor, then strode up to the second floor. The second floor was silent, with 3 portraits hanging on the wall, as if awaiting his arrival. Jiang Yi recalled Jiang Yi's words: a portrait artist needed 5 to 6 hours of rest. This gave him ample time to loot the place, and maybe even leisurely visit the restroom. Carefully, he took down the first ghostly oil painting, silently chanting, "System, initiate exchange." A few minutes later, the system chimed. "Ding, exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for earning a white demon lottery chance." Jiang Yi didn't delay, immediately reaching for the second painting. Soon, all 3 portraits had been exchanged, granting him 3 chances at the White Demon Lottery. Though sneaking into someone else's gallery at night seemed like theft, Jiang Yi consoled himself. This was all for survival. He surveyed the empty second floor and then turned his gaze to the third floor, the final level of the gallery. There might be treasures hidden there, or it could be completely empty. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi moved upwards. As soon as he stepped onto the third floor, a massive oil painting caught his eye. It depicted a woman, and the system promptly provided information. The ghost in the painting, yellow-clad level, could move freely within 10 meters of the canvas. She was the artist's most prized creation. Jiang Yi was slightly surprised, not expecting a black-clad level ghost to create a yellow-clad level ghost so close in rank. However, learning that she could only move within 10 meters of the canvas, he felt relieved. System, how many points do I have left? Jiang Yi asked. Ding, the host has 1,500 points remaining, the system replied. Despite many pretentious acts tonight earning him a good number of points, the continuous decryption mode quickly consumed them. Thankfully, there was still a surplus. Exchange for 99 points for gasoline and a lighter, Jiang Yi ordered decisively. Tisk. Ye Tian seemed to see through Jiang Ye's intentions. Ding, exchange successful. Host, please check your items. In the shadows around Jiang Yi, several barrels of gasoline appeared quietly. The gasoline exchanged for 499 points was enough to soak the entire third floor. Without a word, he began pouring gasoline onto the floor. The pungent smell quickly alerted the seemingly quiet painting. Hissing and crackling, a wax-covered female ghost twisted and emerged from the painting. She let out a strange screech, inching toward Jiang Yi. However, at the 10-meter mark from the painting, the ghost suddenly stopped, staring coldly at Jiang Yi. Unfazed, he continued pouring the second barrel of gasoline. The warm liquid reached the ghost's feet. Third barrel, fourth barrel. Over a dozen barrels of gasoline were emptied. The strong odor enveloped the entire third floor, with gasoline dripping down the stairs, even reaching the first floor. Taking one last look at the immobilized wax ghost, Jiang Yi made a farewell gesture and quickly descended to the first floor. He took out the lighter and ignited the gasoline. Whoosh! The raging fire instantly engulfed the entire portrait gallery. In a flash, the flames swept up to the third floor, surrounding the massive painting and the ghost within. Jiang Yi stood in the street, clearly hearing the piercing screams of the ghost trapped in the painting on the third floor. Despite its strength, this yellow-clad ghost couldn't escape. With a cold smirk, Jiang Yi knew a fire was the best solution. He sat by the roadside, exchanged some beer and roast duck, and enjoyed his meal while watching the spectacular sight of the burning gallery. As time passed, the screams of the ghost became weaker and eventually fell silent. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yi strode into the now fiery ruins of the gallery. On the cracked floor of the third floor, he found the charred remains of the ghost. System, exchange, Jiang Yi thought to himself. Ding, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations to the host. You have received a yellow-level demon lottery draw. A yellow-level draw and 3 white-level draws were undoubtedly the biggest gains of the night. Just as Jiang Yi was getting excited, the demon livestream interface suddenly appeared before him. A friendly reminder, the tickets for the 901 long-distance bus are sold out, the system's voice teased. Jiang Yi was stunned. Sold out tickets? This meant he couldn't take the bus to his destination. He quickly checked the map of Fengshan campus and found that his destination was over 100 kilometers away. It would take an ordinary person more than a day to walk, especially in this perilous world. For a moment, Jiang Yi considered giving up on the demon livestream and staying in Ghost City. But recalling Zheng Yi's description of the demon livestream, he knew he had to endure for now. It wasn't the time to confront the demon livestream. At that moment, Ye Tian's voice broke through Jiang Ye's gloom. The host can always trust the system's demon lottery. Of course, he still had the demon lottery. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up, hope rekindled. The scene shifted to Qingshan bus station. The shabby waiting hall was crowded with survivors, but only around 80 people remained from the initial 1,000. The tasks given by the demons were enormous challenges for ordinary people, and those who made it this far were either exceptionally lucky or extraordinarily capable. However, the waiting hall was abuzz with noise. The reason was simple. There were only 80 tickets for the 901 bus, but 85 survivors. Worse, most of the tickets were held by a few individuals. Chuzhe, a lucky one with the protagonist's halo, held 50 tickets. During the mission, he had befriended a powerful yellow-clad ghost, acquiring substantial funds, leading to his current monopoly. Anyone needing tickets, come to me, 50 yuan each, Chuzhe shouted loudly, holding up the tickets. His assistant Mo Chiuwei echoed his words, and their voices filled the waiting hall. 50 each? That's outrageous. Come on, the original price was only 20, and you're selling them for more than double? Voices of discontent rose one after another. Although everyone received some reward for completing tasks, it was clearly insufficient for such exorbitant prices. Despite the dissatisfaction, Chuzhe remained calm. If you don't buy now, the price will go up to 60 in 10 minutes. He knew the tickets were essential, and eventually, buyers would give in. As soon as Chu Zhe finished speaking, a Caucasian man in the crowd eagerly pulled out some money and said, "I'll take one." "All right." Chu Zhe nodded slightly, a glimmer of something sharp in his eyes. The first ticket was sold smoothly. As time passed, the atmosphere in the waiting hall grew tense. Soon, a second ticket was purchased by another person. These two actions seemed to open the floodgates. The seemingly high price of 50 yuan for a ticket became insignificant in the face of survival. The crowd began to stir, pushing towards Chu Zhe, each person desperate to secure one of the precious tickets. Some, short on cash, quickly started pooling money. Everyone was calculating. There were 85 people in the waiting hall, but only 80 tickets available. Hesitation could mean becoming one of the 5 without a ticket. Those who secured a ticket breathed a sigh of relief, as if clutching a lifeline. In no time, the 50 tickets were nearly gone. At this moment, a burly, dark-skinned man with an honest appearance finally made his way to the front. With a hint of pleading, he said to Chu Zhe, "Brother Chu, could you lower the price a bit? The 3 of us only have 90, and we want 3 tickets." Chu Zhe glanced coolly at the man and replied calmly, "90 can only buy 1 ticket. But since you're from Long Country, 100 per ticket." The man was momentarily confused and asked, "What?" Chu Zhe, counting the tickets in his hand, replied nonchalantly, "I remember, you've entrusted one of your 2 lives to Jiang Yi, haven't you? If you trust him so much, go to him for a way out. I still intend to make some money with these tickets." A man pushed forward, his face flushed with anger but with nowhere to vent it, and demanded, "Chu Zhe, how can you do this?" Chu Zhe retorted without backing down, "What about me? Do I have to be responsible for your lives? Everyone here wants to survive. If I save you, doesn't that mean giving up on someone else?" This caused a stir among the crowd. A man in military uniform, clearly more composed, stepped forward. He looked deeply at Chu Zhe and said gravely, "Chu Zhe, now that we're here, we're not just representing ourselves. Have you considered what happens if you give those chances to live to people from other countries? If we die and Long Country ranks last, what will happen to Long Country? If you don't want to give us the tickets, that's fine. After all, they belong to you. But compared to Jiang Yi, you're really not as good." These words seemed to hit a sore spot for Chu Zhe, and his expression changed abruptly. He shouted angrily, "What did you say?" Wang Liaolong spoke calmly, "I'm just stating the facts." Chu Zhe sneered and waved the ticket in front of Wang Liaolong. "Facts, huh? See these? The tickets are in my hands, not Jiang Yi's." His voice dripped with sarcasm. "Talking to me like that, you and Jiang Yi, wherever he is, are destined to miss the bus. 100 kilometers away, you'll have to walk there." With that, Chu Zhe turned to sell the rest of the tickets. Watching this, Wang Liaolong felt a chill in his heart. A few minutes later, Chu Zhe's tickets were all sold out. Only Wang Liaolong and his 2 fellow countrymen, along with 2 people from Xiong Country, were left without tickets in the waiting hall. At 6 a.m., the city was still shrouded in the dead of night. The 901 long-distance bus was about to depart. Following the tired passengers, Chu Zhe headed for the bus door, casting a mocking glance back at Wang Liaolong and the others. "Good luck to you all. The demon broadcast didn't say Jiang Yi was dead. Maybe you'll still run into him." The 5 of them watched helplessly as the 2 901 buses drove away, leaving a heavy atmosphere in the waiting hall. "Brother Long, what do we do now?" asked one of the anxious men behind Wang Liaolong. Excluding Jiang Yi, Chu Zhe, and Mo Qiu, only 3 of the 10 Long Country people who entered the demon broadcast remained. Wang Liaolong took a deep breath, watching the buses disappear. As Chu Zhe said, "We walk. Walk. That's over 100 kilometers, and in this world. Can we really make it?" exclaimed the man, who looked honest and tanned. "There's no other way," Wang Liaolong sighed. "If we don't make it, the demon broadcast will kill us. We'll die for sure. If we succeed, we not only save ourselves, but also prevent the next Long Country person from entering this world." His words were resolute. The lean, crew-cut man chimed in, "Brother Long's right. It's just 100 kilometers. I ran more than that when I enlisted." His tone was determined. "No time to waste, let's move." Wang Liaolong, once a company commander, naturally took charge. Just then, 2 sturdy Xiong countrymen approached. "Wait, friends from Long Country, can we join your team?" They were also ticketless, sharing the same plight as Wang Liaolong's group. Wang Liaolong assessed their physiques and nodded. "Sure, more people, more support." "Thank you," the 2 Xiong countrymen said indignantly. "If we make it back to Fengshan campus, Chu Zhe will pay for his selfishness." They could have afforded the tickets at the original price, but Chu Zhe's price hike left them unable to. The 5 of them left the waiting hall, facing the pitch-black street. The street seemed like a vast abyss, silently awaiting their steps. They instinctively tread lightly, cautiously moving forward. Fortunately, from the city to the suburbs, they encountered no danger. However, their luck did not last. As they reached the quiet highway, the surroundings were eerily silent, with unknown black trees stretching out like ghostly claws. Suddenly, an old car from the 70s or 80s appeared ahead. It had only one working headlight, providing barely any illumination. The vehicle cruised steadily along the dark highway, its engine's roar piercing the night silence. Wang Liaolong and his four companions were on high alert, watching their surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, an old car slowly pulled up beside them, its body casting an eerie sheen in the moonlight. In the driver's seat sat an old man wearing a hood. His skin was covered with bluish-gray patches resembling rotting bark. His sunken eyes appeared as if they had been plucked from a corpse, hollow and cold, contrasting starkly with his face. "Need a ride?" the old man croaked, revealing a mouthful of blackened teeth. His voice was as raspy as nails on a chalkboard. Wang Liaolong exchanged a wary glance with his companions and gave a barely perceptible shake of his head. Without a word, they all continued on their way, ignoring the unsettling old man. They were all adept at completing demonic tasks and knew that spirits required certain conditions to harm humans. Avoiding engagement was the safest strategy. The ghostly old man watched their retreating figures, and the wrinkles around his eyes suddenly multiplied. He let out a chilling, cackling laugh and abruptly turned the car around, flooring the accelerator towards them. Boom! In a wave of bizarre energy, the decrepit car charged at Wang Liaolong and his group. Yet, the anticipated collision never happened. As the car's front was about to make contact, they vanished into thin air, only to reappear inside the vehicle the next moment. Wang Liaolong looked around, realizing he and two other members from the Dragon Nation were trapped in the back seat, while the two from the Bear Nation were confined in the trunk. Panic surged through them as they pounded on the doors and windows, but nothing budged, as if the car was made of some special material. "Stop struggling." The ghostly old man turned his head, his voice grating like metal scraping. "Stay, become one with my car forever, won't you?" As he finished speaking, the seatbelts, like cold, ghostly hands, automatically secured the three firmly in their seats. A sense of despair filled the car as they realized they hadn't escaped the ghost town, but were already doomed. Just then, a van appeared on the dark road ahead, its amber headlights cutting through the night. The ghostly old man seemed disturbed, slowing down slightly. Wang Liaolong sighed, assuming it was another ghostly entity, unable to alter their fate. However, events took a sudden turn. The ghostly old man pressed the car's low, ominous horn, seemingly issuing a warning. In the next moment, the van, like a beast out of control, charged straight at them. With a thunderous crash, the old car was sent rolling, sparks flying. Miraculously, in the chaos of the collision, the five captive humans found themselves back on the highway, free once more. The group exchanged glances, utterly shocked. They had actually managed to escape from the car. Wang Liaolong urgently shouted, "Run!" Heaven had granted them a chance at life, and they had to seize it. However, just as the five of them were desperately fleeing, the van that had flipped their car suddenly turned around and began to pursue them. As the van drew closer, a sense of despair welled up in their hearts once more. Had they escaped the wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair? Surprisingly, the van did not crash into them like the previous car. Instead, it slowed down to match the pace of the running group. The tires screeched against the ground, and as the window slowly lowered, a familiar voice was heard. "Did you all think I was a ghost? Running so fast and not getting in the car?" Jiang Ye's slightly teasing words made the five of them turn their heads simultaneously, their eyes focused on the man in the driver's seat. Jiang Ye. Wang Liaolong, who had been extremely tense, was momentarily stunned, and the group instinctively halted their steps. Jiang Ye opened the car door and, while checking the rearview mirror, said, "Any questions? Get in the car first. It's not safe out here." The car that had been overturned had already faded into the darkness, disappearing from sight. The five quickly scrambled into the van, and the deep darkness quickly enveloped the interior. Seeing Jiang Yi at the wheel, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Even the usually composed Wang Liaolong couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Yi, how did you get a car?" "A ghost gave it to me," Jiang Yi replied casually. "A ghost gave you a car? Jiang, you're truly the top of the 9th season's demon livestream." The burly, dark-skinned Yang Tiahua expressed his admiration. The others also praised him, marveling at the stark contrast despite entering the same demon livestream. Just lucky, Jiang Yi glanced at the system, thinking that without his extraordinary luck, he wouldn't have gotten this car. Jiang Yi observed the disheveled passengers through the rearview mirror and asked, 901 has already departed, and all three of you are here. Did you not get tickets?" This question immediately infuriated them. "If it weren't for that bastard Chuzhe, we would have had tickets," they angrily explained. "Unfortunately, we completed the task too late, and Chuzhe took advantage. If only I had been faster." From their fragmented words, Jiang Yi quickly pieced together the events, which also explained why Chuzhe changed his nationality. Chuzhe changed his nationality. Jiang Ye's remarks stunned those in the back seat. They quickly opened the demon livestream panel and saw that Chuzhe's nationality had indeed changed from the Dragon Kingdom to Japan. How could he change his nationality? The fury from this revelation surpassed even the anger they felt when Chuzhe had previously hiked up the ticket prices. Jiang Yi accurately pointed out, He must have concluded that all four of us wouldn't make it and would die out here. He continued to analyze. Based on the rankings, if we all died, the Dragon Kingdom would lose 11 people, dropping to last place. Shuze already had a Japanese girlfriend, and now, seeing the Dragon Kingdom potentially becoming last and facing the demon's punishment, it makes sense for him to switch nationality to protect himself. In just a few sentences, Jiang Yi had pinpointed the crux of the matter. The clear reasoning gained approval from several locals and the two burly men from Bear Country, who nodded in agreement. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was heavy, and Wang Liaolong and the others let out a collective sigh. Jiang Yi remembered the scene when he first found the wardrobe for that person, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself, this smart person is also a selfish one. Don't have too many expectations of him, as that will only lead to more disappointment. On the dark, shrouded road, Jiang Yi drove the van slowly. The orange-yellow headlights cast a faint glow on the icy road. Occasionally, shadowy figures appeared by the roadside, but they showed no interest in the vehicle. This van, which Jiang Yi obtained through a yellow-level demon lottery as the ghost driver's van, was not only fully equipped, but also came with a small ghostly realm. More importantly, it emitted the aura of a yellow-clad ghost, which was the main reason those shadowy figures dared not approach. In addition to this magical vehicle, Jiang Yi also won a ghost heart, a 1 share in the Changhong convenience store, and a ton of TNT in the lottery. With these, he was confident he could reach the Fengshan campus 100 kilometers away. Inside the vehicle, after a night of travel, everyone was exhausted and had fallen asleep. As they moved further from the city center, the desolate atmosphere grew thicker. Fine cold rain tapped against the windows, bringing a chill. As the rain intensified, Jiang Yi switched on the wipers, maintaining a steady speed. In the midst of the calm drive, Jiang Yi suddenly sensed something flash by. In the next moment, a ghastly, bluish face slammed into the windshield out of nowhere. Its bulging eyes were more terrifying than a dead fish's eyes. The van came to a sudden halt, and the twisted, ghostly figure was thrown off. The rain poured down in torrents, and the wipers slowly cleared the yellow mud rainwater from the windshield. Under the headlights, Jiang Yi saw the twisted, ghostly figure on the road ahead covered in yellow mud, disheveled, and only at the gray-clad level. Jiang Yi was puzzled. Why would such a low-level minion ghost dare to provoke his van? Despite the oddity, Jiang Yi didn't get out to check. The ghostly realm inside the vehicle provided absolute safety, while the situation outside was unpredictable. The sudden collision woke the other 5 people, who asked what happened. Jiang Yi simply replied, "It's nothing," and continued to drive. Although Jiang Yi didn't elaborate, the others sensed the unusual atmosphere and were wide awake. In the pitch-black rain, the orange-yellow headlights seemed particularly weak. As the vehicle continued forward, Jiang Yi could feel the unease emanating from the van beneath him. The van slowly made its way down the road leading to Fengshan campus, and Jiang Yi felt a twinge of unease. He gazed out the window as dense forests gradually gave way to high hills, and the torrential rain was far from ordinary. Suddenly, a thunderous crash sounded, and Jiang Ye's eyes widening. A massive landslide had completely blocked the road ahead. The atmosphere inside the van grew tense. Wang Liaolong suggested, "Jiang Yi, let's get out and clear the way. It won't be easy, but it's the only way to move forward." Jiang Ye's gaze was fixed on the landslide, where flashes of lightning revealed decaying coffins. He calmly said, "This isn't a natural landslide. It seems we're being targeted. Just minutes ago, when 901 passed through here, the road was perfectly fine. Clearly, someone didn't dare to provoke 901, but chose to trouble them instead. You all stay in the van. I'll go check it out," Jiang Yi said, opening an umbrella as he stepped out. As soon as he hit the ground, a twisted arm suddenly reached out from under the van, grabbing his pant leg tightly. A ghostly figure, covered in yellow mud, struggled to emerge. Unfazed, Jiang Yi stomped down hard. Had already sensed this little ghost hiding under the van before getting out. With a dull thud, cracks appeared in the rain-soaked ground, and the ghost's head shattered. A system notification chimed. "Ding host has earned a gray demon lottery draw." Jiang Ye's expression remained serious as he walked step by step toward the landslide. As he got closer, he could clearly see the yellow earth was filled with numerous bodies, or rather, sleeping ghosts. The mud was soaked in filthy blood, making it impossible to clear with manpower alone in a short time. This played right into the hands of someone watching from the shadows. Jiang Yi let out a cold laugh and retrieved package after package of TNT from his system space. These were prizes from the White Demon Lottery, though not particularly valuable. They were just what he needed now. He placed all the explosives at the landslide, ensuring everything was perfectly set. Then, Jiang Yi quickly returned to the van, driving it back to a safe distance. "System, help me detonate it," Jiang Yi calmly requested. The system immediately responded, deducting 100 points from the host for the service fee. The next moment, an ear-splitting explosion was about to erupt. Inside the van, Wang, Liao, Long, and the others, including Jiang Yi, could clearly see a massive blaze shooting up into the sky beneath the dark rain. The ground shook violently, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Jiang Yi had underestimated the power of this explosive charge. Such an amount of TNT was enough to level a 3-story building. In an instant, countless chunks of mud mixed with eerie screams scattered in all directions. The path ahead was completely cleared, revealing a passageway. The 5 in the back seat were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. They looked at Jiang Yi in disbelief, shocked at how he had managed to blast open a path with explosives. Just how powerful was this explosive? Seizing the fleeting opportunity while they were still in awe, Jiang Yi drove the van directly through the landslide area. Behind them, 2 hills continued to crumble under the impact of a ton of explosives, with loose yellow soil cascading down like a waterfall. As the torrential rain washed away the debris, decaying coffins and twisted apparitions emerged. The hills on either side were actually 2 massive graves. I've caused trouble, the thought flashed through Jiang Ye's mind as he saw countless apparitions awakening in the giant grave behind them, their first gaze locking onto the speeding van. Hissing, growling, barking, a cacophony of eerie sounds erupted. Jiang Xia had heard of zombie hordes, but never expected to encounter a tide of ghosts first. A multitude of apparitions, radiating immense danger, surged forward in frenzy. Jiang Yi pressed the accelerator to the floor, his focus sharper than ever. He knew that if they were caught, they wouldn't escape death, even inside the vehicle. However, despite the van reaching its top speed, the apparitions continued to close in. As time ticked by, the people in the back seat could only watch helplessly at the scene behind them. These were not zombies, but far more terrifying ghosts. They had locked onto the scent of the van, making it nearly impossible to shake them off. The only option was to keep running until they could no longer be pursued. Half an hour later, as Jiang Yi drove the van into an even darker area, the mud-covered ghost horde finally came to a halt. The van continued to move steadily for a while longer, and everyone inside breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was terrifying, they all said, clutching their pounding hearts, feeling a sense of survival. They were grateful to have encountered Jiang Yi and hitched a ride with him. Otherwise, reaching Fengshan campus would have been a pipe dream. However, Jiang Yi, still driving, felt puzzled. Why did the ghost suddenly stop chasing? Logically, since he had destroyed their home, akin to ruining their sanctuary, they would pursue him relentlessly for revenge. Why did they suddenly halt? They had already chased them for a full half hour before stopping. Something didn't seem right. At that moment, Jiang Yi suddenly noticed a faint trail of yellow mud on the road ahead. Despite the heavy rain trying to wash it away, the trail was still visible. The color of the mud matched the mud covering the ghost horde behind them. Screech. Jiang Yi quickly stopped the van, checked the system panel, and saw he had 1,000 points remaining. System, activate decryption mode. With Jiang Ye's command, the system prompted, ding. Points deducted, decryption mode activated. Jiang Ye's gaze fixed on the yellow mud in front of the van, and the decryption display read, Yellow Mud Ghost Horde. Traces left during escape. Yellow Mud Ghost Horde? The term reminded Jiang Yi of the ghost horde that had been chasing them, each one drenched in yellow mud, grotesque and terrifying. These creatures were exactly what the decryption panel referred to as the Yellow Mud Ghost Horde. During escape? Left behind, the short line of text made Jiang Yi ponder. Could it be that the Yellow Mud Ghosts didn't pursue further because they had just fled from this direction? But this direction wasn't it leading to Fengshan campus? Even such a formidable ghost horde had to flee from here. Yet the demon livestream required all humans to head in this direction. Jiang Yi felt a growing sense of foreboding in his heart. The devil's livestream was created with the sole purpose of wiping out humanity, so there's no need to be surprised. Ye Tian's voice echoed in Jiang Ye's mind, as if he had seen through his doubts. Jiang Yi frowned, gazing into the pitch-black darkness beyond the windshield, and asked, then why doesn't the devil's livestream just kill us all? With its power, it should be easy. Ye Tian explained, because of the rules. As long as the host follows the tasks set by the devil cannot harm the host directly. But if you ignore the tasks, you'll be hunted down by the devil personally. He paused and added, of course, the tasks set by the devil have a high mortality rate. Jiang Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling the surrounding darkness grow even thicker. Ye Tian used his spiritual sense to scan the area and said softly, we're approaching the first critical point. I see. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. How many tasks do we need to complete, or are they endless? There will be an end. Ye Tian's words offered Jiang Yi a bit of reassurance. In the vast, white system space, Ye Tian could clearly sense Jiang Ye's change in emotions, thinking to himself, this kid still lacks confidence, but at least he listens. The vehicle continued to move at a steady pace. It was a bus with a 901 sign hanging at the front. The dim headlights barely dispelled a small patch of darkness ahead. Inside the bus, Chu Zhe sat by the window, with Yinghua Maisie beside him. He turned to the slightly overweight middle-aged man in the front row and asked, Old Mo, are you really not going to change your nationality with me? Mo Chiwei remained silent. Chu Zhe continued, it's inevitable that Long Country will be at the bottom. When that happens, without me, you'll have to face the devil's live stream's punishment alone, and it'll truly be a life or death situation. I think you're smart. I can lend you 1,000 to change to a Nippon nationality and stay with me. Chuse explained that changing nationality in the devil's live stream required money, 1,000 on the first day, then 10 times more each subsequent day. This was calculated from the moment one entered the devil's live stream. If Ye Tian were there, he would surely watch this scene with great interest. In the original story, Mo Chue was Chu Zhe's right-hand man, using his intelligence to help Chu Zhe out of many troubles. He even died, taking a fatal blow to protect Chu Zhe. Logically, Mo Chue should have readily accepted Chu Zhe's proposal. Yet at this moment, Mo Chue's face showed disappointment. His grandfather was a hero who died in the smoke-filled war 80 years ago, and his father was a general who had been on the battlefield. This inherited valor was Mo Chue's last line of defense. During the 9th episode of the Devil's live stream, Mo Chue indirectly caused the death of Xiao Li, who entered the stream due to rape, but he felt little guilt. However, now, faced with Chu Zhe's proposal, he was lost in thought. Chu Zhe's suggestion was met with a firm refusal from Mo Chue. Despite the possibility that Longhua might become the last surviving nation in the world, facing the wrath of demons and even life-threatening danger, Mo Chue remained steadfast in not changing his nationality. He would rather take the risk than bring shame to his family. A slight displeasure crossed Chu Zhe's face, as if his subordinate had suddenly developed a mind of his own. Observing Chu Zhe's expression change, Sakura Miko immediately chimed in. If everyone in Longhua dies, you'll die too if you don't change your nationality. What could be more important than life? Her sharp questioning pierced Mo Chue's ears. Raising his voice, he drew the attention of nearby foreigners. I've made this decision, and that should tell you what's more important than life. Besides, there are 4 others from Longhua who are still alive. The expressions of those in the vehicle varied, and Chu Zhe's face darkened. He coldly asked, do you hope Jiang Yi and the others survive? They will survive, Mo Chue retorted, unwavering now that he was on the opposing side. His words provoked laughter from the other survivors. Someone mocked. For people without even a ticket, trying to cross over 100 kilometers in this demon-infested world? That's a joke. We've only just entered the demon livestream, and you think they have some special means? Do you really consider the first person to clear the 9th demon livestream as a god? Oh god, that's the funniest joke I've heard today, another survivor chimed in. For a moment, the entire carriage buzzed with laughter at Mo Chue's words. Suddenly, a piercing car horn blared from behind. Beep, beep, beep. Through the rain, the headlights of a van cut through the darkness, rapidly approaching vehicle 901. Upon seeing 901, the van accelerated. The people in the car fell silent, suspecting that a ghost might be driving the vehicle behind them. As the van sped up, the distance between the 2 vehicles closed until they were driving side by side at the same speed. We're in a long-distance bus. No ghost would dare to provoke us, right? Someone cautiously said. The others remained silent, their eyes fixed on the van beside them. Even Chu Zhe and Mo Chue turned their attention to it. At that moment, the van's window slowly rolled down. In the pouring rain, everyone inside vehicle 901 could clearly see the people in the van. Hello, everyone, Yang Tiehu shouted from inside the van. It's them. How is this possible? Is this a miracle? Oh god, what am I seeing? Shock, disbelief, and confusion spread throughout the carriage. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the van driving steadily through the rain. Chu Zhe, sitting by the window, narrowed his eyes, fixating on the van. His gaze swept over the interior, finally landing on the driver. Jiang Yi. The moment the young man's figure came into view, Chu Zhe clenched his fists tightly, the red mark in his palm pulsing with his emotions. This guy again, Chu Zhe thought bitterly. Ever since he tricked me in that wardrobe incident, I've been playing catch-up. In the original storyline, Jiang Yi was just a background character who never even cleared the 9th demon livestream. The Fengshan campus lay silent and picturesque. The security booth was deserted, and the entire campus seemed lifeless. Suddenly, as if infused with life, the automatic gate slid open silently, and the bright red electronic letters on the gate slowly scrolled, "Welcome new students." From a distance, everything appeared normal, but anyone stopping to gaze would feel an inexplicable sense of unease. At that moment, Jiang Ye's van and the 901 bus drove into the campus one after the other. Strangely, the torrential rain abruptly stopped, and the pitch-black night seemed to awaken from a dream, gradually dispelled by the growing light. In an instant, a pale sky unfolded, revealing the surrounding campus scenery. The Fengshan campus was nestled in a vast forest of withered leaves, with only a narrow path leading directly to the gate. Although the sky had brightened, survivors from various countries felt the eerie silence amplified by the surrounding leafless forest. The crunching of leaves under the wheels contrasted sharply with the scrolling electronic welcome sign, causing Jiang Ye's frown to deepen. The 901 bus was the first to enter the campus, with Jiang Ye's van right behind it. As both vehicles entered, the automatic gate closed silently, and the welcome message on the gate abruptly vanished. Jiang Yi rolled down his window, his gaze heavy. Even with his sharp, wolf-like senses, he could detect no unusual sense aside from the unpleasant foot odor from the burly men in the back seat. As soon as Jiang Yi stepped out of the van, the 901 bus turned around and left. The passengers who had disembarked from the bus gathered around, confused as to why Jiang Yi had managed to acquire the mysterious van while they were still struggling to earn a few dozen bucks completing tasks. Meanwhile, Wang Liaolong and the 4 others in the van, including 2 Russians, spotted Chu Zhe embracing a woman. Their anger flared instantly, and they strode towards Chu Zhe, ready to give him a beating. However, a few sallow-faced Japanese men blocked their way. "What do you think you're doing?" one of the Japanese men warned. "Better not make a move, or you'll regret it." "Get lost," roared one of the burly Russians, delivering a heavy slap. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed as a red handprint appeared on the Japanese man's face, tears and snot flowing freely. "Idiot!" The slap enraged the other Japanese men, who rushed forward. Yet, facing 2 bear-like Russians and 3 military-trained men like Wang Liaolong and his companions, the Japanese were quickly knocked to the ground, wailing in pain. Witnessing this, people from other countries quickly distanced themselves, choosing to stay out of trouble. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, recalling what the system had recently told him. The demon livestream wanted them to fight each other. It seemed that even if they killed each other right now, the demon livestream would not only refrain from stopping them, but would relish the spectacle. At this point, Chu Zhe could no longer remain silent. Watching the bruised and battered Japanese on the ground, he walked over to Wang Liaolong and his group, his expression dark as he shouted, "Stop it!" Jiang Yi, who had a stroke of luck and survived, thinks he's something special now? Wang Liaolong clenched his fists, seething with anger, and said, "We don't think we're special. We just want to beat the hell out of you, you traitorous bastard." Chu Zhe let out a mocking laugh, feeling a surge of anger himself. He coldly replied, "Beat me? Then come on, I'll show you what a real gap looks like." As he spoke, the scarlet mark on his palm began to throb. After some time of practice, Chu Zhe had learned to harness a portion of the power from the mark. He could even hold his own against ghosts, so these ordinary people were just asking for trouble. "I'll kill you." The first to lose his cool at Chu Zhe's provocation was Yang Tiehu. He roared and charged forward, ignoring Wang Liaolong's shouts and attempts to hold him back. A mocking smile appeared on Chu Zhe's face as he glanced reassuringly at Sakura Miko, who looked worried behind him. He raised his hand, intending to grab Yang Tiehu by the neck and fling him aside. However, at that moment, Chu Zhe frowned slightly, realizing that the power from the mark in his palm was suddenly inaccessible. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Chu Zhe's mind, and his eyes widened slightly, but it was too late. Yang Tiehu's fist came crashing down like a storm, landing heavily on Chu Zhe's nose. With a dull thud, Chu Zhe clutched his bleeding nose and stumbled back several steps. The onlookers were taken aback by the scene, having assumed from Chu Zhe's earlier composure that he was formidable, only to see him now in such a sorry state. Wang Liaolong hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Guys, get him!" In an instant, Chu Zhe was reduced to an ordinary person getting beaten. Even Jiang Yi, not far away, was taken aback. Remembering how he had witnessed Chu Zhe effortlessly shatter a hotel window with incredible strength, Jiang Yi had intended to confront Chu Zhe before Yang Tiehu, but the current situation was unexpected. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, in the system space, chuckled to himself. He had begun a special plan targeting Chu Zhe's mark back when they were eating chili in the restaurant. Temporarily locking the power of the mark was a piece of cake for Ye Tian. Under the relentless assault of the 5, Chu Zhe eventually lost consciousness. At this moment, the demon live stream, which had been waiting in the shadows for a fatality, had to speak up due to time constraints. 86 survivors, far more than expected, the demon's sinister voice echoed in the air. At that moment, countless people across Blue Star, who had been waiting in front of their screens, finally witnessed the start of the demon live stream again. The chat exploded with comments. "Here we go, Jiang Shun is still alive. Not just Jiang Yi, but also our other 6 Longwa people. Wait a minute, why is Chu Zhe's nationality listed as Easting? Is there an error in the stream?" As the live stream audience buzzed with discussion, each of the 86 survivors in the Fengshan campus saw a leaderboard appear on their live panels. The leaderboard ranked countries by the number of people about to appear in the demon live stream. First, Taigang 2, Gua 2, Bing 2. Second, Managua 3, Hua 3. Third, 17th, Xianghua 18, Bangziguo 18. 18th, Menghua 19, Nanyue 19. 19th, Migu 20, Tianju 20, Daishiguo 20. On the leaderboard, countries like Migu and Tianju, whose 10 representatives were all deceased, were ranked at the bottom. Conversely, countries like Taigang, which had fewer representatives even though they were already dead, occupied the top position. This unusual ranking system sparked further questions and discussions. The moment the rankings were announced, the air seemed to freeze. The representatives of the third-to-last country looked grim, their hearts burning with anger. Originally, Longwo was supposed to lose 11 lives, but fate played a trick, and they narrowly avoided this dreadful outcome. Suddenly, the voice of the demon echoed through the school broadcast system, announcing the arrival of newcomers. In the cool breeze, all eyes focused on the unconscious newcomers who had appeared. The 86 survivors quickly adjusted their mindset, searching for their compatriots. Longwo welcomed 7 newcomers, 6 women, and 1 man. As the newcomers gradually regained consciousness, panic spread like a tide among the crowd. The arrival of over 1,700 newcomers far exceeded the control capacity of the 86 survivors. Worse still, some survivors were even more anxious than the newcomers. Stay quiet, everyone. The demon's words fell like a heavy hammer, instantly quelling the noise in the room. Only scattered sobs lingered in the air. The demon continued in a mocking tone to announce the ranking rewards and penalties. The country in last place. Go sweep leaves in the forest outside the school. The second to last. You have to attend evening classes tonight. As for the third to last, in an hour, some friends will come to play hide and seek with you. It emphasized that any attempt to evade punishment would lead to more severe consequences. Meanwhile, the top 3 countries had already received their reward, a sum of very useful money. As soon as the demon's voice faded away, it provided no further instructions or tasks, leaving many present puzzled. We don't have a task? Great, I can live a few more days, someone in the crowd sighed with relief. However, Ye Tian shook his head. He knew that only when Chu Zhe, who had read the original work, woke up would they understand that the demon's task had already quietly begun. In the Longwa camp, the 6 newly awakened women still had tear stains in their eyes. They first looked at Chu Zhe in the distant Dongying camp, then closely followed Jiang Yi. Since they were already in the demon's live broadcast room, they had no choice but to accept reality. They had watched the broadcast and witnessed Jiang Yi beheading the wayfinding ghost, knowing that Jiang Yi was a strong ally to rely on. Jiang Yi's attention, however, was more focused on the silent man who had just awakened. This man wore a leather jacket, and beneath his tousled hair were eyes full of both weariness and sharpness. Even though stubble and grime obscured his face, they couldn't hide the unique aura exuded by his perfectly proportioned features. This guy is not simple, Jiang Yi thought to himself, wary. Ye Tian became more alert at this moment. He knew that there were 2 protagonists in this book. One was the original protagonist, and the other was the protagonist of the original work. In short, the book Ye Tian had traveled into was a fan fiction, where the main character was Chu Zhe, and the protagonist of the original work was this man before him. Hello, I'm Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi extended his hand to the man. The man slightly raised his eyes, shook hands, and replied briefly, hello. The man fell silent for a moment before slowly revealing a name he hadn't used in a decade. My name is Feng Weimian. Jiang Yi withdrew his outstretched hand, feeling the calluses on the other's palm. These weren't from farm work, but had another origin. Suddenly, Yang Tiehu's angry shout shattered the silence. You still have the nerve to come here? His voice drew the attention of people in the Long Nation area. Mo Kufer stood there awkwardly, blocked by Yang Tiehu. Mo Kufer spoke softly. Brother Yang, I was wrong before, and I apologize to you all. What good are words? Sun Gon dismissed with a wave. If you like being with Chu Zhe, you might as well be his dog. Go change your nationality to Japan. These words left Mo Kufer speechless, unsure how to respond. Wang Liaolong patted the shoulders of the 2 angry soldiers, trying to calm them down. All right, he's still a Long Nation person. If we don't take him in, he really has nowhere to go. Despite this, the 2 remained indignant. Yang Tiehu suddenly turned to Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang, what do you say? Wang Liaolong also looked to him for an answer. Unknowingly, everyone had come to see Jiang Yi as their leader. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and said, let's listen to Brother Long. This signified their collective decision to accept Mo Kufer again. The middle-aged man's face showed a relieved smile. Wang Liaolong surveyed the chaotic field around them and asked, Jiang Yi, if the demon broadcast has no tasks, what should we do next? Just as Jiang Yi was about to answer, a light screen appeared before him. The system's decryption mode had only 2 minutes left. As the countdown neared its end, Ye Tian provided guidance. The host needs to find a place to stay. Building 1, second floor, is a good choice. After the light screen vanished, Jiang Yi led the group to the dormitory building. Several empty buildings stood, but no one dared to enter rashly. Stay close to me, Jiang Yi warned, glancing at the crowd behind him. Even without decryption mode, he remained cautious. The group carefully made their way to the second floor, where the tension eased slightly. Wang Liaolong suggested, these are 6-person rooms. Shall we split into 2 rooms? The male members agreed, but the women hesitated. One voiced concern, there are 6 of us women. What if something happens? As she spoke, 2 others wiped away tears. Wang Tiehu blurted out, we'll be right next door. Just call, and we'll be there immediately. No, Jiang Yi must stay with us, the women insisted. Listening to the debate, Jiang Yi shook his head with a smile and walked alone to room 201. He opened the door, only to be startled by an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit standing with his back to him. The faint light through the window outlined the old man's figure like a sleeping statue. Jiang Yi felt the world freeze, as if he had entered a sealed-off space. The old man seemed to sense the door opening, slowly turning his head. That dark back of the head gradually faced Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's heart pounded wildly. Despite having merged with a ghost heart, he was on the verge of collapse. He widened his eyes, wanting to shout or flee, yet he was paralyzed. As the old man's profile was about to be revealed, Jiang Yi had a strong premonition seeing that face would mean certain death. At that critical moment, a firm hand clasped Jiang Yi's shoulder. "What's wrong?" Feng Weimian's voice came. Jiang Yi snapped back to reality, his focus returning. Looking back into the room, the eerie old man had vanished. He took a deep breath and said to Feng Weimian, "I saw someone." A mysterious figure suddenly appeared, leaving Jiang Yi in a state of shock. Seeing this, Feng Weimian asked gravely, "What kind of person is he?" Jiang Yi was about to describe the figure, but found he couldn't utter a single word. It was as if that memory had been completely erased, leaving only a blank space. Wang Liaolong and the others noticed Jiang Yi's unusual behavior and quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Jiang Yi shook his head and forced out a response, "Nothing." In dormitories 201 and 202, there were 12 people from the Dragon Country. Jiang Yi, acknowledged as the strongest, was forced to share a room with 6 women. Viewers from the Dragon Country in the live stream lamented, "Jiang Shun is having a hard time. These newcomers from our country are hard to protect." Some even pessimistically predicted, "Sigh, 6 women, who knows how many will survive?" In this selection of newcomers, the Dragon Country was indeed at a disadvantage. The presence of 6 women placed considerable pressure on Jiang Yi and the others. Among the 7 new arrivals, except for Feng Weimian, the other 6 women entrusted their survival quota to Jiang Yi. Feng Weimian explained that she didn't want to add more pressure on Jiang Yi. Now, Jiang Yi carried the burden of 14 quotas, equivalent to 14 lives. If he were to die, the Dragon Country's ranking would plummet to the bottom among all nations. This was undoubtedly a huge burden. On the second-floor corridor, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian leaned against the railing, gazing at the desolate campus. Jiang Yi suddenly asked, "You can handle a gun, right?" Feng Weimian was slightly surprised. "You know?" Jiang Yi pointed out, "The calluses on your hands are too obvious." Feng Weimian laughed at himself. "Really? I've been so out of practice, I've lost all my vigilance." As they spoke, Jiang Yi took out a handgun and handed it to Feng Weimian. Instinctively accepting it, Feng Weimian asked in confusion, "Wang Liaolong and the others can use guns too. Why give it to me?" Jiang Yi replied bluntly, "I trust you." These simple 3 words stirred something long dormant in Feng Weimian's heart. Jiang Yi continued, "This world is dangerous, but also exciting." After saying this, he patted Feng Weimian's shoulder and walked away. Feng Weimian looked at the gun in his hand, recalling events from 10 years ago. Back then, he was the world's top assassin, known as Shura, reigning over an era. However, a mistaken kill led to the brutal revenge on his family. Though he later eradicated his enemies, he could never bring back his lost family. With no family, no friends, and no one to care, Feng Weimian wasted a decade away. Now, in this world, he began to feel excitement again. He represented the Dragon Country and had Jiang Yi, a friend even stronger than himself. Looking at the gun in his hand, Feng Weimian murmured to himself, "Perhaps it's time for the world to remember the Shura of the past." In the dormitory, Jiang Yi leaned against his bed while the other women were already asleep, the surroundings silent. He opened the Demon live stream panel, which displayed 1,792 people. At this moment, the number of people began to decrease continuously, like sand slipping through an hourglass. 1790, 1785, 1780, 1770. Each drop in number signaled the loss of a life. Jiang Yi's nose twitched slightly as a strong scent of blood drifted in from outside the school, triggering his senses. He quickly opened the list of countries and scanned through it with sharp eyes. The 20 newcomers from America were now reduced to just a few. The situation in India and Australia was similarly bleak. These countries all ranked at the bottom and faced the demon's punishment sweeping the fallen leaves outside the school. Jiang Yi recalled what he had seen upon arrival. The entire school was surrounded by a forest of fallen leaves. Now it seemed that the seemingly peaceful forest was actually hiding deadly threats. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Jiang Yi's thoughts. He glanced sideways. It was Feng Weimian. "There's something you need to see." Feng Weimian's tone was calm, yet carried a hint of urgency. In dorm room 201, the snores of middle-aged men were thunderous. Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian remained unfazed as they gathered around a small table, on which lay an old diary. "I found this in an independent bedroom in the building up front," Feng Weimian said flatly. Jiang Yi slowly opened the diary, and the handwriting leapt out at him. July 10th, overcast. "It's been 2 days since those children died, yet no one at the school seems to care. I approached the principal, who was still wearing his Zhongshan suit, and told him that children in one class were dying continuously, their limbs severed, bodies gutted, like pigs being slaughtered. July 11th, overcast. I can't sleep. The cries for help from the students echo in my ears. I dreamed of them being pinned on a giant chopping board, facing slaughter. This night, I was the only one in the teacher's dormitory, but I found that I closed the door more times than I opened it. July 12th, overcast. I went to the principal again, but he didn't discuss the children. He just told me the people from the meat factory had arrived. Watching his back, I suddenly realized I hadn't seen his face for some time. Jiang Ye's gaze froze on these words, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. His heart pounded fiercely, as if trying to break free from his chest, conveying some urgent message to him. Turning the page, he found only the last page of the diary remaining. July 15th, rain. Don't go to the back mountain. On this last page, there were only some hasty scribbles. From the hurried and chaotic strokes, it was easy to see the writer's fear and rush at that time. Just then, a ding sound signaled the sudden release of a system task. Go to the back mountain. Task. Go to the back mountain. Description. The diary warns the host not to go, but as the protagonist of the era, the host must defy the current. Task success. Reward 1 yellow grade demon lottery. Task failure. Nearsightedness increases by 100 degrees. In his mind, the system's voice left Jiang Yi stunned. System, can't we be a bit more cautious? Jiang Yi shouted internally, pushing up his 200-degree nearsighted glasses. The system coldly added, task time limit, 1 hour. What do you think? Jiang Yi turned to Feng Weimian beside him. Feng Weimian pondered for a moment and analyzed. The diary emphasizes 2 things and 1 person in our campus, the student deaths and the principal, as well as the extreme danger of the back mountain. I think, since the demon livestream has no further instructions, we need to actively investigate some things. He pointed to a line in the diary and continued, the student death incidents might be where we start our investigation, and we should try to avoid contact with the back mountain during the investigation. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement and divided the investigation tasks with Feng Weimian. He glanced helplessly at the system task, silently lamenting his lack of confidence, but was met with a look of trust from Feng Weimian. After leaving the dormitory, Jiang Yi was anxious, aware that the 1-hour task limit left no room for delay. Meanwhile, in an independent room on the eastern camp, Chuze regained consciousness from his coma. Remembering the humiliating scene of being beaten, he was filled with rage. The mark on his palm continuously supplied energy, healing his battered body. Chuze gritted his teeth, feeling both grateful and resentful towards this power. Is healing all you're good for? Where were you when I needed your strength? Outside, Sakura Maisa's concerned inquiry reached him, and Chuze suppressed his anger to respond. Learning it was already 6 p.m., he was suddenly alarmed and quickly opened the demon broadcast panel, finding Feng Weimian's name among the 12 on the Dragon Nation camp list. Chuze immediately stood up, instructing Sakura Maize and the others to stay in the room, while he hurried to the back mountain. He was secretly delighted, knowing that in the original story, Feng Weimian wouldn't receive the inheritance until tomorrow, giving him a chance to intercept it early. With a mix of tension and excitement, Chuze swiftly reached the back mountain. The back mountain area featured a small fish pond, beside which lay a path covered in fallen leaves. Following the path to its end, a pitch-black building loomed amidst the leafless forest, resembling an eerie ancient mansion from the Republic era. Despite being mentally prepared, Chuze couldn't help but feel a sense of dread at the sight of the building. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and strode towards the structure. At this moment, Jiang Yi was hiding in a large tree outside the building. Seeing Chuze walk into the obviously suspicious mansion without hesitation, he was puzzled. Jiang Yi glanced at his system. He still needed to remain in the back mountain for another half hour to complete his task. He could only continue to observe, filled with questions and unease. Jiang Yi held his breath, focusing his attention to the utmost. The silence in front of the ancient house seemed to freeze time, but he was ready to retreat at any moment. Compared to the deepening nearsightedness caused by a failed mission, his life was far more important. In the system space, Ye Tian examined the points panel. This world had only brought him over 5 million points, far less than the previous 2 worlds. To avoid attracting the attention of the world's will, he had kept a low profile. At this moment, Jiang Yi was merely his human Wi-Fi, ensuring he could operate safely from 100 meters away. Chuze entered the ancient house, already having a plan in mind. As he walked through the quiet corridor on the first floor, his footsteps echoed distinctly in the empty building. Upon reaching the second floor, his gaze was drawn to a painting on the wall, a silhouette of an old man, exuding an eerie aura in the dim light. Without hesitation, Chuze dropped to his knees, his voice choked with emotion. Principal, the school is about to be gone. Please come out and save your students. His acting was impeccable, as if he were truly grief-stricken. After a long pause, the silence was broken. An old and hollow voice spoke. Who are you? Zhe smiled secretly and continued, feigning a sob. I am your student, from the third class of senior year. The third class of senior year. The old man seemed to fall into recollection. Oh, it's you. You were good kids. Have you all gone? Yes, everyone in the class is gone. We're in trouble. We need you to stop them. Zhe intensified his tone. The old man in the painting seemed to show some emotional response, slowly turning his silhouette. Zhe kept his head down, not daring to look directly, his heart racing. But I am old now. I don't have the strength to stop them anymore, the old man said wistfully, then asked. Can you take my place and stop them? Me? Can I? Zhe feigned disbelief. Come now. I am just a shell. This power needs to be given to you good kids, the old man said. And as his words fell, the space around the portrait rippled, opening a path to the inheritance space. Zhe was overjoyed inside, stepping forward. However, he suddenly found himself unable to move, his entire body restrained. Panic surged through him. This scene wasn't mentioned in the original story. At that moment, footsteps sounded from downstairs. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of shoes on the wooden stairs was unmistakable. Zhe struggled to turn his head, only to see a man in a suit, with a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly approaching from the stairwell. Ye Tian advanced towards Zhe step by step, each one making Zhe's breathing more rapid. Veins bulged on Zhe's body as he managed to squeeze out a question. Who are you? Ye Tian replied nonchalantly. Me? I'm Zhe, the one about to inherit the legacy of the Ghost Dean. As he spoke, Ye Tian's appearance, physique, and even clothing began to change. Under Zhe's terrified gaze, Ye Tian transformed into his likeness in an instant. Thanks for the performance. Ye Tian sneered and walked toward the inheritance space. Zhe was like a man struck by lightning, trembling all over. You bastard, what are you trying to do? No, let me go. The inheritance is mine. You can't take it from me. It's mine. It's mine. However, his shouts were in vain. He watched helplessly as Ye Tian entered the inheritance space, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. How could this happen? He had foreseen and overcome his fears to get here early. His tearful performance was perfect, just one step away from obtaining the red-clad ghost's legacy and gaining the power to kill Jiang Yi and take revenge on those who had wronged him. Everything should have been so perfect, but now, who was that man? This character didn't exist in the original story. The ripples on the wall gradually subsided, turning into an ordinary old wall, indicating that the inheritance had disappeared. The rage in Zhe's heart directly affected the scarlet mark on his palm. Boom! In an instant, Zhe broke free from the heavy restraints on him, the mark on his palm spreading to cover one of his fists. Staring at the wall before him, his breath chaotic, he gritted his teeth and said, No matter who you are, I will find you, kill you, and take back what is rightfully mine. Meanwhile, on the campus streets, Jiang Yi was hurrying back to the dormitory, unaware of what the system had done behind his back. It was already past 7, and the sky had completely darkened, significantly increasing the campus's danger level. In the system space, an elderly figure resembling a marionette appeared before Ye Tian. This was the Ghost Dean's legacy, materialized once again as the Ghost Dean. With his eyes slightly closed, Ye Tian allowed a strange aura to envelop him, thanks to his replication and simulation abilities. Moments later, Ye Tian opened his pitch-black eyes, finding himself in the silent, dark campus. Ahead in his vision, Jiang Yi was still hurrying along, unaffected by what was happening. As Jiang Yi moved from the back mountain area to the dormitory area, the scene before him was astonishing. He had expected it to be as desolate as the previous area, but instead, the first 2 dormitory buildings were bustling. People were singing, dancing, and even having a brightly lit gathering in the open space. Nearly 2,000 people from different countries and age groups were present. On second thought, the situation wasn't so hard to understand. Jiang Yi pushed open the dormitory door, greeted by the aroma of hot pot and barbecue. 6 women were gathered around the table, enthusiastically enjoying the feast. You're back. A striking woman in a white off-shoulder dress brightened up at the sight of him, immediately getting up to pull Jiang Yi to the table. Come on, we've got chopsticks ready for you. Jiang Yi's stomach growled involuntarily, and his mouth watered. Where did you get all this food? It's a gift from our country, the women explained excitedly. The Demon Livestream has opened a channel to Blue Star, and as long as we pay a certain amount, we can get things sent from our dragon country. The 5 guys next door are drinking and grilling skewers right now. Jiang Yi suddenly understood why it was so lively outside, with even the faint sound of musical instruments in the air. However, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The viewers in the live stream erupted in cheers at the scene. Haha, our Jiang God is confused. Jiang God, just eat. In a place crawling with ghosts, you need to be full to have the strength to twist those ghosts' heads. This stuff isn't great. Next time, send 1,000-year-old ginseng and cordyceps to show Jiang God the effort of our dragon country people. Amidst the excitement, Jiang Yi suddenly asked, Where did you get the money? Of course, we took it. boasted a woman in a pale yellow dress. Someone found a huge treasure near the inner wall close to the school gate. Just digging up the soil revealed a pile of purple ghost money. Everyone rushed to grab it. Wei and Wang Liaolong's group managed to get over 100,000. Jiang Yi was stunned. You got over 100,000? How much was there in total? Not sure, maybe about 1 billion, another woman estimated. What's wrong? The crowd noticed Jiang Ye's unusual demeanor. Nothing. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly, though his eyes behind the glasses gleamed with intensity. Inside, he was in turmoil. Insane. Absolutely insane, was the only thought in Jiang Ye's mind. In this world, ghost currency has a purchasing power equivalent to that of the Dragon Country. A ghost driver's van costs no more than 50,000, and a house in a ghost city standard for black-clad evil spirits costs only a few million. Yet within Fengshan School, a whole billion was buried. Jiang Ye's first thought wasn't about what could be done with the money, but about who might possess such an amount. Over 2,000 humans, like ignorant children, had divided a grand cake meticulously prepared by demons. What would they face next? That wasn't hard to imagine. Just then, there was a gentle knock at the door. Knock knock. It was Feng Weimian. Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian stood in the corridor, watching the chaotic scene outside, where people were even procreating in public, both falling into silence. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep an eye on them. Feng Weimian sighed, clearly sensing that something ominous was brewing. Jiang Yi removed his glasses, carefully wiping them. What's done is done, and the money is spent. Let's just hope that whoever is behind this money is someone we can contend with. Feng Weimian rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a yellowed slip of paper, with traces of dried oil stains. I found this among the money. Jiang Yi took the slip, which read, Total funds, 1,350,000,000, property of Wang's meat processing plant. Wang's meat processing plant. Jiang Yi stared at the information on the note, his heart skipping a beat. The introduction from yesterday in Ghost City streets under the system's decryption mode was still vivid in his mind. This was the giant supplier of meat for the entire city, one of the unshakable behemoths of Ghost City. Feng Weimian keenly noticed the subtle change in Jiang Ye's expression, frowning slightly. Jiang Yi nodded gently, his voice low. Let's take turns keeping watch tonight. Despite the anxiety within, at this moment, they had no choice but to survive. Not for the demon's reward, but to prevent more newcomers from Long Country from stepping into this eerie world. On the playground, the revelry continued. Cheers echoed, like a grand creation unfolding. Yet, no one realized they had already caused a catastrophic disaster. Meanwhile, the 16 members of the Eastern camp gathered together. Chu Zhe returned with a somber expression, greeted by the group. As one of the survivors of the 9th demon broadcast, he had become the leader of the Eastern camp. Chu-san, are you alright? Sakura Miko immediately noticed the stark difference in Chu Zhe's demeanor compared to when he left. Chu Zhe looked around, took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside the frustration of failing to inherit. Before I left, I advised you not to leave the room. Did you all comply? Chu Zhe asked. Yes, none of us went out, several people from the Eastern camp replied in unison. There are many people outside scrambling for ghost money. We stayed hidden inside. A slight smile appeared on Chu Zhe's face. Good. He recalled the tragic fate of the countries that touched the ghost money in the original story, feeling secretly pleased. When the time comes, the whole world will descend into purgatory, except for the Eastern team he leads, who will survive for not having touched the ghost money. By then, people's admiration for him will reach its peak, and with the power of countless people's faith, the mark on his palm will transform, its power comparable to the legacy of the red-clothed fierce ghost. If Ye Tian knew Chu Zhe's plan, he would surely sigh and call him the child of destiny. Indeed, as long as Chu Zhe's wishes are fulfilled, his vitality will naturally be restored. Chu-san, what should we do next? Asked the bearded middle-aged man, Buchuan Jianren, respectfully. As the second representative of the Eastern camp, he fully supported Chu Zhe as captain, believing that the strong should lead. Chu Zhe glanced at the sky, saying calmly, Everyone, go back to sleep. Buchuan Jianren was slightly surprised. All sleep? No need to arrange someone to take turns on watch. No need. There won't be any danger tonight. Chu Zhe said confidently. Rest well and gather your strength. There will be a good show tomorrow night. As night fell, the cold wind howled. By 11 p.m., most people were sound asleep. In the eastern dormitory area, a dark shadow slowly moved, revealing Ye Tian's figure. Since mastering the fierce ghost genes of the Ghost Dean, he could briefly leave the host without being detected by the will of heaven. Remembering the plot from the original story, Ye Tian slowly walked towards a certain bedroom. Chu Zhe was well aware of the danger posed by those eerie coins, and he informed both the Dragon Nation camp and the Eastern camp, where his girlfriend was, of this crucial information. However, someone in the Dragon Nation camp couldn't resist touching the coins, which ultimately led Chu Zhe to abandon the Dragon Nation and join the Eastern camp. This decision allowed him to avoid disaster under global scrutiny, and his mark transformed, significantly enhancing his power. Now, driven by his hatred for Jiang Yi, Chuzhe renounced his Dragon Nation citizenship earlier than planned. The memory of the ghost coins remained etched in his mind, and he was determined to prevent the Easterners from making the same mistake. Ideally, the 16 members of the Eastern camp should have been safe. However, Chuzhe never anticipated that a stranger named Ye Tian would become an unexpected variable in this scenario. For Ye Tian, the door was no obstacle. He easily entered the room, where a middle-aged man from the Eastern camp lay snoring loudly on the bed. Ye Tian reached out, and 2 purple coins appeared out of thin air. He placed the 200 coins on the man's body, and ghostly energy immediately enveloped him. Ye Tian repeated this process, discreetly placing several strange coins on all the Easterners, except for Chuzhe. In doing so, he dragged the entire Eastern camp into the fray. After completing this task, Ye Tian turned his attention to the cafeteria on the other side of the campus, where he had another important matter to attend to. Ye Tian's form shifted instantaneously, transforming into Chuzhe's likeness. The school cafeteria was silent at this time. Even with over 1,000 people engrossed in the Devil's live broadcast, none dared to venture into this ominous abyss. Yet, within this quiet, damp space, the slow, heavy sound of chopping echoed. Under the orange lighting, a massive shadow exuded a strong sense of intimidation and bloodlust. Apart from the humans in the live broadcast, the school was supposed to be empty, but someone was busy in the cafeteria at midnight. Suddenly, a series of abrupt footsteps disrupted the monotonous rhythm. The tall figure in the kitchen stopped his mechanical chopping, raised the cleaver in his hand, and slowly turned around. Ye Tian frowned at the sight of the ugly, obese man before him. The creature's fat lips stretched to his ears, revealing sharp teeth with bits of raw meat stuck in between, as he saw Chuzhe. Human meat. Process. The giant creature uttered these words with a compulsive tone. His bloodstained hand reached for Ye Tian. However, Ye Tian stood his ground, causing the creature's arm to break apart inch by inch. The butcher was stunned as he looked at his twisted arm. In the brief pause, the butcher realized in horror that not only had the knife in his hand vanished, but the entire set of knives in the kitchen, including the boning knife, meat scraper, and cleaver, had disappeared into thin air. He roared in anger. Giving you a new set, what's there to be upset about? Ye Tian casually gestured, and a set of brand new iron knives appeared in the kitchen. However, these ordinary knives only fueled the butcher's rage further. The missing knives were his treasured possessions, steeped in the blood of countless creatures over a century, harboring immense malevolent energy. The butcher charged at Ye Tian in fury, only to find Chuzhe had disappeared without a trace. His enraged roars echoed throughout the empty cafeteria, reaching far and wide. The butcher etched Chuzhe's image into his mind, vowing revenge against this audacious human. The next day, the Demon livestream saw a surge of new participants, with numbers swelling to over 2,300. This significant increase undoubtedly meant that a considerable number of lives had been lost the previous night. Yet, the livestream remained eerily silent, as if everything was business as usual. Most people were still immersed in a relaxed atmosphere, with only a few exhibiting hints of anxiety. Tents were pitched, campfires blazed, and the enticing aroma of food wafted from the grills, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand outdoor variety show. However, beneath this seemingly pleasant ambience lay an unsettling undercurrent. Amidst this outward tranquility, a sudden outburst erupted from the eastern camp, loud enough to pierce through the dormitory walls. Where did you get all this money, huh? Chuzhe's eyes widened as he stared intently at Buchuan Jianren and the other eastern participants, who were holding several purple banknotes. This sight filled Chuzhe with uncontrollable rage. Where did this money come from? Chuzhe roared, his voice brimming with anger and disbelief. Buchuan Jianren wore a bitter expression, his voice tinged with confusion. Chu-san, this money, I woke up with it on me. Do you take me for a fool? Chuzhe almost ground his teeth in fury. Did you go and dig up that buried money yesterday or not? No, we didn't even leave our place, someone hurriedly defended. Enough. Chuzhe was unwilling to listen to their excuses. This money was clearly the kind that shouldn't be touched, and the thought of potentially being dragged into that dreadful place because of these fools darkened Chuzhe's expression further. Damn it. A bunch of idiots. Chuzhe took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. I'm going out for a bit. You all stay put here. Meanwhile, in the dormitory area of Long Country, Jiang Yi was waking up with a yawn. As he opened his eyes, he saw Feng Weimian standing before him, holding a stack of documents. I spent all night trying to figure out how the meat processing factory is connected to this Fengshan Academy. So this morning, I went to the school's archives and found some things, Feng Weimian explained. Jiang Yi wasn't sure whether to admire Feng Weimian's audacity or appreciate his dedication. Just then, Jiang Yi noticed a mark on Feng Weimian's forearm. Did you get hurt? Feng Weimian shook his head lightly. Just a small injury. Did you encounter ghosts? Jiang Yi guessed. Feng Weimian chuckled. Actually, from yesterday to today, I've run into 5 ghosts. Unfortunately, my methods can't harm them, so I had to leave. Hearing this, Jiang Yi gained a new respect for Feng Weimian. Although he couldn't deal with ghosts, escaping from them 5 times in a row was no small feat. Without further questioning, Jiang Yi took the documents Feng Weimian had risked obtaining. Opening the first page, he found a transaction list. Class 3 senior year, 53 people appraised, 2.65 million quality, superior stamp, ghost market, mayor's approval. Jiang Yi turned to the second page, revealing a black and white class photo. On the back was written Class 3 senior year. As Jiang Ye's fingers touched the photo, he felt a strange ghostly energy surge from his ghost muscles, ghost heart, and ghost stomach, as if resonating with the image. It seemed as if this photograph held an incredibly deep-seated obsession. Jiang Yi stared at the photo in his hand, suddenly feeling the ghostly organ within him begin to surge violently. The scene before him gradually twisted and distorted, as an uncontrollable ghostly aura seeped out from his body. Feng Weimian keenly sensed the anomaly and immediately turned to look at Jiang Yi. When their gazes returned to the photo, they both gasped in shock. The original class photo of 53 students and teachers had vanished, replaced by a horrifying monster. This grotesque creature was stitched together from countless heads and limbs, and upon closer inspection, it was pieced together from the body parts of those 53 students. This must be the work of the meat processing plant, Feng Weimian said, his voice cold with anger. Jiang Yi didn't respond, silently turning to the third page. A diary entry came into view, the handwriting matching that of the owner of the diary from the previous day. It was the lost records of those 2 days. July 13th, overcast. You all say I'm crazy, claiming I made up a non-existent class. How could that be? How could it not exist? Class 3 of senior year was my students. July 14th, rain. I know it all. They're the ones controlling everything. The mayor of Ghost Market sold all 3,021 of us from Fengshan Academy to the meat processing plant. I'm not wrong. Even if I'm in a mental hospital, I'm not wrong. July 27th. I am the principal, and I accidentally came across Mr. Xiao's diary. These are all recent updates, but I'm puzzled because these diaries shouldn't exist since Mr. Xiao passed away 3 years ago. The information Feng Weimian brought was undoubtedly significant. Jiang Yi gradually pieced together his thoughts. Regarding the massive amount of currency within the school, his suspicions aligned closely with his ideas from the previous day. The meat processing plant placing such a huge sum here could only be explained by buying the entire school's students. This confirms some of our suspicions. The event is likely happening tonight. I wonder how many will survive. Jiang Yi exhaled deeply, instinctively glancing at the system interface, as if it was his only source of solace. Before the danger arrives, we should arm ourselves, Feng Weimian suggested, pulling out a photograph from the mountain of documents. The photo showed a fierce butcher wielding a cleaver. The records indicated this butcher used the knife to slaughter the entire Class 3 of senior year ghost class. You want to get that butcher's knife? Jiang Yi asked. Feng Weimian nodded in confirmation. Jiang Yi motioned for him to follow, moving to the bedside and lifting the sheet. 6 knives, exuding a dense sinister aura and stained with dark red blood, were revealed. A pig slaughtering knife, a boning knife, a meat scraping knife, an edge opening knife, a hair scraping knife. Feng Weimian's gaze was fixed on these deadly tools, unable to look away. He carefully compared them with the old photograph, convinced these were the very knives used by the butcher. How did you get these? Feng Weimian couldn't hide his surprise. This might have been the first time he showed such strong interest in something. Found them, Jiang Yi replied with a smile, clearly unable to reveal that they were obtained through a yellow-grade lottery. Initially, he thought these items were worthless, but according to the system's description, these were treasured weapons, nurtured for a century with the blood essence of a malevolent ghost in black. They were among the rare few weapons that humans could wield to harm ghosts. Feng Weimian felt deceived. 6 sharp knives lay before him, and Jiang Ye's voice broke the silence. You can choose 2. The others are for the 4 other guys. His tone suggested that he had already planned the distribution. Feng Weimian's eyes narrowed slightly as he calculated in his mind. His past encounters with malevolent spirits were vivid, and his lack of effective means to counter them had left him feeling powerless, forcing him to avoid them. Now, with a weapon capable of harming such spirits right in front of him, even a needle would have given him the confidence to fight back, let alone a knife. I only need 1, Feng Weimian said calmly, his gaze shifting among the knives. The title of Azura was more than just a name. It symbolized his strength. Ultimately, his hand settled on the long, pointed boning knife. This wooden-handled knife, as long as 2 palms, with a blade curved like a crescent moon, felt to Feng Weimian like a large, handy dagger. Holding this cold weapon, Feng Weimian made a rare joke. With so many knives missing, won't the butcher come looking for them? Jiang Yi shrugged, responding nonchalantly, who knows? Meanwhile, a completely different scene was unfolding in the cafeteria. Chu Zhe led over 30 survivors from various countries, none of whom were from Japan. They gathered there solely because of Chu Zhe's claim that there was a way back to Blue Star. With the protagonist's aura, his words carried an inexplicable credibility. Standing in front of the quiet cafeteria, Chuze suppressed his inner irritation. If it weren't for those fools taking the money, he wouldn't have risked coming here to plan for weapons. In the original story, besides the inheritance in the back mountain, this cafeteria was one of the last treasures of Fengshan Academy. Turning to face the chaotic crowd behind him, Chuze lowered his hands to signal for silence. Listen up, everyone. After some research, the passage to Blue Star is in this cafeteria's kitchen. If we rush in, we can truly travel back and escape the demonic live stream. As soon as he said this, the scene erupted. I knew there was a way back. Brothers, let's rush in, we're going home. Over 30 people surged into the cafeteria, heading straight for the kitchen. Watching this, Chuze smirked. These brainless fools wouldn't survive long without him anyway. Might as well make them useful now. As everyone charged into the kitchen, shouting about returning to Blue Star, an inky darkness instantly swallowed them. The ground seemed to transform into a bubbling pool of blood. A massive figure gradually appeared before them. A ghost, a ghost. When the crowd of 30 saw the grotesque butcher, fear washed over them like a tide. Roar! The fat butcher, already in a foul mood with his beloved pig slaughtering knives gone, let out an angry roar. His massive hand grabbed two men as if they were chicks and violently smashed their heads together. Thud! Red and white matter splattered across the floor, and the metallic scent of blood filled the air. Murder! A ghost is killing. A terrified scream shattered the silence of the kitchen. The survivors instantly realized the horrifying truth. There was no passage back to Blue Star in the kitchen, only a bloodthirsty demon waiting for them. Chuze's lies were completely exposed. He had used these people as bait to successfully divert the attention of the fat butcher. As panic set in among the group, Chuze quietly approached the darkened kitchen doorway. His gaze was immediately drawn to 6 pig slaughtering knives hanging on the wall. These were no ordinary weapons. They had been nurtured with essence for a century and could inflict harm even on a terrifying entity like Dahongyi. The mark on Chuze's right hand glowed red as he dashed forward without hesitation, reaching out to summon the knives, which instantly flew into his possession. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from within the kitchen. The demon was furious, glaring directly at Chuze, clearly recognizing this despicable human who had stolen all its treasures yesterday. The butcher felt immensely insulted, especially as even those useless pig slaughtering knives were being taken. Ignoring the other survivors, the butcher grabbed a massive axe from the corner and charged at Chuze. Chuze's expression turned serious. Although he had anticipated this, directly taking the butcher's prized knives was indeed risky. However, now that he had them, he wouldn't give them up. A confident smile appeared on Chuze's face, and a red glow surged around him. He swiftly dashed out of the kitchen. Heavy footsteps followed, shaking the entire cafeteria floor. The butcher roared, pursuing him relentlessly. Unfortunately for the butcher, Chuze was faster, and the butcher could only watch as he ran outside the cafeteria. Once outside, Chuze breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his narrow escape. He triumphantly looked at the knives in his arms, knowing no one else was aware of his deep understanding of the plot. However, just as Chuze let his guard down, a giant axe suddenly flew through the air, aiming straight for his head. At the critical moment, a thick red protective shield rose from Chuze's body. Boom! The giant axe landed heavily, shattering the ground beneath Chuze's feet. This strike nearly depleted all the energy from his mark. Struggling to turn his head, Chuze was shocked to see the butcher had actually followed him outside the cafeteria. Madman! Chuze cursed internally, almost coughing up blood. It was broad daylight, and this guy dared to come out, completely burning his own life force. He recalled how in the original story, Feng Weimian only lured the butcher to the shadow of the cafeteria door. Why had it changed with him? Why was the butcher willing to burn himself just to take a swing at him? You just wait. Chuze shouted angrily, glaring at the butcher returning to the cafeteria, leaving a bitter threat. The events in the cafeteria went largely unnoticed, as besides Chuze, no one else survived to leave. Time flew by, and as the pitch-black night once again cloaked the earth, the demon's live broadcast room, which had been silent all day, finally transmitted a voice. Interesting, really interesting. The demon's laughter echoed through the entire Fengshan campus's broadcast system, clearly reaching all the survivors' ears. In the dormitory area of Longhua, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian, among others, looked solemn, their eyes filled with worry. I've used so much of someone else's money, and they've complained to me. So the 10th episode of the demon's live broadcast will officially start tonight, the demon announced. Jiang Yi recalled the previous demon task he completed, realizing that wasn't the real beginning. The 10th episode is titled Wang's Meat Processing Plant. The demon continued. Dear humans, you have the privilege of visiting the largest meat processing plant in Ghost City. From now on, if someone dies, within a minute your compatriot will replace you. And this won't stop until the end of the 10th episode. Cold and trembling, Jiang Yi opened his eyes to find himself in a dimly lit corridor illuminated by an orange glow. The slippery floor was coated with a greasy film, and a strong, raw meat smell wafted from the shadows ahead. Various knives hung on the walls on either side of the hallway, glinting with a chilling coldness. Jiang Yi slowly stood up and looked around. Others lay on the spacious corridor, also gradually awakening. Not long ago, the demon livestream had announced the start of its 10th session, and everyone had immediately fallen into a deep sleep. Now, like Jiang Yi, they were waking up in this unfamiliar environment. The other 11 participants from Longhua quickly gathered around Jiang Yi, forming a small group instinctively. They frowned as they surveyed the eerie surroundings, their expressions betraying unease and confusion. Further away, there were dozens of participants from other countries. A rough estimate suggested that there were no more than 100 people present. As everyone gradually regained consciousness, a line of text suddenly appeared on the demon's screen. Congratulations, you have become Ding-level employees of the Wang Meat Union Factory. Each of you must provide a corpse by tonight. Jiang Yi looked down to find a badge on his chest labeled Ding level. This discovery made the reality even more terrifying. No, this can't be happening, someone shouted in fear. Has the demon's live stream really begun? Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. Aside from the 86 experienced participants from Jiang Ye's group, more than 2,000 others were participating in the demon livestream task for the first time. The brief moments of relaxation had nearly made them forget where they were, but now the harsh reality pulled them back into the abyss. At least our Longhua side is staying calm, someone whispered. With Jiang Shun and Lao Mo here, they're pros who made it through the 9th session. This session feels ominous, another voice chimed in. I checked the other live streams, and over 2,000 people have been scattered. Who knows what will happen next? Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. No one dared to ignore this nationwide broadcast. Confronted with the task of providing a corpse, most people were at a loss, but Jiang Ye's expression remained mostly unchanged. He silently called upon the system in his mind. Activate the 1-hour decryption mode. The system's voice promptly responded. Ding 1,000 points deducted, remaining points, 200. A decryption screen appeared before Jiang Yi, revealing the truth about this seemingly ordinary corridor. Yellow clay ghosts might reach out from the cages on either side. What does this task mean? Yang Tiehu asked in confusion. Provide a corpse? Where do we find one? Can we leave once it's done? The faces of 6 women were etched with fear, filled with regret as they realized that their predicament was entirely due to the tempting money they had pursued. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, drawing everyone's attention. A white woman had unwittingly stepped into the shadowy part of the corridor, and a hand from one of the cages beside her grabbed her with extraordinary force, dragging her inside frantically. The sound of breaking bones was unmistakable, as if death itself was tolling a bell. In front of everyone, including the terrified livestream audience, a horrifying tragedy was unfolding. The unfortunate woman had her clothes savagely torn apart, her body brutally ripped open, and was finally dragged into the eerie cage like a rag doll. Bright red blood spread across the ground like spilled paint, creating a nauseating image. Inside the cage, roars echoed as if from the depths of hell, followed by gruesome chewing sounds that were chillingly clear. This horrifying scene shattered many people's psychological defenses, and sounds of retching were heard repeatedly. Among the 6 women from Longhua, several couldn't help but feel nauseous. Others, including a few men like Wang Liao Long, turned as pale as paper, clearly unable to handle the bloody scene. Panic spread like a plague among the crowd. Oh my God, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to leave, I want out. Many people screamed hysterically, their voices filled with despair and fear after witnessing the woman's tragic fate. As the crowd grew more chaotic, a ghastly hand reached out from the dark cage. Covered in yellow mud and stained with fresh blood, it emitted a nauseating stench. It slowly picked up an item from the ground, a badge inscribed with Grade D, a symbol of identity for the meat factory employees. This detail was noticed only by the vigilant Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian, while others remained immersed in their endless fear, unaware of its significance. At that moment, the demon's chilling voice echoed again, like the whisper of death. There's 1 hour left, hurry up. If you don't complete the task, you'll have no value. This statement hit everyone like a sledgehammer, instantly filling them with anxiety. The underlying message was clear: failing to complete the task meant losing value, and losing value meant death. Does the task have to be completed? Jiang Yi stared at the words on the demon's screen, his mind racing, quickly grasping the key point. The task required a corpse, and in this eerie place, only 2 types of creatures existed: the terrifying yellow mud ghosts, as previously hinted by the screen, and the fearful humans present. More terrifyingly, the demon's livestream had no stipulation about whose corpse it had to be. After all, isn't a dead person also a corpse? Jiang Yi realized he couldn't be the only one thinking of this horrifying idea. Between the yellow mud ghosts and humans, who was easier to deal with? The answer was obvious. The true purpose of the demon's livestream was revealed: forcing humans to kill each other. It was indeed a cruel strategy. As time ticked away, the once noisy environment gradually quieted. The atmosphere among the crowd subtly shifted, and though no one spoke, many had realized what the term corpse in the task truly encompassed. At this moment, the most intense reactions came from the Blue Star viewers with a god's eye view. Millions of viewers watched through major platforms, their hearts unable to remain calm. "Oh my God! I saw the live stream from the US, and people there have gone mad," a viewer shouted in horror. However, the madness wasn't confined to the US. Scenes of self-destruction were equally shocking in other live streams. "They've all gone insane. Why must we humans kill each other like this? It's the demon's scheme," someone cried out in anger. "How can we complete the task by such means? How many people must die?" Compared to other regions already engulfed in frenzied slaughter, the place where the people of Longwo were located hadn't erupted into conflict yet, but the air was thick with a tense atmosphere. Some people began to stir, their eyes glinting dangerously. Feng Weimian cautiously placed his hand on the gun at his waist, his expression as cold as ice. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the frightened and helpless elderly and children, recalling what the system had once told him. "The demon wants you humans to die. Does it hope for us to die?" Jiang Yi murmured to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. "But we won't." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Ye's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Muscles bulged grotesquely, rising on his frame like living things, elevating him to an astonishing height of 2 meters. At that moment, he resembled a human tank, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Many who had been itching to act froze in their tracks upon seeing this, their murderous intent instantly quelled by his formidable presence. "Follow me, kill the ghosts." Jiang Ye's voice boomed like thunder, his commanding tone leaving no room for dissent. His piercing gaze swept across everyone present, silently conveying that there was a better choice, one that didn't involve turning on each other. Jiang Yi cautiously stepped into the shadows of the corridor. Under the orange-yellow light, his feet squelched in the still warm blood, making a faint sticky sound. Suddenly, with a crash, an arm covered in yellow clay lunged at him from a nearby cage. Jiang Yi reacted swiftly, grabbing the arm with a resounding thud. A decoding screen flickered before him, displaying information. Yellow clay ghost, one of the lowest-level spirits in the ghost realm, typically considered food, yet still posing a significant threat to humans. "As food, you should act like it," Jiang Yi said coldly, his gaze icy. His muscles bulged as he yanked the arm out with a sharp pull. The cracking of bones was clearly audible. With 20 pounds of ghost muscle, Jiang Yi's strength far surpassed human limits, even without using his magic body. Amidst the bone-cracking sound, the yellow clay ghost in the cage let out a painful howl. The livestream audience watched in shock as Jiang Yi brutally tore the ghost from the cage. The ghost, dragged out, had lost its previous frenzy. Its bones, though able to twist, couldn't withstand such violence. Before it could howl again, Jiang Ye's hand swelled to 10 times its size, gripping the ghost's head. With a thud, the ghost went lifeless. Everyone in the corridor stared in disbelief at Jiang Yi under the orange light, stunned by his violent dispatch of the ghost. Just then, another ghostly hand, covered in yellow clay, reached out from a cage on the other side of the corridor, aiming straight for Jiang Ye's back. Someone shouted, "Watch out!" However, a flash of cold light cut through the air, and before the ghost hand could touch Jiang Yi, it was swiftly severed, falling to the ground. Only then did the onlookers notice a man with a boning knife had appeared beside Jiang Yi. He actually detached that ghost's hand so quickly. Feng Weimian immediately became the second focal point for the livestream audience. People buzzed with comments. "Is he new? From our dragon country. His skills are impressive. I couldn't even see it clearly. I have a feeling he's another big shot." Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Jiang Yi opened the demonic livestream interface. A task completion message appeared. 11. He promptly said, "System, redeem demon lottery." As soon as he spoke, a source of energy was drawn from the yellow clay ghost's corpse at his feet. The system notification chimed. "Ding, redemption successful. Host gains 1 gray demon lottery draw, now holding 2 gray demon lottery draws." Jiang Yi immediately said, "Use both draws." His gaze swept over the remaining dozen yellow clay ghosts in the cage. "Ding, congratulations, host. You received 500 milliliters of ghost blood." "Ding, congratulations, host. You received 500 milliliters of ghost blood." After receiving the results, Jiang Yi silently commanded, "Fuse." In an instant, streams of blood surged from Jiang Ye's bone marrow. The original 1,000 milliliters of blood was expelled from his body, and he felt every cell in his body vibrating. As ghost blood merged into his ghost heart, he distinctly felt his power level being forcibly elevated. However, to others, Jiang Yi, with blood oozing from his body, appeared rather gruesome. Feng Weimian noticed that Jiang Ye's condition was improving and softly asked, "Are you okay?" Jiang Yi shook his head, his gaze briefly passing over Feng Weimian, and succinctly instructed, "You guard the outside." Feng Weimian nodded in agreement, needing no further words. Jiang Yi strode confidently to the cage door, swiftly opened the iron gate, and stepped inside. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted in the Dongying region. Holding a gleaming butcher's knife, Chu Zhe fiercely slashed at a man's neck beside him, then kicked him aside. The surrounding Dongying people, following Chu Zhe's orders, sprang into action. Holding a pile of medals, Bourgeois Jianren respectfully reported, "Chu-san, we've collected 10 medals." Chu Zhe, dissatisfied, wiped the blade of his pristine knife and coldly said, "It's too few. Get more. Just pick them off the dead." He knew well the importance of these medals, and now was the easiest time to gather them. Chu Zhe chuckled inwardly, recalling the original story where Feng Weimian used the red-clad ghost's inheritance and a butcher's knife to deal with the yellow mud ghosts. To him, such reckless actions for a so-called greater good seemed utterly foolish. As more people fell, newcomers continuously poured in. These fresh arrivals, not yet assigned tasks, quickly became prey in the eyes of others. In the dim corridors, human brutality was displayed in full. In the Dragon Kingdom region, Jiang Yi fought single-handedly, showcasing a terrifying savagery. In just a few dozen minutes, he brutally slaughtered 10 yellow mud ghosts in the cages, brains splattering and chests shattering, earning 100 demon lottery chances. The number of yellow mud ghost corpses was enough for everyone present to complete their tasks. An hour later, the task time limit finally arrived. From the end of each corridor came the synchronized sound of locks opening. Jiang Yi returned to his usual appearance, putting on his glasses once more. The crowd automatically parted to form a path, all eyes focused on the rear. Heavy footsteps approached, and a tall figure slowly emerged into view. This figure had a dark, bluish complexion and wore a massive vest stained with thick, oily blood. When he saw the mountain of yellow mud ghost corpses, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Jiang Ye's decryption mode immediately revealed the figure's information: Ghost Butcher, Class A employee. Jiang Yi understood that Class A corresponded to a black-clad level ghost. The Ghost Butcher coldly commanded, "Bring the bodies and follow me." Meanwhile, the situation in other regions was even more tragic. Those who failed to complete their tasks were dissected on the spot by Class A employees, with blood splattering and screams echoing. Within the meat processing plant, just along these corridors, countless lives had already been lost. In the Dongying region, a short, stout Class A employee cruelly dissected several failures before turning to the remaining survivors, indifferently saying, "Follow me." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. They believed the mission was complete and they could safely return. However, Chu Zhe scoffed at this notion. He walked alone to the short, stout grade A ghost employee and pulled out a handful of shiny employee badges from his pocket. "Sir, look at this." Chu Zhe presented the badges to the ghost employee. The badges immediately caught the employee's attention. He raised an eyebrow, a glint of greed in his eyes. "You can make one request," he said slowly, clearly intrigued by the badges from the grade D ghost employees. Seeing this, Chu Zhe was secretly pleased, knowing his plan might work. He took a deep breath and carefully spoke. "I want to save 15 people. Can you?" The ghost employee raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. "You know you can't survive, right? The money we took was from the meat processing plant. You won't escape." His chubby chin wobbled slightly, revealing a playful smile. "Interesting. 15 is too many. You can only save 3, including yourself." Hearing this, Chu Zhe's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the area where the group of Japanese people was. Without much hesitation, he replied decisively, "Okay." Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and the others were following behind the ghost butcher. Along the way, they were silent, not daring to make a sound. As they emerged from the quiet corridor, the true appearance of the meat processing plant unfolded before them. The ground remained damp, and a heavy scent of blood filled the air. Stretching out before them were hundreds of long tables, each with a ghost employee dissecting a corpse. Above each table, various bodies were hung upside down. Some were pigs, some humanoid creatures, some ghosts, and even some humans with their bellies split open. "These ghosts sure aren't picky eaters," Sun Gong remarked with anger as he looked at the human corpses. Jiang Yi replied gravely, "Ordinary ghosts don't eat, but those that do can't stop." At that moment, Jiang Ye's eyes caught the ghost butcher leading the way, and he suddenly noticed a shocking piece of information. The ghost butcher intended to kill the hosts in the enclosed room ahead. This realization instantly turned Jiang Ye's previously calm demeanor into one of extreme seriousness. "I feel something's off." Feng Weimian quietly approached Jiang Yi, speaking in a low voice. Jiang Yi lowered his voice, his tone heavy. "He's going to kill us. The demon livestream never gives us a chance to survive." Feng Weimian was somewhat surprised by Jiang Yi's keen observation. After a moment of thought, he said, "It might be the meat processing plant's decision. They don't fully obey the demon livestream." Jiang Yi took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. "I'll hold him off, and you all find a chance to escape." Feng Weimian expressed concern. "Can you hold him off?" "I can try," Jiang Yi replied briefly. "All right, but not here. There are other ghost employees." The stairwell up ahead is an opportunity. Feng Weimian squinted his eyes slightly. In just a few breaths, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian had devised a plan. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi turned his attention to the system panel. Having previously killed the clay ghost, he had earned 10,000 points, an unprecedented amount. Additionally, the 100 gray draws made Jiang Yi feel that a transformation in his strength was within reach, giving him the confidence to attempt to stop the ghost butcher. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding, detecting the host has 100 same-level demon draws, automatically merging for the host. As Ye Tian's words ended, Jiang Yi hadn't yet grasped the meaning, but when he looked back at the system panel, the demon draw had become one, a single 100-fold gray demon draw. Jiang Yi silently chanted for a lottery draw, his heart filled with doubt. Suddenly, the system panel flickered and a series of notification sounds rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have received 1 kilogram of explosives. Jiang Yi was stunned. 1 kilogram of explosives? Was this the result of the 100 gray demon lottery draws combined? Just as he was about to react, more information popped up from the system. Ding, triggered 5 times critical hit, received 10 tons of explosives. Ding, triggered 20 times critical hit, received 500 tons of explosives. Ding, triggered 50 times critical hit, received 50,000 tons of explosives. Ding, triggered 100 times critical hit, received 1 million tons of TNT, converted to a 1 millionton equivalent nuclear bomb, stored in the system space. Jiang Yi was dumbfounded, his mind blank. The lottery results far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, they arrived at the stairwell that Feng Weimian had mentioned. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up as he saw the hulking ghost butcher ahead. Without hesitation, he retrieved a massive bone cleaver from his storage space. With muscles tensed, Jiang Yi swung the cleaver at the ghost butcher. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as the ghost butcher's shoulder was nearly severed. It halted, its body trembling, eyes glowing with an intense bloodlust. Black lines spread across its skin. How dare you attack me? The ghost butcher roared, reaching its thick arms towards Jiang Yi. Instead of retreating, Jiang Yi charged forward, clashing with the ghost butcher Heaton. As their arms collided, Jiang Yi was forced to stagger backward under the immense force. Go! I'll find you all later, Jiang Yi shouted. Feng Weimian quickly led the others to retreat, leaving behind a group of panicked foreigners. Jiang Yi gave it his all, with the 4 ghost organs unleashing tremendous power. However, against this black-clad evil spirit, he could only hold on for a few seconds. With a sharp cracking sound, Jiang Yi's scapula shattered. The ghost butcher surged with renewed strength, its power skyrocketing, causing the ground beneath Jiang Yi to begin sinking. The crowd behind him was huddled together, and the ghost employees in the dissection hall had already sensed the anomaly. Jiang Yi realized the seriousness of the situation, which was completely beyond his expectations. In this critical moment, the system sounded again. Ding, system version 2.0 has been updated, and a substitute mode has been added for the host. Jiang Yi felt a glimmer of hope, realizing that it was time for the system to intervene once more. A voice echoed in Jiang Yi's mind like a bolt of lightning, snapping him out of his exhaustion. Didi stand-in? He murmured, a bit confused. Suddenly, a system interface appeared before him, showcasing the newly upgraded 2.0 version panel. Black level stand-in, 3,000 points per session. Red level stand-in, 10,000 points per session. Grand red level stand-in, 50,000 points per session. A helpful reminder stood out. Currently, there is only one available red level stand-in. Jiang Yi's gaze swept past the hundreds of lurking ghosts behind him, finally settling on the black level ghost butcher in front of him. At that moment, a tremendous force pressed down, causing the bones in his other hand to emit a sickening crack. In this critical moment, there was no time for hesitation. System, summon the red level stand-in. Jiang Yi ordered decisively. Ding, 10,000 points have been deducted. A stand-in has been called for the host, the system's voice announced. Jiang Yi was anxious, stomping his foot in frustration. If only he had ordered earlier. The ghost butcher sneered, black patterns slithering like snakes across his face, clearly using all his strength. Die, he growled, hurling Jiang Yi towards the cold wall. Boom! After the loud crash, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the entire wall, centered on Jiang Yi's back. Blood spilled from his mouth, his internal organs churning violently. Despite his extraordinary transformation over the past few hours, he was still no match for the black-level ghost. System, hurry up, I can't hold on. Jiang Yi's veins bulged, his voice filled with despair. Worse still, the ghost from the dissection hall had already charged into the crowd, and ordinary people were like lambs to the slaughter. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the system's voice chimed again. Ding, red level stand-in Ye Tian the Handsome has accepted the order. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had been muted. The stairwell and dissection hall fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Yi was bewildered, and the ghost butcher across from him looked equally shocked. Everyone's eyes, both human and ghost, were drawn to the same direction. Jiang Yi followed their gaze, his heart pounding. It was an incredibly familiar silhouette, reminding him of a figure he'd seen in the dormitory at Fengshan campus. Though not an elder in appearance, the aura was unmistakable. As that figure slowly turned, Jiang Ye's heart raced. A powerful force of rules swept over, immobilizing other beings. The intense heartbeat sounds caught Jiang Ye's attention, and he saw the ghost butcher before him completely restrained, unable to move. Those terrified, ghostly eyes were fixed on the turning figure. No, I'm a top-tier employee at the meat processing plant. If you kill me, the team leader won't spare you. With this desperate scream, the ghost butcher felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. His needle-like pupils trembled wildly, and his heartbeat sounded like a drum in his ears. Not far away, those lower-level ghosts let out difficult howls, their voices filled with fear. Suddenly, a rapid heartbeat echoed through the air, like a storm about to break. Jiang Yi held his breath, his gaze fixed on the man slowly turning around. As Ye Tian's profile gradually came into view, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. First, the gray-clad and white-clad ghosts, their chests burst like overinflated balloons. Blood splattered, and flesh flew, creating a horrifying spectacle. Then, the yellow-clad ghosts couldn't hold out either, falling one by one, their lives flickering like candles in the wind. At this moment, Ye Tian's power was comparable to the ghost dean of Fengshan campus, placing him among the elite in this ghostly realm. Finally, only the black-clad ghost butcher remained, standing alone like a ghostly deity from the abyss, facing the slaughter. As Ye Tian's face was fully revealed to the ghost butcher, that pounding heart finally reached its limit. No, you can't kill me. The ghost butcher's scream was abruptly cut off, his chest exploded, and cold ghost blood splattered all over Jiang Yi. The world around suddenly fell silent, and Jiang Yi snapped back to reality. Nearly 100 foreigners stared in shock at the scene before them, and finally, all eyes focused on the mysterious man. System, is this what a red-clad substitute is? Jiang Yi murmured to himself, filled with awe. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Hello, employer. Jiang Yi turned sharply to see Ye Tian standing beside him, a faint smile on his face. Are you Ye Tian the handsome? Jiang Ye's tone was a bit hesitant. The pressure from this person was overwhelming. Ye Tian nodded and suggested, employer, I recommend you leave now while you can. Thinking of Feng Weimian and the other's situation, Jiang Yi quickly snapped out of it. He turned to Ye Tian and asked, are you coming with me? He still had many questions about this new substitute feature. Ye Tian shook his head, his gaze fixed on the end of the dark hallway outside. Following his line of sight, Jiang Yi saw a terrifying presence slowly emerging under the light. It was a massive tumor-like sphere, sewn with countless heads and limbs, exuding a nauseating aura. Jiang Ye's system immediately provided an analysis. Super adhesive monster, red-clad ghost, one of the 3 team leaders of Wang's meat processing plant. Red-clad, Jiang Ye's heart tightened, understanding why Ye Tian couldn't accompany him. This powerful substitute needed to stay behind to deal with this horrifying entity. Be careful, Jiang Yi said to Ye Tian, then turned and left without hesitation, leaving the impending battle to the strong one behind him. As Jiang Yi departed, the foreigners who had been in panic for over a century finally came to their senses and hurriedly followed in his footsteps to escape. In the blink of an eye, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Ye Tian, who was entirely focused on the monstrous creature ahead. Since it's the dumbest of the 3 leaders, this will be easy, Ye Tian thought to himself while putting on a mask. In the shadows, the super adhesive monster fixed its hundreds of eyes on the masked Ye Tian. An eerie voice, ha ha ha, emanated from its numerous mouths, sending chills down the spine. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a blackish-blue arm stretched out, aiming straight for Ye Tian. Unlike the other 2 red-clad ghost leaders, this adhesive monster didn't bother with negotiations, it only knew how to fight, as it couldn't speak at all. Ye Tian slightly shifted his body, and the sudden arm brushed past his coat, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. The bricks shattered, and cracks spread across the ground. As its attack missed, the adhesive monster angrily swung its arms again. Yet, Ye Tian skillfully dodged each time, with only his clothes getting grazed. The adhesive monster was utterly enraged. Ye Tian chuckled inwardly, having successfully provoked it. Slowly, he removed his mask, revealing not his true face, but the visage of Chu Zhe. If Jiang Yi were here, he would be shocked and call out Chu Zhe's name. Ye Tian thought, for the sake of the plot's progression, attracting hatred towards Chu Zhe was necessary. If left unchecked, Chu Zhe might use his knowledge of the plot to sneak away. Roar! The adhesive monster was furious at the human's audacity to remove the mask so disdainfully. Just as it was about to attack, Ye Tian turned and ran deeper into the meat processing plant. The monster let out peculiar sounds and quickly chased after him. Meanwhile, in the dark, damp corridor, Jiang Yi used his wolf-like, keen sense of smell to follow the scent of the Longwa people. Although delayed by the ghostly butcher, they hadn't gone far. When Jiang Yi reached a cold, dark meat storage room, he saw Feng Weimian and the others. However, they seemed to be in troubly a white-clad ghost, a level above the mud ghost, resembling a ghostly employee in charge of transporting meat. Just as Jiang Yi was about to intervene, he saw Feng Weimian skillfully subdue the ghost with a boning knife. It seems that even without me, your survival skills are quite strong, Jiang Yi remarked. At the sound of Jiang Ye's voice, the 11 Longhua people turned simultaneously. Jiang Yi, a few women exclaimed, while the others showed expressions of relief. Jiang Ye's prolonged absence had led them to fear the worst, especially given the formidable appearance of the butcher ghost. What brought you here? Jiang Yi asked, looking around. Although relatively safe, it was only a temporary refuge. Feng Weimian explained. We intended to settle everyone here while I went to rescue you on my own. A woman clicked her tongue, her voice filled with concern. Her gaze shifted among the group before finally resting on Jiang Yi. With Jiang Yi here, our chances of getting out alive are much greater. Feng Weimian expressionlessly wiped the bone knife in his hand, the blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. He said calmly, I'm just planning to assist him. That's nonsense. The woman suddenly raised her voice. The way you were worried just now, it's like you've lost a lover. Feng Weimian was taken aback by her words. His Adam's apple moved slightly, but he didn't respond. Jiang Yi cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. Ahem. The ghosts on the ghost butcher's side have been dealt with. It's time we escape this place too. Mo Kuffer frowned, clearly still harboring concerns. If we really get out, won't the demon livestream care? Jiang Ye's tone was firm and undeniable. Let's escape first. You've seen the attitude of those at the meatpacking plant. They never intended for us to survive. Escaping the plant is our only chance. Right, Wang Liaolong agreed, waving his hand in support. I support Jiang Ye's view. Mo Kuffer pondered for a moment, not continuing to oppose but instead offering his own suggestion. In that case, we can bring others along. We can join forces with other humans from the meatpacking plant, and by then, these ghosts will have a hard time dealing with so many of us. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. It's feasible. Meanwhile, the meat-smoking area of the meatpacking plant welcomed an unexpected guest Ye Tian. Behind him, a super-adhesive monster was in hot pursuit, emitting a chilling kitch laugh. Ye Tian, disguised as Chu Zhe, paused in the smoking area. He looked around, sensing the focal point of fortune in the world, and nodded to himself. This is it. The adhesive monster advanced step by step, its massive body writhing as it gradually blocked Ye Tian's escape route. It was confident of its victory, stretching out its rubbery, yet powerful arms towards Ye Tian. In the face of this fierce attack, Ye Tian remained calm and unhurried. He waved his hand gently and said nonchalantly, See you later. Before the words finished echoing, his figure vanished without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. 3 arms smashed heavily onto the ground, leaving 3 deep pits. The super-adhesive monster was stunned, bewilderedly turning its massive body, but Ye Tian was nowhere to be seen. Roar! A frenzied howl erupted from the monster's many mouths. It felt mocked, its hatred for the vanished figure reaching its peak. After spinning around aimlessly several times in frustration, the super-adhesive monster, filled with resentment, began to leave on its stump-like short legs. Just then, a whisper came from a nearby corridor. Quick, move quietly. The words halted the adhesive monster in its tracks. Chu-san, why are we leaving? Haven't we completed the task set by the demon livestream? A puzzled voice from Kenta Bufukawa emerged from the darkness. Chu-zhe, slightly impatient, replied. Naive, did the demon livestream ever say that completing the task means we won't die? What? Does that mean we'll die even after completing the task? Sakura Miko asked in surprise. Exactly. Chu-zhe gently stroked the hair of the woman beside him, his tone turning serious. The 10th round of the demon livestream is a meat grinder, an obvious one. We must leave here. Once the meatpacking plant is so full of human corpses that it can no longer hold any, the demon livestream will move to the 11th round. Inghua Maisie was shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief. Can we really get out of here? She asked, her voice trembling. Chu-zhe smiled confidently, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Trust me, he said, silently grateful for his thorough understanding of the original plot. At this moment, they were on the right path, each step bringing them closer to freedom. Suddenly, heavy footsteps shattered the corridor's silence, echoing clearly in their ears. They looked up warily to see a horrifying sight around the corner. Oh my god, what is that? Inghua Maisie and Buchuan Jianqian screamed in terror, almost fainting on the spot. It was a super-adhesive monster, far more terrifying than they had imagined. Its massive body stood 3 meters tall, composed of tangled limbs and countless heads, resembling a living demon in the shadows. Even though Chu-zhe was mentally prepared, seeing the creature in person made his eyes widen with dread. As a plot expert, he knew this was one of the 3 most terrifying ghosts in the meat factory, aside from the factory manager. Why is one of the 3 red-clad ghosts here? Chu-zhe wondered, but soon felt relieved. Fortunately, it's the least intelligent of the 3, he thought to himself. Turning to the 2 behind him, he said, show your employee badges. When it sees our badges, it'll think we're factory staff and won't attack us." Chuse's tone was firm and confident. With that, he boldly waved his level employee badge in front of the super adhesive monster and walked past it. However, things took an unexpected turn. The monster trembled, not out of fear, but intense anger. Though not very intelligent, it wasn't so dim-witted as to have its intelligence insulted. How dare they flaunt their badges in front of it so brazenly? Did they think it was a complete fool? Were the hundreds of eyes on its body just decorative? Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, the monster's dozens of arms launched a furious attack on Chuse. In this barrage of rage, Chuse could only widen his eyes in disbelief, watching as countless blackish-green arms bore down on him. Impossible. Why is the adhesive monster attacking? What went wrong? This was the only question lingering in Chuse's mind. Boom! A massive collective strike left Chuse no room to dodge. After all, he didn't have Ye Tian's strength. Meanwhile, in the system space, Ye Tian was focused on the panel before him, which showed Chuse's protagonist fortune. Initially, when Chuse arrived in this world, he had 10,000 points of protagonist fortune. But just now, the value dropped to 0. Ye Tian narrowed his eyes, quietly observing the panel. He knew this wasn't the end. On another system panel, Chuse's personal information was prominently displayed. Name: Chuse. Transmigration: Child of Fortune. Protagonist fortune: 0. Protagonist aura: level 91. Passive skill: Bloodline Legacy one-time use. Ye Tian's gaze lingered on the last line, focusing on the protagonist's unique passive skill. Such skills were almost a standard feature for any protagonist. In the first world he traveled to, Lin Fan, at the end of his rope, was still favored by fate and ultimately received help from Baiyuzhe. In the previous world, Xiao Ling revealed his trump card, Gatenji at the last moment. Every protagonist is not to be underestimated. As expected, the anticipated event occurred. In just 1 minute, Chuse's protagonist fortune, which had reset to 0, skyrocketed. The numbers climbed rapidly: 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, finally stabilizing at 50,000. His life-saving passive ability vanished, and the situation became instantly unpredictable. At the quiet corner of the corridor, Sakura Maisie fainted upon seeing Chuse's mangled body after being blasted by the adhesive monster. Buchuan Jiaren's legs shook like a sieve, and a pungent smell of urine emanated from him as fear overwhelmed him. The adhesive monster felt a surge of pleasure at the sight of Chuse's condition. Just as it was about to leave, an unusual fluctuation emanated from Chuse's body in the large pit. Threads of red light spread out like a web from the scarlet mark on his fist. A rich vitality seeped from his body, leaving the adhesive monster baffled. As the adhesive monster was momentarily stunned, layers of scarlet marks frantically crawled over Chuse's skin like living creatures. Instantly, a noble aura radiated, making the adhesive monster extremely uncomfortable, as if Chuse had suddenly become an entity it needed to revere. Despite this, the adhesive monster extended 2 massive arms, each as thick as a human thigh, intending to crush Chuse once more. However, at the critical moment, a thunderous explosion shattered its arms. Uh, uh, uh. The adhesive monster let out intense roars from its mouths. Its numerous eyes locked onto the figure behind it, filled with ferocity. There, a rotund figure had appeared, the one responsible for blasting its arms apart. Upon seeing this spherical figure, the adhesive monster's fury dissipated instantly. Its heads drooped in clear fear of this newcomer. The rotund figure ignored the adhesive monster, focusing instead on Chuse in the pit, his excitement barely contained. In a flash, he appeared beside Chuse. Seeing the familiar scarlet markings on Chuse's body, he was initially startled, then choked up. "I wasn't wrong. This is the king, our king. He has returned." Meanwhile, inside the meat processing plant, Zhang Yi was accompanied by Feng Weimian and others, with a large group of people from other countries following them. A rough estimate suggested there were at least over 3,000 people. This formidable group would be difficult for even ghosts to confront directly. The incredible yang energy emanating from everyone played a crucial role at this moment. "System, where else are there humans?" Zhang Yi asked. "Host, at your 7 o'clock position, there are 300 newly emerged people," the system replied. Zhang Yi expanded the human distribution map of the meat processing plant in the system space. With this information, he promptly rallied everyone to take action. The crowd's collective energy surged like a tide, suppressing the surrounding malevolent presence. Unless they encountered a particularly powerful ghost, these ordinary spirits posed no threat to them. The survivors, relying on their numbers, began to consolidate one area after another. When everyone finally gathered together, the total number reached a staggering 18,000. This incredible figure also indirectly revealed how many had perished in this meat processing plant. Zhang Yi realized it was time to leave this haunted place. He decisively requested from the system, "System, give me a map of the meat processing plant." Ding, 300 points have been deducted from the host. The system's voice chimed in, and a holographic map appeared before Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi studied the map carefully, then turned to the crowd behind him and shouted, "Stay close to me, and we'll get out of here together." Jiang Yi's leadership was indeed compelling. Many new viewers in the Demon livestream had witnessed him brutally defeating a mud ghost in the cage. Despite his ruthless methods, the sense of security he provided was irresistible. Under Jiang Yi's leadership, nearly 20,000 people followed closely. This scene broadcasted through various live streams worldwide, showing all the viewers on Blue Planet that the team leading all the survivors was from the Dragon Country, and their leader was the bespectacled young man, Jiang Yi. Viewers around the globe were on edge. Some prayed, "Heaven help them, they must get out." Others doubted, "The Demon livestream won't let them escape so easily, will it?" And some worried, "Isn't this too reckless? It's Jiang Yi's first time in the plant. Does he really know the way? What if he leads everyone to their doom?" Audiences from different countries shared a common emotion concern. Jiang Yi led the group to the center of the meat processing plant. He glanced away from the map and discreetly opened the system's personal item interface. His inventory conspicuously displayed a million-ton atomic bomb. Description: hoping for universal peace. Usage: the host must set coordinates. Then, the system can deploy it, consuming points. Jiang Yi thought to himself, "Set the coordinates, huh? What better spot than the center of Wang's meat processing plant?" A seemingly benevolent smile appeared on his face, but his mind was made up. A parting gift must be given, no matter what. After setting the coordinates for the nuclear strike, nearly 20,000 people, led by Jiang Yi, surged toward the exit like a tidal wave. Their sheer numbers greatly diminished their fear of the ghosts, viewing them as nothing more than unsightly creatures. Jiang Yi's voice cut through the noisy environment, guiding everyone like a beacon. "The exit is ahead." The crowd collectively looked forward, and at the end of the foul-smelling factory, a bright white light shone like a beacon of hope. "We're almost out." At the sight of the exit, everyone's tense nerves relaxed. They were secretly grateful for following Jiang Yi, believing it was the right decision to escape this nightmare. However, just as joy was about to overcome them, two figures suddenly appeared at the entrance. An old man with sharp ears and a monkey-like face, wearing a robe adorned with coins, and a burly man over 3 meters tall, wearing a skirt made of human skin. As they emerged, a tangible shadow slowly spread from their bodies. Jiang Yi's heart pounded as he realized these were two red-clad fierce ghosts. He shouted loudly, "Stop!" But many ignored him. The exit was right there, and they just wanted to escape this haunted place as quickly as possible. It was just two ghosts, why not charge through? With this mindset, over 100 people advanced about 10 meters, but suddenly found themselves immobilized. They looked down in terror as the encroaching shadow seemed to transform into a cold, swampy mire. Those trapped in the ghostly realm cried out in despair, but it was too late. They were mercilessly engulfed, while those behind could only watch helplessly. Panic spread rapidly. How could this happen? We were almost out. Why are those two ghosts so terrifying? What should we do now? Some began to regret. We shouldn't have followed Jiang Yi blindly. Our country's contestants have already completed the devil's task. We could have waited for the live stream to bring them back. As the focus of the world, representatives from various countries began to shift blame. It was led by the Dragon Country. "If anything happens to our people, I'm never going to Dragon Country again." Amidst the despair, two figures stepped forward from the front of the group. Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian turned to the panic-stricken crowd, resolutely saying, "We'll hold them back, you go." This scene left many stunned. "Ha ha ha, how foolish." The sharp-eared ghost cackled with an ear-piercing laugh. Determination flashed in Feng Weimian's eyes as he charged forward without hesitation. Unlike the others, he wasn't immediately engulfed upon stepping into the ghostly mire. With a bone knife in hand, he instantly appeared before the coin-robed ghost. Scarab, the sharp blade clashed fiercely with the ghost's claws, sparks flying. Jiang Yi marveled at Feng Weimian's ability to resist the ghostly realm's control. He knew that the ghostly realm was the source of all ghostly power. Without it, the fierce ghosts could only exert about 60 to 70% of their strength. As Feng Weimian battled the emaciated ghost, Jiang Yi locked eyes with the other red-clad ghost, a tense atmosphere of confrontation filling the air. Facing an opponent far more formidable than the Ghost Butcher, Jiang Yi knew he stood no chance of winning. His only option was to buy time to allow those behind him to escape. "System, how many points do I have now?" Jiang Yi asked in his mind. "The host has 6,000 points remaining." The system replied coldly. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. As the focal point of the world's attention, leading so many people to safety, his points had indeed increased at an astonishing rate. He quickly opened the DDDIDA interface and scanned through the options. Black level substitute, 3,000 points per session. Red level substitute, 10,000 points per session. Big red level substitute, 50,000 points per session. At the bottom of the interface was a friendly reminder. Currently, there are ample black level substitutes available. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At least there were helpers available. System, Order 2, Black Level Substitutes, he commanded decisively. Although the enemy before him was a red-level fierce ghost, far beyond what he could handle alone, with less than 10,000 points, he had no other choice. Ding, 6,000 points have been deducted, and substitutes have been called for the host. Ding, Black Level Substitute Butcher number 1 has accepted the order. Ding, Black Level Substitute Butcher number 2 has accepted the order. With the system's notifications, two tall figures suddenly appeared beside Jiang Yi. Their appearances were somewhat unfamiliar, but the familiar aura stirred something in Jiang Yi's heart. It was clear that Ye Tian had used the body of the previous ghost butcher, repaired and cloned, to create these beings. Jiang Yi had no time to ponder further. He turned to the two wooden figures and said gravely, "Please, we must stop him." With that, he charged forward without hesitation, the two towering figures following closely behind. The crowd behind was initially unsettled by the sudden appearance of the two butchers, but soon realized this was a golden opportunity to escape. Nearly 20,000 people began to move slowly and steadily towards the passage, even slower than the orderly return of 3,000 students to their classrooms after a morning run. Meanwhile, Feng Weimian had been battling the fierce ghost in the ghostly realm for a minute, exchanging blows over 100 times. His condition was deteriorating rapidly, and his arm holding the knife trembled slightly from exhaustion. The opponent's speed and strength were tens, if not hundreds, of times greater than his own, making this battle unwinnable from the start. Sisyphus. Feng Weimian was forced to retreat a few steps amidst a shower of sparks, barely steadying himself. The emaciated fierce ghost let out a piercing laugh. Isn't that knife the one that little fatty had? Even he didn't dare to attack me. And yet here you are, braver should I say, foolish? Feng Weimian took a deep breath and replied resolutely, "Just to hold you back. How boring. Do you really think you've managed to hold me back?" The emaciated fierce ghost in the golden robe laughed mockingly. At that moment, Feng Weimian's gaze fell on the crowd fleeing in the distance. His pupils suddenly contracted. The ghostly realm belonging to the emaciated fierce ghost was silently spreading beneath their feet. At that moment, driven by extreme urgency, Feng Weimian made his first bold move to charge at the gaunt ghost. However, this reckless decision immediately exposed his vulnerability. As soon as he rushed forward, Feng Weimian realized he'd fallen into a trap, and the triumphant cackle of the ghost echoed in his ears. In the blink of an eye, a shadow flashed by, and the ghost's icy claws descended from Feng Weimian's shoulders. The searing pain felt as if his arm was about to be torn off. With a muffled groan, he staggered back several steps, turning as pale as a sheet. The live stream viewers watched this scene, their hearts gripped with fear. They saw Feng Weimian injured, yet still struggling to hold on. The gaunt ghost sneered, "To have lasted this long with just your exceptional combat skills, you're the strongest human I've ever encountered." With that, it prepared to finish off this tenacious opponent. At this critical moment, the blood dripping from Feng Weimian seemed to turn into acid, causing the ghostly realm beneath him to retreat as if meeting its nemesis. This intrigued the gaunt ghost, prompting it to take this formidable opponent seriously. Meanwhile, not far away, Jiang Yi was locked in fierce combat with another ghost. In his mind, Ye Tian sighed, realizing another protagonist had unleashed their final trump card in desperation, though it wasn't strong enough. The battle on Jiang Yi's side was even more intense, with every punch landing solidly. The ghost butchers produced by the system, numbered 1 and 2, were immune to the ghostly realm's influence, directly challenging the ghost leader. This sight amazed Jiang Yi. However, even without the interference of the ghostly realm, the ghost butchers could only exert 6,070 of their power. The ghost leader's punch could shatter their bones, and the butchers were sacrificing themselves to buy time for the people behind them. 5 minutes passed, and butcher number 1 had already fallen, while butcher number 2 was severely injured, evidently unable to hold on much longer. Jiang Yi watched, deeply moved. These were just system-generated substitutes, yet they were willing to lay down their lives for strangers. On the other side, Feng Weimian discovered his blood had a strong restraining effect on the ghost. Cleverly, he smeared his blood on his blade, momentarily leveling the fight. However, as time went on, his blood loss continued. His lips turned pale, and he was at risk of fainting at any moment. 10 minutes later, butcher number 2 also fell. Ye Tian whispered to Jiang Yi, "If the host leaves now, there's still a chance to escape." Jiang Yi glanced at the evacuation team of thousands behind him, took a deep breath, and said, "If I leave, these people are doomed." Ye Tian advised, "The host has no obligation to protect these people." Jiang Yi replied firmly, "With great power comes great responsibility. Initially, I entered the demon livestream just to survive. But now I understand, protecting these people is my purpose for living." No sooner had he spoken than the ghost leader's fist, like a massive hammer, struck Jiang Yi, sending him flying several meters. In the system space, Ye Tian heard the host's words and fell silent. A few minutes later, Jiang Yi finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. At the same time, Feng Weimian also fainted from excessive blood loss. The two heroes fell simultaneously, leaving behind a silent battlefield. They have fallen. Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian sacrificed themselves to cover everyone's retreat. This scene was broadcasted live across Longhua, leaving viewers stunned and in disbelief. Why hold on so stubbornly? Retreat quickly, someone shouted anxiously in the livestream chat. What are those people doing? Why is the retreat so slow? Another viewer angrily pounded on their keyboard. Aren't there over 1,000 people? Isn't anyone going to save them? More viewers began to question. The two men lay on the ground, their figures weighing like a heavy stone on the hearts of all the viewers, suffocating in their gravity. Those who had once mocked Longhua now felt their faces burn, as if they had been slapped hard. Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian could have left safely, but they chose to stay. Under the watchful eyes of the world, they exchanged their lives for the safety of others. The last group of survivors finally left Wang's meat processing plant. The live broadcast of Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian disappeared, as they remained forever in that dreadful place. The scene shifts to the plant manager's office inside the meat processing plant. Chu Zhe, fully recovered from his injuries thanks to the scarlet blood patterns, experienced an astonishing surge in strength. As he opened his eyes, he saw a chubby man with a simple smile standing quietly nearby. "You're awake, my king," the chubby man grinned, revealing unusually jagged teeth. "Who are you?" Chu Zhe rubbed his temples, recalling the moment he was instantly killed by the adhesive monster. The chubby man, devoid of the arrogance typical of a high-ranking nightmare, acted more like a diligent servant. "My king, I am Wang Biao, your former subordinate." "Wang Biao?" Chu Zhe asked in surprise. "Are you the plant manager?" "Yes, that's me." Wang Biao nodded in confirmation. "You say you're my subordinate?" Chu Zhe asked again, incredulous. Wang Biao explained. "Not just me, but also the chairman of Ghost City No. 1, the station master of Tian Bus, and the store manager of Kongfeng Supermarket. All are your subordinates." Hearing these names, Chu Zhe was shocked, but a strong sense of joy surged in his heart. These were all high-ranking nightmares. "So where are they?" Chu Zhe asked eagerly, wanting to confirm the truth. "I've already notified them, and they're all on their way," Wang Biao replied. "Really?" Chu Zhe took a deep breath. "Why do you call me king?" Wang Biao pointed to Chu Zhe's skin. "My king, look at your skin." Chu Zhe looked down and was astonished to find that the red patterns, once only on his fist, had spread across his entire body. A smile crept up his lips as he thought. So this is the benefit of being a traveler? It's simply invincible. As Chu Zhe was immersed in joy, the office door opened. A long, slender leg first came into view, followed by the tall figure of a woman, the store manager of Kongfeng Supermarket. Also a high-ranking figure. Next, a middle-aged man in a suit with a serious expression walked in, the station master of Tian Bus. Finally, an elderly man with white hair also entered the office, the chairman of Ghost City No. 1, the most terrifying entity in Ghost City. Looking at the scene before him, Chu Zhe felt like he was floating. "You are all my subordinates?" he asked in disbelief. The three high-ranking nightmares respectfully said in unison, "Greetings to the Ghost King." Chu Zhe couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! Excellent, excellent." Chu Zhe was lost in a fantasy of victory, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of revenge. He was already planning how to navigate the next 2 episodes of the Demon broadcast and how to retaliate against those who had wronged him. Jiang Yi, the people of Longhua, the mysterious inheritor, and even the fat butcher would not escape his reckoning. With the strongest support in this world, he felt invincible. However, reality was not so kind. Jiang Yi was being dragged across the greasy, cold ground by an angry ghost in red, unsure of where he was being taken. The ghost's fury was almost palpable because these two humans had allowed all the prey to escape. As time passed, Jiang Yi's self-healing ability gradually took effect. When he finally managed to open his eyes slightly, the ghost that was dragging him came to a halt. A voice filled with fear said, "Director, all the humans have escaped." At the office door, Wang Biao's voice was tinged with obvious anger. "Escaped? All the humans?" The red-clad ghost explained. "We were useless, stopped by 2 humans. The one he was dragging was Feng Weimian. It was these 2. Useless?" Wang Biao's roar echoed down the corridor. "You couldn't even handle 2 humans." Inside the office, Chu Zhe looked up at the door. "What's the matter?" he asked, feigning concern. "A small problem. Wang, hope we didn't disturb you." Wang Biao forced a smile. Chu Zhe's gaze fell on Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Bring those 2 to me," he commanded. Cold water splashed over their heads, jolting Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian awake. Chu Zhe's mocking voice reached them. "Good evening, Jiang Yi." Jiang Yi opened his eyes to see the body of a fat butcher, stabbed with butcher knives, lying not far away. On several chairs around them sat terrifying, abyss-like presences. He looked up and met Chu Zhe's gaze. Chu Zhe shook his head and clicked his tongue. "I heard you were beaten like this by 2 red-clad ghosts while covering for those people to retreat?" TSK, didn't you know? The red-clad ghosts you struggled against are just underlings of my underlings. Surprised? See those nightmare-level ghosts around? They're all my subordinates. Trash, Jiang Yi calmly uttered. Chu Zhe sneered and kicked Jiang Yi in the chest. You might not know my true identity now. Let me introduce myself. I am the king of ghosts of Fengdu, supported by 4 powerful red-clad ghosts. I have the strongest backing. He leaned in and whispered to Jiang Yi. Originally, I planned to come to you, but you conveniently came to me. Don't worry, after I send you on your way, it won't take long before I give special attention to those people in Longhua. Feng Weimian, enduring the pain, interjected. They've already left, you probably can't do anything to them. Is that so? Chu Zhe chuckled. You really think you've become heroes? Jiang Yi stood before the demon livestream panel, his brow furrowed. The scarlet warning text stung his eyes. All humans who escaped from Wang's meat processing plant must return. Violators will die. Above, a half-hour countdown flashed, mercilessly reminding him of the life-and-death moment. Suddenly, a scene materialized in the room. The suffocating sight of Fengshan campus, nearly 20,000 people crammed at the narrow classroom doorway, the only path leading back to Wang's meat processing plant. Despair and fear spread among the crowd. A smug smile appeared on Chu Zhe's face as he sneered. See that? They all want to come back. But I've locked the way until the last 5 minutes. Trust me, their return will be much faster than their escape. His words were filled with a disregard for life. Feng Weimian, furious, demanded sharply. Do 2,000 lives mean so little to you? Jiang Yi suppressed the pain in his chest, coldly staring at Chu Zhe. You may be human, but you're not humane. Chu Zhe abruptly stood up, laughing arrogantly. People become corrupted with money, let alone with power beyond everything. My strength, my background, allow me to do as I please. Why should I hold back? Jiang Yi suddenly smirked. I wouldn't lose any sleep over killing you. This calm statement made Chu Zhe's pupils contract, but he quickly resumed his arrogance. Kill me? You're too naive. It seems you don't know the power of these 4 red robes by my side. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly interrupted. Red robes? Impressive. Before the words were finished, the 4 red-robe figures turned their attention to an office chair. A man was sitting there, unnoticed by them until now. Chu Zhe recognized the newcomer, his eyes nearly ablaze. It's you? Capture him. Recalling the inheritance snatched away at Fengshan campus, Chu Zhe was both furious and excited, as if seizing a chance for revenge. The 4 red robes immediately launched an attack, their combined force enough to shock the entire ghost realm or the world. With a thunderous crash, Wang Gula's office was leveled to the ground. Yet, as the dust settled, they were stunned to find Ye Tian standing there unscathed. Upon closer inspection, the 4 leaders' faces darkened, it was just a projection of Ye Tian. No one had dared to provoke them like this in years, and they felt mocked. Ye Tian chuckled lightly. Such a grand display. I'm flattered. Chu Zhe's face was ashen, and he hissed through clenched teeth. Who are you really? What do you want? Ye Tian replied indifferently. Just passing by, no need for names. You won't remember it for long anyway. Ye Tian's gaze fell on Jiang Yi as he calmly asked. Have you made up your mind? A grim yet satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face as he softly replied. Deploy it. All the major players of this world are here. Even if it means mutual destruction, it's worth it. Listening to their conversation, Chu Zhe suddenly felt a wave of unease. He couldn't help but ask, deploy what? Ye Tian turned to Chu Zhe, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. A nuclear bomb. He continued, this thing once descended upon your country too, Mr. Chu sang. Only this time, the power of this one is 25 times that of the previous 2 combined. Chu Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice shaking with shock. What are you saying? How can there be a nuclear bomb here? Despite his initial disbelief, a sense of dread welled up inside him. Ye Tian continued speaking to himself, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. It's already here. You, the king of Fengdu, along with your 4 subordinates, can now reminisce in the afterlife. Though I wonder, where do ghosts go when they die? At that moment, Chu Zhe began to tremble. He could hear a massive sonic boom from above. A thunderous roar erupted over the entire meat processing plant. Boom, 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 boom. The air shattered explosively. Before the nuclear bomb's reward could even reach him, Chu Zhe, directly below, felt his eardrums burst, blood streaming from his ears. With bloodshot eyes, Chu Zhe turned to Ye Tian, shouting desperately, No, I am the king of Fengdu. I have 4 powerful subordinates. I can't die? Why? I've just reached the pinnacle of this world. Why are you doing this? Meanwhile, at the Fengshan campus, 20,000 people anxiously waiting to rush into the meat processing plant suddenly saw an intense white light burst on the distant horizon. The terrifying radiation illuminated the entire dark world. Hiss! Ah! A multitude of ghosts screamed in agony, their voices echoing for a moment before being vaporized. Soon after, the sound of boom, boom, boom resonated for hundreds of kilometers, causing the entire world to tremble. Over the Ghost City region, a massive, bright mushroom cloud slowly rose, declaring humanity's iron-fisted methods and a power so formidable it instilled fear in all ghosts. Nearly 20,000 people at Fengshan campus, along with millions of viewers in live stream rooms on Blue Star, witnessed the terrifying nuclear explosion on the horizon. After the blinding light, a crimson mushroom cloud slowly rose, shaking everyone to their core. That's in the direction of Ghost City. The meat processing plant is there too, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. The ground groaned under violent tremors, and from afar came the chilling wails of countless spirits in their final moments. Among the crowd gathered at the classroom door, a timid voice asked, "Do we still need to return to the meat processing plant?" The question plunged everyone into a brief silence. At that moment, the Devil's live stream information box suddenly popped up, with a scarlet warning flashing across the screen. The meat processing plant is destroyed. The 10th episode of the Devil's live stream has ended. Immediately, another notification appeared. The 11th episode of the Devil's live stream will officially start in 3 hours. The information on the screen began to update frantically. The location for the 11th episode, Kangfeng Supermarket, evaporated. The 11th episode ended. The 12th episode started, Ghost Market High School obliterated. The 12th episode ended. The 13th episode. It seemed as though the Devil's live stream was collapsing. Finally, a voice filled with resentment and anger echoed in everyone's ears. I've meticulously arranged this grand scheme for a century. How could it collapse like this? Humans, what have you done? This howl, like a wail from the apocalypse, sent shivers down everyone's spine. Before they could react, the screen of the Devil's live stream shattered, and all broadcasts simultaneously ceased. Subsequently, 18,000 people in the ghost realm instantly fell into unconsciousness. A day later, when they slowly awoke, they found themselves back in familiar places, rooms, internet cafes, bathhouses. They were on Blue Star. The once terrifying experience felt like nothing more than a nightmare. 2 months passed, and the Devil's live stream never reappeared. However, discussions about it grew increasingly intense, becoming a global hot topic. In this thrilling history, the sacrifice of 2 heroes from the Dragon Nation, who covered the retreat of many, left the most profound mark. Ye Tian sat in the villa, closing the book in his hand with a gentle sigh. This was his first experience with a host's death, leaving him somewhat melancholic. He opened his palm, revealing a world coin that emitted a cold aura. Xiao Zhao, what is the main function of this world coin? Ye Tian carefully examined the palm-sized item, sensing its distinctly different aura from the previous one. Ye Tian stood in the system space, gazing at the flickering sphere of light. The voice of the creator's system echoed in his ear, describing the mystical power of the world coin. A thought crossed Ye Tian's mind, and a surge of energy burst forth from his palm. Boom! The world coin transformed into a cluster of light, slowly dissipating. Earth, like a famished entity, instantly absorbed this energy, filling its void. On the surface, everything appeared unchanged. But 2 days later, when Ye Tian opened his browser, the subtle shifts became evident. As he browsed through the web, he noticed that the once prevalent extreme and superstitious remarks had been quietly deleted, and by their original authors. Discussions on theology still persisted, but the tone had become noticeably more composed and rational. Phrases like, "You don't have to believe in gods and spirits, I won't force you. I will maintain my own respect," were now commonplace. Surprisingly, even the once aggressive materialists had toned down their rhetoric. No matter how heated past debates had been, when this topic arose, everyone seemed to transform into courteous gentlemen, expressing their views with mutual respect. This change, though subtle, was profoundly significant. Those with ulterior motives, aiming to brainwash ordinary people into committing crimes, would find it increasingly difficult to succeed. More importantly, the effect of the world coin was permanent. This meant that for centuries to come, humanity would not wage wars over these 2 beliefs. Just like the previous world coin, despite the ongoing global pollution, the world coin representing light continued to purify these pollutants, maintaining the world's brightness within acceptable limits. Ye Tian opened the system interface and saw that the progress bar had risen from 1 to 2. Though there was still a long way to go, unless Earth reached the brink of destruction, he could handle it with ease. As night fell, Ye Tian lay on the rooftop. Under the starry sky, a cool breeze brushed against his face. He opened the system panel, which was now much more elaborate compared to its initial blank state. The system store was divided into 3 categories: items, food, weapons, daily necessities, extraordinary ancient martial arts, cultivation, ghost organs, and skills, communication skills, survival skills. Ye Tian had accumulated over 30 million points, but the largest expenditure always occurred at the moment of entering a new world and resisting the world's will. Where should I go next? Ye Tian murmured to himself as he opened a new panel. Suddenly, millions of novel titles surged forth. War of Resistance. I witnessed the death of 300,000 people in Nanjing. Flood. Sea level rises 100 meters. I sought refuge with the merfolk, patricide and ascension. I truly have 3,000 beauties in my harem. Gazing at these diverse worlds, Ye Tian asked the system space, Xiao Zhao, do you have any recommendations? The creator system pondered for a moment. The third world is viable. Any particular reason? This world is relatively safe, the creator system explained, then added. And it's not too low level, ensuring some gains. Ye Tian mused. What effect will the world coin obtained from this world have? Perhaps. The creator system considered its response. It could add several hundred years to your country's history. Add several hundred years to history? Upon hearing this, a meaningful smile curled at Ye Tian's lips. Now that's interesting. In the small border town of Shang Country, known for its tranquil and leisurely atmosphere, the arrival of a squad of imperial guards and a eunuch dressed in purple completely shattered the peace. In a courtyard of brick and tile, a handsome man in a blue robe, Sheng Chang'e, knelt on one knee alongside his butler and servants, all eyes fixed on the eunuch holding the unfurled imperial edict. In the court, the color purple signifies a fifth-rank official, one with the authority to read the emperor's decree. Everyone in the courtyard kneeled out of respect for this decree. The eunuch's loud voice rang out. Fifth Prince, Sheng Chang'e, heed the decree. I am here, replied Sheng Chang'e, kneeling at the front, a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal on his slightly weathered face. 3 years ago, he was exiled to this remote town for overstepping his bounds in matters of state. He believed his father, the emperor, had forgotten him and had even begun to adapt to a life of leisure, thinking it wasn't so bad to be a carefree prince. Yet today, his father remembered him. At this moment, Sheng Chang'e was filled with excitement. Could his father be summoning him back to the capital? He listened intently to every word of the decree being read by the eunuch. By the mandate of the emperor, it is decreed. Fifth Prince Sheng Chang'e, one of the 6 princes of Shang Country, has resided in Xiaoshan City for 3 years without requesting a single coin from the palace. Such a selfless nature sets an example for the people of Shang Country and is favored by us. As these words were proclaimed, Sheng Chang'e was overwhelmed with emotion. His father had indeed been watching him from afar. However, as the eunuch read the final line of the decree, the joy on Sheng Chang'e's face slowly froze. Now, we bestow upon 5th Prince Sheng Chang'e a cup of fine wine aged 100 years, wishing that the prince maintains this commendable naturaliso decreed. As the eunuch's voice, as grating as a duck's, faded, a servant approached with a golden goblet filled with clear wine. 100-year-old wine? Sheng Chang'e stared at the drink, shaking his head in disbelief. An imperial decree bestowing wine could only mean poison. No, my father wouldn't do this to me. Sheng Chang'e suddenly rose to his feet, shouting in defiance. The eunuch lowered his gaze coldly. 5th Prince, do you intend to defy the imperial decree? These words struck Sheng Chang'e like a silver spear through the heart, leaving him to collapse helplessly to the ground. Please, your highness, the servant said, offering the poisoned wine to Sheng Chang'e, just within reach. Staring blankly at the gently rippling liquid, Sheng Chang'e's life flashed before his eyes, realizing there was little worth remembering. With a heart full of despair, he thought, if only I were born into an ordinary family. He trembled as he took the wine, closing his eyes as silent tears fell. Just as his lips nearly touched the goblet, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding detected a transformation in the host's psyche, meeting the binding conditions. Do you wish to bind with the Ye Tian card, the system of clever strategies? This unexpected voice made Sheng Chang'e pause abruptly. While what? He asked instinctively. Ding, the host has spoken, meeting the binding conditions. 100-inch. Ding, binding successful, the host has received a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it? In the span of a breath, a series of notifications occurred. Sheng Chang'e was astonished to see a light screen appear before him, with a bouncing gift icon at its center. This gift seemed to possess a certain magic, compelling him to reach out and open it. Ding, congratulations, host, you've gained 20 black armor guards. Ding, congratulations, host, you've received a strategic plan. Sheng Chang'e was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of this information, finding it hard to comprehend. Just then, the purple-robed eunuch beside him, holding a whisk, impatiently reminded him. 5th Prince, it's getting late, there's no need to waste time. Ignoring the eunuch's urging, Sheng Chang'e focused on opening the strategic plan from the beginner's package in front of him. As the pouch opened, an abrupt message appeared. Suggest the host detain those who falsely deliver imperial edicts. This message struck Sheng Chang'e like a heavy blow, causing the wine cup in his hand to slip suddenly, his facial expression fluctuating wildly, appearing to others as if he was in a state of shock. The young eunuch nearby, seeing this, smirked disdainfully and said eagerly, 5th Prince, I have a whole pot of wine here. I can refill your cup. With his head lowered, Sheng Chang'e suddenly asked, why are you falsely delivering imperial edicts? As soon as he spoke, the purple-robed eunuch's face changed instantly. He sharply warned, 5th Prince, Consider the consequences before speaking. Follow the edict, drink the wine, and I can pretend your offensive words never happened. Ha ha ha, so it is true, it really is. Sheng Chang'e slowly stood up, his previous disarray completely gone, replaced by a coldness in his eyes. He sternly declared, "Eunuch, your performance was too clumsy once exposed." The purple-robed eunuch was taken aback. He thought to himself, how could this be? Everything was going well. How did he suddenly see through this deception? Sheng Chang'e suddenly waved his hand and commanded, "Guards, arrest those who falsely deliver the imperial edict." The atmosphere turned tense immediately. However, none of the courtyard guards behind Sheng Chang'e stepped forward. These guards, recruited with only a small amount of silver, were evidently unwilling to take risks against the imperial guards in front of the courtyard. Seeing this, the purple-robed eunuch breathed a sigh of relief, sneering inwardly. He shouted harshly, "Sheng Chang'e, how dare you? To openly defy the imperial edict, I must hold you accountable for such a crime." With a wave of his whisk, several armored and armed imperial guards understood his signal and advanced towards Sheng Chang'e. Sheng Chang'e glanced at the cowering guards behind him and sighed lightly as he watched the imperial guards approach. At this critical moment, there was a sudden sound of arrows slicing through the air. Thud, thud. Several arrows hit the chests of the advancing imperial guards with precision. The guards clutched their wounds and fell, disbelief etched on their faces. The remaining imperial guards around the purple-robed eunuch were instantly on high alert. They looked around in terror, only to see 5 black-armored figures with bows and arrows appear in the courtyard. On the street behind, to the left and right, were another 10 black-armored guards, identical in appearance, holding long knives and watching intently. "How dare you?" The purple-robed eunuch, exasperated, shrieked with a sharp voice. "Sheng Chang'e, not only do you defy the imperial edict, but you've also killed the imperial guards, a crime punishable by death." Before he could finish, the remaining imperial guards split, with over 20 of them moving to surround Sheng Chang'e in the courtyard. The situation became tense, and a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Sheng Chang'e faced the charging imperial guards without a hint of fear. Through the system panel, he had already assessed the strength of the 20 black-armored guards, each one as powerful as 5 ordinary guards, far surpassing the standard single-unit imperial guards before him. As swords clashed, cries of agony filled the air. Sheng Chang'e watched a black-armored guard swing his sword like lightning, and 2 imperial guards' heads fell to the ground. This gruesome scene terrified the maids and stewards in the rear, while the eunuch in purple looked ashen-faced. When 15 black-armored guards charged into the remaining imperial guards, the slaughter truly began. The captain of the imperial guards trembled, incredulous as he faced his opponents. "I have the strength of a double unit guard, yet I'm completely outmatched. How did Sheng Chang'e cultivate such terrifying power?" Before he could finish, another subordinate fell. He regretted his assumption, having thought this would be an easy task to earn merit, only to find it was a death sentence. In just 10 minutes, everyone lay in pools of blood except for the eunuch in purple and the captain of the imperial guards. Sheng Chang'e took a deep breath and ordered, "Take them away." He decided to interrogate these 2, as falsifying an imperial edict and attempting to poison a prince were not actions they dared to undertake on their own. After the black-armored guards escorted the 2 away, Sheng Chang'e finally had time to delve deeper into the system that had saved him from disaster. He cautiously asked, "System, are you an immortal?" In response, a book appeared out of thin air. Sheng Chang'e focused intently, reading and comprehending the system's introduction word by word. As the sun set, the courtyard's tiles were bathed in a beautiful red hue, starkly contrasting the cold bodies within. When he closed the book, his eyes were filled with indescribable awe. He couldn't imagine that such a divine artifact existed in the world, and he was fortunate enough to possess it. The system's notification chimed at the right moment. "Ding, the host has read for half an hour, completing one of the daily tasks, and has received a brilliant strategy as a reward." Sheng Chang'e concentrated, knowing that without the system's brilliant strategy half an hour earlier, he would never have uncovered the plot of the false imperial edict. Curious, he asked, "System, how do I acquire the brilliant strategy?" "As long as the host completes daily tasks," the system replied, displaying a panel with tasks like read for half an hour, memorize 10 poems, do 500 push-ups, and perform 300 pull-ups. As Sheng Chang'e reached a moment of clarity, a black-armored guard hurriedly approached and reported, "Your Highness, we have extracted the information." Sheng Chang'e turned around, a fleeting look of melancholy in his eyes. In the vast courtyard, only 20 black-armored guards, gifts from the system, stood silently. As a prince, this scene was a bitter irony. "What did they say?" Sheng Chang'e asked, his voice carrying a subtle hint of fatigue. The black-armored guard reported expressionlessly, "Their statements are consistent. It was the 3rd prince who orchestrated it. The 3rd prince wants to eliminate any competitive princes to secure the position of crown prince." "A competitive prince?" Sheng Chang'e chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I've fallen to such a state, and yet the 3rd prince still considers me a threat?" Not exactly, the guard continued. The third prince intends to frame the first prince for issuing a false imperial edict, which led to your supposed demise, your highness. You are merely a pawn for the third prince to use against the first prince. Upon hearing this blunt truth, Sheng Chang'e shook his head with a bitter smile. It's laughable. Even after losing everything and coming to this remote town, making my stance clear, they still won't leave me alone. They even consider me as insignificant as an ant. A pawn. His gaze suddenly turned sharp. In the royal family, as a prince, even if I don't vie for the throne, I can't escape being entangled in the power struggle. In that case, I shall compete for the throne. I will be a surprise to my brothers. Considering the current situation, Sheng Chang'e opened the newly acquired strategic guide. The system's suggestion appeared in his mind. To avoid assassination attempts by the third prince, he should immediately recruit troops to strengthen himself, and the Lord of Qiushan City would be a good ally. Recalling his relationship with the Lord of Qiushan City, Sheng Chang'e realized they weren't particularly close, but the subsequent plan in the guide intrigued him. Let's go to the Lord's manor, Sheng Chang'e instructed the two black-armored guards beside him. The rest of you stay, and keep an eye on those who forged the imperial edict. They are the third prince's Achilles heel. Arriving at the Lord's manor, the Lord, Qiu Qing, came out to greet them, a hint of surprise on his face. Fifth prince, my apologies for not welcoming you sooner. Qiu Qing led Sheng Chang'e inside, and they sat facing each other in the main hall. Qiu Qing laughed heartily. It's been a while. Your highness still looks as impressive as ever, making me feel quite old, haha. His bear-like physique was a testament to his straightforward nature. Sheng Chang'e modestly waved his hand. Lord Qiu, you flatter me. Actually, I've come today to ask for a favor. Speak freely, your highness. Qiu Qing responded boldly. As long as it's within my power, I will not refuse. Looking directly into Qiu Qing's eyes, Sheng Chang'e got straight to the point. I want you, Lord Qiu, to become my subordinate. Qiu Qing was taken aback by the request, his face showing signs of conflict and embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly. Fifth prince, I have always been a servant of the court, and as a prince, of course I am under your command. You know what I truly mean. Sheng Chang'e's words froze Qiu Qing's smile. Sheng Chang'e continued. The emperor is gravely ill. My brothers are all fighting openly and secretly for the throne. You understand that even if I do nothing, I will inevitably be drawn into it. So, I've decided not to play dumb anymore. I need that throne, not for power, but just to live peacefully. Qiu Qing fell silent, understanding that the fifth prince was forcing him to choose a side. However, any other prince seemed more promising than the seemingly destitute Sheng Chang'e. Sensing Qiu Qing's hesitation, Sheng Chang'e took a sip of tea and abruptly said, Your first wife was killed by the seventh prince, Sheng Gyuk, wasn't she? Bang! Qiu Qing shot up, his deepest-seated hatred exposed, struggling to maintain his composure. But considering the prince's status, he suppressed his anger and said heavily, If there's nothing else, your highness, please leave. Sheng Chang'e calmly revealed the information from the strategic guide. I can help you seek revenge. Qiu Qing turned sharply, hope flickering in his eyes. You can help me get revenge? For years, he had waited for those words. When his wife was brutally murdered by the seventh prince, he, a man of iron will, was powerless due to the prince's status, forced to bury his hatred deep within. Yes, Sheng Chang'e nodded. I am also a prince. The enemy you cannot defeat, I can. Although Sheng Chang'e's words lacked varied tones, the determined look in his eyes caused Qiu Qing's heart to waver. The bear-like Qiu Qing, filled with hope, knelt on one knee and solemnly promised, If the fifth prince can truly avenge my wife's death, I am willing to lead the 5,000 city guards of Qiushan City and follow him to the death. Sheng Chang'e sighed inwardly, thinking that without the system's ingenious strategies, how could he have uncovered the deep-seated hatred in this man's heart? Just as their alliance was forged, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for recruiting your first subordinate, earning you a random gift package. Ye Tian's voice snapped Sheng Chang'e's attention back. The unexpected gift was a pleasant surprise, and he immediately commanded in his mind. System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Medal of the Sovereign. Item description. When worn, the host's aura will transform completely, allowing seamless transitions between authority, ruthlessness, and approachability. The introduction of this magical item filled Sheng Chang'e with joy. An item capable of completely enhancing one's aura was truly a treasure. As Sheng Chang'e returned his attention from the system interface, Qiu Qing's inquiry reached his ears. Your Highness, do you have any plans for vying for the throne? Sheng Chang'e replied succinctly, I have a plan. In truth, his plan was to complete the system's daily tasks one by one. With the system strategies, how could he worry about not having a way to seize the throne? Hearing Sheng Chang'e's response, Qiu Qing pondered deeply. Clearly, the fifth prince's bid for the throne was not a mere impulse. At that moment, the system issued another alert. Ding, a message from the black armored guard has arrived. Would the host like to view it? Sheng Chang'e quickly opened the system panel to see an urgent message. The hostages are about to be taken. This message came from the courtyard's 18 black armored guards, and the so-called hostages were evidently the eunuch in purple who forged the imperial edict and the captain of the imperial guards. Sheng Chang'e furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, someone dares to snatch people from a prince's hands? He turned to Qiu Qing and urgently asked, Qiu Qing, how many men can you mobilize right now? Qiu Qing quickly calculated and replied, excluding those on various posts, I can gather over 2,000 men. He looked at Sheng Chang'e with curiosity. Your Highness, has something happened? Something seems to have happened. Sheng Chang'e said with a frown and immediately ordered, mobilize everyone you can and head to my courtyard. I will go ahead. When Sheng Chang'e arrived at his residence, a courtyard of blue bricks and dark tiles, the scene was shocking. Nearly 100 bodies lay sprawled at the courtyard entrance, the ground stained red with blood. 18 black armored guards stood like iron towers, their swords stained with blood and flesh, each appearing as a fearsome deity of death. However, the continuous fierce battle had pushed these guards to their limits. Opposite them, hundreds of constables stood ready, led by a portly man whose cold voice pierced the air. It's surprising that Sheng Chang'e has subordinates like you. He paused, his tone filled with menace. This county magistrate will give you one more chance. Release the eunuch in purple and the captain of the imperial guards. Faced with this deadly threat, the 18 black armored guards at the gate remained unmoved, like unyielding pillars. Seeing this, the magistrate's voice grew even colder. Very well, very well. The portly magistrate sneered and waved his hand, giving the order, release the arrows. Immediately, dozens of archers filed out, quickly forming ranks in front. The bowstrings tightened, and the arrows were ready to fly. In an instant, dozens of deadly arrows sliced through the air, aimed straight at the 18 black armored guards. In that critical moment, the guards moved in perfect harmony, their blades whirling like the wind, creating an impenetrable defense. The continuous clanging of metal rang out as the arrows fell harmlessly to the ground. Even the magistrate, whose heart was set on violence, couldn't help but secretly admire their incredible coordination. He thought to himself, even after being demoted for 3 years, Sheng Chang'e hasn't lost his touch. After several volleys of arrows, although the 18 black armored guards managed to fend off most of the attacks, some were inevitably wounded. Many had arrows lodged in their arms and legs, and they had to use their swords as support to barely stand. Facing the overwhelming numbers, their numerical disadvantage became a critical weakness. The magistrate, one hand resting on his round belly and the other fanning himself, spoke with a mocking tone, I just don't get it. Sheng Chang'e has fallen to such a state, yet you all are still willing to fight for him. He shook his head and continued, do you really believe that even if I kill you all and burn this courtyard, Sheng Chang'e would dare say a word? His words not only showcased his confidence, but also elicited smug, arrogant expressions from the officers behind him. They all had powerful backing and were quite assured. However, just as he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared at the end of the street. It was Sheng Chang'e and 2 black armored guards. Sheng Chang'e spoke coldly, really? Are you so sure I'm exactly as you think? Seeing Sheng Chang'e appear, the magistrate was initially startled, then a greasy smile spread across his face. Well, I've been looking for you, and here you are, defying the imperial decree and detaining an official sent to read it. Sheng Chang'e, this alone is enough to lock you up. Sheng Chang'e ignored the magistrate's words and walked straight toward him. When they were face to face, the magistrate squinted. What do you think you're doing? He sensed something different about Sheng Chang'e today. Suddenly, a loud slap landed on the magistrate's chubby cheek without warning. What are you doing? He exclaimed, holding his face in disbelief as he staggered back half a step. Leaning in, Sheng Chang'e whispered in the magistrate's ear. Do you know your place? Do you understand who I am? I am a prince, and you are but a magistrate. His voice suddenly intensified, causing the magistrate to tremble slightly. He suddenly felt a sense of authority from Sheng Chang'e akin to that of the emperor. Then, 2 more loud slaps landed on the same cheek. Sheng Chang'e sternly reprimanded. As a magistrate, you dare to lay hands on a prince's men and address a prince by name. The magistrate's head buzzed, still reeling from the shock. At this moment, 2 captains behind him stepped forward, holding knives to block Sheng Chang'e. Following them, a large group of constables drew their swords, confronting Sheng Chang'e with fierce determination. The scene fell into a tense silence. Finally regaining his senses, the magistrate felt the burning pain on his face and an intense fury ignited in his eyes. He is not just an ordinary county magistrate. He is the brother-in-law of the 3rd prince. A sinister expression flashed across the face of the plump magistrate, his anger boiling over. How dare that worthless prince try to intimidate me? He roared, his voice echoing down the street. He then waved his hand and ordered, arrest him and throw him directly into the dungeon. The magistrate had no fear of offending Sheng Chang'e. His confidence stemmed from his connection to the high-ranking 3rd prince, which allowed him to act with impunity. At his command, the constables behind him closed in on Sheng Chang'e like wolves. However, just as the constables were about to lay hands on Sheng Chang'e, a thunderous shout erupted from the end of the street. "Let's see who dares to touch our fifth prince." Before the words had fully faded, fully armed soldiers appeared from the streets and alleys. They wielded long spears and moved in perfect unison, quickly surrounding the 500 constables. The situation had dramatically reversed, turning the tables in an instant. The plump magistrate's gaze fell on the figure in blue armor on horseback at the end of the street. He frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, "Qiu Qing, this matter doesn't concern you. Don't get involved." Unfazed, Qiu Qing's voice boomed like thunder. "The fifth prince is my lord. You dare to offend him, and you think I, Qiu Qing, will just stand by?" These resolute words made the plump magistrate swallow hard. He tried to maintain his composure and pointed at Sheng Chang'e, questioning, "So you're siding with this trash, Sheng Chang'e? Are you insane? You don't actually think he has a chance at the throne, do you?" Hearing this, Sheng Chang'e lowered his gaze, a commanding aura emanating from him. He spoke calmly. "Oh, you think I'm not qualified?" This simple statement hit the magistrate like a sledgehammer, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. At that moment, the magistrate couldn't help but compare Sheng Chang'e to the third prince. To his shock, in terms of bearing, the third prince, who was considered the strongest contender for the throne, was outmatched. Qiu Qing rode up to Sheng Chang'e and asked in a deep voice, "Your Highness, should we kill them all?" This question, like a bolt of lightning, threw the magistrate and all the constables into a panic. They looked around and saw that the city guards were all battle-hardened and vastly outnumbered them. If a fight broke out, it would be a massacre. The magistrate was instantly flustered, hurriedly changing his tone. "Your Highness, fifth prince, I am the brother-in-law of the third prince, and thus your brother-in-law too. We're family. Let's talk this over. Please don't resort to killing." Sheng Chang'e chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his voice. "I won't kill you. I'll lock you up and wait for your brother-in-law to ransom you." Hearing this, the magistrate let out a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, as long as the fifth prince spares me, everything can be discussed." Sheng Chang'e signaled to the two black-armored guards behind him. "Take him away." After the magistrate was let off, Sheng Chang'e turned his gaze to the remaining men and coldly ordered, "Kill them all." The ruthlessness in that command even surprised Qiu Qing. He had expected they would merely imprison the constables, not that the fifth prince would give such a harsh order. After a brief hesitation, Qiu Qing shouted, "Soldiers, attack!" Since it was Sheng Chang'e's command, he had no reason to delay. The blue-armored city guards descended upon the constables like wolves, and the air filled with screams and the stench of blood. The magistrate, just locked in a room, trembled uncontrollably as he listened to the cries outside. Sheng Chang'e stood in the courtyard, silently watching as bodies fell. He closed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, born into the imperial family, brutality is ingrained in one's bones. 3 years of silence. In times like this, he needed ruthlessness, something to demonstrate his cruelty and establish his formidable reputation. As night fell and the full moon hung high, the lavish residence of the third prince, Sheng Tianlong, in the capital of Sheng Kingdom, was bathed in a soft glow. Sheng Tianlong lounged lazily on a couch, one arm around a pale, alluring woman and the other gently caressing another bowtie's slender leg, his eyes closed in repose. Suddenly, the tranquility of the chamber was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A retainer approached quickly, lowering his voice to report, "Your Highness, the Emperor has awakened." Sheng Tianlong slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within them. Gently pushing the beauties aside, he sat up and asked, "How long has he been awake?" "Just now," the retainer replied respectfully. "It seems I must pay a visit to father," Sheng Tianlong said as he donned a luxurious robe, then called out, "Eunuch Zhao?" "At your service, your highness." Almost before the words were spoken, an elderly eunuch holding a duster appeared silently beside him. Impressed once again by Eunuch Zhao's ghostly skills, Sheng Tianlong marveled. Though experts like Eunuch Zhao were rare in this world, the martial arts here intrigued him. However, more than martial prowess, he craved the enchanting beauties of the imperial palace. With this thought, ambition flickered in Sheng Tianlong's eyes. Becoming emperor was his true purpose in this world. To wield power by day and indulge in beauty by night, that was the essence of his existence. "Accompany me to the palace to see my father," Sheng Tianlong instructed Eunuch Zhao. "I will ensure your highness' safety." Eunuch Zhao replied with a respectful nod, then added, "Your highness, the girl surnamed Wang has been placed, unconscious, on your bed." "Is that so?" Sheng Tianlong smirked, recalling the girl's alluring figure. "After seeing father, I shall indulge myself with her." The imperial palace, located in the city center, was ablaze with lights and heavily guarded. As Sheng Tianlong entered, a eunuch in purple immediately stepped forward to lead the way. The vast palace was filled with patrolling guards. Upon reaching the Yuja Hall, Shang Tianlong encountered a man in a robe adorned with purple and gold cloud patterns, his seventh brother. Noticing his brother's attempt to avoid him, Shang Tianlong offered a knowing smile. What brings you to the palace at this hour, dear brother? Heh. The seventh prince forced a laugh. I came to see our mother. Shang Tianlong caught a faint scent of gardenias and glanced meaningfully at the Yuja hall. Is that so? The seventh prince, feeling a chill under his brother's gaze, quickly excused himself and left. Shang Tianlong continued through the palace, passing halls housing various consorts, his heart stirring with desire. Eventually, he arrived at the Yuanlong Hall, residence of Shang Kingdom's supreme ruler. As he stepped into the chamber, Shang Tianlong was captivated by a stunning figure. A woman in a gauzy white dress, her shoulders adorned with a silk ribbon. Her ample bosom, restrained by a bodice, was tantalizingly visible, and her fair, alabaster collarbone shimmered in the dim light. Above it all, her face, devoid of makeup yet astonishingly beautiful, glowed enchantingly in the soft, yellow light. The woman was Consort Shang, one of the emperor's most favored concubines. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed, expressing deep concern. She carefully held a bowl of steaming medicinal soup, cautiously approaching the bed where a man with a pallid complexion lay. Your Majesty, please take another sip. The more medicine you drink, the quicker you'll recover. Consort Shang's gentle voice was like sweet syrup, difficult to resist. The man on the bed, the current emperor, let out a soft chuckle. Do you really think I'm a child to be coaxed? His gaze shifted to Shang Tianlong, who was waiting nearby. Despite his illness, his voice carried an undeniable authority. Ah, it's you, the third son. What brings you here so late? Consort Shang's gaze lingered on Shang Tianlong, a faint blush barely noticeable in her eyes. Shang Tianlong discreetly returned her glance before bowing to the emperor. I have nothing urgent, father. I just heard you were awake and wanted to visit. You do have a filial heart, the emperor sighed. Unlike the others, who only cause trouble and accomplish nothing. As he finished speaking, he began to cough violently. Please, take it easy, Consort Shang said with concern, gently patting the emperor's back. Huh, I'm not dying yet. The emperor laughed, slowly sitting up. He looked directly at Shang Tianlong, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Tell me, you must have something on your mind. A father knows his son well. You never showed such concern before. Shang Tianlong smiled slightly, thinking that the topic needed no prompting from him. Could he be the protagonist, getting things just by wishing for them? He spoke respectfully. Indeed, father, I have something to inform you. Go on, the emperor said, putting on the brocade robe handed to him by Consort Shang. Your son. Shang Tianlong paused deliberately, feigning hesitation, then continued. A few days ago, I visited the eldest brother's residence. By chance, I saw something. Something? What did you see that you need to report to me? The emperor raised an eyebrow, smiling. I wouldn't dare, Shang Tianlong said with a pressed smile. It was a seal, with 4 characters engraved on the bottom. Shang Guotianyun. Shang Guotianyun. The emperor's brows furrowed upon hearing those words. That's the seal used for drafting imperial edicts. Are you sure the eldest has it? At that moment, Shang Tianlong displayed the acting skills he had honed as a background actor in his previous life, his tone firm and his expression serious. Though it was a fleeting glance, I am certain it was that seal. Listening to his third son's words, the emperor fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. I understand. You may leave now. Take care of your health, father. I shall take my leave. Shang Tianlong bowed and exited, inwardly pleased. He knew his goal had been achieved. Soon, news of the fifth brother being poisoned by a fake imperial edict would spread to the capital and reach the emperor's ears. When the seal was discovered in the eldest prince's residence, his most formidable rival would be eliminated. The position of crown prince would be his. In the Yuanlong palace, after Shang Tianlong departed, the emperor fell into deep thought. Consort Shang wisely refrained from asking questions, silently attending to him. Aren't you curious? The emperor's voice was weary. Why I didn't summon the eldest to confront them face to face over such a matter? Consort Shang answered softly. I am a bit curious. A complex expression flickered in her eyes, yet she said no more. Consort Shang playfully smiled and said, if the emperor doesn't speak, I won't ask. Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, and her tone carried a hint of coquettishness. The emperor smiled warmly, gently stroking her hair. Haha, Consort Shang understands me best. Yet, beneath his smile was a trace of bitterness, and he sighed. In truth, I can feel it. My body is not what it used to be. I fear I may not have much time left. Please don't say that, Your Majesty. Consort Shang exclaimed in alarm, her delicate fingers lightly pressing against the emperor's lips, tears welling in her eyes. The emperor shook his head, his expression grave. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the laws of nature. I cannot deceive others, nor can I deceive myself. His gaze was distant, as if contemplating something profound. Now, at the borders of Shang country, those small nations are restless. I fear that once I'm gone, war will break out in full. The matter of the heir must be decided soon. Consort Shang cautiously asked, "Does your majesty wish for the crown prince to inherit the throne?" She covered her mouth, as if feeling such matters were not hers to question. The emperor shook his head again, his brow furrowed. "I've never had a suitable choice, as in my eyes, they are all still children." "Then, what does your majesty plan to do?" Consort Shang asked, following his lead. The emperor took a deep breath, his gaze firm. "I will send these children to the battlefield. Only those who emerge from the battlefield are true men, capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the nation." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene shifted abruptly. Shang Tianlong made his way back to his palace from the imperial court, thoughts of the young woman still lying in the room crossing his mind, piquing his interest. He thought disdainfully, although these fierce women resisted his advances desperately, even threatening to die, it was never a problem. Once they spent a night with him, by the next day, they would become obedient. If they still resisted, he would simply repeat the process. This method was something he had long mastered. Just as Shang Tianlong was about to enter the room, an attendant hurriedly approached him. "Your Highness, urgent news." Shang Tianlong's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased at the interruption, but he responded in a deep voice, "Speak." The attendant quickly reported, "We have just received word that the fifth prince did not follow the imperial edict to drink the poison." "He didn't drink it?" Shang Tianlong's eyes flashed with surprise. Did he openly defy the imperial edict, or did he know it was a false edict? The attendant kept his head down, answering, "I do not know, but eunuch Zi has already been detained by the fifth prince." Interesting, Shang Tianlong mused to himself, calculating how this unexpected turn might affect his plans against the crown prince. He had just reported to the emperor, and now the situation had changed, necessitating a new strategy. "Dismissed." Shang Tianlong gestured for the attendant to leave. In the courtyard, Shang Tianlong removed a birdcage. Based on his predecessor's memories, he had secretly cultivated an assassin organization. He opened the cage, and the bird flew into the night. Shang Tianlong chuckled coldly to himself. "Since the edict couldn't kill my fifth brother, they'll have to go to the trouble of sending assassins." His eyes sharpened. Now it's not just about scheming against the crown prince. With the eunuch who announced the false edict being detained by Shang Chang'e, he's clearly become a liability. From this perspective, Shang Chang'e must die too. A ruthless expression crossed his face. "Dealing with the son of a palace maid, I have no need to hold back. I only need to think about how to use this pawn to topple the opponent's board." As the night deepened, Shang Tianlong's figure faded into the courtyard, leaving behind a silence reminiscent of calm before a storm. As dawn broke, the county magistrate's mansion in Xioshan was bathed in the morning light. Shang Chang'e, the new master of the residence, was working up a sweat in the training yard. His muscles were tense as he supported himself on his hands, striving to complete the push-up task assigned by the system. 70500. The numbers on the system panel stung Shang Chang'e's eyes. This seemingly simple daily task was proving to be quite challenging. Each movement had to be precise, and he needed to complete at least 101 set to save his progress. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to continue. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was busy in the system space. He was using extraordinary powers from previous worlds to develop new abilities suitable for this one. From the second-rank strength of the Imperial Guards to the top-tier skills, and the horseback riding, archery, and Qingfeng spear techniques he had copied from Qiu Qing, all were being integrated into the system. 98, 99, 100. With the final push-up completed, Shang Chang'e collapsed on the ground, exhausted. If not for his regular training, he might not have been able to persevere. He panted as he looked at the remaining tasks, a 30-mile run, 500 squats, and 310 pull-ups. These novel exercises would have to be attempted gradually. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding, a new day has arrived, and the host can sign in to receive a reward. Would you like to sign in?" "System, sign me in." Shang Chang'e responded immediately. Ye Tian silently mocked the ancient phrasing, then announced, "Ding, host signed in successfully and received an excellent homing pigeon." Shang Chang'e felt a weight in his hands as a pigeon, with feathers as white as jade and eyes as vivid as cinnabar, landed on him. This was more than just a beautiful bird. It was a magical treasure capable of delivering messages over 1,000 miles in a day. Back at the mansion, after settling the pigeon, Shang Chang'e retreated to the study. Compared to other daily tasks, reading seemed much easier. Half an hour later, the system chimed again. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the daily task of reading for half an hour, rewarded with a brilliant strategy." The courtyard was now bathed in sunlight as Shang Chang'e concluded his morning training and studies. After a simple breakfast, he prepared to start a new day. Shang Chang'e, accompanied by 2 guards in black armor, stepped into the dark and damp prison. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the cries of prisoners echoed from the shadowy cells. A group of constables immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing him. "Greetings, Your Highness, Fifth Prince," they said. These constables had survived the upheaval at the county magistrate's office and now naturally submitted to Shang Chang'e, who had taken control. Take me to see the three brought in yesterday, Sheng Chang'e said calmly. The constable bowed his head and led the way. Please follow me, Your Highness. They passed through narrow corridors lined with cells until they reached a relatively clean room. Inside were three disheveled individuals: the corpulent magistrate, a eunuch in purple robes, and the captain of the Imperial Guards. Once accustomed to a life of luxury, they now found themselves in dire straits and struggled to accept their new reality. The magistrate, his face twisted with malice, shouted to his companions, "Don't worry, gentlemen. Sheng Chang'e promised my brother-in-law would bail me out. Once I'm free, I'll report his defiance of the imperial edict to the capital and ensure the emperor punishes him." Clearly, the magistrate was unaware of the false edict's true nature. He had gone to Sheng Chang'e's court yesterday, genuinely believing the prince had defied the emperor. The thought that this fallen prince could be so audacious had prompted him to try and take advantage, planning to imprison Sheng Chang'e and curry favor with the third prince. But now, his dreams shattered, his anger burned even brighter, and he silently vowed to make Sheng Chang'e pay. The other two exchanged awkward glances, remaining silent in their unease. At that moment, Sheng Chang'e appeared outside the cell with a group of people. He wore a fitted blue robe, his hair slightly loose, exuding a sense of carefree elegance. The magistrate seems to have quite the imagination. Sheng Chang'e's teasing voice broke the silence. The magistrate, his face still marked by a handprint, broke into a cold sweat and quickly changed his tone. Your Highness, my dear brother-in-law, I was just joking." Without expression, Sheng Chang'e opened the cell door and ordered, "Take those two out." As the eunuch and the captain were dragged from the cell, the magistrate trembled silently, too terrified to speak. The screams of 500 constables dying the previous day still echoed in his ears, and his fear of Sheng Chang'e had reached its peak. In the interrogation room, a red-hot iron brand glowed in the furnace, and blood-stained instruments of torture lay on a nearby table. The eunuch and the captain glanced around in fear. The eunuch raised his voice. "Your Highness, I confessed everything yesterday. What more do you want?" Sheng Chang'e casually picked up the iron brand from the furnace and replied coolly, "Don't be afraid. I just want you to write a letter." The eunuch swallowed hard and quickly agreed. "Whatever you say, Your Highness. We'll write whatever you want." "That's more like it." Sheng Chang'e nodded slightly, setting down the brand and placing paper and pen on the table, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Write down the mastermind behind the false edict." The eunuch and the captain exchanged a glance, their faces showing their reluctance. "The fifth prince, Your Highness. Do we really have to write down the mastermind's name? The third prince won't let us go." The eunuch in purple stammered, his voice trembling with fear. He continued to explain. Yesterday's verbal confession gave them a glimmer of hope, but now to put it in writing. Even if they get out, the third prince likely won't spare them. Sheng Chang'e looked at them coldly, his tone devoid of any warmth. "If you don't write it, I can kill you right now." These words were like a heavy hammer, shattering the last hope of the two men. The captain of the guards and the eunuch in purple exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with sorrow. "I won't write it. Either way, it's death." The captain of the guards shouted defiantly, trying to force Sheng Chang'e to yield. He thought, as long as the confession wasn't written, they still had a bargaining chip. However, Sheng Chang'e's response was unexpected. "Won't write it. Then kill him." The fifth prince casually waved his hand, and the black-armored guards behind him immediately understood, stepping forward and drawing their swords. In a flash of cold steel, blood spurted out. The captain of the guards clutched his neck in disbelief, eyes full of shock and regret. If heaven could give him another chance. With a thud, the captain of the guards fell heavily to the ground in the interrogation room. His body convulsed involuntarily, and blood quickly spread across the floor. The eunuch in purple was so terrified by the sudden scene that he was nearly scared out of his wits, his legs trembling like a sieve, a warm liquid soaking his trousers. Sheng Chang'e watched coldly, turning his gaze to the now completely petrified eunuch in purple. "This is the consequence of not writing. Will you write or not?" "All right, I'll write it now," the eunuch in purple hurriedly replied, trembling as he picked up the pen and ink from the table. Faced with life and death, his choice was clear: refuse and die immediately, write and live a little longer. After a short time, the table was covered with a densely written confession. Under Sheng Chang'e's watchful eye, the eunuch in purple pressed his trembling finger onto the confession, leaving a bright red fingerprint. Sheng Chang'e glanced over the confession, which detailed Sheng Tianlong's schemes and the forgery of the imperial edict. He couldn't help but admire his royal brother's cunning, aiming to take down the crown prince without direct confrontation, using his death to topple him. However, Sheng Chang'e quickly realized that the only flaw in this seemingly perfect plan was underestimating him, the prince who had been exiled for 3 years. It was this oversight that allowed him to seize this critical evidence. With what he needed in hand, Sheng Chang'e ordered the eunuch in purple to be taken back to the dungeon. Returning to his residence, a carrier pigeon landed in his hand. He murmured to himself, I didn't expect the item I received this morning would be used so soon. Carefully attaching the rolled-up confession to the pigeon's leg, he said, "Go. Take it to the imperial palace, to father." Watching the pigeon soar into the sky, a resolute look flashed in his eyes. This confession was indeed leverage against the third prince, but Changchanga had no intention of using it as a tool for threats. In his view, such a grave crime was enough to directly bring down Sheng Tianlong. Once the third prince was deposed, as the provider of this information, he would surely re-enter the emperor's favor. This was Sheng Changa's plan, simple and straightforward, with no need for clever tricks. As the pigeon disappeared into the horizon, Sheng Changa's gaze fell on the system panel. The daily tasks still quietly awaited his completion. Time flew by, the sun rose high, the sun hung in the sky, and the sun gradually set. In the distant Sheng Kingdom's imperial palace, a storm was about to break. The sun set in the west, casting a golden glow over the moon viewing pavilion and Emperor Sheng Fang's dragon robe. Seated upright, he appeared weary, his gaze fixed northward. "Is there still no good news from General Li?" Sheng Fang spoke softly, with a hint of barely detectable anxiety in his voice. A eunuch behind him respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, General Li mentioned days ago that the military funds are tight, the northern weather is harsh, and the soldiers lack adequate winter clothing." Before he could finish, a flash of anger crossed Sheng Fang's pale face. He snorted coldly. "Does Li Yuanyuan truly think I can no longer control the situation? Military funds, money, clothing haven't I exhausted the nation's resources to support them? And yet, has he brought any good news in these months?" In his agitation, Sheng Fang started coughing violently, his body trembling slightly. The eunuch quickly stepped forward to console him gently. "Please calm down, Your Majesty. Don't harm yourself. The Xiongnu of the north are fierce warriors, and General Li surely faces great difficulties." Sheng Fang shook his head and sighed. "How sad. Our nation of Shang, with nearly 100 million people, yet we are powerless against the northern barbarians." After a moment of silence, Sheng Fang suddenly turned and asked, "Wei Gonggong, among my sons, who do you think can take over the northern campaign?" Wei Gonggong hesitated briefly before answering truthfully. "This humble servant dares not speak recklessly." "Speak," Sheng Fang insisted firmly. Wei Gonggong carefully replied, "In truth, there is no suitable candidate." Sheng Fang laughed heartily, though his smile couldn't hide his loneliness. "Haha, I appreciate your honesty. In your opinion, which prince is most capable of managing state affairs?" Wei Gonggong thoughtfully analyzed. "In my humble opinion, the first prince, third prince, and sixth prince are capable. The first prince has the support of 70 of the civil officials, the third prince is favored in the harem, and the sixth prince has the backing of the military." Sheng Fang nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, "What about the fifth prince?" Wei Gonggong looked puzzled. "The fifth prince seems to lack significant supporters and is at a disadvantage compared to the other three." Sheng Fang seemed to understand. Indeed, the support of ministers is more crucial than personal ability. Of course, those with outstanding abilities naturally gain support. As night fell, Sheng Fang rose and said, "Let's go. The sun has set." At that moment, a pure white carrier pigeon flew to Sheng Fang, landing on his outstretched hand. Noticing a small message tube tied to the pigeon's leg, he carefully removed it. The pigeon then took flight, disappearing into the twilight. Watching the homing pigeon fly away, Sheng Fang felt a slight sense of curiosity. This pigeon had been deliberately sent to him with a message. He handed the message tube to Wei Gonggong beside him and ordered, "Read it to me." Wei Gonggong respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Carefully, he took out the rolled-up letter from the tube and began to unfold it slowly. However, as his eyes scanned the contents, his face changed dramatically, and he froze involuntarily. Noticing Wei Gonggong's unusual reaction, Sheng Fang frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" With a trembling voice, Wei Gonggong answered, "Your Majesty, this letter, it terrifies me." "Read it aloud," Sheng Fang commanded sharply. Without further hesitation, Wei Gonggong began to read in a shaky voice. "I, Li Qiu, a fifth-rank eunuch in the palace, on the night of October 8th, in the first year of Sheng Kingdom, 501, was invited to the residence of the third prince. The third prince promised a great reward, instructing me to falsely convey an imperial decree to the fifth prince in Qiushan City." As each sentence was read, Sheng Fang's complexion shifted from pale to a dark shade, anger burning in his eyes. After Wei Gonggong finished reading, he quickly advised, "Your Majesty, this letter can't be true. Please don't let it harm your health." Taking a deep breath, Sheng Fang forced himself to suppress his fury. He analyzed calmly. The information in the letter may not be entirely accurate, but the matter of the false decree is very likely true. This can be easily verified by bringing that confessing Li Qiu from Qiushan City. After a moment of silence, Sheng Fang sighed helplessly and said, "Destroy the letter." In the current turbulent situation, he knew he couldn't act rashly. If he took action against the third prince because of this, it might implicate too many people, with unpredictable consequences. This letter not only brought endless disappointment and helplessness, but also shook his trust in Sheng Tianlong. Meanwhile, in the distant Xiushan city, Sheng Chang'e was unaware that his letter had disappeared without a trace. He had just finished his last long run, breathing heavily. After a few breaths, a voice like a clear mountain spring sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the daily task of running. You are rewarded with a clever strategy. Sheng Chang'e felt a surge of joy. Gaining 2 clever strategies in one day was a good haul for him. He intended to continue with his push-up task, but the difficulty of doing 100 standard push-ups was too great, and he found it hard to persevere. Looking around, Sheng Chang'e realized he had unwittingly run outside the city. The trees on either side appeared dark under the night sky, with only the full moon above providing some light to the silent road. He turned back toward the city, but suddenly heard a woman's cries for help. Help! Help! A woman in a white dress, revealing a hint of spring, burst out from the nearby woods, running toward the road. She glanced back frequently, as if something terrifying was chasing her. Sheng Chang'e frowned, instinctively wanting to step aside, yet the woman ran straight towards him. As she approached, Sheng Chang'e could see her features clearly. She had a smooth chin, small lips, a delicate nose, and eyes filled with frightened tears, resembling a startled fawn. In a short time, this beautiful woman had reached Sheng Chang'e's side. On a forest path, a disheveled woman suddenly grabbed Sheng Chang'e's arm, her voice trembling with tears. Sir, help me. I've encountered some bad people. Sheng Chang'e cautiously scanned the surroundings, his eyes fixing on the depths of the forest. Bad people? How many? There are so many. The woman sobbed, clutching Sheng Chang'e's sleeve tightly. Sir, you must save me. Hearing this, Sheng Chang'e's heart tightened. Instinctively, he called upon the system. Use the emergency strategy. How do I get out of this? The system panel instantly popped up, displaying a clear line of text. Ding, the host has encountered the assassination attempt by the strongest duo of the third prince's killers, the Black and White Shuangsha. Emergency strategy activated to update and resolve the situation. Sheng Chang'e's heart skipped a beat. The Black and White Shuangsha? The third prince had dispatched assassins so quickly to kill him. His gaze involuntarily fell on the seemingly innocent girl beside him. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. This one is Bai Sha, one of the Black and White Shuangsha, skilled in luring and killing men. Do not act rashly, do not expose her. Play along with her act. Sheng Chang'e suppressed his inner shock, maintaining a calm exterior. He silently thanked the system for the timely warning. Otherwise, he might have already turned and fled. Sir, those villains are coming. The woman beside him choked out another sob, her voice full of tension. Sheng Chang'e inwardly sneered but outwardly appeared anxious. Let's go, he said, without hesitation, taking the woman's hand and sprinting towards the city. The woman in white Bai Sha flashed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes as Sheng Chang'e pulled her along. She thought that any other man would likely have abandoned her, a burden, to save himself. But this didn't necessarily mean anything. Perhaps this man had ulterior motives. She allowed a subtle smile to play on her lips before reverting to a look of fear. They ran for what felt like an incense stick's time. The gates of Xiushan City, now visible ahead. Bai Sha softly spoke. We should be safe here. Thank you for saving me, sir. Her expression carried a hint of shyness. The system timely reminded him. The host can take this opportunity to leave. Hearing this, Sheng Chang'e felt relieved. He turned to Bai Sha and said indifferently, no need to thank me. It was just a chance encounter. Let's part ways here. With that, he turned and left without hesitation. This action left Bai Sha momentarily stunned. She couldn't help but question whether her charm had worn off. In previous missions, none of her targets had resisted taking advantage of her vulnerable state. Sir, wait. Bai Sha hurriedly grabbed Sheng Chang'e's sleeve. Inside, Sheng Chang'e felt a rush of urgency, but his exterior remained calm. Bai Sha bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears, and her shoulder's garment accidentally slipped, revealing her fair skin. She softly said, Sir, you saved me. Won't you give me a chance to repay you? Faced with such a tempting scene, Sheng Chang'e remained unmoved. He replied earnestly, no repayment is necessary. It was just a small gesture. Bai Sha furrowed her brows slightly, thinking this man must be a fool. She had made her intentions quite clear. Such a great kindness cannot be brushed over so lightly. Bai Sha tried again, showcasing her acting skills. I have no money to repay you, so perhaps I could offer myself. She adopted a bashful demeanor. I am still a maiden. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in Sheng Chang'e's mind. Ding, please reject and harshly denounce such wanton behavior. The denunciation must be no less than 10,000 words. Sheng Chang'e was taken aback. Rejecting was within his expectations. Knowing she was an assassin, how could he trust her words? But to denounce her? Wouldn't that provoke her into retaliating and potentially killing him? Bai Sha stared at the man in front of her, noticing that he seemed somewhat dazed. She smirked inwardly. thinking to herself that men truly couldn't escape the primal instincts of their lower nature. At the age of 10, Baisha witnessed her mother being brutally assaulted and killed by a gang of bandits. From that moment, she vowed to rid the world of all beasts. As an assassin, she often used her beauty to lure targets. Nearly every male target would covet her looks, and just as they were about to make their move, it would be the end for them. Baisha firmly believed there was not a single good man in the world, including the father who abandoned her and her mother. As her thoughts raced, she was unexpectedly surprised when the man in front of her abruptly pushed her hand away, frowning deeply. Sir, is it because we're on the main road? We can go to the grove instead, Baisha suggested, moving closer and using a soft, alluring tone. She assumed he was just pretending, a common occurrence among her targets who ultimately couldn't resist temptation. Stay away from me. Your behavior disgusts me, the man shouted sternly. After just one meeting, you cling to me like this, more shameless than a brothel woman. Such actions disgrace our country's honor. Baisha was stunned. What was this man saying? Was he insulting her? Or had she misheard? The man continued his tirade, using a life-saving favor to manipulate, filled with such rotten thoughts. If your family saw you like this, how heartbroken would they be? Claiming to be chaste, yet likely having aborted numerous children. Each word struck Baisha like a hammer to her chest. She went from bewilderment to anger and finally to silent shame. In contrast, Sheng Chang'e, over the course of what seemed like an eternity, exhausted every insult he could think of. Finally, he stopped, pointing at the woman who now hung her head in shame. I don't want to spend another moment with a woman like you. In Sheng Chang'e's mind, the system's voice echoed, the host may leave. Without hesitation, he turned and left. Baisha watched the man's retreating figure, recalling his righteous demeanor, and stood in a daze for a long time. This man seemed different from the others. After Sheng Chang'e had walked away, a gust of wind blew through the forest. A stunning woman in a black dress appeared beside Baisha. On closer inspection, the woman in black looked exactly like Baisha in white. They were twins, though their temperaments were worlds apart. The woman in black exuded a cold elegance. Couldn't even handle an ordinary man, pathetic. Baisha, in her figure-hugging black dress, mocked mercilessly, holding her sword. She intended to go after the target herself. Suddenly, Baisha blocked Baisha's path. This man cannot be killed. This is the target given to us by the third prince. It's our mission, Baisha frowned slightly. I don't care. He can't be killed right now, Baisha insisted, clearly unwilling to argue further. Baisha's cold and striking face showed a hint of anger. She glared at Baisha, her voice laced with suppressed fury. As an assassin, you don't want to eliminate the target and even stop me from completing the task. Do you have any semblance of being an assassin? Baisha was taken aback by this sudden reprimand. She straightened her disheveled clothes, pouting, with her eyes quickly filling with tears. She whispered in defense. The third prince is just a pretentious guy. You know how he looked at us back then. Silence. Baisha interrupted sharply, raising her voice slightly. Yang Guofei saved our lives, and her descendants are not to be criticized, no matter what. I swore to be loyal to Yang Guofei unto death. Now that she has passed, her child, the third prince, is our master. The task given by the third prince must be completed. After pausing for a moment, Baisha continued. I can spare that guy, but only for today. Think it over yourself. Despite her anger, as an elder sister, Baisha made a concession. Upon hearing this, Baisha immediately beamed with joy and clung to Baisha's arm, playfully saying, You're the best, sister. Meanwhile, Sheng Chang'e, having escaped Baisha, had returned to the county magistrate's residence. Though he had narrowly escaped danger, he didn't feel much relief. Sheng Tianlong's decisive and swift actions had far exceeded his expectations. However, Sheng Chang'e thought to himself that the other party might not have expected him to quickly report the false imperial decree to the emperor. By now, the carrier pigeon should have delivered the message, Sheng Chang'e murmured. Let's see how father will punish the third prince. Late at night, the carrier pigeon finally returned. Sheng Chang'e eagerly removed the letter tied to the pigeon's leg, lit an oil lamp, and impatiently unfolded the letter. Seeing the familiar handwriting, he felt a sense of joy. It was indeed from his father. However, as he read further, his expression gradually froze. The letter read, Chang'e, I understand your intentions. That decree was not forged. It was personally drafted by me to offer you some compensation. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I do not blame you for defying the decree, as your actions were out of concern. Tomorrow, I will grant you 1,000 acres of fertile land in Baishua County for your peace and freedom. This brief letter felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Sheng Chang'e. He never anticipated that his father would handle the matter this way, denying the false decree outright to protect Sheng Tianlong and offering him 1,000 acres of fertile land as compensation. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous, how absurd. Is this the father I know? Sheng Chang'e clutched the letter tightly, feeling a mix of emotions. His greatest leverage seemed to have made no impact at all. The current emperor didn't even consider him. He was merely an outsider. At that moment, the voice of the system, Ye Tian, sounded. Is the host facing a dilemma? Hearing this familiar voice, Sheng Chang'e felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. He spoke with a hint of desolation. System, tell me, what should I do now? Sheng Chang'e felt an unprecedented loneliness. His mother, a former palace maid, had been driven to suicide by the other concubines in the harem. As for his father, he seemed like a stranger. Now, apart from the system, he had no one to rely on. The host still has a trump card. Perhaps it's time to use it, Ye Tian suggested. A trump card? Sheng Chang'e smiled bitterly. In this situation, with father's stance so clear, what options do I have? What change can there be? Despite his doubts, he silently invoked the use of the trump card. The next moment, a line of text appeared on the system panel. The emperor has treated the host unfairly. The host must demonstrate their stance and go to the capital's palace to confront the emperor directly. Sheng Chang'e stared at the line, a resolute gleam in his eyes. Perhaps this was his last chance. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.